And this game is over. Final score, the Warriors 134, Memphis 125. An historic night for Steph Curry. 52 points, 16 of 31 shooting, 12 of 20 beyond the arc, 8 of 8 from the line, 10 rebounds, 8 assists. And the Warriors not only get that, they move ahead of Memphis in the standings. As Golden State now 44-31, Memphis 44-32. The Warriors move up to the number 5 spot in the West.
A subdued Tim Roy on the call right here on 95.7 The Game, but he's focused, we're focused, and that was a massive, massive win for your Golden State Warriors. 5th seed now in a tight Western Conference as they get the dub in a playoff-type atmosphere in Memphis. The Grindhouse, John Morant, JJJ, all of them, Desmond Bane. It was, from start to finish, a great basketball game, and it's easier to say that when you get the win. 134-125. Stephen Curry was special. Jimmy Butler was clutch when he needed to be clutch. Draymond Green felt like third fiddle all this. By the way, he had a triple-double. Incredible performance all around from the Golden State Warriors, who fought tooth and nail to get a much-needed victory. One more game to wrap up this road trip. That's going to be tomorrow in La La Land. But I say good morning to you, Joseph Shasky, Sam Lubman, Carter, Matt Nahigian, and all you lovely people just getting off work. Wow, what an incredible victory. 52 points for the chef, and he was cooking up something special yesterday. 12 of 20 from beyond the arc. He was gunning for Clay's record. Couldn't quite get there, but man, that was an amazing win.
Jimmy, and Steph.
That's the story. Come on, that's
Steph. And Josh is such a moron. I mean, Jesus.
Whoa,
I mean, God,
whoa.
there's just so many things. The guy is such a dynamic player.
36 points. He was incredible yesterday.
Dynamic player.
Yes.
And just a complete buffoon.
Well, it's okay. Some of us are.
I mean, it's just a complete buffoon. He'll never learn. And Buddy Hield, we'll get into the whole like gun pointing thing back and forth. I mean, Buddy Hield, just what are you doing? Like both of them back and forth. Because I was watching the broadcast and I go, dude, I think I saw Buddy do the point the thing at him first, and then they went back and forth. Just so dumb. That was such a great win for a variety of reasons. They were down four with 3.5 minutes to go. Not down 2, down 4. And they found a way to win going away. You saw Pajemski make plays. I thought Moses Moody was outstanding in this one. Quinn Post, a tale of two halves. I thought he was really good. And then he was really meh. And that's what some of the young players are going to do for you at times. But to me, it started with the big three. And I'm talking about Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond. And we finally got that opportunity to see them all play absolutely great and brilliant simultaneously. Jaren Jackson Jr. is a great player. Now, does some silly things in terms of baiting fouls. Him getting 2 fouls early in the game changed the first quarter completely. He gets put on the bench, and they go on a huge run. And good for the Warriors to find a way to salvage that win, because had they lost that game, we would be pulling our eyeballs out. That was the type of a game that you saw coming a mile away. Second quarter, the Grizz just kept battling back. Jaren Jackson on that trailing, he's the trail player on as the team is coming up the floor. How many times did he bang in a three and you're like, God, is someone going to guard him? How many times did he sag off of Draymond Green? Zach Edey was excellent in this one, sagging off of Draymond, and we couldn't hit anything from beyond the arc at times. And I was so proud of Moses Moody's effort on defense. I thought he was brilliant in this one. The box score is not going to indicate how great defensively he was. He had a play where he stripped the ball and then flipped it behind his back, and the Grizzlies ended up retaining possession, but he was just so good.
A tough assignment on Jaw, obviously. I think he held his own for the most part.
I thought Steph had turns on Jaw.
Yeah.
Moody had turns on Jaw. There were a lot of guys.
Gary Payton was missed in that game.
And JK.
Yes.
And JK was missed big time. Zach Edey is a really good player. I'm here to tell you, this is a very highly skilled player who understands his role, knows basketball. I'm very impressed with him. The Grizzlies are a good team. That was a good win. I don't care who's out, who's in. I don't care about their coach, whatever. That's a good win, and I'm pumped up.
888 888-957-9570. Start lining up the phone calls. Best win of the year, as far as I'm concerned. I don't think it's close. Well, I don't think it's close, considering the magnitude of this game. Had they lost that game, we're talking this morning, man, is this a play-in team at this point? You saw what happened last night. I thought the Minnesota Timberwolves were going to lose. I wake up double overtime because all of us have to go to sleep relatively early because we have to get up at 4 in the morning, 3:30, whatever it is. And you see a double overtime, huge win for the Minnesota Timberwolves. So they're keeping pace. They're the 7th spot here in the Western Conference. The Warriors 44-31 now. They've won 3 in a row after starting 0-2 on this road trip, losing to the Hawks, losing to the Heat. But you beat the Pelicans, you beat the Spurs, and then 45 points in the first quarter to keep that momentum that you were building in San Antonio. Most points you've scored in a quarter all season long, smacking them in the mouth early. You get punched back, and that's why it felt like a playoff game to me.
Oh, it did. It felt like
you
one.
had the
Absolutely.
star power. It's a tough place to play in.
The pace,
the desperation I felt early
100%.
from the Grizzlies and from the Warriors, because the Grizzlies, I thought they were the more desperate team heading into it, getting humbled a little bit at home the night before against the defending champs. Boston's really good. I think we all can consider them still the team to beat. They're the defending champs. You got to beat the champs to be the man, right? Beat the man to be the man. And that was a tough game for them. So I knew they were going to come out firing, but the Warriors, they were the ones coming out firing early. And then they kind of, took their foot off the gas a little bit, started getting mucked up in that second half. And down the stretch there in the fourth quarter, that's a playoff type performance from Steph, from Draymond, and from Jimmy Butler that you're going to need. And it gives me belief, if I'm a fan, and we were talking about it on the thread the last couple of days, there's a lot of nervous energy around this Warriors team right now. That's a win for me that puts all that nervousness to the side and says, you know what? At the end of the day, I got Stephen Curry dropping 52 on your ass. I got Jimmy Butler making clutch plays down the stretch, clutch free throws.
Yes.
Fouling out Jaren Jackson Jr., which was huge.
He got him off the floor in the first quarter and then got him off the floor at the end of the game.
And then Draymond Green making plays defensively. I said third fiddle, but he had a triple-double. It's getting lost in the shuffle. He was incredible yesterday. And that was coming off the announcement that he was the defensive player of the month in the Western Conference. Yeah. That was a DPOY type of performance down the stretch.
Look, just for a second, let's step back. Just for a second. We're going to get right back into being
Steph
hyper-local.
How about that?
All right, we're hyper-local. We are always on the Warriors. We get it. If you're running the league, that's the game. You circle a game like that, and you're like, look how fun that was. Both sides. I'm talking about Grizzlies, Warriors. If you're running the league, and you're like, how do we get people to fall in love with the NBA? How much fun was that game? Physicality.
Star power.
Shot for shot making. Clearly the two teams don't like each other.
The refs mucking it up as well.
Desmond Bane, we could talk about all him and Curry and him batting the ball on Curry. I didn't have a problem with it. I also didn't have a problem with Curry kind of getting in his face and talking to him. These two teams don't like each other, and I love it. And then the pace of play was outstanding. The freedom of movement was outstanding. But then you get to the end, and again, this is where I'm you get to the end. And Buddy, I saw Buddy, and we'll find out what really happened. Jimmy's shooting the free throw with 20 seconds to go.
Game was over.
Buddy does the gun sign to him, and then Ja does it back to him, and then Buddy's like, guys, we just can't do that. Everything, because I'm just saying, if you're running the league, you're sitting here and you're like, everything about this game was outstanding.
They can't do finger guns anymore?
It almost ruined the game. I
thought it was a celebration in 2K and in NFL. They don't do that anymore?
You can disagree with me. I don't want to get into this gun conversation about America and all that. I have my particular beliefs. I recognize and acknowledge the right to bear arms. I understand all that. I'm telling you, as someone who is in a gym with a bunch of 12, 13, 14-year-olds, impressionable kids. I'm watching kids in third grade do the "you're too little." So they pick up.
Which is funny because they're all little in third grade.
They pick up on everything, okay? And to think that you're not a role model, I'm not trying to be that guy. I'm really not. But it is true. They idolize this guy, Ja. And I just thought it was really bad. It's Ja, learn from this, man. Stop doing it. Buddy, stop doing it. I'm not trying to get on my high horse. I'm going to let it go. I don't want to dominate the show because it was a great win. It's just dude, you're so good. You're so good. The world could be your oyster, Ja. You're an amazing player. You get to anywhere you want on the floor. You're so dynamic. There's an aura about you. You could be the face of any sport
He's
that
an
you
NC State
wanted.
now.
No, I mean it. He is so good. It's just so dumb. It is. I'm sorry. No, it is, Joe.
Okay.
And it bugs me because you know why? Because I see 12-year-olds who do that stuff on the floor and it's dumb. I'm going to plant my flag on it's just dumb.
Okay.
And anybody that supports it, we can disagree. Why were you ruining just a great game? It's a great game.
It's okay. It still was. And we're going to react to the great game. It's okay, Joe, because you know who you want to have as a role model? It's Stephen Curry.
He's the best.
You know what he did yesterday?
He's the best.
He recorded the first 50-point, 10-rebound performance of his career. Only second time ever in NBA history that a team has scored 50, a player, I should say, has scored 50 and had 10 rebounds against the Grizzlies. First player and only other player to do it, Kobe Bryant. That's pretty good history right there for Stephen Curry to be a part of. So 52 points for him, the chef. And it wasn't like he was knocking down a whole bunch in the fourth quarter. In the first half, he was insane. I was like,
he was unreal.
I said in the first quarter, I was like, oh, it's a Steph game. It's going to be a Steph game. And it was for that first half. And I thought they were going to go like blow them out going away. But as we've learned, the Warriors and in today's NBA, it's never going to be a blowout. You're always in fighting distance. You're always in shooting distance. And like a 20-point lead can go away like that. They had a 14-point lead. And then all of a sudden they were down a 37-29 third quarter in favor of Memphis. And then Golden State, I thought their defense was just great in that fourth quarter, getting JJJ in foul trouble.
Yes.
That was a huge part of it because he was knocking down some threes, but then he started chucking them and then they weren't going in. Draymond Green, I know I mentioned him. He did have a triple-double. 1 of 7 from the three-point line. He made his first one, couldn't hit anything after that.
Joe, the way they played him was how they're going to get played the rest of the year.
But again, I didn't hate the mindset of still shooting because if he makes a couple of those, things change.
Did you hear?
And he was going to be open. Yeah.
Did you hear Fitz's excitement when Moody hit that corner three?
Moody or Kevon Looney hitting that three?
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
Loon Dog hit a three,
and then it was the end of the shot clock, and bang! It was a huge play.
And Steve Kerr fired Steve Kerr the hell up. I saw that on the sideline.
And then they answered back with an immediate three.
Yeah.
I mean, this Aldama guy.
All-time Warriors killer, by the way, Santi Aldama. It's not even close.
He was outstanding.
He had some bad fouls, though.
Zach Edey is a player. I know we kind of like rip a lot of these
Draymond did.
3 and 4 year players.
Player. Yeah.
He's good, dude. He's really good. Jaw's really good. Obviously JJJ is really good. Desmond Bain. That's a very good team. And that's a fun matchup. Like again, going back to like if you're a basketball fan, how could you not just watch that game and enjoy that? It was so much fun.
Shout out to those enjoying this show on YouTube, brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I'm sure a lot of people are enjoying watching that game last night at Laughing Monk, and you should too. By the way, they wrap up this road trip tomorrow against the Lakers, the Golden State Warriors, that is. GP2 should be reevaluated tomorrow as well, so we'll wait and see there. Obviously, no JK yesterday, dealing with that pelvic contusion. He's day-to-day going forward as well, so we'll see about their availability tomorrow. Huge game, obviously, but that was the biggest win of the season for a variety of reasons. Yes, because you want to measure yourself up against some of the best in the West. And I know Memphis has been struggling as of late. They just fired their coach. But I think they showed yesterday why they are still considered one of the best teams in the Western Conference. All things considered, I came away from that game actually having a lot more respect for Memphis as a team because of what they could do, their size, their scoring abilities. I thought John Moran, the celebrations with standing was incredible. I thought whenever he settled for a three-point shot, albeit he was 5 of 8, I thought that was a win for the Warriors defense because he was slicing and dicing.
Joe, he's so good.
He had some bad turnovers. He had 6 of them. Obviously, he's a ball handler. You're going to have a lot of turnovers if that's the case. But I thought what he was able to do, him, Zach Edey, Jalen Wells at times, obviously didn't have the greatest shooting performance from him.
Draymond had Jalen Wells in a blender on these like ball screens.
Yes.
I mean, the amount of times Dre just stuck his little butt out, bang, and he'd just get him, and then Curry would just boop.
I was impressed at times. He had some bad turnovers, but Scottie Pippen Jr. off the bench, 4 of 9,
like
10 points. I like him as well.
He hit some tough shots around the rim. The thing
Your
with
boy
Ja,
Luke Kennard didn't kill him though, so don't worry.
The thing with Ja, there are a handful of players in the history of the game who have, like, whether it's a crossover or an in and out play, the first step and their ability to stop and start and get to wherever they want off the dribble at his size It's uncanny. It's AI.
Derrick Rose.
It's him. Yeah. Healthy Derrick Rose.
Yeah.
Like, there's a handful of guys. Isaiah Thomas, you probably don't remember. He was before your time.
The different Isaiah Thomas. I know the shorter one, but I know who you're talking about.
It's Zeke.
Yes.
Okay. The other one is he's a good player.
Good player. All right.
We're talking about an all-time great.
Yes.
Right? Like, there are certain guys that can get to wherever they want on the floor. Jaw's one of those guys. He's unreal. Like, he's unreal. And that's the part that's the most disappointing on all the other stuff. It's like we spend all this time talking about all the dummy stuff that he does.
Right.
It's like, dude, you are awesome. Like, he really is. Like, he's awesome. Love him or hate him as a player, he's freaking fun to watch, dude.
And the Grizzlies are kind of free-falling right now. Shout out Tom Petty. 4 losses in a row for them. So they're going the opposite end of what the Golden State Warriors are doing. 3 wins in a row for them, 44-31. And that all-important tiebreaker, right, is in favor of the Warriors. So you got the tiebreaker over them. You're at that 5th spot. And now, potentially, could you get a little greedy here? A win in LA, and all of a sudden, you could be talking 4 seed. Now, it's going to be a little hard there because you do not own the tiebreaker, and you can't get the tiebreaker. Even if you win over the Lakers tomorrow, you're 2 games back, but really 3 games back because of, like I mentioned, the tiebreak scenario there. So a massive game tomorrow. And then you got the back end of a back-to-back at home against the Nuggets. So that's why getting that win last night was so huge. And the Nuggets, by the way, they're going to be a little bit demoralized because they're going to be licking their wounds. And they just lost in double overtime to a Minnesota Timberwolves team, 44-32. So they're still just a half game back of the Warriors right now. There's so much baked into this, and it's so fun. Like, we're going to start feeling the energy of these next couple games, whether it's the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Rockets, all these teams that are ahead of you in the standings now. Can the Warriors start building that belief within the fan base again? Because I felt like it was lost a little bit. But how could you not believe in this team when you saw what Stephen Curry did last night? How could you not believe in this team when you saw what Jimmy Butler did last night? Again, it's not going to be the sexiest box score for Jimmy, but I thought what he did late showed why this team can win in the playoffs. Slowing the game down, getting the opposing team in foul trouble. They're one of their best players. Their best player of the night outside of John Morant was Jaren Jackson Jr. And you fouled him out. And then you can go, Draymond Green, by the way, has some great sound bites on JJJ. When does Draymond not love talking about the other opposing guy's big man?
Jackson's awesome, though.
He's really good.
No, he's awesome.
But he does do some Karl Anthony Towns stuff. I do agree with Draymond on this, where it's like, why'd you foul there? Just silly fouls early in the game too. He picked up 2 within the first couple minutes.
Let's also but again, Jimmy Butler is awesome at drawing fouls. He had
12 for 12 at the free throw line. That wins in the playoffs, and I know he's going to pick up those same foul calls in the playoffs.
So, like, when you're teaching people how to do a pump fake, one of the number one things, and I'm Coach V, if you're out there, Coach Rassam, he'll remember this. You get into your 3-point. You get into your 3-point stance, right, or triple threat stance, excuse me, and only the arms go up. You don't jump up with the legs or move the body, just the arms, so that you can stay in shooting position and rise back up. Jimmy did it at the end of the game. It was a master class in fundamental basketball of not leaving your feet. It was excellent. But I like the way he made the beautiful pass to Pods underneath the hoop, the little tic-tac-toe pass, which got Pods a little up. And how about Air Pods going up over and finishing around the rim? I have a new nickname for Podziemski. He's the water faucet.
Oh.
Any possession on either end of the floor, this guy could be scalding hot or ice cold. It is unreal how quickly he just goes from hot to cold on possession to possession.
Katy Perry.
He made plays. He was making me rip my eyeballs out. He took a early shot clock 3 when they had numbers and they were running in transition, and I was like, what are you doing? And then turned and had the arms out. And then what does he do? Completely makes up for it with the tip in, with the great pass around the rim, finishing offhand. He giveth and he taketh away. It's unreal.
And using your analogy, sometimes it could be a bit leaky on defense, but that's okay. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Very clutch play from Brandon Podziemski. And the guest today, the people. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest list, it's time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop, Nick in San Jose, Chris in San Jose, SJ in full force early this morning. Going to get to you guys on the other side. Plus, a little bit of sad news that took place last night. We'll reveal that on the other side. We lost a legend, a legendary actor that had some legendary roles. We'll get into that on the other side, but we are celebrating in a historic night for Stephen Curry as he passes Jerry West, the Hall of Famer, the logo, for 25th place on the NBA's all-scoring list. We're going to hear Steph's thoughts on that. I know that meant a lot to him, being so close to Jerry West as he was as well. We'll hear from the head coach. We'll hear from everyone, the people, Joe, all of us. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast. That's what's coming up next, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Santos will put it into play. Curry's underneath the bucket. He'll screen for Butler. Butler comes down. Curry flares out. Ball goes to Looney. Corner three on the way. Got it! Kevon Looney with his second three in as many games. Kennard takes a three in transition. Gets it right back. It's 99-96. But Kevon Looney, what a clutch shot that was. 2:20 to go.
What's up, Roasters? It's Sam from Laughing Monk Brewing, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with my guys, Spadoni and Shasky. Spadoni, you better hit those brakes, buddy.
I think I'm 0 for 1 so far, Sam, but good morning to you and good morning to all you lovely people. We are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And why are we playing this? Kenny Loggins, the Danger Zone. Iceman. We lost Iceman last night. We're all falling asleep. Some of you might have been waking up to the news. Val Kilmer passes away at the age of 65. Obviously portrayed Iceman in Top Gun, one of the big blockbusters of all time. He was also in Top Gun Maverick. He's Batman for some people. He's in Batman Forever, or Batman 3 as I call it. Tombstone, Doc Holliday, just some of the all-time characters. Heat, obviously. I go back to Willow, OG fantasy movie. But R.I.P. Val Kilmer, one of the all-timers. And you think of all-time, like, either it's Bad Guys, Bros, like just cool guys in movies. Like I wanted to be Val Kilmer a lot of the time. He was Bruce Wayne. He was Iceman. And by the way, Iceman last night for the Warriors, as we're reacting to a massive win for them, was 134-125 over the Memphis Grizzlies. Stephen Curry was Iceman yesterday. He was cool as hell. 52 points for him, passing Jerry West for 25th place on the NBA's all-time scoring list. We're reacting to that, 888-957-9570. But some sad news there. Val Kilmer passing away at the age of 65. He had battled cancer, throat cancer, and they're calling it pneumonia for the reason of his passing. So R.I.P. Iceman.
Look, I don't know how old you guys all are. Matt is over there, and a lot of people are going to probably recognize him from Top Gun. For me, his range is unreal. I think we kind of underrated his range. It's two roles. Doc Holliday, just the way he portrayed Doc Holliday.
He did not win an Oscar for that. Like,
all time.
Come on.
And then I think one of the greatest movies of all time, just for me, is Heat. Everybody's going to focus on Pacino and De Niro, rightfully, right? It's the first scene that they've ever been in together in a movie and where they actually sat down and talked. Val's so good in that movie. He's so underrated. And he nails the role. And I just, stinks. It really does. And I know he was dealing with throat cancer and a variety of different things, health-wise. But you get reminded that you're getting old. Yeah. As I see Jason Richardson's kid playing for Michigan State, I'm like, geez, Louise, right. I'm old. Right. But, seeing people that you look up to and from the movies and stuff, and people that, give you a smile when you see him on screen, and he's one of those guys, and really sucks. L.A. boy. Yeah. Really embraced the L.A. scene, and I just always thought he nailed his roles, and it does suck that Val Kilmer passed away.
I just think of a cool guy. Like when I think of he's just cool. Like I wanted to be like you watch Top Gun and it's like Tom Cruise is the main character, but like Iceman's the guy you kind of low key want to be. The volleyball scene, oiled up, the hair, like he's got everything. I was like, dude, I want to be Val Kilmer in this. I want to be Iceman. 90s. Right?
That's what I think of when I think of Val.
Bruce Wayne as well, obviously Batman Forever. I thought he was underrated in that role, but R.I.P. Val Kilmer. We need to talk about that because we lost a legend. 888-957-9570.
The shootout scenes in Heat. Have you guys? Okay, have you seen Heat? Okay. Yes. Carter, have you seen Heat? Just please.
No, sadly.
Are you kidding me?
Nope.
It's on your bucket list this week. All right. Sam, have you seen Heat?
Oh, you got to have your mic on, Sammy.
Have you seen Heat?
Come on. Pot him
I got to get potted up first. All right. I've unfortunately not seen Heat.
Jesus.
I know. We're all laughing.
It's a hole in their game. It's a hole in their game.
We're all 90s babies, Shasky. What do you expect?
It is mandatory
it was made in the 90s.
Viewing. Yeah. Mandatory viewing. Yeah, I was born in a certain era. I still watch the classics, okay, you guys? I'm begging that you watch it.
There's some legendary actors in there, too. Tom Sizemore's in that.
It's a who's who.
Young Natalie Portman's in that. Danny Trejo. It's iconic. And that's what I think about with Val Kilmer. You know what else is iconic?
Have you guys ever played GTA?
Yes.
There's like 5 or 6 different missions throughout 5 or 6 different games that are literally based on the movie Heat.
Yes, I know this. I know. It's a hole in their game. It's
God,
okay.
When they get shot in the neck. It's just there's so many.
It's a hole in their game. Like defense for Steph. It's not his forte. He tries his best. Sam's trying his best with some of these movies. It's
Speaking of Steph, I got a text from young Guido. He has a nickname suggestion for Pods and Steph Curry. And this is going
That's an interesting tandem. Okay.
This is going off of Pods looking like Marv from Home Improvement.
Not Home Improvement, from Home Alone.
What's that? Home Alone.
Yes.
Thank you. The Wet Bandits.
The Wet Bandits. Well, turn to the Sticky Bandits, right? In Home Alone 2.
Pod totally has the hair for that too.
Daniel Stern's the actor.
The sunburnt nose.
Right. For the longest time, it was when Derek Carr was growing out his hair, people thought he looked like Marv. So I'm there for Pods. Not mad at it. The schnoz, if you will. No, I'm looking at Daniel Stern now. We'll see. I'm not quite there with you yet with the nickname, but I'll say this. Massive rebound, getting the rebound with the shot. That might have been the play of the game. With Jimmy, with Steph, with Moses Moody getting the dagger, and they get that play. Shout out Brandon Pajemski. It wasn't his greatest game overall. I felt like he was getting picked on a little bit defensively. John Morant's can do that to a lot of people. Do that to Moses.
They missed JK
and Gary Payton tremendously. And hopefully, again, I mentioned earlier, hopefully they get him back tomorrow. Gary Payton's going to be reevaluated. He's got that left thumb slight tear, and JK dealing with the pelvic contusion. He's day to day, so we shall see. They're definitely going to need at least one of those guys, I feel like, in that Lakers matchup, because that was a huge emotional win. And then you're going to Los Angeles, the bright lights. You're going to be taxed, and it's going to test you. And you know what? They're going to be up for it. I know the Lakers are going to be up for it. It's Steph and LeBron. How can you not be? But we're reacting to this game last night, 134-125. Huge win for the Warriors as the 5th seed now, Joe, in the West.
So this game started off the way I expected it to with the matchups. Like they were like, okay, we're going to put JJJ on Jimmy Butler, and we're going to sag off him. We're going to put Edie on Draymond. We're going to sag off him. Draymond hit an early 3, and that was it.
That was it. Was it the first basket of the game?
Yeah, and then they had like a backdoor play where I think Jimmy got a foul and got JJJ. JJJ was off the floor within the first 3 minutes. First 3 minutes of the game, Butler basically got JJJ off the floor. And that is what they're going to have to do when teams sag off them. Someone else is going to have to hit shots. Quinn Post hit shots in the first half. He didn't in the second half. Moody went long stretches without hitting a shot. They were looking for contributions from someone else. And I credit the Warriors for continuing to go to the basket and trying to make things happen. I thought Moody's defense quietly was a big part of this game that no one's going to walk away talking about. But I feel like his defense, someone called in and said, hey, he's a version of Iguodala. That might be a little strong. He played great. His hands are really good.
Not as big as Iggy, not the same player, but
Iggy's a legend.
Exactly. He's a legend. He's a Hall of Famer, probably. Like let's call it what it is. But I'm not mad at the comp. Just maybe a poor man's Andre Iguodala. I want Iguodala. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Nick in San Jose.
What's up?
Be patient, Nick. Not yet. We're going to get you on the other side. We are up against it because Big Boss Man made a montage of all the Stephen Curry three-pointers. A little compilation sensation. Real quick, Joe Shasky, we're going to end this segment with it. We'll come back on the other side. Nick will get to you. We'll get all the callers today because all the callers are the guests today here on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570 is the number. Biggest win of the season. Stephen Curry goes nuclear. Jimmy Butler, I thought that was a playoff Jimmy performance. And Draymond Green, by the way, yeah, after all that, he had a triple-double. 13 points, 12 assists, 10 boards for him. But let's go to the montage here. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Stephen Curry, take it away.
Curry weaving in traffic, turns, fires, splash! Number 30 with a 3. Spins it out to Draymond. Back to Curry. It's a relocation 3, and it's good on the left wing. Curry backs up, shoots a deep 3 over Edie and hit it. Oh, my goodness. Curry left sideline and shoots a 3 right in front of the Grizzly bench and hits it. He is on fire right now. Butler in deep, draws a crowd. Back to Draymond. Hand off Curry. Off the screen. It's a good. Curry knocks out another one. His 5th 3. He's got a 19-point first quarter. Curry at midcourt, guarded by Aldama, takes a deep 3 right on the logo. Aldama didn't know what to do, so he backed away. And Curry said, thank you very much. Pass over to Curry. Curry in the corner, takes it away from Wells and hits a 3. Steph Curry 29-point first half. Curry, though, takes a quick three and hit it from the right sideline. He's got a 32-point half. What the heck? You don't need a 2-for-1 when you've got Curry. My goodness. Draymond sets a screen for Curry, who takes a three. It's up and good. What a smart play by Draymond Green. Curry takes a left side triple. It's good. He's got 38 now. Curry takes it down the middle of the floor, stops, and shoots another three. It's good. Straight on. His 11th three. Back over to Draymond, to Curry. Left corner, lets it fly. Three ball. Left corner pocket. Warriors take the lead 121-120. Curry's got a 50-point game. That was ridiculous. Curry now. Lobs it to Butler, left side. They double him on the catch. Draymond comes up. Pass backwards to Curry. Curry for three. No. Tipped up and in. Podziemski tipped it in with the right hand. Timeout Memphis, and the Warrior bench explodes. And Greece Podziemski, who has an unbelievable tip, came down the lane. Nobody put a body on him. And he tipped it in. With 71 seconds to go, the Warriors lead 127-122.
Dub Nation is Brandon Podziemski. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Call it just the tip. Just the tip, Pods, right there. 4 of 11 for him. 8 points, but 4 shots. That was the biggest, potentially, of the entire game as the Warriors win 134-125 in Memphis. They are the 5th seed currently and now have the tiebreaker over the Memphis Grizzlies. Huge, huge win. Win of the year as far as I'm concerned. 52 points for Stephen Curry, 12 three-pointers made. He got to the line, 8 of 8. I kept hearing a lot of people calling in. I was listening to Evan Giddings, who had Warriors wrap-up yesterday, doing a hell of a job. A lot of people still upset. Oh, there's not enough foul calls for Steph. There's not enough. I was like, well, you look at the free throw totals, 28 attempts for them.
He was getting mugged.
To the Memphis is 22. Yeah, but it wasn't like it was this huge discrepancy. The foul calls were in favor of the Warriors yesterday. And Steph and Jimmy combined made 20 of them.
Yeah, but
20.
But okay,
incredible game for them. And I don't like that attitude after a win like that. Still complaining about the refs. I don't like complaining about the refs in a loss. I definitely don't want to talk about the refs in a win when he won 134-125.
He went slipping through multiple, just crazy physicality at the top of the key. Great example. Okay, great example. The ball that went off of his leg or whatever, out of bounds, and they were the Grizzlies were like, we should review that. And Steph's like, yeah, review that because you hacked me 6 times, and they would have called it a foul because you can call fouls during the reviews. Like the play over near the sideline where he's double teamed, okay, and they ended up calling a timeout on the sideline. He was getting mugged. So, yeah, there can be a discrepancy in the box score.
But we can't call it a playoff atmosphere and then complain about the lack of foul calls because that's literally what a playoff atmosphere is. It's like it's going to be more physical.
Watching that game,
let's we can't have it both ways.
No, we can't.
That was a playoff.
If one team is more foul, if one team is fouling more, and you're watching the game and they're fouling more, yes, it's okay that there's a discrepancy.
The Grizzlies did foul more. There was 23 to the Warriors 22.
They did foul more. It could have been worse.
And then they attempted 6 more free throw attempts than them, and that was the difference.
Jalen Wells was hacking the crud out of Curry. It's okay.
And he had 4 foul called against him. Jaren Jackson Jr. fouled out. Like, I don't know what people want in this. Like, one of their best players fouled out in the game with a couple minutes to go. Like,
it's called when you see the physicality and
they're not calling out every single play. They're just not going to do that. It's like offensive holding or defensive holding. You call it every single play. That's not going to happen. You had a great win. Steph had 52 points.
We just won't see that.
No. Just celebrate the greatness. Don't have to complain about everything. I'm tired of the complaining. I really am. 52 points. He was 8 of 8 for the free throw line. He got to the line. Oh, he should have had 70 points. He should have gotten to the line 20 points. Yeah, and then the game would have been halted, and we would have been complaining about the officiating even more. That it was just a slow.
No, all we're saying is that when he's
celebrate the greatness,
hacked at the top of the key and he's knifing through people, just call the original.
I don't want to hear it tomorrow when they go against the Lakers either. I do not want to hear that. I want to hear from Nick in San Jose. Brought to you by Golden State, the Bay Area for 3 generations.
The Lakers of all teams saying don't talk about the refs is the richest sentence I've ever heard.
By the way, I think like net free throw wise, I think the Warriors are leading the NBA since the acquisition of Jimmy Butler. Like they're number 1 in free throw attempts. So miss me with that.
Yeah, Nick in San Jose. Timeout. But if it's a foul, call it. That's all we're saying. No one is saying give us fouls that aren't there.
There's fouls every play. I'm just going to tell you that right now.
Nick, but some calls get more than others.
Exactly. Nick San Jose.
Exactly.
He's fired up. What's up, Nicky? What you got? You've been hanging on very tight. Thank you for your patience. I appreciate you. What's up, man?
No, Spadone and Shasky, I love hearing the banter back and forth. Look, it's time to give Curry his flowers. He is the best point guard in the history of the game. I love Oscar. Magic is my favorite growing up, being 50 years old and watching those 80s Celtics Lakers. He's the best, and I'll tell you why. He could have got the 14 and broken Clay's record, but he did it within the flow of the game, and he'd rather win every day of the week and twice on Sunday than take a record. So go for Curry. And let me tell you this, Shasky, here's the good news. There's coaches like you and I. My son was watching the game last night, and he said, why is Josh shooting like that, with his hands? Ja will never be a Curry. Because, look, I'm not going to go too deep into this. Look at Jaw's father yesterday. You think Dell would ever do that stuff? No. Okay, so you see that. Jaw will never be the face of the league, even though he's so dynamic. He's immature. Now, with that said, I got to give Moody some credit. He played great defense. He knew what dead team, collar gum, he was guarding those guys. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
That three in the corner helped seal the game. Now, I'm a Santa Clara alum. I hate to say this. Pods, have some self-awareness. Stop shooting open shots. They want you to shoot the ball. Stop it. Stop it. And I'll tell you right now, I know why Heald's been all over the world now. He's not a winning player. So here's my point. I don't want to damper because yesterday was so exciting.
It was such a great one.
But I do not see us going all the way without a serious third score.
Yeah.
Bain and Aldama were phenomenal yesterday. So we need a third score to go deep. But with that said, that was such a great one. Here, I want to leave you with one question. Please answer this. Draymond Green, what happened? What about muscle memory for a great athlete? The guy is great. He gave up 6 inches on JJ. He's a defensive player of the year. But how can you, Shafsky? How can you not make some shots, dude? Doesn't he practice this? Please answer that for me. I don't understand. With that said, good job, Doug. We're right now into the second round of the playoffs right now, but if we don't get a third score, we're not winning the title against the Leprechauns. We're not. Okay, answer the question about Draymond, please. I don't understand it.
I know.
Thank you, Nick.
It drives
That's
me
Nicky in San Jose.
That might be call of the year.
13 points for Draymond. He was 1 of 7 from beyond the arc, 4-12
End
overall.
of the game, Zach Edey was literally standing on the block and was like, yeah, I'll give you that corner three.
Yeah.
And they did it all game. And so early in the
they're
game.
going to do that in the playoffs. Like that, talking about playoff, like they will do that in the playoffs.
They've been doing that for months. But yes, of course, it's going to be even more, dramatic.
Same with Pods, who chucked, but they're going to leave him open.
And Jimmy Butler.
Yes.
So that's why these combinations
he made one,
of guys that you have. No, but he's 100% correct. He's not great from the corners. He's not great from the wings. His best 3-point shot, I don't know where the shot charts, what they look like. I'm just going off my eyeballs. His best looking shot to me is a straight on three, I think. Or the corner, not corner, but elbow extended three, the wing three. Yeah, he's going to have to hit some shots. And if you're going to be that wide open, even if you come dribbling in and try to kick it back out, like you're playing into the hands of the defense.
I'll say this for Draymond. There was I know he went 1 of 7 overall. It could have been worse. There was a lot of wide open shots that he passed up because he knew his shot wasn't hitting. So I will give him credit there. But I hear you, Nick. It is frustrating to watch that game because you want to celebrate, and we are celebrating 52 points from Stephen Curry. But it took a Herculean effort from Steph to win that game. You can't count on that. He's 37 years old, which again is incredible. But that's not baked into you can't have the type of performances outside of Steph and Jimmy, who had 27 points. You can't have that against the Lakers or the Nuggets and expect to win that game.
No, but I'm hoping this is a one-off, and we'll see the other guys play a little better next week. I thought Quinn Post was really good in the first half and not as good in the second half.
No, he was getting attacked defensively, and there was a big boy. He got bodied a couple times from the big boys.
He got a couple extra possessions, He did, but he didn't hit anything.
No. But Hield had one big shot there with a couple minutes to go. Fourth quarter too.
Yeah.
8 points overall for him, but just 2 of 7. You're going to need someone else to step up there. And I guess that's where I lead to this tease, by the way, 7:30. Do you believe in this team after every single game? Do you believe it's the oldest question in sports talk radio? Do you believe that this team could go on a deep run? 888-957-9570. That's going to be at 7:30. Do you believe in this Warriors team? And how can you not believe, at least in Stephen Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green? If you have belief in those guys, that's good enough to win you a series. Now, can it win you 2? Can it win you 3? Can it win you 4?
One at a time.
One at a time.
One at a time.
But after a game like yesterday, I do want to hear from the people, because if you don't believe in Stephen Curry, then what do you believe, damn it?
Well, he brought 2 things up there that I do want to dive into. We're very lucky. I don't even think we know we're lucky, but you never really know until that guy goes. This always happens. Someone passes away and you start realizing how much of an impact that they had on people or on you or whatever.
Val Kilmer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Steph Curry is one of the greatest role models and franchise players you could ever have. When you are a corporation and your team is worth billions of dollars, who you have as the face of your organization, it does matter. You're the highest paid employee. You're the most forward-facing employee. These things do matter. And you could roll your eyes and you could say, Joe, the kids, that's what parents are for. Look, there's a lot of kids that don't have good parents out there, or any parents out there. I've coached lots of them. For a period in my time, my dad wasn't at home, for his own reasons. And so there's kids watching these games. And they do look up to these athletes and they do mimic these athletes. And you could roll your eyes at me. And you're right. Like, good parents are going to step in. And this is where you have a conversation with your kid. And you say, no, you don't do that. And here's why you don't do that. Like, and it does open the door for great conversation amongst a guardian and uncle and aunt, whoever it is, in your life. But not everyone has that. Right. And so these kids, they see this stuff from Ja Morant, what he did late in that game, and they're going to go out onto the schoolyard today. And I guarantee you someone somewhere is going to pull that move out on somebody. And it's a bad look. Like, at minimum, it's a bad look. OK, at minimum. And it's perpetuating the entire negativity of gun culture in this entire country. It's just, there's just no way of looking at it. And I don't want to get into the whole, like, because I understand there's a Second Amendment, there's a right to bear arms.
Real quick,
I acknowledge all that.
We're jumping the shark just a little bit. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now we are broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And as you know, Joe, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. What are you talking about? What took place yesterday?
Buddy Hield,
Take us behind the curtain, because I don't think everyone
20
saw what you're
seconds to
talking
go
about.
in the game. From my vantage point watching on TV, it looked like Buddy Hield did something that looked like the Ja gun celebration.
And
some people are saying it was ice in the veins. I don't know.
And that is another thing where you do a three, and then you put it like D'Angelo Russell does.
Yes.
You hit a three, or you do that, and you put the three on your arm and your vein, if you will. Like you're taking some medicine or whatever.
You've got ice in your veins.
You got ice in your veins.
Yeah, there's a lot of different things.
But when you're pointing it, as I'm doing right now,
which the NFL's banned.
They have banned, because we've seen people even toss grenades or do other things.
Whatever.
Like, there's a lot baked into it, but that's why we're talking about it. And obviously, there's been a history with Ja Morant when it comes to guns, when it comes to that stuff. He's gotten suspended indefinitely. So there's a lot baked into it for the casuals or people that don't know the backstory around that. So continue.
So as they're walking off the floor, Ja does it to the Warrior bench, and then the Warriors are like, whoa, what the heck? Like, they say to the referees. And look, the act might be innocent. He might not have intentions of things like that. But what I'm telling you is there's a fallout. And you heard Chris in San Jose. He's like, hey, look, I'm watching the game with my kid. You know what I mean? And look, I know Chris is a good dude. And I know he's probably a great dad. And so that's a conversation he's going to have with his kid. Like, no, you shouldn't do this.
Nick in San Jose.
And here's why. Excuse me, Nick in San Jose. I apologize. And I'm just saying, not everyone has that in their life. And so they're watching these things. I watched third grade basketball games. Joe, I kid you not. I've seen this, the LeBron. I'm doing the like LeBron step through thing. I've seen the you're too small, and it's jokingly and it's cute and it's funny and I get a kick out of it. But if you don't think that these things are a little bigger than that when we're talking about, guns, like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, I expect you to just be more responsible. That's all. Like, you do have a responsibility. All right. And look, do the parents also have a responsibility to have a conversation with their young individual child or whatever? Absolutely. It's just a bad look, man. It just is. It's like, dude, come on, man. And you know what? We're now spent 11 minutes or whatever it is total on the show talking about it, when we should be talking about how freaking great of a basketball game that was.
And that's what I'm going to do right now and pivot, because that's Memphis Grizzlies' problem, as far as I'm concerned. The Ja Morant thing, Team Morant, whatever, that's their problem. My problem is right now, if I'm Warriors fans, I'm getting greedy. Can we get the 4th seed? Potentially beat the Lakers tomorrow. It's a possibility you might be able to do that. Now, it's basically a 3-game lead for them because they have the tiebreaker over you. So it's going to be a little tough, but you win tomorrow, things can happen. Things are percolating in the Western Conference. So just a huge win yesterday. Like, that was the one you needed to have. We were doing the exercise on Monday, like going through these next 4 games. You got the Memphis Grizzlies, got the Los Angeles Lakers, the Denver Nuggets, and the Houston Rockets, all ahead of you in the standings at the time. Like, which game is the most important? Well, clearly it was the Memphis one because of the tiebreaker scenario, and they're the team right ahead of you. So now you're the 5th seed, and potentially you're looking at right now, if the season didn't end today, you're probably looking at either a Warriors-Lakers or a Warriors-Nuggets first round series.
We'll get there.
No, real quick. And you're going to be seeing those two teams the next 2 games, respectively. So it's going to be very interesting to see how things shake out. Just keep winning, keep building momentum. And what I saw yesterday, Steph's going to get all the love, and rightfully so, and the guy passed Jerry West for the 25th scoring of all time. He was gunning, actually, talking about gunning, no pun intended. He was gunning for Klay Thompson's 14 threes. He was gunning for that record. He had 12 of them. He finished with 12, but in that fourth quarter, he was chucking, and he talked about it after the game.
The first 2 shots I took in the fourth quarter were a reflection of that. Yeah, I thought about it. And first touch, shot it in transition, and went ISO, left wing, missed both of those, and then I kind of came to reality on let's get good possessions if I do it or whatever. But that was the ultimate E-checks, even though I just got back in the game.
So Steph registered his 15th career 50-point game, passing Rick Barry for second most 50-point games in franchise history, behind only Wilt Chamberlain, who's only done it 90 more times than Steph. He had 105 50-point games. It just makes me laugh every single time. And Curry is now tied with your boy, Damian Lillard, for the 6th most 50-point games in NBA history. So Steph obviously going for the 14 three-pointers that Klay Thompson obviously set the record against the Chicago Bulls once upon a time. That's kind of the last one for him to check. He really wants to get that one, but it's kind of cool that his Splash brother still has it in Klay Thompson.
So like yesterday we spent, we had like an hour on each of these topics. Jimmy or Steph, who needs to have a bigger game? Do you need playoff Jimmy or do you need a 40-burger from Steph?
Did that feel like playoff Jimmy yesterday to you?
At the end of the game, I thought that was the template which we've been talking about, where Steph carried you throughout huge stretches of the game. And then when push came to shove, Jimmy had the assist, multiple free throws. He fouled out JJJ. He did things as a floor general that you're looking for. He also had some very timely steals in the second half, doubling and just jumping to the passes. I thought Steph had a great steal or two. Look, is there a worry about that third scorer and some of the role players hitting shots? There's no doubt about it. It was terrifying. I was begging somebody else to step up and take a shot and make a shot for them. And then Pods came through with not only the layup, but also the tip in. That was good. But Joe, we also spent a big chunk of time asking the question, would you be comfortable with Ja Morant as the face of your franchise? And literally everything we talked about yesterday played out in that game last night. Steph had over 40. Jimmy gave you glimpses of what a playoff Jimmy performance would look like. They both helped you clinch that game and win yesterday. Ja was spectacular in matching their greatness, and then he did something dumb at the end. It was like everything we've talked about as a show yesterday all happened in one. It was incredible. It was an incredible game.
And when you're comparing, listen, I'll say this for Ja Morant. If you're comparing anyone to Stephen Curry when it comes to your face of the franchise, he might be the greatest face of a franchise in the history of the league. So it's a losing battle no matter who it is.
Maybe in all of sports.
Maybe in all of sports.
I mean, he's that good.
He's literally I'm not putting Tom Brady there. I'm not putting Michael Jordan there. I'm putting Steph Curry as probably the best face for your franchise when it comes top to bottom, when it comes to being the family guy, when it comes to all of it. Just the right things to say, the smile. He had the fresh cut yesterday. That probably aided in some of that too. He looked good, feel good, play good. Shout out Deion Sanders.
But I don't think it's just Steph. Like when I look at LeBron, I got to give LeBron some credit too, because but
he rubs people the wrong way. Like Steph,
look, he's guilty of things off the floor in terms of manipulating the media, but you don't see him do these shenanigans.
No, he's
been very responsible.
He has been. He's kind of like letting it loose now the last couple weeks.
I'm saying, like Joe, he doesn't have those kinds of moments.
No, he doesn't have like serious stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
We're nitpicking here when it comes to these, and we do this as a media, and we're guilty of it. We nitpick. And the reason why you say this about Ja is because you like the player, and you think he can be really good, and you root for him,
Joe,
and
he's got an aura.
He's got an aura. Thank you.
He does. Does he not know? Like when we talk about Shohei Ohtani is clearly got something there, right?
Yes.
Like people gravitate.
He's a physical specimen too. He's a big guy. He hits the bombs.
I watch that game and I'm like, wow. There's like a halo around Steph Curry as he's playing.
Talk to him. He's aura. This is aura right here.
Of course, Ja's not Steph. But how could you come away from that game watching just the back and forth and go, yeah, Ja sucks? No, he is unreal.
It's incredible.
He was matching them shot for shot and getting, he had a little pushy, I call it the little midi pushy floater. I mean, he finished with the left, he finished with the right. He's hitting threes. He was outstanding. And then he does some dumb stuff.
Talking about Stephen Curry and the energy last night. Let's go to Dan in San Leandro. Wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. We got
great game.
Do you believe coming up in 22 minutes? Do you believe in this Golden State Warriors team? How can you not believe after the performance last night? That's what I'd ask. 888-957-9570. What's up, Danny? What you got, man?
Hey, great show. I was thinking, Steph's reminding me of when he was at Davidson. this looks like, and it's March, and I'm thinking to myself, wow, I remember when Steph was in college, and I was thinking to myself, I wonder what team is going to draft him. And of course, we were, just fortunate enough for this guy to fall to us like an angel, basically. And, I was sad to hear about Val Kilmer passing away. I thought when you're talking about Top Gun, you have that scene when he was in the bar drinking that ice water with his sunglasses inside the bar at night. That's an iconic scene.
Next level.
I think
coolness.
when he's talking about Johnny. Yeah, when he's talking about Johnny Ringo in the movie, in the cowboy movie, he's like, "Look, darling, it's Johnny Ringo." That was one of his best ones too. But I also think, the reason I like that in Heat, you're so right with Heat, man. He stole the show from De Niro and Pacino. Those guys look like B actors compared to him. I mean, he, like you guys say, you talk about an aura. That guy has an aura. And it's just so crazy because I was over at Oliver Hudson's house. That's Kate Hudson's brother. And we were up hanging out at their house. That's and Kerr Russell is the dad. So they're in the movie together with Johnny Ringo. And you know what? Ja Morant thinks he's Johnny Ringo. That's what the problem is. He thinks he's Johnny Ringo. You guys have a good day now.
There you go. That's Dan and St. Leandro. I like that he brought that all together at the very end there. My favorite line in Tombstone, and we're reacting to the passing of Val Kilmer, one of the legendary actors of our time, some of the best roles we think of, and obviously Doc Holliday in Tombstone. He's like, nah, Johnny Ringo. Evidently, Johnny Ringo's an educated man. Now, I really hate him. I love that. I love that line. It's so good. I'm doing it. I'm not an actor.
No, it was good.
It's just one of the great scenes ever is when those two guys meet each other and they're doing the Latin back and forth to kind of flex on each other.
So good.
And it was great. It's all time. Rest in peace, Val Kilmer. He's doing the Ja Morant thing. That's not bad. That's not bad. Stephen Curry as Doc Holliday. Yeah, well, yesterday he was quick.
It's just, I find it remarkable how people have opportunities to just cash in for the rest of their life, and instead of just all you have to do is stay in the cruising lane.
Well, he did get paid. He did cash in.
No, Joe. He has an opportunity to make hundreds of millions of dollars off the floor. Now he's going to make a lot of money no matter what.
Got the Nike sponsorship.
He just can't get out of his own way.
And we're going to do that right now as we need to go to break, and it's going to be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Curry tipped the rebound to himself. And Curry now with his 10th board. Curry off a screen by Draymond. Lost his handle, gets it to Moody. Now to Podziemski. Back over to Draymond. To Curry. Left corner. Lets it fly. 3-ball. Left corner pocket. Warriors take the lead 121-120. Curry's got a 50-point game. Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. Just notice how he just says my name. I feel like if I ever made a three-pointer like Stephen Curry, like Tim Roy would love, I would just love the call. And he's a Hall of Famer, and he's ours. Tim Roy right here, 95.7 The Game. Warriors, 134-125, the final over the Memphis Grizzlies. They are the 5th seed in the Western Conference. Let me just, again, the Warriors are the 5th seed in the Western Conference. A couple months ago, we were talking about play-in game. Can they even make a play-in game? When Jimmy Butler and Stephen Curry are playing together as Golden State Warriors, they're 18-2. 18-2 when Steph and Jimmy play together as Golden State Warriors. 18-2. Like, I don't scoff at that. I get it. You could say, oh, they don't beat anyone. Well, they beat someone yesterday. They beat a desperate team on the back end of a back-to-back at their house, the Grindhouse, a place that is difficult to play. I know the Celtics kind of held their business like before. That's the Celtics. They're defending champs. That's what they do. But you knew the Grizzlies were going to come out firing, but it was the Warriors that came out firing yesterday. 45 points in the first quarter. We're talking about these slow starts. Well, they didn't have a slow start yesterday. They didn't have a slow start the game before against the San Antonio Spurs. I would like to have that, continue against the Lakers, the Nuggets, but 45 points, the most points scored at any point in the first quarter this year. Steph was on fire. So they punched them. The Grizzlies punched back, and it was a tight game down the stretch. And that gives you more confidence. Having that tight game down the stretch, seeing Steph hit that big three-pointer, seeing Moses Moody hit that big three-pointer, seeing Brandon Podziemski get that huge offensive putback, and seeing Jimmy Butler get to the line, foul out Jaren Jackson Jr., get to the line, 12 of 12 from him, perfection at the line for the Golden State Warriors yesterday, 28 of 28. Did that give you a sense of confidence heading down this final stretch, Dub Nation, that this team can win not just one round, but a couple of them? We have Do You Believe coming up in 10 minutes. Do you believe in this team? 888-957-9570. Wow, what a big win. And Stephen Curry, 52 points. I cannot talk about that enough. It was crazy.
It was an incredible game, and it kind of went down the way.
Nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it kind of went down the way that you were hoping everything would go down, where Steph Curry would lead you throughout the game, and then Jimmy Butler would come in and kind of close things, right? We know that as the game gets kind of tightened up, they hyper-focus on Steph. That can open the floor up for others, and it did for Jimmy. The only little... God, I hate to go next because I'm so excited.
Oh, my God.
When you go 4 of 8 with Moody, Butler, and Looney, and throw Steph to the side, like those guys were dynamic from 3. It's the others going 6 for 24. That's a little like, where you were searching for somebody to hit a shot. And the others by Podziemski being 0 for from the three-point land, Draymond Green being 1 of 7, Quentin Post 3 of 9 when you look up when it's all said and done, Buddy Hield 2 of 7. So I think there's a mixed bag here. Like the overarching, wow, what a win. My 2 top dogs, and I'm paying tremendous amounts of money, just carried us to a win. The other part of that is like, guys, we do need to hit some shots, right? Like that's kind of the underlying thing here. They played situational defense, but you could see like, oh, we miss GP2. Oh, we miss Jonathan Kaminga, But when Steph Curry is Steph Curry like that, you just can ill afford to lose that game and fumble it away. And they were down 4 points.
They were.
With 3.5 minutes to go, and they willed their way to some wins. Great half-court execution on both ends of the floor, offense and defense, moving without the ball, following up missed shots with a tip in and an offensive rebound. Moody hitting a big 3, so situationally being excellent. Jimmy getting to the free throw line. Savvy pump fake, getting JJJ to foul out of that game.
Aldama as well.
Yeah, and then hitting your free throws down the stretch. I think hitting the free throws, we talk about like no errors with the Giants, as the Giants keep winning.
Still haven't made one, by the way. Yeah, all they do is win no matter what.
Right now, when you go out of a game and you're hitting the majority of your free throws, if not all of your free throws, like that's how you win on the road. And that to me felt very playoff-like.
Speaking of that, playoff atmosphere, Steve Kerr, did you feel that?
It did. Felt like one, and obviously the implications were huge. Now they've got to beat us by 2 games here over the last 7 to catch us. So that's helpful for us. And we're obviously, fighting it out with Minnesota, with the Clippers. And you never know what happens with anybody. So you gotta handle your own business.
Got to handle your own business, and they did that in a big, big way. And again, I don't think you're being too negative. I think there's legitimate concerns because if we're talking about that being a playoff type of atmosphere, you can't bank on Steph doing that every single game. And that's kind of what you're going to have to expect. Like, listen, let's call it what it is. This team's going to have to rely on moments from Brandon Podziemski, Moses Moody, Quentin Post, Guy Santos. Kevon Looney hit a 3. He had 10 minutes yesterday. Buddy Hield. Like, that's going to happen, though. Guys are going to shrink. Role players and guys that have lack of experience in the playoffs, that's why home court is so important. They're going to be playing better at Chase Center, but you're going to start off this series. If you're the 5th seed, you're going to be on the road, and you're going to be going up and starting your series either at Crypto.com Arena, very tough place to play. I know you want to talk about the rest, but just the glitz and the glamour, you're going to be seeing all the celebrities, or in Denver, where you got the altitude, and they're defending champs, and they're going to be playing with swagger.
Well, they're just good.
And they're just good. Exactly. And they got size, and they got strength, and they got athleticism. So it's going to be very difficult. Having said that, these are huge games to win and have that experience for the Quentin Posts, for the Moses Moody's, for Brandon Podziemski's. You'd rather have this experience being built in a win rather than a loss, because then you would be feeling demoralized, like, man, I didn't help out my team as much as I could. Like, yeah, they could like build confidence, but ultimately confidence is through wins. And getting a win like that and winning 3 in a row after starting this road trip 0-2, heading into Los Angeles, like that's massive. Massive.
I think, 52 points, everybody's going to be, headlining that with Steph Curry. And rightfully, the guy's all-time legend. I'm not even trying to duh, we've seen this before.
12 threes.
He's unreal.
But it's just, you say that, it's like, yeah, that's what he does. You don't want to take it for granted, but people do.
No, they do. But also, he had a guy in Jalen Wells guarding him. And what they did was they took Jimmy Butler, took their best defender off the floor in the first 3 minutes of the game. And I think that opens up the defense, meaning to be attacked by Steph Curry. Like having JJJ off the floor. Look at the first quarter with him on the bench, and then the second he checked back in the second quarter. Now go late in the game, all right? They're bombing threes. Nothing's falling. It was a tale of two halves in terms of shot making. Nothing's falling. And then you half-court execute and get into the lane over and over. Jimmy pass to Pods. Jimmy foul. JJJ's out the game. Like, those things to me are vital. The Jimmy kick to Dre. Dre underneath the hoop. We're in the paint, 2 feet in the paint. Kick it out to Moses Moody to the 3-point line. If they want to win, the script is what it did in the last 4 minutes of that game, which is get the ball 2 feet into the paint and either go up with it, get fouled, finish around the rim tough like Pods did on the tip-in, or kick it out to a wide-open 3-point shooter. They got great looks in the second half because they were attacking the rim. And to me, the Jimmy Butler effect won't be in the box score. But when you watch the game, I thought he was brilliant.
Did yesterday's game, going up against a team with incredible size, Jaren Jackson Jr., big guy, Zach Edey, huge, over 7 feet tall, and the points in the paint, there was a 6-point difference. Grizzlies beat you by 42 to the Warriors 36, but second chance points, 19 for the Warriors, 13 for the Grizzlies.
Great hustle.
Like, did yesterday give you any ease at all, like come playoff time, like the size problem? Like, I get it. They're not the Nuggets. And Nikola Jokic is a better overall player. He might win another MVP this year. Who knows? But he's better than Jaren Jackson Jr. He's better than Zach Edey. Like,
I'm just not thinking about down the line.
No, I know you're not. I'm talking about the size problem in general. Like, is that still...
No, JJJ and Edey, I thought were a big issue for them.
But you look at the end of the game, like, the offensive rebounds were 15-8 in favor of the Warriors. You look at the total rebounds, 49 in total to the Grizzlies 43. It wasn't like... You look at the end of it, and I get it, it's a box score, so maybe it doesn't tell the whole story. Wasn't like the size was killing you the entire time. He did have a 17-point lead at one time, now thanks to Stephen Curry, but I felt like that was a game where I could build confidence, like, you know what, maybe this whole size problem isn't that big of an issue going forward. Now, it's a one-game sample size, but for me, I felt confidence heading out of that game that, you know what, Draymond did his thing. Jimmy Butler did his thing against bigger players. Stephen Curry didn't let that hamper him. Now with Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski, Quentin Post, like, yeah, I'm going to need a little bit more from there. But ultimately, I didn't think the size was a huge deal at the end of it. Now, maybe because that's how they won and we're not thinking about it as much had they lost. But you just look at the stats, didn't kill him. Didn't kill him at all. Oreo Cookie, awesome. We'll get to you in a second. 888-957-9570. Real quick, Joe. 3 minutes. We got Do You Believe? Start lining them up. Do you believe in this Warriors team? After that win last night, 52 points from Steph, 27 points from Jimmy. Are you a believer in this team making a deep run in the playoffs? Or do you have some trepidation from some of the younger guys not having their best performances on the road in a playoff-type atmosphere? 888-957-9570.
It was just a wild atmosphere yesterday. That crowd was into it. I felt like the teams were into it. They were chippy as all hell. I want to see the Grizzlies in the playoffs. That's a fun, like, if you gave me 5, 6, 7 games of exactly what we saw last night, how are you not on the edge of your seat?
I think a lot of the teams in the West, they want to see the Rockets, and I don't think they fear the Grizzlies. Like, it's going to be fun, but like those are the teams I look at right now. If I'm the Warriors, Nuggets, Lakers, Thunder, any of those, like that, they don't have that finisher per se. Like, I know Ja can do it. Like if I have Gary Payton or Jonathan Kaminga, I think that game looks a lot different. And I think maybe we do not blow them out.
Well, they might not have those guys. You never know.
You never know.
You never know. Like Zach Edey came away with 16 rebounds yesterday. I was impressed with him. Now you can isolate him on defense and he's going to sag off of certain guys. You have to punish them. Like you have to punish them if they're going to sag off the way they did. If you just look at this minute allocations, like Jackson was 5-6 minutes under what he would normally play in that type of a game. He might even go 40 minutes in that game, considering how important that is to them. But when you're in foul trouble, right, and this is where Jimmy Butler and the foul trouble stuff, like I think that's the template. You can't bank on that, though. You might not get the whistle. So I thought that they did a really good job exploiting when he was off the floor. And when they made their big runs and they were really proficient, it was when he was off the floor. And that was vital to me.
Steve Kerr, after the game, talking about, you know what else was vital? Steph might have having that week off and maybe get a little golf in.
I think it helped, and I think 2 rounds of golf on this road trip helped. Yeah, I'm only half joking. The week off was helpful for him. I think he looks recharged, rejuvenated. I think last time he was here, he didn't make a field goal. I guarantee that was on his mind. We lost by 50 or something. We know how they like to guard him. They've done a great job on him. They've done a great job on us. The first 3 games of the year, we averaged, I think, 19 turnovers against them. Tonight, only 11. And I feel like there was a really concerted effort to execute and get organized and stay poised. And for the most part, I loved the way we played throughout. We had a couple of bad spells, but it was really a solid effort. It's an amazing game. I mean, both teams played at a really high level. They made 18 threes. Ja was unstoppable. So great game, and we were fortunate to come out on top, but we made big plays down the stretch to make it happen.
888-957-9570. Do you believe coming up shortly, Joe Shasky? Do you have your reaction?
They had pods on Ja, which I couldn't believe they went with that, but it wasn't bad. They had Steph on Ja for a second. Butler got switched out.
5 steals for Stephen Curry, by the way. 5 steals for him.
He jumped so many passing lanes. He had one big one where he pushed it ahead. It was absolutely beautiful. Ja had a great pass in transition.
I think Jimmy's had a lot of, I'll give credit for that. Like, Steph ultimately gets the credit because he's doing it, but playing with Jimmy, the interception, the IQ, man, I think it's rubbing really off on Stephen Curry.
Absolutely.
It is on the defensive end.
Well, they're doing a better job of staying in front of their man, and when you can do that, you're not helping, and so you can jump passing lanes, and you can play, a little more free safety and not worry about stopping ball handlers and stopping the ball. But, they got great looks in the half court offensively. They just didn't hit any shots down the stretch. I'm talking about the fourth quarter. It was like a lid on the basket. QP, God, he had 3 or 4 that he's got to hit. And I love the young man. They're going to have to ride it out. He's got to hit some of them. And I think the offense was getting good looks. Draymond got wide open looks. They're going to have to hit those. I love that they were down 4 and they found a way to win the game by not just chucking threes, attacking the rim.
Excuse me. 888-957-9570. 134-125 the final over the Memphis Grizzlies. Steph, 52 points. Jimmy Butler, 27, and Draymond Green with the triple-double. So the big 3 did their job, and you get a huge one. You're the 5th seed in the West. You're taking on the Lakers. You're taking on the Nuggets nest, and then the Rockets, the three teams literally above you in the standings in that order, Lakers, Nuggets, Rockets. So you got a big win. Do you believe now? Do you, Carter? Oh, man, it is time to play the fastest growing game show here on the Morning Roast as I am believing in these seasonal allergies right now, Joe Shasky, because I am fighting through it. I know you are as well. It's time to play Do You Believe? And the number to call or text, remember, as always, same number to call or text, 888-957-9570. We're going to go out to our man, always good with a side of whole milk. It's Oreo Cookie in Oakland. Oreo, good morning. Are you a believer?
Hey, good morning. Welcome back, Spadoni. Yeah, we believe, baby. We got Steph Curry. And I told you guys yesterday, we're going to go 4-0.
Whoa.
And I believe in order to go 4-0, we got to be 1-0. Let's go, baby. Yay!
Real quick, my math on that is correct. To be 4-0, you do have to go 1-0. Shout out math and Gary Oldman, my tutor in my dreams. Joe Shasky, we got some YouTube chats here on the Do You Believe? And yes, we would love your participation in the YouTube chat, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union, of course, 888-957-9570. Cody Boatner believes as long as they play like this, but quit letting teams come back because they are also going to be better teams. And that was one of the better teams you will be facing. And the Lakers, the Nuggets, the Rockets are very good. And they got guys named LeBron. They got guys named Luka, Jokic, Murray. They're not going to let you off the hook. Those are champions, as are the Golden State Warriors. But when I got Stephen Curry, when I got Jimmy Butler, when I got Draymond Green, I like my chances. CJ Dillard on the chat. Title? No, I'm not a believer. Getting out of the first round? They better. I don't know what to make of that. So the confidence is, you better get out of the first round, but you're not a title contender. Second round sweet spot? That's not a deep run. A deep run for me is getting to the conference finals. Do you believe they can get there? 888-957-9570. Your belief level, Joe Shasky, after yesterday's win, did it advance at all? Did it skyrocket? Did it rise a couple percentage points? Where are you at on your belief level with this team? Now 3-2 on this road trip.
Well, I think the recipe is there down the stretch. They've played in so many clutch games. And the difference now versus before, we would have frenetic, oh my God, we got to find a way with triple teams of Steph Curry to get him to hoist a 38-footer as he's falling into the first row of the fans. And now it just feels like there's more balance on the floor. Wide open Moody shot. Wide open Jimmy Butler shot. Wide open Pod's layup on a beautiful pass. Jimmy going to the free throw line. Jimmy going to the free throw line. Steph getting a shot off. Like, you're seeing more balance on the floor and better looks. So to me, I'm actually more encouraged after the win we had yesterday that they can actually do this. And look, they're going to be in back and forth games. There's going to be some weaknesses that get exploited, and they've got some strengths, and they need to continue to try to lean into their strengths, which is you're going to have to shoot the rock. Period.
Speaking of lean and rock, lean with it, rock with it.
Let's
Am I
go.
right? There you go. El Guapo on the YouTube chat. We're playing Do You Believe? 888-957-9570. We're not going we believe, but do we believe? I guess I'll say. As long as the defense holds and turnovers are low, the Dubs can win. That's from El Guapo on the YouTube chat. So defense playing well, turnovers low, the Dubs can win. 11 turnovers yesterday for Golden State as opposed to the Grizzlies, 16. Self-inflicted wounds will kill you. Part of the reason why the Warriors won yesterday is because they took advantage of a lot of sloppy turnovers from the Memphis Grizzlies yesterday. From John Morant, from Scottie Pippen, from Jaren Jackson. A lot of sloppiness I saw from that end, and you got to make them pay when I got guys with high IQs like Jimmy, like Draymond, and Stephen Curry. Being opportunistic on defense goes a long way. Let's go to Jason in Pleasanton. Wants to join the conversation. What's up, Jason?
Big win.
Do you believe in this team after that win yesterday?
Good morning, fellas. And let me just say, of course, I do. I was at a restaurant on my birthday watching that game, seeing the hustle. Of course, I believe. You got Brandon Pajemski, Moses Moody, G. Santos. Those guys are hustlers. And of course, I believe. Let's go for a deep run in the playoffs, guys. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'm a hustler, baby. There you go. By the way, happy birthday to Jason. Happy birthday to my mom. I wasn't there. I was off yesterday. Shout out Sam Lubman for holding it down. Mary Ann Spadoni. It was her birthday yesterday. I don't give out the age of the ladies, my mom, but
very nice.
Happy birthday,
21
Mom.
again.
Yeah, there you go. And April Fool's Day, she used to get gifts. She was from a big family as well, and she would used to get gifts with nothing inside them, and they would say April Fools, happy birthday.
Well, that's not cool.
They would eventually give them the actual gift, but yeah, that's what they would do. But kids, hey, we're mean to our siblings, Joe. You have a brother, you have a sister. We're mean to each other, but it comes from a place of love, right? Come on.
The amount of aggregators that were trying to do the April Fool's jokes yesterday.
Tiger Woods, did you wake up with that one?
Yeah, I'm going to play.
Yeah, I'm going to play. He's like, wow, actually, in a couple weeks, my Achilles is fine. We're going to play. Come on, Tiger, you can't do that to us.
Did you see the no audio? Hey, Kevin Durant says he wants to sign for the minimum.
I thought that one was very clever.
Oh my!
Well, it got me because I didn't even watch the clip. I just kept forwarding it to people.
But another one you sent in the chat where it was Anthony Slater said that Jonathan Kaminga wants the max extension.
Honestly,
and he's not playing it for anything less. I was like, Slater did not say that. By the way, Anthony Slater pushed it tomorrow. He's usually a Wednesday guest. Anthony Slater tomorrow, who covers the team for the NFL.
I knew I had Shasky on that when I threw it on our chat thread, and then literally like 3 seconds after he hearts it, I'm like, oh, he didn't even watch it.
We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk righteously born in San Francisco. He believed it.
It's a fun dream.
No, I'm going to tell you this right now. Like, no matter what happens this year, I will never quit the Kevin Durant love. All right? It's always going to be there.
He deserves
the love. Okay. And if you're going to fall in love with someone, it better be an all-time scorer.
It's like Brokeback Mountain. I wish I could learn to quit you.
Yeah,
I can't quit. You can't quit Kevin Durant.
I don't
there you go.
love that analogy. I like kind of more like half-baked at the end where he's throwing the joint into the water and she's like, you'll be back.
All right. Brokeback Mountain, a great Academy Award-winning movie. It's a great movie. About love. Ang Lee. Mr. Irrelevance MC, he is on the YouTube chat. The Warriors are not getting a chip without a true 5 at center. I told y'all it's going to happen like the past couple years, early exit. So he's not a believer. He's not. Shout out the Monkeys. He's not a believer or a believer. Shout out Justin Bieber. Well, 831 Loco says, though, we getting the chip. So there's that.
Why would you be encouraged after last night's game? Well, you won a big-time game against an elite perimeter player without your 2 best perimeter defenders available in John, or 2 of the 3 best perimeter defenders.
Not looking like that with GP2 and Jonathan Kaminga.
Maybe he does. He's that good. But you make him work harder, right? Yes. You make him work harder.
The efficiency might not be
there. You go, right? You had a big lead early in the game, and it completely evaporated. And you had to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. That's encouraging. How many times did they have a big lead? They lost the lead, and you could feel the avalanche ready to come down on them, and there's no way they could come back and win. How many times did they lose a game earlier this year before Jimmy where Steph's going off and no one else can hit anything?
So many of them, I can't give you an exact name to go Joe Horn.
That's why I'm encouraged.
And that was, do you believe after every single Warriors game?
How many times have they fouled out a big man who is crushing them?
Yeah, that again, this is a different team. When Jimmy and Steph play together in Golden State, they are 18-2. They don't lose when these guys are suiting up in Golden State Warriors uniforms together on the court. 18-2 now. And it was an incredible effort from Steph Curry. They needed every single one of those 52 points yesterday. Jimmy Butler was showing what Jimmy Butler can do in the playoffs, getting to the line, getting the opposing team in foul trouble, big men in foul trouble, because that's what it's going to take. Getting those Santi Aldamas, the Zach Edey's, who's a young player, Jaren Jackson Jr., who does some dumb fouls at times. Speaking of Jaren Jackson Jr. real quick, Draymond Green, his disappointment for some of the young big men in the NBA is it's growing. Obviously, Karl Anthony Towns, and now Jaren Jackson. I guess Draymond Green, he's going full parent mode. He's not mad. He's just disappointed.
It's huge for Jimmy to do that. I'm disappointed in Jaren. Because I got a lot of love for him. That's my Spartan dog. He's too good to still be getting in foul trouble. A couple of them fouls he picked up, he can stay away from those.
It's a Spartan dog, Michigan State, Sparty up. He's disappointed. He's not mad. He's just disappointed.
Okay. It's just anyone who's played basketball on any level, clearly realizes that, if you're a defensive first guy and you're going to be physical, you're going to probably be hovering in foul trouble a lot.
Correct.
That's, I don't know. I think that's a throwaway line from Draymond. I think it's kind of ridiculous.
Here's more from Draymond.
Oh, here we go. More.
because
did he say that maybe he needs to hit a shot from the outside? When no one's guarding him?
He was not asked about that, by the way. Draymond did hit the first three-pointer of the game, first points of the game, 1 of 7, though. He finished 4-12 overall, 13 points for him. But it was a triple-double, 12 assists for him, so I will give him credit there. A ball distribution was on point for him. But he was happy with every Jaren foul during the game.
Oh, yeah, of course. I'm happy as hell. Every foul he picked up, I was happy during the game. But like I said, there's a part of me thinking, like, you can't do that. Like, when he picked up the 5th one, I literally walked to Bane on the bench and said, Bane, that's crazy. Like, that's ridiculous. And so, yeah, Jaren can't do that, man. Jaren's too good of a player to still be doing that. So, like I said, I was happy as the fouls were happening during the game. But now that it's over, he can't continue to do that. He's too good of a player to be taking himself out of games like that.
He's only 25, by the way, which is insane. Jaren Jackson's only 25. I thought he was like in his late 20s. No, he's still in his prime, and very much so, because he was so young when he played the Grizzlies. Checked out the Warriors in the second round a couple years ago in that championship run in 2022. And I just forget how young he is. It's crazy.
The Book of Barnett used to have a line, leapers like to leap. How many times did Jaren Jackson Jr. leave his feet to guard someone significantly smaller than him to try to get the shot block? And it put him in a precarious position to get a foul. The first foul of the game and the last foul of the game. Just off the top of my head, and I'm sure there's a couple in between.
And then the first couple fouls of the game was in the first couple minutes where it's just like it was dumb, and he was angry at himself, and that's the only person you can be angry at is yourself in those scenarios. And Draymond Green also disappointed. So I
want Jaren Jackson Jr. on the Warriors. I think he's an excellent player.
He's an excellent
player.
You want everyone. We want Kevin Durant. We want Jaren Jackson. We want Joel Embiid.
Well, KD.
We want Giannis. Yeah,
April Fools me into believing that he's going to come for the league minimum.
You don't need anyone. You got Jimmy Butler. He had 27 points yesterday. 12 of 12 from the free throw line. Yeah, well, you can, because there's a thing called like the salary cap and the apron. So there's a limit on what you can spend.
Never have enough.
Well, okay, well, you have enough right now. This is what you're going to be playing with. It isn't enough. Obviously, you want Gary Payton back. He's going to be reevaluated tomorrow. Left thumb tear, a slight tear there. So hopefully he can come back. And Jonathan Kaminga dealing with the pelvic contusion. By the way, we were talking about that on Monday. I didn't have a chance to react yesterday. I knew that wasn't an ankle. We all knew that wasn't an ankle soreness. It's like he fell just like Steph. And then the day later, they called about. I just thought that whole thing was very odd to me.
Weren't you watching the game thinking that they could use him in GP2?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's all I kept thinking about. Like, that was a big win without those guys.
Big win.
Now, I'm a little concerned not having them after watching that defensive performance with Luka, LeBron, Reeves. All those guys are deadly with handles. I am concerned they're not having them defensively potentially. And then obviously Denver. Now we're just reacting to this game. We have plenty of time to react to and preview Lakers Warriors tomorrow. But yeah, coming to like takeaways from the game, that was a concern for me come playoff time. Like Moody was getting cooked a little bit. Paz was getting cooked a little bit. But I also think Ja's really good. He's very good.
No, he's awesome.
He's great.
I thought they did a good job letting Ja be the singular scorer.
Yes.
And then JJJ was more of a trail scorer. He hit some.
Did not have a good efficient night. 22 points for him, but 2 of 9.
Yeah.
And he's still
bombs away.
Hit 9 3-point attempts. I will take that. The guy's huge. Like, I will take him shooting 9 times.
I thought Desmond Bane, they did a good job on, and that's where I go to Jimmy. I thought Jimmy did a good job on him because he's a guy that can go for 25 to 35 on any given night.
He's a streaky guy.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I thought that they kind of made the game very difficult for him, even though, what did he get, 19, 18?
He had 19 points, but again, the efficiency, 6 of 15 overall.
Yeah, they did a good job on him.
They did a great job on him. Zach Edey, that's fine. Like, 10 points, 16 boards. I'll take that because the boards were in favor of the Warriors yesterday. The offensive rebounds, 15 to 8. So, like, I'm not saying the size isn't a problem. Size is still a problem, and size does matter, as we know. Shout out Blue Chew. Like, we get that. But it's not going to kill the Warriors every single time. They've won titles with everyone saying the size is a problem. Like, they went small yesterday, and the Grizzlies were big, and you had a 13-point lead in the first quarter. You did.
Because JJJ was in foul trouble and off the floor in 2.5 minutes.
But credit your players there.
No doubt.
No doubt. Was Zach Edey killing them early, like offensively? No, he wasn't.
No, but I thought he adjusted. I think he's a really smart player. You may not see it right now. Zach Edey's going to be a player for a long time in this league.
Yes.
He's solid.
I don't know if he's a starter like he was yesterday, but he is a big man that could be like, has like 10-year potential.
He knows his role
off the bench.
He rolls really well. He's got good hands. I think he understood his assignment defensively, which was sag off. And like he actually guarded Steph pretty well on the perimeter. And Steph just was like, I'm just going to step back and shoot over you.
That's what Steph does.
Yeah, but exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. God, Steph was incredible yesterday.
52 points. I can't say this enough. He's 37.
What do you have at half? 30?
Yeah, he had 30-something at the half. It was absolutely.
They interviewed Quentin Post, and like Quentin Post was like, "Why are you talking to me?"
They interviewed Quentin
Steph's
Post.
the one. It's like and then Fitz was like, "You're the rookie. You got to get interviewed." Like angrily. It was very weird.
Fitz was peak yesterday, by the way.
When Moses Moody hit the wide open three. You have to hit those wide open threes. If I hear top blocking Steph one more time, my head's gonna explode.
Careful.
Guys, we need some new ways of explaining it.
Please be very careful with that term. Steve Kerr.
They top blocked him there, and then he tornado moved him.
You can't be doing that.
Kalena, relax, dude. Just be yourself, dude.
The head coach echoed your sentiments and what we're talking about this morning. Just the greatness of Stephen Curry. We can't take enough of it, right, Steve?
I mean, the guy's 37 years old. It's incredible. 52 points with people draped all over him all game long. The conditioning, the skill, the audacity, the belief. It's just incredible to watch Steph at work. I mean, I can't believe he's still doing this at this age, but he's put the work in and he still got it.
Oh, you think? He's unbelievable. I haven't brought this up once. What about when Jimmy Butler went to the lane, stepped on, or I guess Zach stepped on him, Zach Edey stepped on him, and the ankle just turned and rolled.
Scary.
My heart stopped.
Well, he was grabbing it. He was on the floor. He looked like he was in tremendous pain. And then he gets up, and then it's just like, okay. I was like, he's a tough player. Like
he's jogged back, though. He didn't run.
But it just goes to show you any little knick-knack. Like, these guys are old. They're 35. Like, that's going to be baked into it, these series, when they come up, because this is a playoff team. Again, they're not out of the playing bracket. This is a playoff team, which feels great to say because they've just been flirting with play-in talk.
The 5 seed. If I told you
they're
the day
fifth in the West right now.
If I told you the day they made the Jimmy Butler trade, yeah, don't worry about the box. You're going to get all the way up to the 5 seed. You would say, God, you're an idiot.
And
you're such a homer.
And you're not out of the 4 seed technically yet either. If you beat the Lakers, it's a possibility, right?
Now, you could still fall, okay?
Yes. No,
you're one game back if you beat the Lakers.
Yeah, you're one. Well,
wow.
One game, but
I don't
2 games because if you're tied with them, the Lakers have. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, today's not the day, but like if Kaminga's not there, who the heck is guarding who?
Well, who's guarding LeBron on this?
Early in this game,
Jimmy probably, right?
I was doing this yesterday. I'm like, all right, who's Steph gonna guard? Who's Moody gonna guard? And I say, I think Moody's gonna guard Ja to start the game. And they went with Moody, and then they went with Pods. Then they went back to Moody. Then they went at times they threw Steph on him a couple times.
Steph held his own,
just to give him a look, I think, and just to try different things. But they definitely had Dre on JJJ, and they had what's his face, Moody on Ja, and then Pods was either guarding Edey or he was off guarding.
There was some times where he was guarding Edey.
And I was like, what are we doing? How about when he was trying to box him out and he just bear hugged him? But
that's a game, though.
The game within the game within the game. I love the matchups.
That's the game. And he mentioned the guy earlier who got the halftime interview, Quentin Post. For a guy his size, going up against a big team like that, I'm going to need him to be.
He was good the first half.
Yes.
But he missed a bunch of wide open shots in the second half.
I felt like he got exposed a little bit in the second half.
Yeah, yes. No, there's not a doubt. They went to Looney, and I thought Looney gave him good minutes.
Yes. No,
I thought Looney gave him some really good minutes.
Hey, that was a big 3. Like, we kind of scoff at it and laugh at it. It's like, oh, come on, Looney. No, though. That was a big momentum, shot clock ending, 3.1, what was it, 1.1 seconds out of a timeout. Here, Looney, shoot the 3, you're open. And he hit it. He's got a couple
putbacks.
He got a couple putbacks, 4 boards for him, 3 offensive boards. Like, he has this uncanny ability. I swear to God. Like, we're not going to talk about him as one of the great offensive rebounders of all time, but I swear he is whenever I watch him just hovering around the rim. His fundamental footwork and his timing, just knowing when to jump, is some of the best in the NBA. It's just not talked about enough as far as I'm concerned. He doesn't get the minutes as he used to. Just 10 minutes off the bench for him yesterday. But he was key for me. He had 4 boards. He had an assist. And again, that big 3-point shot. Before we hit the injury report, let's go to Larry. Is in San Francisco, wants to join in the conversation. What's up, Larry? Big one yesterday, man. You fired up?
Hey, listen. Good morning, guys. Hey, I'm going to say this again. Quentin Post is going to be the X factor for the Warriors running the longevity run in the playoffs. And another one is their defense. Everybody's overlooking the Warriors' defense, even though they play small. Let's face it, they know how to play defense when it counts. And Quentin Post, I can't say enough about this kid, man. This dude he reminds me of Lambeer. I'm sorry, that's what I got to say. The kid reminds me of a young Lambeer.
Yeah, but Lambeer was so nasty and could
talking about
pass.
Quentin Post?
Yeah, are we talking about the same player?
Yeah, we talking about the same player, man. This kid is awesome. I'm just telling you. How often do you see a big man like him can move and shoot the three like that and play and beginning to find his way in the defense?
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
I'm not mad. Hey, it's a comp. Like, I'll say that. And Bill Lambeer, one of the biggest goons in this. I heard what you just said to Carter. Bill Lambeer is one of the biggest goons in the history of the league. Quentin Post, we literally interviewed him, me, you, and Bonte, and he's like the nicest guy I can imagine. Bill Lambeer, let's just say what he is. He's kind of a brick off on the court. I don't see that at all when it comes to Quentin Post, right? So I'm not going to buy that, but I'm not going to hate on you for using the analogy.
Rick Mahorn and Bill Lambeer. If I were to just close my eyes and say, two guys on one team I would never want to fight, they're in the mix somewhere.
Yes, they would throw punches.
That was one of the funnier ones.
Xavier McDaniel.
Right, Xavier McDaniel. Yeah, exactly.
Look, Lambeer did have a nice little elbow jumper, but Quentin Post is shooting significantly farther away.
You could have just said nice little elbow. That's what it was to people's faces is what he did.
No, he did. No, look. You have to understand, the players of that era were it was different. They didn't play offense the way that we do now.
They were called bad boys for a reason. They were not saints.
He was more skilled than we remember him.
No, he was a four-time All-Star.
He was much more skilled than we remember.
Yes, but that is what we remember him for because, and again, if he's remembered like that, I'm sure he'll tell you it's fine. But he'll also tell you as a rebounding leader, I knew how to box out. I knew how to shoot.
He might even be an all 80s player, literally first or second team. Yeah. I would look that up. I bet he's in the mix.
He was also a hell of a coach in the WNBA. Won a title 3 times as a head coach. He is no dummy. IQ was there for them, and I'm just not buying Quentin Post.
He was also a better defender.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm getting at. I think of defense first and foremost. Right, I think of Bill Lambeer. I don't think that at all with Quentin Post. Now, he can get better. He's been playing for a couple months now, so let's all relax. I don't want to be too hard on him, but it does, last night, hyper-focuses the Moody's, the Pajemskis, the Post, and Santos. You're going to have to lean on these guys. Steph can't do it all by himself, and it was nice to see a triple-double from Draymond and Jimmy getting through there. That's not going to be baked into the equation every single game. And it's going to be heightened in a playoff series. Some of these guys are going to have to step up. Jay, Philmo, I see both of you. We'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. Did that win yesterday? That build more confidence for you that this team can go on a deep run? Or was it man, we needed that much from Steph? I don't know. I want to test this nervous energy that I was feeling the last couple of days. Are you still nervous about this team come playoff time? 888-957-9570. Huge win, though, in the standings. You are the 5th seed if you're the Golden State Warriors in a massive showdown to wrap up the road trip tomorrow in La La Land against the Lake Show. But first, injury report. Warriors are still going to be without Gary Payton II for a while. He has a torn ligament in his left thumb that was sidelined him indefinitely, and now he will be reevaluated next Thursday, at which point the Warriors hope to have a better idea when GP2 will return to the court. He has also been playing with a non-displaced nose fracture this month as well. Got to protect the schnoz, as I know all too well. Yes, the nose is real, and it is spectacular. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're guest-free, or should I say guest-free? No, you guys are the guests. Jay, Philmo, we'll get to you. As all guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, isn't time for you to discover the islands. River Islands in Lathrop, it's Spadoni, it's Shasky. We're halfway home on a hump day here in the Bay on 95.7 The Game.
Well, happy hump day.
Oh, Wednesday's overrated, though.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Thursday is the best day of the week.
Well, we can all agree Tuesdays are the worst. Mine yesterday was not
I don't
great.
know about the worst.
No,
I just know
Tuesdays suck.
Thursday
Tuesdays
is the
suck.
best day, hands down. You can sniff Friday, which means it's a mail-in Friday. It's the best day. Thursday.
Relax. It's not going to be mail-in Friday because we're going to be reacting to Lakers Warriors as we're reacting this morning to Grizzlies Warriors. Warriors 134, Grizzlies 125.
Woo, what a win.
Stephen Curry, 52 points. 12 3-pointers made. He was gunning for Klay Thompson's record. He even said it after the game. He couldn't do it. Missed his first few in that fourth quarter, but it didn't matter. He hit the one that he needed to the most. And then Jimmy Butler gets Jaren Jackson Jr. to foul out. He makes 4 huge free throws towards the end there. And then Moses Moody wrapping it up with a 3-pointer. Baked in there was Brandon Podziemski with the big offensive rebound and putback. So everyone had fingerprints on this win, but none more than Stephen Curry. Again, 52 points, passes Jerry West, the logo, for 25th all-time in NBA scoring. And I know that meant a lot to him. Obviously, Jerry being with the organization, what Steph, like his relationship with Steph, like that must have felt really great.
The hard part for me with all these scoring lists, and it's like we do this in all these other sports where we talk about the numbers and everything. They didn't even have a 3-point line for the majority of his career. And, like, I don't even know if for any of his career, I think it was 70, whatever.
I don't think for any of Jerry West's
NBA merger. I mean, like, when I see, like, these Pistol Pete Maravich records, like, yeah, he averaged 35 or whatever as a freshman in college with no 3-point line.
Yeah.
Like those things do matter to me because those extra points, like we clearly now know, like they're extremely valuable.
You know what else matters to me? It's all the people watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. We're coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. And as always, it is a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
It doesn't take away from the accomplishment of passing Jerry West. Like, that's still remarkable. But I watch this guy, and I'm telling you, dude, I'm watching Steph Curry, and I'm saying to myself, he takes these shots, and you're like, oh, that's going in. And then he takes other shots, you're like, there's no way. Oh, my God,
Did you hear how many fans they had there yesterday? Just whenever he did anything. It was incredible.
He's a traveling circus.
Like, in Memphis, I'll say this, and I get it. It's like, it's the Memphis Grizzlies. It's not the Celtics in Boston. It's not the Lakers. But they have a very legit fan base there.
Yeah,
the Grindhouse.
Like, it's their number one pro sports team.
They love them, some Grizzlies out in Tennessee. You can ask Coase, our boy who's living out over there. Like, they bleed blue when it comes to the Memphis Grizzlies, who are wearing red yesterday with the blue trim. I like those jerseys. They look clean.
Like them too.
They look pretty clean. I actually like the jersey matchup a lot yesterday.
If you tuned in, you didn't know what team they were. If you don't know that they're wearing City Connects.
But I say all that to say this, like Steph doing that and it's becoming the traveling circus wherever he is. He'll do it in Memphis. He'll do it in Los Angeles. They'll do it in Denver. They'll do it. It doesn't matter. The traveling, like, Stephen Curry fan base is real. We were talking about him just being one of like the top 5 like player fan bases, just his player fandom. It's him, LeBron, and I have to go international. I might go like Messi and Ronaldo. It's like that insane for Stephen Curry.
I can't even begin to know soccer. I'm just gonna go like
those guys are in a class of their own when it comes to international.
I'm just talking about here in this country. It's Jordan, it's Griffey, it's
not even Griffey anymore. Like, I don't
but I'm talking. There was a point in time where Griffey was that guy. I don't think you're like good Griffey for president in 1996. Like, it's Jordan, it's Griffey,
Kobe.
Like, meaning you are a fan of another team and you're like, I love Steph too. Yeah. Like, it's Jordan, it's Griffey. Yeah, I'll throw LeBron in there for a lot of people. Steph Curry, Kobe at the end, not for his entirety of his career.
He was hated.
And maybe a handful of others throughout sports.
Yeah.
There's not a lot.
52 points. We're reacting to it. We got a lot of calls here I want to get to. 888-957-9570. Oh, Philmo, I was going to go to you.
What's up?
You dropped off.
Oh, no.
It's okay. I'll call back. Real quick, though, before I get to
Maybe he was defending the honor of Bill Laimbeer.
That's true. We're still reacting to that. We had a caller right before we went to break compare Quentin Post to Bill Laimbeer. And not that Bill Laimbeer, like in the shooting prowess, like that's when you think of first with Quentin for me. And they're both bigs. Bill Laimbeer, I think 6'11", not quite as tall as Quentin Post, who's a true 7-footer. But you think of Bill Laimbeer, you think of nastiness. You think of the defense. I don't think that at all with Quentin Post. Like, we had a caller a while back, maybe it was last year, compare Kevon Looney to Nikola Jokic. You know, if Looney just shot the jumper, he'd be like Nikola Jokic. No. I love that.
Let me give you another one.
I love Kevon Looney. He's not Jokic.
From the 4-5. Q Post is a poor man's Jokic. He is crucial versus the Nuggets if we face Denver in the playoffs.
Oh, my God.
Hey, guys. You know how many freeway exits there are between where Quentin Post is in his career, who I really like? I do. I like him. He's a rotation piece for us. And 3-time MVP Jokic. Do you know how many pit stops there are along the way of that of the distance between those two players?
You know how many great players don't even have 2 or 3 MVPs?
How about All-Star game? Jamal McGlure had the one All-Star game. If Quentin Post,
I love Kevon. And I love Post what he's doing. Let's relax with some of these comps, people. Let's relax with them. And by the way, speaking of comps, don't you dare anyone ever in the history of existence compare anyone else that comes up with Stephen Curry. He is one of one. He is a unicorn. You don't see another Stephen Curry ever. Not the Trae Young, not John Morant. No, Steph is Steph. And he showed why yesterday in a must-win game. It was a must-win game for them to stay out of the play-in scenario. Now, there still is a possibility, but you feel a hell of a lot better this morning as the 5th seed locked in, and now you have the tiebreak over Memphis. Massive.
Joe, what's funny to me,
Bill Lampy.
Steph is in this range where he's uncomparable. And this is where I'm going with this. Not that you can't compare him to other legends. I'm saying those on the come up, he's so unique. No one is compared to him. No one. Think about the NFL draft that's coming up. You'll never hear anyone go, he's the next Jerry Rice. He reminds me of Jerry Rice.
You know what we were doing last year, and it drove me nuts, and I wonder if we're going to keep doing it? Maybe you can find the next Brock Purdy in these 5th, 6th, 7th rounds. I was like, is that what you're trying to sell me on these last couple of rounds here, ESPN?
I'm talking about as a player, though.
No, I know.
Okay? I heard Joel Klatt compare Joe Burrow to Joe Montana, and I was like, oh, well, it's been 40 years. I've never heard anyone compare the style of play.
And you watched him play up close. Did you see it?
Well, Burrow's pretty freaking good.
Yeah.
I don't know about Joe Montana.
But
we got
the
a long
poise, but the style and the poise and the
ability
arm,
to move behind the line. He's much more athletic than I thought,
and
throwing on the run.
It's cool. Calm.
Yes. There's a lot of similarities. But
and his name's Joe.
But still, right? You're never going to hear in these drafts, at least coming up, he's the next Steph Curry.
No.
I mean, he's the next Kobe. No. He's the next Tim Duncan. He's the next LeBron James. That's how great this young guy is.
Correct. We got a lot of great callers on.
This 37-year-old.
He's 37 years young. How about that? Jay is in Oakland, wants to join the conversation. And Steph Curry, huge game for him. 52 points, Jay. Come on. You appreciating this greatness?
Oh, let me tell you guys, I was the one who called in yesterday and said that Steph was going to go 40-9. What did he do? He actually threw out a double-double, animal style on them boys. And he hit 50 and 10 rebounds. I was wrong about the 9 assists. He had 8 assists. He almost had a triple-double, but, man, that was spectacular. And Jimmy threw up 25, just like I said as well. That was a spectacular game. Dre didn't get into crazy foul trouble or anything. He had a triple-double. It was going off last night. It was electric. I am so excited this morning about that game. I'm on cloud 9.
I am too. I think a lot of Warrior fans are.
No, there's a lot baked into it, right? And we were talking off air, are Warriors fans feeling a lot less nervous heading into this game? Do you feel at ease that you beat a Western, did that win check a lot of boxes for you? I'm asking. You beat a Western Conference contender, a team that was ahead of you in the standings, a team that has a winning record. They're 44-30, a team with they're two of their best stars, two of the best young stars in the game, John Morant, Jaren Jackson Jr., a team that it was on the road.
Two bigs,
a big team with size.
Neutralize their size to a degree.
Did that check all the boxes for you to put you at ease as a fan of the Warriors right now that this team could do it against the big boys in the West? Because that's all I've been hearing about with the acquisition. You got to do it against the big boys. Yeah, you did it against the Kings, the Blazers, the Bucks and the Pistons. They're in the East. What about the West? The West is the West, right? Well, you did it against a team that was directly ahead of you. A team that was desperate. They played with desperation. The Grizzlies took a 4-point lead. They showed a lot of fight through adversity, I thought, yesterday. You had a 17-point lead at one point and shrunk down. You were down in the third quarter. You fought back. That had to have checked all the boxes. If it didn't, I'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. But for me, that put me at ease as a Warriors fan. If I'm a Warriors fan this morning, they could do this. Now you got LeBron. That was a great primer. You got LeBron in the Lakers. You got Jokic in the Nuggets. And then you got the Rockets. Like, that was a win for me that you could build off.
I agree.
Momentum going forward to wrap up this road trip. And all of a sudden, starting off 0-2, and if you win tomorrow, you're 4-2 on this road trip. Wow. Like, my psyche would be, like, talking about the arrogance meter. Yeah. Maybe I'm feeling arrogance if you beat the Lakers in LA tomorrow. And then this confidence is going to be sky high with this team.
To overcome no GP2 and no John Kaminga against that guy in Ja was really impressive. Huge. Even though he had a monster game. And then I think the fact that they fouled out a big for the first time in a long time. When was the last time you can remember an athletic big who eats glass started in foul trouble, finished in foul trouble, and you got him fouled out of the game?
That's a great question.
When was the last time the Warriors did that?
They never do it against the Anthony Davises of the world. It feels like they can't do it against the Jokic's of the world. Alperen Şengün, like, I don't know.
They couldn't even do it to Al Horford.
There you go.
Right, and I'm not knocking Al Horford. I'm just saying, like, they can't do that, and they finally did that, and I was very encouraged. They missed a lot of shots. They got great looks in the fourth quarter. I know the shot chart you're going to look at. He took a lot of threes,
I think
a lot of misses.
Let's call it what
they
it is.
Took good shots.
Both teams felt the energy and like a playoff atmosphere. Both teams got a little tight in the fourth.
They did.
They shrunk a little bit. They were making some mistakes. You saw young guys pressing on both sides. Scottie Pippen had a horrible no-look pass to a wide-open three-point shooter. Just threw it right out of bounds.
He also hit some trick shots.
He did.
Around the rim. I thought Pippen Jr. was good.
Pippen.
How tall is he? Not as tall as his dad,
no,
obviously.
He is listed at 6'1". He's shorter,
6'1",
he didn't play like 6'1", though.
Is he Lisa's son?
Larsa. Is
that her son?
Sure, maybe. It was Marcus Jordan there in attendance. I'm not sure.
I mean, probably it's her son.
Probably. Verducci is in El Dorado Hills. Doochmeister, what you got on that win last night? I know you're fired up, man. Come on.
Oh, you know, baby. EDH, man. It is fired up here, man. And I was sitting there eating my popcorn. I had anxiety through the roof as they gave up the 17-point lead, and then we were down by 4. And I look at the resilience in this team, man. That's what you love. It's the joy. It's the resilience. It's the togetherness. Even when things got tight, you're seeing the difference in Draymond Green where sometimes he would lose it, get a tee, do something to deflate what's happening with the team at that time. And you're seeing the accountability between him and Butler, and I love that. And for us Warrior fans, enjoy it. Enjoy the brilliance that you're seeing with Steph Curry. I mean, it's unbelievable what he's doing at 37 with guys draped all over them and also making the smarter plays, you know, when he can go ahead, make that extra pass. You're seeing him get more assists. He's doing little things like getting rebounds. And that caller that gave that horrible comparison to Quentin Post, he's more of our Brook Lopez. If he can go ahead and gain some more weight and some muscle in the offseason, that is who he is. If we can make him that next season, man, what an X factor that is for us. And he needs to hit those shots in the playoffs. So think about it. We defeated Memphis. We still got the gauntlet. But you know what? We're doing it without Kaminga, without GP2. So Warrior fans, hey, wake the hell up, baby. Get that energy going. I'm bringing it from the 916-530. Let's go, baby. This is just a start to a run. And by the way, have an announcement. We're adding to our family. We got a little Ducci expecting in September. So 95.7 The Game family. Right. We are adding to this, and hopefully we'll make him a caller in the future.
Is it a boy? Is it a boy?
Little Dooch.
We don't know. And by the way, I did say we are having a reveal party. Everyone at the station is invited to come up to the EDH. I know Guru was a little jealous that it wasn't just him. But I'm bringing everybody, man. It's familiar, baby.
Jealous?
Tony, you know.
Wait a minute.
Let's go. I love that.
Did you DM the Goo and he's jealous? It's not just him?
No, Verducci was on with Steiny and Goo the other week, and we were talking about being invited to a party. And Goo was like, I feel some type of way if everyone else is invited. I don't feel as special. Like if everyone else is like, the whole station's invited, not just me. Guru feels some type of way about that. And that's cool. That's so okay.
Guru's the reverse of what I tell everyone else. Like when when young Benjamin is going to have a birthday party, if you bring cards to school to invite people, you better invite everyone in the class.
School, you have to invite everyone. Like
okay.
That is baked into it. You can't.
So the Goo's like, no, I want to be exclusive.
I'll say this.
All of you can't come to my party.
It starts changing, though. You'll notice this one, and you did too. Middle school, it starts changing a little bit. We don't want people like the nerds or we don't.
Yeah, but you don't bring the cards to school and rub it in everyone's face.
No, you don't.
That's the key.
You don't. But if you are smart, you still invite everyone all the time leading up to a certain point because you get money. And that's really
I don't know about all that.
You get the cards. That's how you're talking to your kids. Like, you should invite everyone still because you don't know what gifts you're going to get. All right. And once you start in high schoolish, they're not going to be giving you cards anymore. You're just going to be you're going to be thinking of a party, and that's different.
See, my thing is, you don't want anyone's feelings to be hurt. And so you don't want to be on the receiving end of that same thing happening to you. Right?
Exactly. And I try to impart that to young Benjamin, baby Nora, but they don't know any better. God, Nora's she's just killing her older brother. It's just absolutely. Talk about Bill Laimbeer. Nora is Bill Laimbeer, and Benny is a young Michael Jordan, just getting absolutely humbled.
Now I'm envisioning like
destroyed.
Benny comes to school with roses. And he's like, "You're allowed to my party. You're allowed to my party. You're allowed to my party."
He's doing Flavor of Love. He's gonna pour one out on the carpet.
The Jazzy Face song is playing in the background. You're choosing me, ride my you choosing me. Like, this is hilarious.
I'm dying right now.
What is going on here?
I don't know what's going on. We won. I'm delirious. I'm off so much allergy medicine. My head is ready to explode.
Oh, Dave is in Fresno.
My sinuses are killing me.
Oh, Dave is in Fresno.
What's up, Dave?
Wants to join the conversation. What's up, Dave? What about Steph last night, man? Just greatness.
Oh, man. Good morning, fellas. Good morning. Hey, we're so blessed to be from the Bay Area and get to witness this guy firsthand, huh? Like, let's never take him for granted. There's always debate. Who's the greatest of all time? LeBron, Jordan. Like, that's fine. That's a debate. It's not a debate. Who is the most beloved player today? Possibly all time? It's Steph, bro. You go to any arena, Charlotte, Brooklyn, Minnesota, you're going to see 30 jerseys in the crowd, man. And Shasky, he is one-on-one. Let me tell you why. Look at the man's resume. Never got a coach fired. Never asked for a trade. Not team hopping. Nothing off the court, obviously. He gets buckets without having to rely on free throws like a Harden or a SGA. He gets triple covered every game from 90 feet the whole game. I mean, this is nothing wrong you can say about it. You can say this is a homer pick. It's just facts. He is beloved. And when we got KD, it's unfair. You know why it's unfair? Because we had Steph Curry. That's why it was unfair. Okay? So, last night it was just, that's Steph, bro. Like, he does it the right way. He doesn't throw anybody underneath the bus. He's just the funnest. He's the best show in sports. Definitely in the NBA, in sports. Don't matter if it's Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. He is much-watched TV. Okay? Look at the Olympics.
Great call, Dave.
I
don't think it's close. He is the most beloved athlete currently in sports. I don't think it's close.
The most controversial thing that's ever happened to him was he hurt his knee and they lost 3-1. It's on the floor. The other most controversial thing is what he threw his mouthpiece.
I was going to say he threw his mouthpiece and hit someone. But I would have taken and sold it on eBay for God knows how much money. I would have done that. I'm going to complain at all. It's like, thank you, Steph.
I do believe that there's probably
bless me with your mouth guard.
Group of people out there who think he's arrogant in the way that he celebrates, which is that's a whole, it's an absurd notion, but I do think that there's a select few of people he's shooting, turning around and celebrating before it even goes in.
What's the difference between LeBron doing his step down, chest thump, what?
Well, LeBron does. I'll never forget this. Henry Rabbit, this is a 5th grade basketball game.
Rabbit?
This is their last name, Pat Rabbit. He's high up there in the fire department.
Rabbits.
His son, he did he hit a bucket in just a regular CYO game, and as he's running down the court, he went, I was dying, dog. I was dying. And every time I see his dad, I do the
It is fun to do.
It's hilarious.
But that's what I'm saying. Everyone does their celebrations.
I know.
Jaw does the ice in the veins, right? So it's okay.
Whatever that is.
Yeah, no, I know you have a problem with it. It's okay. But everyone does their own celebrations. So this whole arrogant, you have to be a showman. This is sports. Entertain the hell out of me.
Yes, but
have you seen Gladiator? All right,
I'm with you on the entertainment. But did you see the guy from Michigan slide into third base and then pretend to sniff the line?
Yeah,
that was insane.
That was insane.
That was going too far.
Absolutely crazy.
It was just allergy medicine. That's what he was doing. PPA. He's enjoying the win last night.
What's up, BPA?
Brian and Palo Alto,
Don't you
baby.
come in with negative energy.
No, he's feeling great. Are you kidding me?
Hey guys, how you doing? I'm good. Just thinking about how blessed we are to, sort of have the Steph era in our lifetimes, right? For just as pathetic as the Warriors have been for most of my life, that this era and the greatest player ever in the history of the Bay Area by far now, in Steph Curry. We're pretty fortunate. I got to see Joe, I got to see Buster, I got to see Steph. I consider those to be the top three because it's about winning championships. To think a few months ago we were having conversations about sort of moving away from the Curry era and pot committing on the Kaminga era. It seems pretty insane that we even entertain that concept where things stand now. But, just very, very lucky, and we should feel, however much is left, this guy still has greatness in the tank if you give him a chance. And
Brian,
that's what they did in committing. Sorry, go ahead.
No. I didn't mean to cut you off there. Did that win, because we're up against it, I wanted to ask you, did that win, calm you down at all? Nervous energy? I know you're a little skeptical of the team. I know you've said, you think they're a second-round team. Did that win do anything for you yesterday? Western Conference opponent, very tight playoff atmosphere on the road. Did that give you some confidence going forward against LA, or do you need to see them win against the Lakers and the Nuggets for you to start believing in this team?
I think it gave me confidence on what the formula can be, basically, which is, I really love I do love their young core of Pods, Moody, and Post, and maybe put E. Santos in there too. But one of those three guys are going to have to make some shots. Not all three, but if one of those three guys can make wide open 3-pointers when they have wide open because that's what they have. I mean, they are uncovered by yards when they shoot. I think this team can win a title. I don't want to ask too much of them, but if Pods has wide open threes and no one's within 10 feet of them, he's got to make 4 out of 10 of those.
It's a good call, Brian. We're up against it. 888-957-9570. And BPA's point, was that a formula for playoff success going forward? Was that a formula for success? Last night, Steph going off, Jimmy having a huge game, and Draymond getting a triple-double. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're going to take a quick break. Come on, Pack. But heading into this break, and it's going to be brought to you by Safeway, we got a little compilation. Stephen Curry. We're celebrating the greatness today, the most beloved player, maybe in the history of sports. Yeah, he hit 12 3-pointers last night. And let's listen to all of them and how they sounded right here on 95.7 The Game.
Curry weaving in traffic, turns, fires, splash! Number 30 with a 3. Spins it out to Draymond. Back to Curry. It's a relocation 3, and it's good on the left wing. Curry backs up, shoots a deep 3 over Edie and hit it. Oh, my goodness. Curry left sideline and shoots a 3 right in front of the Grizzly bench and hits it. He is on fire right now. Butler in deep, draws a crowd. Back to Draymond. Handoff Curry. Off the screen. It's a 3, and it's good. Curry knocks down another one. His 5th 3. He's got a 19-point first quarter. Curry at midcourt, guarded by Aldama, takes a deep 3 right on the logo. Aldama didn't know what to do, so he backed away. And Curry said, thank you very much. Pass over to Curry. Curry in the corner, takes it away from Wells and hits a 3. Steph Curry, 29-point first half. Curry, though, takes a quick 3 and hit it from the right sideline. He's got a 32-point half. What the heck? You don't need a 2-for-1 when you've got Curry. My goodness. Draymond sets a screen for Curry, who takes a 3. It's up and good. What a smart play by Draymond Green. Curry takes a left side triple. It's good. He's got 38 now. Curry takes it down the middle of the floor, stops, and shoots another 3. It's good. Straight on. His 11th 3. Back over to Draymond, to Curry. Left corner, lets it fly. 3 ball. Left corner pocket. Warriors take the lead 121-120. Curry's got a 50-point game. That was ridiculous.
I got a lot of love for you too, as you know.
Dub Nation, it's Quinton Post. You're listening to the Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, QP. Friend of the program, friend of the show. Also known as a young man's Bill Lambier, some say, Quinton Post. I wouldn't say that, but callers do. 888-957-9570. And by the way, the callers this morning are the guests, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. As all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, is it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop. We're reacting to a monster performance from one Stephen Curry, who is now 25th all-time in NBA scoring, passing the great late Jerry West. And then just a big game overall in the standings. You're the 5th seed now in the Western Conference, courtesy of this win. You have the tiebreak over the Grizzlies, and you have a chance, maybe, to move up to 4 if you take care of business tomorrow in Los Angeles, wrap up this road trip. You are 2 games back currently of them, really kind of 3 games, because if you end up tied with them, they have the tiebreaker, so, and them winning tomorrow would not break that tiebreak at all. So there's a lot baked into it, but we're reacting to that game last night. And is that a formula for success? Steph, big game. Jimmy, big game. And then Draymond doing a little bit of everything. He had a triple-double, 13 points, 12 assists, 10 boards for him. Is that the recipe for success going forward? I got to say, somewhat, yes, those guys are going to have to produce, but the young guys need to step up. The Moses Moody's, the Brandon Pajemskis, the Buddy Hields, the Quinton Post, those guys all need to step up. One of them needs to step up, quite frankly, if you're going to win. Like, we think back to that Lakers series, right? I don't like to bring up old wounds. Lonnie Walker. That was a young guy with a moment. No, because we're going to need a Lonnie Walker type of game from a Guy Santos. Maybe.
Why don't we go?
A Quinton Post.
Yes, then let's do the Ian Clark game.
Sure.
Warrior legend.
I'm using one that was the most recent example of the difference in a series.
Sure.
And that was the last time the Warriors played in a playoff series.
Jordan Poole, game 1 against Memphis, 2022.
Sure, but Poole was like a starter too. So like there's levels of like, and I get it. He's not Clay. He wasn't Steph. He wasn't Draymond. So I get it. I do think we look back and like, we're going to remember Jordan Poole, just how good he was like for that run. I agree. And we do kind of sleep on it. I'm not asking, Quinton Post to go on a Jordan Poole type of run, but can he have moments like, a guy that was missed yesterday? Gary Payton had some moments offensively and defensively. It was a variety of them, right? So
Looney's had his moments in the playoffs.
So was yesterday a recipe for success going forward, or are they flirting with danger if they're relying on huge performances from Steph and Jimmy only? 888-957-9570. And you sent me some stats, Joe.
Yeah.
You want me to get those to you?
Yeah. Go to those first, because I think let's talk about the stars first and then the role players.
So prior to the Jimmy trade to Golden State, prior to that trade, Golden State was 16-16 in clutch games. So that's, 5 points or fewer at 5-minute mark. That's a clutch game, or it could be 10 minutes. But I say it's single digits, quite frankly. But that's the
definition. It's like a quality start.
Correct. The offensive rating in those games prior to the Jimmy trade was 112.2, and their defensive rating was 112.8.
Hence the 500 record.
Correct. After the Jimmy trade, the Golden State Warriors record in clutch games has been 8-2.
Wow.
Their offensive rating is 109.5, and their defensive rating 100. So, what does that tell you, Joe? Right there.
It tells me they're playing better basketball in terms of balancing offense and defense. Just because you're proficient offensively doesn't mean that you're great defensively, and it doesn't mean that you're getting stops at the appropriate time. Like, I think we look at these like for example, a pitcher's ERA doesn't tell you all the story. The plus minus for a basketball player doesn't tell you all the story. Quarterback rating doesn't tell you all the story.
Well, it's a piece of the puzzle.
Exactly. Offense and defense have to play connected. And when you get stops, you can methodically go through your offense. And though you might be less potent offensively, you're actually a better basketball team. I mean, that's a 9-point swing there, Joe. That's huge. That is huge. And so that tells me you're getting buckets, you're getting back on defense, able to set up your defense, get stops, and be more methodical. Isn't that one of the things we were absolutely demanding for when Jimmy got here? is can you slow the game down?
The frenetic energy towards the end. It was like a chicken with their head cut off.
Exactly.
That's what it turned into. Like Steph was running around all over.
It was save us, Steph.
It was save us, Steph. But even Steph was like making like. And let's be honest. Steph towards the end of games, he does some crazy stuff.
He does.
Like let's just go to the finals.
He really does.
Like he does. He tends to do he's a little frenetic. So you need someone to calm things down. We all do in life, right? Sometimes I'm that calming presence for you.
Yeah.
Or sometimes it's Carter or Sam. Like. We need someone to help calm us down. That's okay. We all need it in life.
Like this coffee right now.
Like this coffee right there. There you go. It's what Jimmy Butler has brought to this organization and for this team is his sense of calm, which is kind of funny in hindsight because everyone was worried that he was going to be this cancer, this combustible match that is this everything's in gasoline and he's going to come in here and light the match and it's all going to explode because of what took place in Miami. But it's been the opposite effect, quite frankly, and what he has been able to do late in the season, late in games, especially yesterday. That's the one thing I'm coming away with yesterday. And listen, I'm not here to poo-poo Steph's performance. That was the reason they won the game. But the most significant stretch for me was after that Stephen Curry 3-pointer, you were down 4 points. It's what Jimmy Butler was able to do on back-to-back possessions, getting to the line and hitting all 4 of those free throws. And on that last one, having Jaren Jackson Jr. foul out the way he did was huge for a variety of reasons. One of them being the size, obviously, and his shooting prowess. He wasn't having the greatest shooting night, but he's one of those players you have to worry about. That's one less headache I have to deal with the last couple minutes of a game, and him able to foul him out was next level, and it calmed me down if I was a fan. Like, man, we really have Jimmy Butler, and this guy can do this in a playoff atmosphere going forward because I've seen him do it. I've seen him do it with Miami, and now he's doing it with us, and it makes me feel good.
So, okay, for those that maybe weren't as keen observers, it's 120-116. Memphis is up 4 points. This is after the jaw floater. Remember, he hit that floater. They come down, they run beautiful offense, and Draymond hits a cutting Brandon Pajemski for a sweet layup, okay?
Sweet.
Layup. A layup, a high percentage pass. So that means you're moving without the ball. Then they come down, and there's a big miss by Jaren Jackson Jr. on a 3-pointer. Again, going back to you're bombing too many threes for a big man, Jaren Jackson Jr. Curry with the huge rebound. And then Curry takes the jump shot, and he hits on an assist from Draymond Green. Remember, they were doing the little, like, top of the key kind of a thing? And you go up, this is on a 3, you go up 121-120. Boom. Within seconds, you erase a 4-point lead, and you're up 1. Adalmas gets fouled, all right, hits a free throw, and then you come down with a 121 game, and Jimmy Butler gets fouled in the lane. And that's the one that Adalma fouls him.
Yeah.
Boom, he hits both free throws. 2 minutes left in the game. It's a 122-123 game. If you weren't biting your nails, I don't know what you were like. How are you consuming that? It's 122-123.
And then Ja goes in, he misses.
Exactly.
Jimmy Butler gets the defensive rebound, and then you got Jaren Jackson fouling out of the game right there
on
at
the
155.
On the pump fake by Jimmy in the lane. So all of those, outside of the 3-pointer from Curry, all of those were generated how? Good half-court ball movement, patient play, good passing, smart ball.
And that's what we're talking about. Like when people hear these like these shock phrases, it's just like, you know, the game's slowing down. What does that mean? It means different things for different games and different sports, right? You always hear about it, the game's slowing down for a quarterback, right? And that's how, you know, the Brock Purdy's of the world, or whatever quarterback that has instant success, they talk about it. It's like, wow, actually it slowed down for me pretty quickly. And some guys, it takes some time. Sam Darnold, you just saw this last year. I think he talked about it. It's like, it took me some time, right? And being in a certain organization, being able to see the field, there's a lot baked into that. But with basketball, the game's slowing down and being more methodical and being more aware of not wanting to make a mistake. That's where it comes back. And I know the Grizzlies have had some success and they've had some playoff, experience, but they're still a pretty young team regardless. Like, I know JJJ and Ja have had some experience, but you know, the Santi Aldamas, the Zach Edey's, Scottie Pippen, right? Like, I know Desmond Bane had a cup of coffee too, but that's a young team and a lot of young players. And I saw the difference between the elder statesman of the Warriors compared to the elder statesman of the Grizzlies, there's still levels for the Grizzlies to even get to.
Yes.
And the Warriors have those guys to lean on late in games, and that's huge.
Well, it's a one-score game after Jimmy has basically 4 free throws. JJJ's off the floor. All right? And then, so now you don't have him in their offense. They settle for a Scottie Pippen Jr. three-point attempt. Draymond gets the rebound. They come down. Curry hoists one up. I didn't love the shot, but he's on fire, so of course you're going to allow it. And because JJJ's off the floor, Pods with the tip in. They're also in the bonus, so maybe you don't, box out as aggressively given that you're in the bonus by picking up a cheap foul. And you don't have one of your best offensive or defensive rebounders for Memphis on the floor. So it's a one-score game. All of those things are baked in. Why? Because the best defensive player is off the floor, because Memphis is in the bonus, or the Warriors are in the bonus because of Memphis's foul situation. Like, all these things are combining. Then you get a Jimmy steal, and it's game over.
Yep. And by the way,
Jimmy had his fingerprints all over.
By the way, all those guys, Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, they combined for 10 steals together. You think that's a coincidence? No, that's IQ.
Yes.
That's guys that have been there and done that, and guys that trust themselves late in the game. Like, that's really the recipe for me. If they're going to have tight games like that, like, who are you going to trust more? And sometimes it's as simple as just doing this exercise. Like, who are you trusting more late game situations? Are you trusting Jaren Jackson Jr. and John Morant and Zach Edey? Or are you trusting Steph Curry, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green? Like, come on.
I don't want to go. I don't want to go too deep into this. But
sometimes it's as simple as that. Like, when you look at these matchups, that's why you feel confident against a Rockets team that, quite frankly, they just don't have the experience. And that stuff matters. Now, I think the biggest question mark in all of this for a lot of people still is the Oklahoma City Thunder. It's like, they had a run last year. Now it ended in the second round, but they had a run last year. What did they learn from that? They're the top dog. They've been the top dog all year. But who are you trusting late in a game if you have a series against them? You trusting Shea? You trusting Jalen Williams? You trusting Chet Holmgren? Or you can trust the guys that have been there and done that and have won finals and have been to finals. You can trust Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond. I know my answer. It's going to be interesting to see how things unfold.
Joe, you said, who do you trust late in games? And this goes back to, like, character and all these things. Like, anyone can make mistakes at the end of games. But when I view Ja, I'm like, wow, he's so good. Wow, he's so amazing. I expect him to do some knucklehead stuff down the stretch. Sure. And he did. JJJ, wow, he's really good. He's really young. I expect him to kind of do some knucklehead stuff and either take a bad shot or leave his feet on defense and get a bad foul. Because that's how I view that team. I don't view them as a smart team down the stretch.
And they're both, again, I mentioned this, they've had success and they've been in the league for a little bit, but they're still both 25 years old. There are levels to this when it comes to players in IQ in playing. We're not saying they're dumb players. We're not saying they're not very smart. John Morant and Jaren Jackson Jr. are very gifted. They're very, very good. That tandem is deadly. And everyone was a little afraid with nail biting yesterday. Yes. It was like, because those guys can pick you apart and they can make big shots. Because JJJ kept missing the threes. I was like, man, he's going to hit one of these at one point. It's going to be a big turnaround. And Ja, whenever he misses like a floater or a running layup, it's like, man, thank God, because he never misses those. But baked into all that, they're going to make mistakes. And that's what was frustrating with the Warriors, because I saw my veterans prior to the Jimmy trade. They are the guys making those mistakes that they didn't usually make. No doubt. But a lot was baked into that. They had to put a lot of pressure on themselves. They were exhausted. There was a lot. But Jimmy, in his presence, has really been a calming influence with everyone. And yesterday it was on full display. For me, for the first time in a big game, like the biggest of the season, in that moment against a Western Conference contender, that's why that was my biggest takeaway. Not the Steph scoring. It was Jimmy Butler getting those 2 crucial trips to the line and putting up all 4 of those free throws.
So the strength of the way they finished that game was strength. Curry, Butler, the others, no doubt. One of the weaknesses, I thought, in the second half, if we're just breaking down strengths and weaknesses, when Draymond got gun shy after missing so many shots, there was a play where he had the ball in the paint, and it almost as close as you and me, where I could hand you the ball. And I have a rule of thumb.
Did you have a Ben Simmons moment?
Hey, dude, like, if one guy can guard 2 people because you're so close to each other, the spacing's not good enough.
No.
All right, now, and we're talking normal-sized human beings. Now go, 6'8", superhuman, NBA-sized human beings. Dre was literally a finger roll away from just putting it up, and he goes to force a pass to, I forget who, and it's just a bad turnover. But when you're missing shots from the outside and they're sagging off you, it does get into your head. And so, the Dre offensive experience, he's got to stay confident. He does. If I'm looking at one little area, the blueprint is out for this team. They're going to sag off Jimmy. They're going to sag off Pods. They're going to sag off of all these other guys and dare them to hit shots. And Moody hit a shot late. Draymond has got to stay confident. That's the only little thing that I'm like, just not hesitant, but I'm like, hey, that's a weakness. You just need to continue to remain confident, Draymond. Shoot the rock.
Talking about confidence and pressure and taking the pressure off of him and Steph. Draymond talked about that in regards to Jimmy Butler and what he brings to this team, especially in a win yesterday. And this was walking off the court on the radio side right here on 95 of the game, talking to Tim Roy.
First of all, Draymond, you played in a lot of great games in the course of your career. Where do you put this one? This was high-level stuff.
Very high level, and you got to play at a high level when you have these moments. You know, Steph Curry came out when we traded for Jimmy, and he said, I just want to play meaningful basketball. This is a meaningful basketball game, and we like to show up in those moments. And so I knew I had to come and have a good game. I wish I would have shot the ball better, but just kept making plays. We kept making plays. Number 30 is a GOAT.
Absolutely.
Jimmy Butler, what he's done with this team, man, those two guys, they carried us tonight. Moses Moody was huge. On-ball defense, big shots. Put Edie in the rim with a shoulder, put him under the rim, finished over him. Everybody stepped up. Guy Santos was huge. Kevon Looney came in and guarded the hell out of Jaren Jackson Jr. And last but not least, our coach and coaching staff. Great game plan. We executed it. It's beautiful to see.
And that was Draymond right here on 95.7 The Game, walking off the court with Tim Roy. And then here's the other one I alluded to. I played the wrong one. It happens. Shooters shoot, and that's what I do, and sometimes I miss. Here he is talking about Jimmy Butler, taking a load off of him mentally towards the end there.
Where does Jimmy Butler take some of the pressure off you?
When I take some gambles on the defensive end, he's there to cover for me. When he takes some gambles, I cover for him. But most importantly, Jimmy's so good with the basketball, and so it allows me to find space. It allows me to be a screener. I don't have to make every play when Steph's not making a play. Jimmy just, and then he's an incredible target. And for a passer like myself who loves to pass the ball, having Megatron out there makes a huge difference. And so he's made the game a lot easier for me.
Megatron, I love that. I'm going to steal that.
Wow, Megatron, huh?
There's only one.
Yeah, that's Calvin Johnson. By the way, a guy
I'm not trying to
who
dog
could
Jimmy.
ball in the NBA, I thought, just given his body, so like Calvin Johnson probably could have played in the league. He's just that. Talking about physical specimens and JJJ, it's Calvin Johnson.
This is going to be a...
but I liked it because Detroit, right, he's a lot, Draymond Lions.
This is going to be an unpopular opinion because I like guys that are like dogs. Like they're not going to give up on anything. Calvin Johnson, to me, is the third greatest wide receiver of all time.
Okay.
Larry Fitzgerald, 4. I've got Jerry Rice, T.O., and then I got Randy Moss, 5.
Wow.
And the reason why is because of effort
aspect.
level.
Okay.
I just, Calvin was so sick. I know body of work matters, longevity matters. I understand all that. I'm telling you right now, God, I loved Calvin. I will always go down as a Calvin guy. He played at Georgia Tech where they ran the triple option, for crying out loud.
Hey, look, it's Calvin. Calvin's got a job. Hey, Calvin.
He got lit up. I love him. Now, I will come up with a better Jimmy Butler, Transformer reference. Maybe he could be someone else.
Bumblebee?
He can't be. What?
Is he like a Decepticon or is he?
No, he reminds me more of the Dinobots.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, like old school.
Sure.
Because he's not going to talk much.
Okay, there you go.
The Rhino guy or the T-Rex.
Okay, I'm not mad at that. He likes his music, so I did the Bumblebee reference.
Oh,
but yeah, he's got some swag. He's pretty cool, right? Everyone likes him.
Bumblebee would be more Pods, right? Well, Bumblebee was a lot smaller than the other Transformers.
That's true, but he was impactful.
No, he was very impactful. Pods can impact winning.
They're all big. They're all Transformers. They're all cars or something.
Yeah.
Like trucks. But I hear you. We'll work on the analogy.
There's only one Megatron.
888-957-9570. If he was a Transformer, what would Jimmy Butler be? I'm not mad at that. Steve is in Santa Rosa. He wants to celebrate the greatness of Stephen Curry. He's been very patient. What's up, Steve? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky. How you doing, man? Steve.
Hey, I'm doing okay. I'm here.
There you are.
Hey, I just wanted to say how fortunate we are as Bay Area fans in sports. I mean, we've had the biggest names of all time in the major sports. Willie Mays, Joe Montana, and now you got Steph Curry. And, it might be a little early to say it, but when it's all over, his name's going to be in the conversation as one of the best players to ever play basketball. Whether he is or not, he's going to be in that conversation. And now it's all positive here right now in the Bay Area. The Giants look really good. I'm really stoked. So I hope they pull off a miracle. That would be awesome. And the one thing I want to say about Steph Curry that makes him really special is they all end up playing golf after they retire. But this guy goes out in the biggest celebrity pro golf tournament and gets a hole-in-one. I mean, if that ain't something special, nothing is. The dude is in his own world. He's a special guy, and we're real lucky to have him. So thank you, Steph Curry. You're awesome, brother.
I love Steven Santa Rosa. He sounded like he was going to hit some gnarly swells out there, man.
When you hit me with a, you're awesome, brother. I'll see you at Bash at the Beach. That's what I always think of. Like, you know what I mean?
That's great.
You and me and Miss Elizabeth at WrestleMania.
WCW Nitro, it's only Monday night, and it's live, right? Eric Bischoff and them boys. But you know what? I'll say this, and that, Steve, it's not a hot take, by the way. Steph, spoiler, is already in discussion as one of the greatest of all time. He's in the top 10 discussion. I think everyone's already shoehorned him in there. He is one of the greatest of all time right now. The season, like, doesn't even do anything else. If his career ended right now, knock on wood, it doesn't. He'd be solidified as one of the top 10 greatest players in the history of the sport. And when it's all said and done, if they win a title, another one, I think he has a very good argument and probably is in the top 5 of all time conversation. But this is why it's so fun. You get to talk about it. Some people might say, oh, he doesn't play defense, but he's so impactful offensively. He's a polarizing player, and we get to talk about him and root for him on a polarizing team when he's got guys and teammates like Draymond, like Jimmy. So when he does stuff like he does yesterday, yeah, on one hand, that's incredible. He's 37 years old. How the hell he's doing that? Then on the other hand, well, I was like, it's Steph Curry. Like, and you kind of shrug it off, which sounds crazy, and not that we're diminishing it. It's that insane. And there was so much baked into that game yesterday. It was so refreshing to see that. And Jimmy Butler coming up with maybe the biggest stretch along with Steph. That's why I have confidence right now. It's because I saw not only Steph do his thing, but Jimmy late. That's what's giving me confidence from yesterday, Joe. It is. Jimmy Butler, man.
Did we get any update on Jimmy's ankle? Was there anything? I guess he's just fine.
Yeah. You know, that's what that's telling me.
Okay. No, well, I mean, that was ugly. You know what I mean? It did not look good.
No.
And credit him to staying on there and battling through it. I thought he was excellent in this game. Big rebounds, big passes, big pump fakes. The free throw line stuff is just, it is remarkable to see one team go from one of the worst, most porous free throw shooting teams in the league, afraid to get fouls, to a team that's now foul hunting, going to the free throw line, and it is a huge part of what has makes them efficient.
I mean,
in season, a transition like that with a one-player acquisition, it's pretty remarkable.
Can we see where the Warriors are at? I'm going to ask the staff in the back, please, Sam or Carter, since the trade deadline, where the Warriors rank in free throws, just overall free throws, just the number of them in the NBA. I would love to know that. 888-957-9570 is the number. We got almost full phone lines. Let's go to Samita, one of our best callers. Samita is in Los Gatos. Samita, good morning to you.
Love Los Gatos.
What was the most impressive aspect of the Warriors win last night for you, Samita?
I think it's that they held on to win because I was really scared. I'm not going to lie. After they kind of lost that lead that they built up, I was like, oh, no, here we go again. But I was, you know how they say football is a game of inches? I think basketball is a game of seconds. And I think in the last 3 to 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, you could kind of see they were just defensively just all over the Grizzlies. And I could sense for the first time that they believed that they were going to win that game. And I haven't sensed that in them in a long time. And that's just me as a fan. You know, that's a vibe thing. They might have a different thought in their own minds or their own emotions. But for me watching, I was like, this team believes that they're going to win this game. And I saw them lock in, and that made me, you know, kind of a little less nervous about the postseason. And I thought, by the way, Desmond Bane is an immature, unsportsmanlike jerk.
Was it the play? Was it the play on they blew the whistle dead, and then Steph went to go shoot it, and he knocked it out of his hands?
Yep. I mean, what is that? Like,
it's gamesmanship.
Come on.
It's gamesmanship, Samita. They're trying to get in their head.
But there is something to be said for the leadership of that team. They all take note from JJJ and John. There's an immaturity to them on and off the court that showcases itself in these moments. I'm kind of with Samita on this.
They kind of don't really have a leader right now. They fired their head coach. So I don't
your leaders need to be your players.
Well, correct, but setting the tone, like you just fired your head coach. So that tells me the leadership was non-existent from the top.
No, I would agree.
Like Steve Kerr, like he'll call you out if you do knucklehead stuff after a game. He's like, hey, we can't do this. Like he's had to say that about Draymond. He said to some of the young players, like, we can't be doing this. We can't be complaining. Like, it is what he'll let his players know that. And Coach Tomas, the new head coach, interim head coach of the Memphis Grizzlies, by the way, very suave, very sophisticated, very Swedish. He's Finnish. That's what it is. He's from Finland. The finisher is what we're calling him. Very, very suave there. I don't know what his leadership style is. I know he's won over in Europe. But yeah, he has his hands full when it comes to some of the egos on that team. Absolutely.
I'm just a believer that in professional sports, yes, we can take our cues from the coach, but it's up to the best players to set the culture. The players set the culture. That's just my personal opinion.
No, absolutely. But there are times, shout out the Patriots, where the head coach can do it too. And football might be a little different.
Don't you think that Tom Brady buying in and being the quarterback?
Why do you buy in? Because the head coach.
Well,
there has to be some, it's Steve Kerr and Steph Curry. Like, I do give them credit there too, because I do think when we can talk about culture of a team, it's baked into the entirety of it. The players, absolutely, but the coaching staff as well. And when you fire a head coach this late in the season, that signals to me they're all over the place as an organization. They don't know what the hell they're doing. And Desmond Bain is probably a part of that. And again, Samita can say, I think that's gamesmanship. I'm not going to like that. It was chippy. It was feisty. Like Zach Edey and Draymond were going at it, and that stems back. And I appreciated that. Not that there was anything dirt. Like, I don't think that was dirty from Desmond Bain.
No, but I do think that he can get a little petty. I've seen him with some cheap fouls.
Yeah.
And stuff. Look, the Warriors do it too.
Yeah, everyone does.
Every team does it, but he clearly does not like the Warriors.
No, and I like that.
We haven't the Iguodala trade that coulda, woulda, shoulda, and he didn't want to even report there.
Hilarious.
There's like about 7 or 8 different things.
Dylan Brooks
back and forth
Marcus
between
Smart's
these
not
teams.
even there.
They don't like each other.
No, they don't. Which is funny. It's like the Memphis Grizzlies and the Golden State Warriors. Like, I love those rivalries that like don't make sense. Like when you just say the places, but it turns into a thing. It happens. Like there was years back. I go back to the A's, by the way. I wasn't in yesterday. I didn't get to talk about the A's and the disaster class that's going on in Sacramento. Maybe that'll be my final thought today. Just an embarrassing operation going up there. They have interviews in sheds now with the media. Just hilarious. Their broadcast is completely failing and falling flat on their face in the first game. Anyways, and then losing 18-3. Sorry, I didn't mean to run the car over and then back it up, but I just had to do that real quick. But like the A's had a rivalry with the Baltimore Orioles and Manny Machado and Josh Donaldson was almost fighting. Like that was a thing for a second. Very random. The Giants and the Nationals, Bryce Harper, and that went back to the playoffs, but like those kind of things. And again, I just used the term right there, playoff matchups. Like that's where it sparks. And like things that you don't think of traditional rivalries happen in the playoffs. And you think you go back to, the Giants and the Niners, even there, or the Cowboys and the Niners. Like that's what happens. Eagles, Niners recently. Like, that's where it all starts, and that's where it is here. And I'm very curious to see what's going to be that first round matchup here. It could be the Lakers, which is crazy. Could be the Nuggets. We'll see. As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live in the free Odyssey app. And now broadcasting live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Still got a bunch of phone calls, Joe Shasky. These people are fired up. Steel Toe, San Mateo, what you got?
Steel Toe?
That's right.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, fellas. Great show today. Love the win with the Warriors. What really most impressed me and it kind of confused me is how amazing Jimmy Butler got his numbers along with Steph because of like what you said, Joe Shasky. A lot of their weakness was exposed a lot, and it's like it kind of felt like Jimmy Butler had and Steph Curry had to kind of like battle their own teammates to get the offense going. and that's why I kind of noticed what you guys know is if they could find another like they say a third scorer. I don't know if Draymond can be relied upon to keep doing the triple doubles.
No,
I think that there needs to be another person to be relied upon, another role player.
Let me give you a name. Let me give you a name.
Thanks, Steel Toe. And that's not, and again, that's not a formula of success for me yesterday. Yes, your star players balling out is going to be great. I'm not going to count on that. Again, I'm looking at this in a playoff series view. Great. That's great for a one game or a play-in game. But in a given series, yeah, Moody, Pods, Post, Buddy Hield's probably circle him. Like, those guys need to be stepping up too, because you can't expect Steph to be doing that. You can't expect Jimmy or Draymond to be doing that.
Let me give you a name from yesteryear. Everyone's like, this is who this guy reminds me of. If I told you Quentin Post turned into some version.
Bill Laimbeer.
No. Meme Kerr. Meme Kerr was a solid player for a long time. All right, he was a one-time All-Star. I don't think, being an All-Star is really difficult. Maybe not being an All-Star, but Meme Kerr was a guy that I viewed as like a stretch 4, stretch 5, who could knock down a lot of shots and help balance the floor on a variety of Piston and Utah teams. He was really good. He was a good player. Not a great player, a really good player. To me, whether it's Lopez, Meme Kerr.
Isn't it Mehmet? Sorry. You say
Mehmet. I thought the T at the end was...
No, I think it's Mehmet. Yeah, he's from Turkey. Yeah,
maybe I'm mispronouncing
No, I thought it was a different player at first. So I was like, Mehmet Okur. So continue. No, you're good.
I thought the T was silent. It was like Mehmet. But I could be wrong. I mean, you guys tell me if I'm mispronouncing it.
But continue, yes.
He was a really good player for a long time. Like a 15-point-a-night guy for about 5 straight years. That, to me, is the kind of not third score, but if I said that I was going to get between 12 and 17 from Quentin Post because I was going to commit to playing him 20 minutes a night, I would take that a lot. I think that'd be very valuable on this team. I think it would open the floor up for other people like Draymond to get his 12 or 13. I know we're looking for a consistent third scorer. I just think they need a lot of 4th and 5th scorers to just hit their averages.
I mean, yeah, that'd be incredible if he could just be that. He's a second-round pick. He's picked 52nd overall.
And he's been much better than we had when advertised.
And he's been playing like very high-level stuff here from a guy, again, coming out of Amsterdam. No one knew who the hell Quentin Post was. Are you watching Boston College or Mississippi State basketball?
No.
No one is. Like that. No one knew. We had Anthony Slater on. Anthony Slater, to his credit, he keeps bringing it up. He's like, yeah, I was on your guys' show, and I was saying, yeah, he's probably a couple years away from being like an NBA player, and this was a couple months ago, and then he had to be. He was forced in there, and all that time in college, he's 25 years old. He's mature. Like we've talked to him on the airways. He's very mature, a bilingual guy. Like his English is very, very, very good. Like I was very impressed and have been very impressed with him. But again, I'm not going to sit here and crush the guy. And I think I want to pause here and urge people to. We do this as fans, and it's going great right now, but I don't want to hear people complaining about Quentin Post in a playoff series.
He's a role player.
He's a role player.
Like Mo Spates. When Mo Spates was on the floor.
I don't want to hear the complaints Quentin needs to be better. He needs to be this.
Okay. Not everyone is going to be an all-star. You could be a really good, useful player. Great example. Gary Payton II brings a lot to the table. He's got some deficiencies.
Yes.
He really works with this team.
Yeah.
Quentin Post really works with this team. He's got some deficiencies. He also brings a lot to the table, right? And so not every player is going to be flawless or close to flawless. That's what the superstars are. Yeah. That's why they're making $60 million. There's a reason why Gary Payton's making $9 million, right? And so I look at Moses Moody, who's been a big-time contributor on both ends of the floor. I look at someone like Pajemski, big-time contributor on both ends of the floor, and with a lot of hustle plays. Quentin Post is a big-time contributor right now. He's been really good, and I just need shots to fall for him. He could be a very important player, but why don't we view him the way we viewed Mo Spates, which is, get me buckets, doggy. Anything you do on defense is gravy. That's the way I view him. Anything you do on defense that's a plus, I'll take it. Just hit shots.
God, I can go for some gravy right now and some chicken. I'm so hungry. 888-957-9570. Kurt is in Oakland.
What's up, Kurt?
He has a Jimmy Butler Transformer comp. We asked for some.
Okay.
I said Bumblebee probably wasn't my best comp there. Is he a Decepticon? Is he a Transformer? We're nerding out here. Why not?
He's not Starscream.
No, and he's not Megatron. So someone tried to go. He's not Megatron. No. He's not that guy. Kurt, Who you got? What's the comp for Jimmy Butler?
Hey guys, thanks for taking the call. So the easy comp to put it in honor of the Decepticons is Soundwave.
Ooh.
He doesn't talk much, but he keeps everyone in check. And, he's the brains of the operation technically. And, he's one of the backup leaders when need be. And when he speaks, people listen. But he doesn't talk much, and he's very versatile. That would be the perfect comp for Jimmy, I feel, because he fits all those modes. Another reference for Quentin Post, like you mentioned, Sam Perkins. Very similar to Sam Perkins. A rugged type player that can hit the outside shot and does the dirty work when need be. But yeah, Jimmy Butler, I feel like, is Soundwave.
I love that.
Not mad.
Soundwave would talk like this.
They have great.
Short and sweet.
Great. I'm
not even doing the voice proper.
No, it's great. That dun, 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 dun. Like just when they transform, I loved it because I used to watch some of the old ones with Benny because he was into Transformers for a little bit. Not his favorite. He's super into Star Wars right now. New Hope. We play Star Wars Battlefront a little bit, and he loves it. He loves being Darth Vader and just mowing down guys.
Oh yeah, Battlefront's
it's the best. I just let him be Darth Vader, and he could he doesn't get hurt. He just be cutting fools down.
The USA Channel. There was a time in the 90s. The USA Channel had the cartoon Transformers, followed by American Gladiator.
Oh.
And if you weren't watching TV during that time, then I just don't know what to tell you.
Well, I think
I love American
USA
Gladiator.
has turned into just Law and Order Special Victims Unit 24/7, I think. So that's basically what it is. Now that, or it was WWE way back when. That's you used to watch it on Monday
American
Night Raw.
Gladiator, we would take the broom and we would unscrew it. We're talking about the push broom, unscrew it, put 2 rolls of toilet paper and do the joust. You don't even know what I'm talking about.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about. I watched it occasionally when I was a kid, and I know what you're talking about.
Dude, Malibu.
It wasn't big though as when you were a kid.
So weeded and roided out. Just
they were
love
all,
that dude.
Yeah, they were all roided out. Shockwave, I'm getting. Shockwave's another one. Megatron's obviously the biggest one. We're also getting some
Laserbeak. Autobot alert.
Dude,
disclosure averted. Continue observation.
That is Jimmy.
Isolate that, and whenever we're talking about Jimmy Butler in a big game, that's what we're going to be like. Just play that. That's great. I love that. Soundwave is the Jimmy Butler.
Wow, that's good. Come on, you guys have never heard. You don't even know what Transformers is.
They know what Transformers is. Shia LaBeouf, bro. We saw the movie.
Unfortunately, that is how most of us know Transformers.
That's a good movie. Don't say unfortunately. That was a good first movie.
The first one, yes.
I had all the Hasbro toys. Optimus was the man.
They used to be like metal back in the day too, because my older brothers had them. Like they used to be like plastic. They used to be like legit transformed like metal cars.
It was G.I. Joe's and it was Transformers.
Okay.
G.I. Joe's was also on the USA Channel.
The show, and then they used to have the PSAs at the very end. G.I. Joe.
Dude.
There's some really funny compilations that they did of that, like dubbed over. They did like PSAs and they dubbed over them. Look it up. Look up
G.I. Joe cartoon movie where Cobra Commander, I don't even want to give it away. I know it's been 40 years. It is all time. And if you didn't play in the bathtub with the guy who was, I think, Sub-Zero, I forget the guy's name. He was the guy who would be in the water. There was a water G.I. Joe, and he had a little raft.
Okay.
That was the guy you wanted to play in the bathtub with.
Okay. What's the Stephen Curry comp? Is he Optimus Prime? It's not even close. He's the good guy. Steph's Optimus, right?
Yeah.
What's Draymond?
I don't know.
What's Draymond Green? Like what is his comp? Because that's the one that's
probably Starscream.
I think so too. He was
front runner.
He was the only one that wanted to take over for Megatron. He wanted to steal his shine a little bit. But we love Draymond. Triple-double for him yesterday. Stephen Curry at 52 points. We're reacting to it. This show has flown by. We have one more segment to go here. 888-957-9570.
None of you owned a G.I. Joe. Huh?
No,
keep it real. Did you own one?
I had G.I. Joes.
You did?
Yeah,
did you own a G.I. Joe, Carter?
I had a lot of WWE action figures.
Oh, you did? Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm not weird.
All right, good.
There you go.
Lock the hands in and they'd go down like a rope. You guys know what I'm talking about?
I used to do what I used to do.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. You lock the fingers together.
No, we had a second story. So what you would do is you'd get a plastic bag, put them under the armpits, and you toss them off, and that would be their parachutes if you didn't have them.
I like that.
So that's what we would do as kids. It would be very fun. And then we'd be playing, and you'd pretend you were G.I. Joe. And that was my name. So if your name was Joe, you'd feel a special connection to it.
I like it.
You get it. That's what's coming up. More G.I. Joe talk, more Stephen Curry talk, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. Was that a recipe for success in that win yesterday? Or does something need to change going forward? Does that calm you down, Warriors fans, that win yesterday? Massive game tomorrow, though. Maybe we'll preview a little bit of that. We're going to do a lot of that tomorrow as well. 3 games to go here, all against teams in the Western Conference ahead of you in the standings. Do you get greedy here? Can you start thinking 4 seed, Joe? We'll talk about it on the other side. That's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Bay Area, it's Jerry Stackhouse. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, this beat's still so hard. Petey Pablo? Come on. Freak a League?
Petey Pablo had a few songs. North Carolina, come on and raise her.
Can you name all the women in this song? Like, if you can name some of them, I'll give you.
I think
Shamika?
Cisco's song.
Tara?
Cisco had one with DMX. Where he named all kinds of different women. Obviously, there's about 10,000 Too Short songs, which I don't even think I can bring the names of these songs up on air.
Shonda, Sabrina, Crystal, Duranda, Lisa, Felicia, Tanisha, Siobhan. There you go. Then Monica, Monique, Christina, Yolanda. So there you
Petey
go.
Pablo had a song with E40 and a bunch of other people on it. Throw Your Hood Up or Where My Hood At or whatever. It's just so many bangers.
That's such a sick beat.
That
too.
was when Little John was collabing with everyone.
Yeah, and it was a certified banger.
What?
Every time. It was with Too Short, who you just mentioned, obviously. By the way, last segment to go. This show has flown by. A win like that and what it did, and Steph had in the game that he had, Jimmy, Draymond, the jaw angle, and you got people getting mad at Desmond Bain. Zach Edey had a big performance. Jaren Jackson Jr.
We just hate the Grizzlies.
You do. And it's funny because it's something you would normally say like a Grizzlies Warriors. But again, it stems back to that playoff series. There was a lot of bad blood. Dylan Brooks isn't even there anymore, but it was all sown back then. And that's why it makes it so fun. And that hatred, by the way, for these teams are going to start coming to fruition because of all the pressure, because that is what happens. Like the hatred for the Lakers is going to be times 10 tomorrow. It's LeBron, it's Luka, it's LA. Like the hatred is back between those two teams, and we're going to see it tomorrow. The first time we're seeing it, because remember, the last time you played that team is right when those trades happened, but we didn't see Luka or Jimmy playing it. Those two players weren't playing, so it was still kind of the old teams, and the Lakers won it, obviously, and the rest is history. Is what those teams have been, but LeBron was hurt for a little bit. Luka took some time to get back. They still are trying to figure things out. Feels like these two teams, a lot of people are waiting to see, are these the teams that could knock off the Thunder potentially? I think a lot of people think it could be either the Warriors or the Lakers. And the Lakers obviously got all the shine because LeBron and Stephen A and all that. But I'm excited. I'm excited for the game tomorrow. I'm fired up, actually.
Is Nick Wright going to be sitting courtside? I don't know if you guys caught the viral video of Nick Wright sitting courtside.
Who's Nick Wright?
Well, he does Fox
high-level
Sports.
loser, bro.
I enjoy Nick. I enjoy what he is at this point. And he leads into the shtick. I think he's a good person. But he trolls. He does.
With his hair down and how long it is, someone put a photo of him alongside one of these crazy photos that you see of Jesus.
No, he looks like Count Dooku in the younger version.
That's a good one.
He does. He looks a little bit like Count Dooku.
Anyway, but he gave this hug to LeBron like he was meeting the Pope. It was crazy.
I remember way back when he was still doing that show with Chris Carter, and who was it? Michael Rappaport brought in the broom during the NBA Finals, and he just gave him a broomstick courtside. He's like, "Here you go, man." He came for the sweep, and that's what ended up happening. But that was standing. Talking about trust, Joe. Trust is very important. Would you say trust in a relationship is big? It's built on it's
yes.
Right? In any relationship, any walk of life, and especially for teammates.
Trust.
Right? You're a coach. You preach that constantly. Trust to your teammates. You got to trust in your other.
Do you know how many times players? I see, for example, something as simple as, do I trust to pass the ball to you? Do I trust that I could throw this one as hard as I possibly can from shortstop over to first base? All those little levels of trust. Do I trust that if I call a play to the left side, you're going to seal your block and I'm going to be able to juke and take a one cut in? Yes, trust is everything in sports.
I have this thing that I like to call, and it's called the Spadoni Circle of Trust. You've ever seen Meet the Parents?
One of the great movies of all time.
Thank you. You got Jack, who's Robert De Niro. He's got his own circle of trust within his own family. I have my own circle of trust when it comes to players that I trust to get the job done late. And if I was to ask you the circle of trust, Joe Shasky's circle of trust, because I know what mine is, I'm going to ask you first. And I'm going to ask the listeners right now at 888-957-9570. You can call or text these in. Remember, it's the same number to call or text. It's quite simple. Just put it in your phone right now and put 95.7 the game. Go to your contacts, add new contact, 888-957-9570. Send us text or call. Same number applies to both. Your circle of trust right now, take out the big three on the Warriors. Jimmy, Steph, and Draymond are locked into that circle of trust. They're locked in.
Can you define trust? You mean like trust in the closing minutes? You mean...
Do I trust that you're going to be a winning player when push comes to shove late in a game? Are you going to make a winning play for me? Can I trust you in big moments, in big situations? Do I have your trust? I have trust right now in Stephen Curry, Jimmy Butler, and Draymond Green. They're locked in. Outside of that, it's up for
Moses
debate.
Moody.
You're putting Moses in there. Okay.
I'm going off body of work, and I feel like he's earned my trust the last 2 months.
So you got Draymond, Jimmy, Curry, Moody. Anyone else you want to toss in your circle of trust when it comes to big moments and big situations?
I got to throw the water faucet in there because he's so hot and cold, but he tends to be more lukewarm than anything. But I'm going to go with Pods.
888-957-9570. Who is in your circle of trust right now outside of Draymond, Jimmy, or Steph? Or is any of those players out of it? I'd be kind of shocked if they were, but I'll hear it.
Okay.
Your own circle of trust, because for me, it really is those three players, and it's wait and see.
Well, what about Kevon Looney? You don't trust Kevon Looney?
That's a good one.
GP2?
I don't know how much he's going to be getting playoff time.
I agree. But
big situations, that's a good one.
Okay,
I will put
GP2?
Kevon in there. I will put Gary Payton when he comes back, but I got to put a little air quotes around that now. He's compromised. So that is scary. I'm not going to put Jonathan Kaminga there. I'm not going to put Brandon Pajemski in my circle of trust at this moment.
Okay.
I will put tentatively Moses Moody. He is tentatively in my circle.
Okay.
Gee, nah, not right now. Quentin Post, no. And Buddy Hield, I'm not putting in there quite yet either.
I'm probably a little higher on Pods and Gee than you are, which is fine. Look, whether they're on the edge of the circle of trust, just outside, just in, they're pretty close for most people. I would say, Pods and Gee, and I think it depends on who you are. Post, I'm more wait and see. I trust him a lot more during the meat of the game than I do down the stretch. I don't really trust him down the stretch. And Buddy, I don't really trust down the stretch either. Though, I bet Buddy plays way more down the stretch than all of us anticipate.
See, that's what matters most, is what is Steve Kerr's circle of trust right now.
I think he trusts Buddy. I think he trusts Loon. I think he trusts GP2. Clearly trusts Pods.
Yeah.
Moody depends. And did I say Loon and GP2? Yeah.
Who does he not trust?
QP.
Okay.
JK.
Jonathan Kaminga. Gee. He loves Gee.
I think he loves Gee, but I also think he likes him in very specific matchups.
Okay.
So I'm gonna hold off on him. He doesn't trust Pat Spencer, for example.
Trace Jackson Davis is out.
Trace Jackson is completely out of the rotation. I'm trying to think who else. I think that's it.
I think that's it for him as well. Coach and Vallejo, I'll get to you in a second.
Did I not clearly explain the circle of trust to you? See, if I can't trust you, then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle. And once you're out, you're out. There's no coming back.
And we're doing the Spadoni circle of trust right now. Who is in your circle of trust for the Golden State Warriors? 888-957-9570 after last night's win.
Can we also agree that things are going to happen where guys that we trust today are going to drop back into non-trustable players in certain series? Like, for example, a couple years ago, Josh Giddey was a big part of why OKC had a great year. And then come the playoff matchup, he couldn't hit anything. And he immediately became unplayable in that series. That happens.
Did I not clearly explain the circle of trust to you?
Trust him or you don't. Did I not clearly explain it?
But wouldn't you also agree that there are certain matchups? Like, great example is Draymond Green. There was a point in time where it's laughable Draymond wouldn't close a game. And there's been the Kings series and the Lakers series where you're like, yeah, we might be better with him off the floor. Klay Thompson, same thing. So, for example, JK, I don't think that the coach trusts JK. I'm not sure I agree with that because I watched that game yesterday and through the lens of, boy, it'd be nice to have JK out on the perimeter defending.
What do you trust him to do late in games or in big pressure situations? Could you bank on what he is going to do well is what I would ask. I don't know. That's how I would answer that. I don't know.
I think he's a better defender than what, last night they could have used him as a perimeter defender alongside Moses Moody.
Yes, But do we know that he wouldn't also be doing some knuckleheaded fouls at points?
Well, that's what, but like again, but Buddy does that too, right?
A little bit, yeah. But Buddy's again. There's a lot of Buddy Hield.
Like here's a great example.
Buddy Hield's available, so he plays a lot. So that's why he has some level of trust too, because he's been available.
Not everyone plays outstanding all the time. Last night, Pods was a net positive when it was all said and done.
Positive.
He took a shot early in the shot clock with like 4 minutes to go, give or take, from 3-point land, which he had no business taking. He wasn't hot. He wasn't on fire. It was early in the shot clock. Everyone was like, what are you doing? It hit front iron. It was a turnover. That goes down as a mystery. That was a turnover. It was a horrible possession. And it just gets swept under the rug. Had JK taken that exact same one, that's yank him, get him out of here. And I'm like, all right, well, this is the difference in allowing a player to stay in and make a couple of plays beyond the mistake that they made.
See, this is why I'm asking the callers and the fans, and the coach and Vallejo I'll get to in a second. Your circle of trust for the Golden State Warriors, who is in it? We're doing Spadoni's circle of trust right now, 888-957-9570. You got Steph, you got Jimmy, you got Draymond. I'm pretty sure they're locked into most people's circles of trust. Outside of those guys, who else is in yours? 888-957-9570. Coach is in Vallejo. What's up, Coach? Who's in your circle of trust right now for the Warriors?
Hey, good morning, guys. The first two you said, Steph and Jimmy, but I do not trust Draymond at all. Draymond lost the championship game for the Warriors by getting kicked out, and we weren't at full strength against Cleveland. He makes bonehead plays at the wrong time. He argues with the referee, so I do not trust Draymond at all. However, I do trust Kaminga, and here's why. Kaminga, first of all, he doesn't make as many bonehead plays as people think he does, and I think Shasky put it best. If he makes one mistake, he's yanked out the game. However, Kaminga is a big game player. He goes through people. He makes shots with contact like he did the other night before he was injured. And Kaminga, he rises to the occasion whenever, like the game against Houston, when neither Steph played or Draymond, and he had to beat Houston one-on-one down the stretch. I trust Kaminga to make that big shot, that big play. So I know Kerr doesn't trust him, but I trust Kaminga. And so I would put his Steph, Jimmy, Kaminga, Moody. That's my level of trust. One more.
Coach, I want to hear you respond to this. You do understand that when you say you trust Jonathan Kaminga and you don't trust Draymond Green, the way that lands to the audience, right? You do understand.
Oh, absolutely. But you know what? Jonathan Kaminga has never made 6 or 7 turnovers in one game, but Draymond has on several occasions. Okay? Draymond has lost championships for the Warriors. Jonathan Kaminga has not. Okay? So,
yeah, but real quick, Coach, real quick. Draymond Green's won championships. Jonathan Kaminga hasn't, he's been a part of it, but he didn't win the championship. Like, you can't say, well, Jonathan Kaminga he hasn't lost titles yet, but he hasn't won them. Like, so you see what I'm saying here? You can't have it both ways. Draymond has been a key contributor on 4 NBA titles.
I love you, Coach.
He's a DPOY. He'll probably win DPOY again this year.
I'm not sure I feel
Coach,
this call.
Thank you. I appreciate the call. I appreciate the call,
I do
Coach.
love him.
888-957-9570. Circle of trust right now. Who is in your circle of trust when it comes to the Golden State Warriors? That is what we're doing.
Here's the thing on JK.
Did I not clearly explain the circle of trust?
When I bring up JK, we get super nuanced, and we're like, as an off-ball defender, he falls asleep. He's just not in a position to help. And I'm like, all right, yeah, you're right. Totally agree. Totally see that. He's a lot better on ball than some of the guys who are guarding on ball who get blown by and then force others to be in rotation, right? Because to me, defense is obviously individual, but it's also team defense and help defense. And right now, they have a problem at the top of the key. That's the point of attack, right? When someone's going downhill. And, if it's Podziemski guarding those guys,
he gets blown by.
He does. He does. And now look, he plays alongside Draymond and Jimmy a lot, and so they can cover up some of these with their rotations and their help and things like that.
2 of the best defenders at their positions.
Yeah, and so I think that we obsess over nuance when it comes to JK and then just completely look the other way on Pods on something that's pretty obvious. I'm not saying either is right or wrong. I'm not even here saying either is great or either is awful. I'm just saying I find it funny what we fascinate over regarding what this guy can't do and then just completely dismiss some clear deficiency for another player. It's just weird, the tapestry of fandom It is. The longer I do this job, the more I realize that, like, people have their favorites, and they have ones that they like to criticize.
There's a lot of layers. Again, going back to ogres and like Shrek. Ogres are like onions. There's a lot of layers. With fandom, there's a lot of layers of fandom as well when it comes to certain players.
Every player in the NBA, every player has strengths and weaknesses. Some have way more strengths than they have weaknesses. Some have really small weaknesses, you know? Some have huge glaring holes in their game, but they're so proficient at something else, you don't even care, right? And then for the majority of them, like JK and Pajemski, you're somewhere in the middle. And then the question is, you know, are they bringing more to the table as opposed to less?
Like a circle, right?
Exactly.
There you go. A circle of trust is what we're talking about right now. Al, we're going to hear from Al and SF and his circle of trust when it comes to the Warriors. 888-957-9570. Who's in your circle of trust, Al, on these dubs?
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you for getting me on here. Yeah, my circle of trust, I favor Kaminga, in this favorite trust because of what he can do when he's getting there. When getting to the rim, he's a very, energized, talented person, to go to the rim. Then Pod, I would say I trust Kaminga, Moody, Butler, Draymond Green, and Curry / JP, JP2, GP2. But other than that is, those are my circle of trust.
I trust GP2 almost as much as I trust Looney. Like, I think there's 6 guys, 5 guys, I would say. 5 guys. Curry, Butler, Dre, clearly.
Yes.
Loon and GP2. They're in my veterans, been there, done that.
Won championships.
Exactly.
Played in big moments and big spots.
Then there's like a third level, which is Pods Moody, right? Where I trust you, but it is a little matchup dependent. You do a lot of little things that help us win. You do have some deficiencies. I like you. And then I have the wild cards. Like, I don't even know. Like, Buddy, JK, and Quentin.
I'd put Pods in there too, personally, the wild card.
I think I trust him a little more than you do.
Yeah,
I also think the players and the coach trust him more than you do.
And this is going to be a very interesting step for him because it's going to be really his first playoff experience coming up here. So I'm again, last night was kind of a taste of that. We keep hearing from Draymond, from the coach, from everyone saying there's a playoff atmosphere. A lot of the young players came up a little bit small yesterday, and he needed the big boys to get it done. We got a super chat, Carter? What we
do. Truth, thank you for the donation. Dubs are 13-2 without Kaminga since acquiring Jimmy.
There's a super chat for you, 13-2. No Kaminga, no problem for the Warriors?
Well, that's a pretty big sample. It's 15 games. Mm-hmm. It's pretty big.
Yes.
I don't know. I think that there's something there. I wouldn't say it's the end-all, be-all, but I also wouldn't gloss over it. I'm pulling a Steiny here. I'm like,
you're sitting on the fence. You're doing the Humpty Dumpty.
No, but look, I do think last night is a good example. It would have been nice to have GP2 and JK to just throw on Jaw. Like, you can't deny that. Like, they would have been nice to have. Now, could JK have gotten 4 or 5 quickies? Absolutely. Would he have fallen asleep? Jaw would have cut back door and given a blip? Absolutely. But at minimum, and it's the same way I view, like, bigs, he got 5 fouls, 6 fouls.
Yeah.
Like, it is nice to be a physical, different body type on someone, even if it's just for a half dozen possessions.
Let's wrap up the circle of trust right here with JC and SF, 888-957-9570. JC, who is in your circle of trust right now for the Warriors?
What's going on, fellas? It's a great question. Unfortunately, GP2 would be maybe the 4th guy in my circle of trust.
I agree.
Outside of the big 3.
What about
I don't
Lou?
know if I've ever seen a better defender, like, in my life than that guy. And
Pippen?
Who's not in my circle of trust, who can be farther outside of my circle of trust, is Buddy Hield. He is not in the Burns Fokker circle of trust whatsoever. And I just think it's like, do we have enough guys in the circle of trust to make a long playoff run? It's tough.
Let me give you the Buddy Hield nickname.
Thanks, JC.
He's the lava lamp.
He's just
up and he's down. A shapeshifter. Sometimes he looks unbelievable, and other times I just don't even know.
See, if I can't trust you, then I have no choice but to put you right back outside the circle. And once you're out, you're out. There's no coming back.
If you're 14 years old and you have a lava lamp in your room, I just assume you're smoking weed.
Or gaming. I always felt like you were gaming.
No, you're one step away.
No,
from
you had the
smoking weed.
N64 out or the PlayStation playing some Resident Evil late night. You got the lava lamp there, setting the mood.
Did you have a lava lamp? I had one.
You're my brother's age, so they all had them. So there was we had a blue one or a red one. That's the
Don't
colors
touch
you
the
had.
lava lamp when
Never,
it's on.
It's very
hot as hell.
Yes, and also very dangerous. Yes, because everyone had carpet back then for some reason too, and it'd get there, get hardened, it'd be gross. Don't fall. You don't want to break those
Everyone
things.
did have carpet. That is a good call.
John is in Hayward talking about trust. Who you trusting these days on the Warriors, John? Who's in your circle?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'll tell you in about 10 seconds, but before I do that, I really want to say the Lakers need to play the Warriors and end LeBron's career. You know, this top 2, top 5 BS is driving me crazy. This guy's been swept in the finals, bounced in the first round. I'm sorry. If Curry does it, he's overtaken him. That's number one.
Wait, real quick. Hold on now, John. You can't just do 10 seconds real quick on that. You don't think LeBron's a top 2 or top 5 player ever?
No, if he's been swept in the finals, he's 4-6. He's lost multiple first-round exits. Get out of here with that stuff.
You know, Jordan also has multiple first-round exits. I just want to let that be known. No, I don't. I wanted to keep him. He had a circle of trust.
That's insane.
None
I'm
after
sorry.
But Jordan was never swept in the finals, so.
Look, can I just talk real quick on Jordan?
We've jumped the shark on when it comes to certain talking points.
No, we haven't. There are certain players whose status in my mind will never be bumped off. Barry Bonds, Michael Jordan, okay? Like, there are certain, Jerry Rice, right? There are certain people. I don't care who comes along. Jesus could come down to earth.
Did you feel like that with Joe Montana and then Tom Brady came along, though?
But you also have to remember, like, there were other players, contemporaries, right? Like I watched Brett Favre be the best player in the NFL for 3 straight years.
Joe was like, he had 4 Super Bowls. He was 4-0.
No doubt.
For a long time, it was the Jordan argument, Joe. He was perfect.
Yeah, but you know who else was 4-0 in a Super Bowl? Terry Bradshaw.
Defense, but I hear you.
Joe's okay, whatever.
But that's what they're known for. But like,
Joe was also bounced in the early rounds.
Correct. Continue. I didn't mean to cut you off. You're flowing.
There are certain people to me who will never be bumped off their perch. Willie Mays, Barry Bonds, Jerry Rice, Michael Jordan. And so for people that watched Michael Jordan, like myself, he was the best defender and the best offensive player in the league for 10 straight years.
I agree. I don't think anyone's knocking him off number 1. I thought
he was the best player on the planet for 10 straight years on both things.
My guy just said LeBron shouldn't be in the number 2 or the top 5 conversation is where it lost me.
We also dismiss Kareem. We dismiss Will Chamberlain and Bill Russell.
Them? I think all those guys people are put in the top 10 or top 5. Like people put Kareem and Russell all the time or Will in the top 5. I think it's the consensus for most people when I talk
Everybody's top 5 has like 12 players in it. Can we also
well, no, the consensus is, I'm going to say the consensus. MJ, LeBron, Wilt, Kareem, Magic, I think is the consensus top 5 for a lot of people.
I mean, I think you talk to a Boston fan and they're going to have a completely different opinion.
A lot of people, my dad and probably your dad would say this. And Bill Russell, they would say that because of the rings and because of who he meant, and being a San Francisco guy. I think a
lot of people that watched Wilt are going to say like Wilt's one of the greatest players of all time.
Yes,
we never even consider him in the zone. All I'm saying is sports didn't start in 1985. No. You know, like we have to think about the older players.
And I'm biased too. Kobe was my favorite player growing up, so like I always shoehorn in. I think he's a top 5 player, but people are going to disagree with that. That's fine. Because for my generation, who didn't really see Michael Jordan until that last year, Kobe was a lot of our favorite players. So like there's a generational thing here too. I don't like when we do this, when we have to just say, well, this person got swept this or this person got bounced there. I was like, doesn't he get an achievement for that Cavs team, which might have been the worst team I've ever seen reach a finals? He was able to do that in his 2nd or 3rd year. It's incredible. Just like Stephen Curry, we're gonna say, oh, he blew a 3-1 lead in the finals. Does he get any credit for having the greatest regular season, being a unanimous MVP, and that team being one of the greatest that never won it all? Like, I look at that team for the Warriors, like the Patriots of 2007, still one of the greatest teams I've ever seen. Yeah, they didn't win it all. They lost to the Giants, and it was a craziness happened in that game. I don't look at Tom Brady any less. In fact, I think that season solidified for me Tom Brady being the greatest quarterback I've ever seen because of how incredible he and Randy Moss were. They were insane.
That was what it did for you?
For me, it was because I'd never that was, and Montage talks about Pats or pass, like that was still the greatest regular. I know they lost the Super Bowl, and it sounds insane. Still the greatest team I think I've ever seen, ever. Just top to bottom. I know I lost it, and I'm going to sound insane. I think that is the 07 Pats team is still the greatest team I've ever seen. I'm going to say it. I still think it's the greatest team I've ever seen.
Yeah, for Brady, just real quick, it was the fourth quarter against Seattle, the greatest defense.
Okay.
In terms of secondary,
yeah.
He threw for almost 300 yards, and to me, it was the way he did it, conducting it at the line, like the way Peyton did for so long. That changed the game.
And I think for most people, it's probably 28-3. It's like, okay, well, that guy just did the greatest comeback I've ever seen in my life. He's amazing.
Yeah.
What are you going to say, right?
You also have to remember that, like, for me, like, Montana's amazing, but for me, I'm a little different. Like, I saw the tail end of Montana in live.
Steve Young.
And Steve was my guy.
Okay.
And I related to Steve. And, like, me and my dad would argue about it. And my dad was right. And I was a young kid. Like, Steve's my dude. Like, I gravitated towards Steve because I saw every snap of Steve's career. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, it's the same thing while I'll go to bat for Lincecum and Bonds. There are certain players that are in your head that are etched and that you cannot knock them off their perch. And for me, Jordan's that guy.
That's fun.
And I'm not budging.
And it's going to be funny because for a lot of people growing up now, Steph is going to be that guy. No one's going to touch Steph. He's going to be the GOAT for them. And that's, you know what, that's awesome because for the longest time, Warriors fans, like Rick Barry was that guy. Rick Barry's a Hall of Famer. He's a top 75 player. Insane. Great player. But for Steph to be that guy for them and be in those top 5/top 10 conversations when it's all said and done, that's something that no one could ever take away from you. And I feel that. And I just want to personally celebrate the greatness that we're going to watch tomorrow. Like, I don't know how many more of these LeBron and Steph things. We keep saying that, and it's just like, oh, how many more? Like, he's 40 years old, and Steph is 37. Like, they're
both remarkable.
What they are doing at this stage is incredible. This stuff doesn't happen. And I think we're jaded because of the guy we mentioned, Brady, because Barry played for so late. For some of those guys, like, what they are doing at their age, Jimmy included, Draymond, it should be celebrated, and I am very excited. And listen, this is a huge stretch, back-to-back, against the two teams that I think if you gauge Warriors fans, like a fear factor who you don't want to see, I think these would probably be the 1 and 2, whichever one you want. It's probably the Lakers and Nuggets. Would you agree with that? If you don't want to see in the first round. Like that's...
Yes.
But you're probably going to see one of these teams in the first round. How would you handicap that real quick? Like, who would you want to see between those two teams? I know we're going to get more of an answer over these next two games probably, but if you were handicapping it right now, would you rather see the Nuggets or the Lakers? If you're the Warriors.
I want to see this matchup against Luka before I make a determination because the Luka dynamic changes things. When it was Anthony Davis, I would have leaned LeBron and Anthony Davis and said, all right, I'd rather slightly take on Denver with no shade to Denver, just knowing how great Anthony Davis has been against the Warriors. With Luka, I just kind of want to see what it looks like.
Right.
And with no GP2 and no Jonathan Kaminga, I think it's going to even be a more stiff test.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult.
I kind of just want to see it.
I would love for JK to be in this game. Again, he's day-to-day with a pelvic contusion, so I would love to see him in this one because I think it's a great test for him. And a potential, like, this could be the matchup in the first. There's a very strong likelihood this is the first round matchup in a 4-5 situation. Going down to LA, getting that experience. Again, we were just talking about the experience against the Grizzlies, but LA, it's heightened times 1,000. There's the star power, there's the lights, all of it. I know you guys like to mention the officials and the refs and the foul calls. And by the way, we did get the stats. Shout out Sam Lubman, shout out Carter for grabbing me these stats. Talking about most free throws made, we'll go last 20 games. So we were talking about 18 and 2. So the Warriors, when Steph and Jimmy both play in a game together, the Warriors are 18 and 2. But the last 20 games we'll do, the free throws made, last 20 games, the Pistons are number 1, 410. They get to the line, Cade Cunningham and them boys. The Warriors are number 2 in the last 20 games in free throws made, 402. Then you got the Cavs, got the Bucks, got the Magic, got the Clippers, Timberwolves, Lakers, Thunder, Grizzlies. But it's pretty harrowing stuff when I look at this. 402 since Jimmy Butler basically arrived here. 402 free throws made. They weren't touching that. They weren't sniffing that prior to Jimmy. Doesn't that change your mindset at all? Like, I know we talk about the refs all the time in these first round, whether it's against Jokic, whether it's against LeBron, whether it's against Shea. Like, shouldn't you be thinking about the Warriors getting the calls now again for? Like, shouldn't you be like? I feel like Warriors fans have this baked mental image that they don't get foul calls. I'm telling you the stats right now. they're getting the foul calls and they're getting to the line. That's this team now. You can start rooting for that stuff. It's okay.
Okay, but there's also the nuance of how often do you attack the hoop, right? And so
clearly they do.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, so when you attack the hoop more, you're gonna get more looks. And so there's a drive percentage stat that's out there, and there's layup percentage, mid-range percentage.
They attempt 24.4. That's fourth most last 20 games. We're doing the last 20 games. So they got the Pistons, Cavs, Bucks.
But if I said to you, like on the surface, you have a team with Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler, you would think those two alone would average 20 free throw attempts per game.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of free throw attempts per game.
Look at what timeout. Look at the best players in the league. All the best scorers in the league average 8+ free throw attempts. Curry is half of that throughout the entirety of his career.
Steph had 8 yesterday, by the way.
But
8 for 8.
What is his average for the year?
I don't care what happened in the past. I'm telling you what's happening right now in the last 20 games.
What is his career average?
Don't care. This is a new team.
I'm telling you what it is.
Jimmy now. But I'm telling you it's different, though, Joe.
When we look
I'm telling you it's different. It's okay.
What I'm telling you is that when you are...
It's a loser mentality.
No, it's
a loser mentality when I'm thinking about that stuff.
All the contemporary All-Stars average 8+ free throw attempts, and this guy doesn't, even though he has comprehensive shot attempts. Like, no, there's a discrepancy there. There is.
Okay. He literally, I'm going through it all.
He averages 4 to 5 free throw attempts.
Yes. And Jimmy's the one, and Jimmy's getting a lot of them, which is
doubt.
fine. That's fine. Like, you just want one of your players to be getting a bunch of them.
I bet you Harden is at a career, 9, 10. Paul Pierce averaged over 10. Paul Pierce, okay? Over 10. Like, that's what all of the elite players, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, averaging close to 10. That's what all the elite all-star players average. And then Steph's half that. It's an odd number to look at. Why? Because of the way the game is adjudicated when Steph Curry has the ball. Oh, he's slight. Oh, he doesn't stop on a dime the way Trae Young does. Oh, he doesn't foul bait. Like, there it is. And it's a frustration for Warrior fans. And clearly a frustration for Steph Curry.
You know what's not frustrating? Fast Five. One thing I'm saying is I don't like talking refs after a win or a loss in free throw discrepancy. I'm not going to do it come playoff time. I'm not going to do it play-in time. I'm not doing it.
But it's part of the game.
Yeah.
Jaren Jackson Jr. was off the floor at the beginning and the end of the game because of fouls.
Okay.
So it's how we discuss the game. It is baked into it.
Okay. Yesterday, free throws, 28 of 28. Grizzlies had 19 of 22. You won that. Can you give them credit there then?
No, what I'm saying
you're saying it should have been 40 free throw attempts.
No. You're misinterpreting. What I'm saying is that this thing that we shouldn't talk about the refs. No, it's a big part. Getting a player in quick 2 fouls, getting them off the floor is a huge part of game plans and strategies in basketball.
And everyone's going to have to deal with it. That was Fast Five. This is Fast Five, I guess. Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. What are your final thoughts, Joe Shasky?
My final thoughts are, the Giants are the 3rd best team in the National League right now, in the toughest division in baseball. I don't know if you know this. Elliot Ramos, 5 consecutive games with an extra base hit, tying Willie Mays, 1971. Logan Webb, 1, 2, 3, 4, double plays. This team just needs one more bat.
It kept getting quieter towards the end there, too.
3rd best in the National League. I love that.
They are.
Are they in your circle of trust?
Yes.
Did I not clearly explain the circle of trust to you?
Carter, what you got?
There's never been a more addition by subtraction than just removing Farhan. It is incredible.
Sadly, they're the 3rd best in their own division, though.
They are.
Which is tough.
By the way, Jackson,
in the toughest division in baseball.
Jackson Merrill, the Padres, getting 9 years? What is it?
135.
135 million. That's a great deal for them.
Worth every penny.
Absolutely.
My final thought is Steph Curry gets absolutely mugged out there. Let's call it what it is. The difference is that most superstars, when they're going for a foul or trying to bait a foul, get it on the first whistle. Steph has to look at them irritated, and by the 3rd time, then he'll get the whistle.
Maybe he should learn from his teammate, Jimmy Butler, who seems to do it all the time. What you got, Sam Lubman?
I was going to shout out Christian Koss, who made the Giants roster out of spring training, scored his first big league run last night. So Christian Koss, Christian Koss. Say that 10 times really fast.
Koss?
Koss. He's the Giants' backup utility infielder. Bounced around the Red Sox organization for a while, and got the start yesterday and got his first run. And I don't know if they gave him a hit or anything at the end of the night. He had a little bunt at the end. I don't know if they ruled out a hit or not, but shout out to you, man. Good stuff. Go Giants.
I'm shouting out the legend himself, R.I.P., underrated Batman. He is Iceman, Doc Holliday, Val Kilmer, R.I.P., legend. Heat. I'm going to watch some of the movies, I think, today. I think that's what I'm going to do in his honor. Celebrate some of his iconic roles.
Carter, you better watch Heat.
Heat, you got to.
I'll get on it.
Not Miami. Don't watch them. They stink. Although they beat the Warriors last week. But we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk about that. We're going to be talking about Steiny and Goo, who are coming up next. It's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Big Warriors win yesterday, 134-125 over the Memphis Grizzlies. Stephen Curry passing the late, great Jerry West for 25th on the all-time NBA scoring list. And just too shy of Klay Thompson's record yesterday for most threes made in the game. He was gunning for it, came up just short, but the Warriors did not. They are the 5th seed in the West, and things are percolating, baby. They're taking on the Lakers tomorrow. Enjoy Stein and Goo next.
perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I would run around this studio
naked. They're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Go ahead, buddy.
Go ahead. What? No,
you start.
No,
you start.
I'll just say this. 37, 35, 35.
Warriors.
Those are the ages of Dre, Jimmy Butler, and Steph Curry. And we left the studio yesterday asking which one would we see. The morning show put up a poll. Would you rather see Curry go for 40 or play off Jimmy? Steiny, I'm looking at you right now like I left a basketball buffet and the restaurant was run by the Golden State Warriors. We got both. Steph Curry is special, and I think they put the league on notice. On a good day, this is what we can do. It was not perfect, but for Steph to go golfing, get that fresh cut, which I text you on the Vine, I said, watch out. And boy, Steiny, that was just a reminder of, you got Jokic, we got Steph. You got Ant, we got Steph. You got Bron and Luka, we got Steph. How can you not be excited as a Warrior fan right now at 10:01, Steiny, on this day? Good morning.
What's going on? I'm going to call that one a regular season classic.
Wow.
And when
you don't do much of that.
When you stack up the greatest games of Steph Curry's career, I don't want to do that or rank them, but there's a new entry in that on that list, and that was last night. I mean, the guy was absolutely unbelievable.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
Tell it,
I mean, just indescribable greatness at times.
Why was he so frisky early?
Because it's Steph Curry.
Yeah.
Got some sun.
It's Steph Curry, and it was a big game, and the three big boys came to play, and then a couple of the young guys made key plays late, and that was the recipe for a win for the Golden State Warriors against the Memphis Grizzlies. And step one of this 4-step journey, mini journey, if you will, is complete, and they got the one they had to have, and they jump up to 5th in the West right now, and now
you got to hold on.
They got the LA Lakers Thursday, and now it's a game that if you can somehow win, then you can realistically think about, can we get to 4?
Number 5.
Can we get to 4?
Number 4.
Which would give you home court advantage.
Exactly.
But there's still 2 behind LA. Well, really 1, because you got to look at tomorrow like you're going to beat them. But I know it's about one night, man. And last night was special.
Yeah, it was just a tremendous game, high level. I thought both teams played really well. I thought both teams had a chance to win it, but I think the reason the Golden State Warriors won it, and this is just what I think, but it's just a team that's been there or had too many guys who have been there before against too many guys who still have yet to really find a way to get it done. And as great as Ja Morant was, we kind of saw as great as he was, we kind of saw. I think I saw last night part of the reason why Memphis can't quite get it all together, but. Look, the Warriors did everything they had to do to win that game, and it was a big win. And now they can progress with optimism.
Yeah,
and start thinking about what if they had lost that game, and we don't have to think that way. But right now, you got to feel good about the win, and now you got to get ready for the Lakers.
Yeah, and then Denver after that, and we saw a 60-point triple-double by Jokic. 2 great icons just putting on shows last night, Steiny. So I'm with you. And we talked about yesterday when we left here, how would the others react? And it's just one game. And, I thought Moody was okay. I thought Pods, they were, it's hard to stay in front of Ja Morant, right? I wouldn't know, but we all know from afar. But Steiny, man, that was a good one. And they were up 17 and down 4 with 3:38 left. And I'm thinking, my goodness, are you going to blow this? And they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, for me, the first great sign was at about 4:15, about an hour before the start of the game. I'm sitting at home, and I'm like, feeling a little different. I don't know. I was just like, what's going on? Something. And I realized what it was. I was really, really looking forward to that game last night.
And it did disappoint, man.
And I was thinking, man, I can't wait for this game to start. And of course I thought, good for me. Good for me that I'm excited about this game. But then I thought, no. Good for us. Good for us. I mean, this is all we hoped that we could find about 4 months ago. And last night, as that game's getting ready for tip-off, I'm thinking, well, this is going to be fun. But the next 2.5 hours is going to be fun. And you know what? Like, for some reason, I'm watching that whole game, Goo, and it just felt like, holy hell, these games are long.
Yeah.
And
keep going.
You get up in the first quarter, and you're feeling good, and then it's the second quarter, and then it's early third, and Memphis is making a run. You're like, oh, my God, there's still so much time left in this game. It just felt like that win last night was so demanding.
I love it.
And yes, they ended up winning the ball game, and every right to feel good about that game.
Yeah, and Steiny has started from the outset, and again, Evan mentioned, Curry having a tan, and I know you mentioned your partner had mentioned that he got some sun. So if that's what it takes for him to be relaxed and come into a game and just wreak havoc like he did, something just felt different. He was looking to shoot and cook, and that's what the chef did. And Steiny, they turned off Memphis's water, going on an 18-5 run when they were down 4 with 3 minutes left. So, I mean, I got a text from Willard, a random text, Steiny, at the end, but this is Warrior fans being greedy. He goes, that damn Westbrook, he ruined almost a perfect night. But the Warriors getting that win with what's at stake is perfect. But then when you go to the standings in regard to maybe many, you could have had a loss. I get that. But they handled their business, and they went up and surpassed Memphis.
Hey, Willard.
Will.
Quit begging. Quit begging.
No, he was.
Quit begging.
Numbers are numbers.
I don't. Being upset with Russell Westbrook is a sign that you're scared.
You don't think the Warriors had that game on in the locker room?
It was
a great game.
I'm sure they did.
Oh my gosh!
You know, the good Lord said the things that are outside your control, you shouldn't really worry about. Okay, you can't do anything about it.
Was that Steph?
Look at Evan.
And let me tell you one thing I'm doing right now. I forgot. I wanted to say this right away.
Oh.
Because I'm not having any of it. Not from any of you all. And God love you, partner, not from you either. I don't want to hear one word about, Evan, but they blew a 17-point lead.
They didn't blow it because they won.
Let me tell you something. The reason they won that game is because they got up 17 early. That's why they won the game. Well, I guarantee you
don't blow it until you lose the game.
But you're renowned, quite frankly, for saying, but Steiny, they cut it to 14. Were you worried?
Man.
The biggest reason to me the Warriors won that game is because of how they started that game. Yeah. And it put Memphis in a hole. And Memphis had to play super well to get back in the ball game. But like we see a lot, you battle back, but then it takes so much out of you that the team that got up has the advantage.
And what about the Warriors making all their free throws, Steiny? 28 of 28. And I know we can sit here and say that's a one-off. 28 of 28.
But see,
that's big time.
Yeah. That's why I fought everybody tooth and nail.
About?
There aren't bad free throw shooting teams. There are bad free throw shooters. And if you tell me that Butler and Curry are going to take 20 free throws, then I would tell you, well, they have a chance to make them all because those two guys can make their free throws.
Real quick, you shocked me. real quick with Butler, Steiny, I felt like he was ultra aggressive, and this is how you know I'm growing, because you always think I'm just about field goal attempts. But when you reminded me, Goo, he only took 11, it felt like he took 25, and he made all his free throws, got to the free throw line, Steiny, 12 times. So that Jimmy Butler, give me that all day moving forward. So it didn't feel like 11 because I felt like just there was something oozing off my TV. He was engaged. That's the word I'm looking for, Steiny. Not that he's never been, but he was engaged. What you and I were before we popped before we actually had the date.
I mean, I actually didn't think he was aggressive in the first half at all. I thought he was getting into the lane and almost purposely not shooting to try to get other people involved. I mean, look, to me, the way Butler played last night was the way he's mostly been playing all year long. And I
don't know why I feel different.
Yeah, I mean, he only took 11 shots. He obviously was big down the stretch, but to me, that's Jimmy Butler saying, we got a teammate who's going off, and so there's no need for me to take 18 shots
12
tonight.
free throw attempts means those are, you know what I mean?
It means
Scotty?
Memphis is pretty dumb at times.
Oh.
But, I thought Butler was kind of like he always was, which has been very good with the Golden State Warriors. Let's get it going today. 888-957-9570. It's a free-for-all because there was so much going on in that game. There's nothing that wasn't important. What did you make of it? Warriors 134, Grizz 125. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise,
Butler dribbles to his right. Down in deep for Draymond. Left corner over to Moses Moody. It's a three, and it's money in the bank. 130 to 122 Warriors. It's a 9-0 one for Golden State.
Hey, it's Moses Moody with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right. That's Tim Roy on the call last night. You could hear all the action right here on 95.7 The Game, and hopefully you did if you weren't watching on TV. And it continues tomorrow against the Lakers. Another big game, bigger than last night.
And they're on the Lakers' ass, 4-5.
888-957-9570 is the number. I think we can all agree that the Warriors played the game of the year last night. Maybe not their game of the year, but that was the game of the year in terms of all the games the Warriors played. I just thought both teams were just very, very good.
Man.
And the Warriors made the plays they need to make, and the Grizzlies, they didn't. It's really that simple. I'm just looking at the last 2 minutes. Warriors were up 1, and Morant had a little floater on the baseline that he couldn't get to go.
Right.
Then what happened on the next possession? Jaren Jackson Jr. fouls Butler. He went for a head fake. Butler leaned in, got the call, made both, and now it's a 3-point game. Memphis goes down, misses a 3, and then probably the biggest play of the game, Curry takes a 3. It doesn't go down, and Podziemski comes in and tips it in to put the Warriors up 5.
I thought game right there, Steiny.
And if you watch that play, and maybe this is nitpicking, but Morant just doesn't put a body on Podziemski.
I don't think he thought he needed to.
I'm sure he didn't. And Podziemski makes the play, and then the next play.
AirPods.
The next play, Morant gets into the lane, gets caught in the air, tries to shovel a pass to Edey, and Butler steals it, and that's your ball game.
Night.
So, as good as John Morant was, the Warriors were better down the stretch, and they were smarter than Memphis down the stretch. And that's how you win a game like that.
And I'll say this to that, because it happened to Memphis in the first quarter. Steiny, I got body envy when it comes to Jaren Jackson Jr. But for the Warriors not to have a traditional big and you still find a way to get in foul trouble, I mean, that's going to kill you. And that helped the Warriors because when Jackson Jr. was out there, he was a problem. Missed some big shots. They were up 4, Steiny. He had a couple shots, putting them up 7, didn't go down. But collectively, to be down 2 guys, the Golden State Warriors, and start this 4-game gauntlet with the dub, no pun intended, I'm excited. And Steiny, if you can get, and I know this might be asking too much, but there's nothing about age. And again, this is not the series, though, but when you got the guy, the closer like Steph Curry, I think anything is on the table. And now we're not talking about a 10th or 11th seed. We experienced that for some part of this season. We're talking about a damn 5th seed.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're climbing the standings. There's no doubt about it. But I got to tell you, and I want to know if anybody else had this thought. And it was this. I'm watching the last 2 minutes of that game, and I'm watching Butler and Steph and Draymond, and they are giving it everything they got. And Butler's playing 38 minutes, and Curry's playing 37, and Green's playing 33, but it's like 45 because of who he's got to play against. And I just had a thought, and it was like this. Okay, it was a great game. Big win. How do you play another game like that Thursday? How do you play another game like that Friday? How do you play another game like that Sunday? How do you play the rest of the season like that? How do you win a series like that? How do you win a second round? I mean, it is going to be
their job.
A monster grind. That's what also hit me last night. That game takes a lot out of you. So now they responded against Memphis. They got the Lakers and Denver back-to-back.
Ah, man.
And
I got you.
And they got the big boys got to come to play both nights. And that's another fun thing about this stretch is we'll get to see a small snippet of how the veteran Warriors react when they got to play 4 straight tough games in 6 days.
No doubt. Now it's 3. Now it's down to 3 because you got the one to start this off. But I'm excited. And again, Steiny, we talked about the others. They could have played better, but they didn't get you beat. Moody made a big 3 at the end. Paz was out there trying to keep dudes in front of him that are, got more foot speed than him. Moody was asking for that work, and he was getting it. But they held on. And again, Steiny, I'm just sitting there like you because you hit me with this. I'm sitting there with like 5:38 left in the third quarter like, oh, my God, we got a whole quarter and some change left, like just injected in my veins. And if this is any indication of what we're about to experience, Steiny, put your seatbelt on. It sounds like you already have it on because it's going to be wild. But back to Willard's text because he was looking at that Denver win and the Minnesota win in the standings ramifications. But I came in this morning off the euphoria of this dub, but they still can get into the box. And that would start tomorrow if they slipped up and then slipped up Friday to Denver. So there's no room to breathe almost.
No, I mean, I think we kind of knew.
I was celebrating like it's over, but no, it's not technically.
Well, I mean, with all due respect, this is the one they had to have. Mm-hmm. This is the one they absolutely had to have, and now they got it. So, I don't know what the goal is in the next 4 games. I'm sure Warrior fans would love to see 3 wins in the next 3 days, but I think the important thing is they got one, and it's the one I think we can all agree might have been the I don't want to say the easiest one, but that team right there, you would figure is a team that's, they're not playing well. They played hard last night.
Yeah,
they played pretty well, but I just there's something going on there that's gonna.
I got you.
That's gonna get them beat in the first round.
And it might be bigger than basketball. Who knows?
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. What a game last night, Warrior fans. You got to be sky high after that one. Curry with 52, regular season classic, no doubt about it. And the Warriors come through.
He took 31 field goal attempts, the chef, 20 from deep.
Yeah. Let's go to Kumar. Kumar's in Ukiah. Hey, Kumar, what's going on, man?
Hey there, that was an incredible game.
Yes, it was.
Screaming and jumping out of my skin at the end of that. It's probably scaring the block. But I just want to say, I think the thing that makes me confident about them, and to answer your concern, Matt, the thing that makes me think they can do this, even though it's going to be a gauntlet from hell over the next 3 games, and that's just to get in the door, is that Jimmy gives them a calming influence. He can get free throws almost at will. And when he does that, if you're 2/3 of the way through a quarter and it's really close, he'll start doing that, and all of a sudden we're in the bonus, and then Curry just plays his game and he gets more free throws. And that is what's going to take us there because it slows the game down. It gives everybody a break. It takes the chaos and brings it into some order. It gives Curry a chance to utilize the fact that he's the best shooter ever. And I want to see what the average is for Curry on free throw attempts since they've gotten Jimmy versus before it. Because I know he's been between 4 and 5 for his career. I bet he's between 6 and 8 since they got Jimmy. And I think that's the difference.
That's a good point.
Yeah. And they went from last to first, Donnie, with that Kumar. They went from last to first. And it's funny, I did some math during the break out loud and you were listening, and I know Jimmy's had 11 field goals, but those 12 free throw attempts, those are 6 fouls, Donnie. So, in essence, he had 17 field goal attempts.
Yeah,
so he wasn't, aggressive.
I mean, I don't want to get into whether he was or he wasn't. I thought Jimmy played like he always has played with the Warriors. And, in fact, I made a note that I thought in the first half
38 minutes.
He wasn't. I thought he could have, I don't know, maybe I'm expecting too much because when people say he's got to come out and be aggressive, I'm thinking, okay, he's going to take 10 shots in the first 18 minutes, but he never does that. He does not take a bad shot. He won't take a bad shot.
Yeah.
It's almost like he refuses to take a bad shot.
27, Sonny. So 27, 6 and 4, man.
To the caller's point, Steph, before Jimmy got here, averaged 3.5 free throws per game.
Okay.
Since Jimmy has arrived, he's averaged 6 free throws per game.
Wow.
I mean, that's not a small disparity. And, another
Warriors will take it all
Another
day.
great job by Steph last night. He not only had 52, but he gets to the line 8 times. So you got to take that if you're a Warrior fan.
He made all of them.
For sure. And, just a good vibes all around. Great win all around. And, one of the things that stuck out to me is, okay, so the big three played well. And then you got Podziemski and you got Moody.
Yeah.
And I thought they were very average for most of the night.
I'm with you.
And, I'm looking at Podziemski, and he's not making shots, and I'm thinking, okay, how does he impact the game? And my feeling is, if you're a young player and you're feeling it a little bit, you got to try to make a play on instinct. You got to try to make a play where maybe you take a little bit of a calculated risk. Mm-hmm. You got to try to make an aggressive play. And, Pods wasn't very good, but he made the biggest play of the game.
I'm with you.
And it was a play born out of his natural ability to rebound and have a nose for the ball. So it didn't come down to him with a 3-point shot. It didn't come down to him having to make a play on his own for somebody else. He made a play utilizing his instinctual strengths, and it was a huge play. And it's what young players may have to do if they're not shooting the ball well. And then conversely, Moody was just okay for most of the game either. Also, I should say.
Tough task.
And then the next thing you know, the ball finds him in the corner for his trademark corner 3, and he's open, and that's the one he makes.
Man.
And
boom.
Those are big. I mean, if you think about it, okay, 3 big games from the big 3. The young guys didn't play great. Yeah, but two guys made monster plays that helped you win that game.
Yeah, and we brought up Sharon Stone a couple of days ago, Stoney, but you talk about Pods, that was basic instinct. It was instinctual. He went up there, and it was huge. Ja took it for granted. But moving forward, you can't get everything you want, right? Nothing's perfect in life, but to put up 134 points and – nobody shot it well off the bench. Well, I guess Moody was 4 of 8, but outside of that, we've seen better. But the bottom line is they got the dub, and now you go to L.A. with this momentum, and we see what happens.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, how you feeling after the game of the year? Game of the year last night. I think we can all agree on that. A couple other things just throwing out there that I've, just writing down here, and it's this. It's about Moses Moody. And you look at his box score last night, he had 10 points in 36 minutes, 4 rebounds, 1 assist. So the numbers don't jump out at you. But the reason that Moody is playing, I feel right now, is because isn't it obvious to Warrior fans that right now Moses Moody is maximizing his game? Right now, I'm not saying he can't get better, but right now he's playing as well as he's played for the Warriors and in the NBA, and he may miss some shots on a given night, but he's getting as much out of his game as he could possibly get right now. There's nobody out there saying, well, Moody needs to do a little bit more. No. Well, I mean, look, he's doing every single thing that you want him to do, and I think he's doing it at as high a level as his ability allows. So, Moody's been a real part of this run, and you got to give him credit for where he's come from his entire career with the Warriors and where he's at right now. And I know it seemed like it's taken forever with Moody, but what is he, in his 4th year? 4th year right now? And now...
This is big coming from you.
Now, I mean, he showed... And we'll see what happens in the playoffs. And I'm not saying now he's a finished
starter,
product.
Though. Yeah, he's a starter. He's got to master this role.
Yeah.
And that's big for him. And you weren't the only one that was doubting him, Stoney, or just, you thought he was a guy. But this dude is starting alongside Steph Curry, Draymond Green, now Butler. and he deserves a whole hell of a lot of credit, man. And Ja, as great as he was, he took 22 hard shots. And these guys, it's hard to stop them. You can just try to make it difficult, right? And I thought Moody did that. He didn't back down. Ja would get the best of him on one possession, and Moody was right back up there with his what I deem foot speed, Steiny, and his ability to try to make it difficult. So I'm with you. And then he hit that three to kind of like ball game. So I like where he's at.
The one, another thing I noticed, and Warrior fans, feel free to jump in on any of these. 888-957-9570. Yeah, I thought the other thing about that game to me is that, it was close to a playoff game. Man. And it was certainly played with a lot of intensity.
Because it felt like it.
And you look at the Warriors, and they shot the hell out of it from three, 22 for 56. But I was watching the game thinking this, if you take out Curry's 12 for 20, that puts the Warriors at 10 for 36 from three.
Yeah, not what you want.
But I think that's something we're going to always have to keep an eye on as these games go on. The bottom line is those shots, those three-point shots are harder at this time of the season in the games that are this big. And
that's who we are.
And I think that, this is, post pods, Buddy Hield, who doesn't have a lot of playoff experience, Moody, they didn't shoot it collectively well. And these shots are going to be harder as the games go on for these younger players. And we've got to expect some growing pains. They're not going to be able to just knock down every clutch shot. They're not going to be able to knock down maybe shots that they even hit in January or February, just because everything's going to be a little tighter. The defense is going to be a little better. The shots are going to be a little more pressure-packed. But as long as they pay attention to detail at all the other spots, they can make up for maybe not shooting the ball well, because that's the one thing you can't control.
Yeah. And one thing they can't control is turnovers, Donnie. Only 11 on the night. I thought that was huge. Took care of the rock. But again, if you're going to win and do something in the playoffs, we were reminded, or at least I was, that Steph Curry can get down with. That was Michael Jackson at the Apollo. I know that's my go-to, but that's what that felt like. And then you got old boy Jimmy Butler for 27. Draymond Green doing everything under the sun. Didn't shoot it well. 107 from the three-point land, but Steiny, he was making it difficult. And again, I just can't get over this 4-game gauntlet and the meaning behind each one. And you're right, they needed. It was imperative that they get off to a good start, and they did that.
888-957-9570 is the number. And the Golden State Warriors jump up to the 5th spot in the Western Conference standings. They beat the Memphis Grizzlies 134-125. Curry with 52. Steph Curry with 52 points last night. And another signature game.
10 rebounds.
One of his, I don't know how many signature games he's got, 40, 50, something like that.
That was one of them.
But that one belongs with all the rest of them, with all the rest of the great games, because they don't win that. I mean, they don't compete in that game without the shots that Steph Curry was making.
It was like the Orlando 56, the Lawrence Taylor 56.
Yeah.
They needed every one, and I think that just makes it more special when you know you're not doing it in a blowout or whatnot. It's like Steiner, he was just like he was bouncing off a trampoline or something. His legs just look real fresh and spry. So,
and we'll see how they look Thursday.
Yeah, tomorrow.
And then we'll see how they look Friday. And then we'll see how they look Sunday.
Yeah.
And then we'll see how they look the remaining 4 games. And then we'll see how they look in the first round.
He's too
like that.
old.
That is one of the things that, I mean, it just did hit me last night. It just felt like there was so much effort put out in that game by the Warriors and by Memphis. Like, I'm also watching that game last night and seeing how hard the Warriors are playing, and I'm saying to myself, stop asking why
You're talking to yourself.
No, when people go, Steiny, what? Why didn't they come to play against Atlanta? It's like, don't you get it? You can't play every game like you played last night. You just can't. There's gonna be ebbs and flows to a season. You gotta be consistent rather than do you agree? Like, you can't play every game like that.
Right.
With three guys who are 34, 35 years old. Veterans got to know what level they can compete at and still be safe and win a game. But you're looking, I'm just looking at that game last night thinking this is basically a playoff game. And this is why you can't play like this for 7 months out of the year.
Well, they're going to try to, and I'll tell you, just for this last stretch, Donnie, because you got a day off, and this is what the playoffs are, right? You play, you got a day off, and then you get back out there. But this is why you savor these moments, and you bust your ass trying to get a win, because mentally, I think they're going to try to do everything they did to get prepared for this game against Luka and LeBron, and then it'll all come out in the wash. But, Steiny, that was a reminder that I might not be going to Texas, and I could be dead wrong to the family reunion. But if Steph can channel that along with more help from the others and you get guys back, I'm just saying, like, bring it on. And right now, today is not the day, but it's reality. It looks like you're either going to draw the Lakers or the Nuggets. And normally I'd be scared of both, but it is what it is. If you got to get something and you want to chip or want to go on a deep run, you can't hide. And this is what it's going to entail, Steiny.
Yeah.
Sports, man. Yeah. I can't wait to see how much comes out of the chef for that. Like I expect him to be frisky tomorrow.
Okay. What about Friday?
We'll see. You know what I mean? But I understand it. But he's going to need help. And I thought Jimmy Butler, it's funny, Steiny. I'm adding those 6 shots to the 11 field goal attempts. Even in his dribbles, just his mannerisms, you could tell. You know how you say, Good, you can't tell him when it's a big one. Yeah. You could tell, and I appreciated it. And he's a pro, but I felt like he knew what time it was. Like, this is a big one.
Yeah, I thought Jimmy played like Jimmy's been playing.
That's interesting.
Every single game here, which has been pretty damn good, but I didn't,
38 minutes.
Yeah, 38 minutes. 888-957-9570 is the number. Where are my Warrior fans at?
Warriors.
They're probably still sleeping after last night's game.
How can you sleep?
Well, that's what I mean. They probably couldn't go right to sleep.
Yeah.
Probably were tossing and turning, thinking about Steph's greatness and Russell Westbrook's ineptitude.
Oh, boy.
But
had to bring it up.
888-957-9570 is the number. Brian Geltzeiler, he'll be joining us at 1 o'clock.
BG.
Host on Sirius XM NBA Radio. He also contributes at NBA TV. If you listen to our show, you know we have Brian on once every 2 or 3 weeks. And the reason we have him on, quite frankly, is because he's the best. He is one of the best basketball guests we have, as knowledgeable as anybody out there. And he also loves to talk about the Warriors. So don't go anywhere. 1 o'clock, Brian Geltzeiler. If you want to jump in before then, you know the number, 888-957-9570. Let's go, Warrior fans. Step 1 completed. Still got to climb that ladder, though. Still got 3 more big ones coming up. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Are you sick of drying, chlorinated water in your home? At LifeSource, we believe your health, your skin, and your hair deserves better. Enjoy delicious, clean water from every tap with a LifeSource water system. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever for a single line. Just $45 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Too Tired to Cook takeout every week. Get one line on unlimited welcome for $45 per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. Visit your local San Francisco Verizon store by April 2nd to save. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Valley Heating, Cooling, Electrical, and Solar, a Lennox Premier dealer, locally and family owned, and the home of old-fashioned service for all your home comfort needs for 63 years. Check them out at valleyheating.com. valleyheating.com.
Look, there's feelings, and then there's the facts. If you're feeling like your finance team is bogged down in mundane manual tasks,
Pass backwards to Curry. Curry for three. No. Tipped up and in. Podziemski tipped it in with the right hand. Timeout Memphis, and the Warrior bench explodes. And greets Podziemski, who has an unbelievable tip.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That might have been the play of the game right there, thanks to Tim Roy. 95.7 The Game on the call. Pod's tip with a minute to go. Minute 11. Puts him up 5.
It was off a miss, and he went up.
By the way, I don't want to talk too much about this, but Evans just informed us that, according to Sham Charania of ESPN, the league's looking into John Morant being an idiot.
Oh, no. What was he? He's probably going to get suspended. That was the gun gesture, Steiny. And you got to smile like, grow up. We thought you grew up, Ja.
He's got priors.
Man, he is in the system.
The NBA's looking into that.
Yeah. And I'm telling you, they're going to come up with something.
You see his dad?
I did not.
Just causing ruckus, man.
What happened? I didn't see.
Morant being T. Morant, just thinking it's about. I hate people that draw attention.
What did he do? I was watching the game.
Just John.
Where was
he? A front row.
Oh, I didn't.
Yeah, all black with the shades on. It's not about your pops. And I just Evan.
So you don't like somebody wearing shades indoors?
No, I don't like people drawing attention to themselves.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? What? I'm sorry.
What did seeing your pearly whites?
I'm sorry. What did you said you wanted to talk about something?
Oh, yes.
Speaking of bringing attention to yourself, there was something you wanted to bring up, and it wasn't T. Morant's dad.
I see you laughing, but if you know me, you know I want to do a documentary to where we follow men and women immediately after they get their hair cut or their hair done. There's just naturally something to, oh my gosh. And as soon as I saw Steph with the fresh cut line, I text you all, text Bonte, and Bonte, my brother, brought it up on the post game. But you got to text Mully to lay off me. He did the Guru of what again? But I'm not bringing attention to myself because that actually happened. Right? But dude, Bonte, what up, Lo? But Steph went for 50 with the fresh cut. Any correlation?
You got a lot of airtime last night.
Bro. Whatever you think, bro. Whatever you think, bro.
That's what the job.
Sure.
That's what the job.
Great
entails.
call. Take a victory lap. There you go.
You know what?
And then run backwards for the Domino's take in Miami. And hey, you know what? And for all you people out there, you people that think I go after Guru, turn your attention to Chris Mullin.
Dude, that's my guy, but boy, Festus did say he must have saw something because that man was fresh, Donnie. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. And Evan just came in here and talked about, has there been any other scorer in the association or guard or player at 37 putting up these numbers? So that's why I get excited about the future. I know it's about now, but serious, partner.
Yeah, I'm
talk to me.
What? Like, I just don't think when I see Steph do that, I just don't think about the future. I think about wow, look what he did right now.
Okay, but since Jimmy's been here, Evan gave us this. Steph has averaged 28 a game. So now you talk about the longevity. And I guess what I'm saying, Steiny, is I sat here and we talked about bilateral tendonitis all season long. Nobody's thinking that. This dude just looks great right now. And they look great, and they're climbing the standings. This is awesome, man. We are lucky right now. Wherever this thing ends, it looks like, Steiny, we're going to get a 7-game series. I'm hoping it's not on the road, but I'm being greedy, and there's nothing wrong with that when you're trying to jockey for position.
888-957-9570 is the number. Last night was one of those games where there were literally dozens and dozens of facets to it. God. It was one of those games where felt like infinitely so many important plays. Which ones did you guys think stuck out? 888-957-9570 is the number. And, I took, look at this goo. I took 4 pages of notes last night.
That's beautiful.
I was locked in, just like the chef.
That's beautiful.
And let me see. Oh.
Did you once think about the guys that didn't play? I'm sorry. Kaminga or Peyton?
Literally, not for a second.
Yeah, I text Yasky in the Vine.
Okay.
When they were down 4, 3:38, like, we need somebody else. And
like who?
Peyton or Kaminga. But they fixed it. But I was just like, I can't ignore that. That's all. And I'm just putting respect on those two guys now.
Well, with all due respect, I think we should ignore Kaminga today. Because there's no upside in discussing Kaminga today. He didn't play.
No,
they won a big game.
I'm not saying we should. I got you. But I just, I want to be whole.
All right, you want me to? Here, I'll start and end the Kaminga discussion. If you're wondering why, look, Moody is maximizing his game.
Facts.
Kaminga's got to start maximizing his game. And he'll be fine.
Yeah.
He'll be fine. But he's not in this one today, Kaminga.
Yeah.
Some of the notes I take, I realize when I look the next day, they're kind of harsh.
Can you share the one about Jaren Jackson Jr. that Evan almost spit out his coffee?
I also make a note of the time of the game where I say it so that you don't, if I say it, you don't say, well, it's obvious. This one, I wrote this one down with 8:30 remaining in the first quarter. 3.5 minutes into the game.
I think Jackson might have had his second foul.
I shouldn't say this, but JJJ, just so dumb. And he always has been.
And you wrote DUMB?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, Stoney.
He's just not, he's got great talent, but it's time for, he's got to be smarter. Goodness gracious.
Did you hear Draymond talk to him after I don't know if we got it on the board, but I heard the morning guys play it where he was like, you got to get to the point of your career to where you don't get ticky-tack fouls, dude.
Well, Draymond, because he's a Michigan State grad, he offers him encouraging words of criticism.
It's huge for Jimmy to do that. I'm disappointed in Jaren. As you know, I got a lot of love for him. That's my Spartan dog. He's too good to still be getting in foul trouble. A couple of them fouls he picked up, he can stay away from those.
And he meant it, and he can't. It's not his kryptonite. Like, a couple of them were just booked, CYO, running over it's not football, Triple J.
And Draymond gives advice to those guys he likes. He didn't say much about Edie. Leroy in Oakland.
Our man.
What's up, Leroy? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, what's up, Steiny? What's up, Goo? Happy Hump Day.
Yes, sir.
Great game by the Warriors. Everybody knows I'm a lifelong Warrior, and it was really great to see because going into the game last night, I was really concerned, and it's kind of been, the storyline, the Warriors against big teams, how are they going to do? They don't do well. Two of my best friends who I've been talking sports with for a long time, Reggie and Trent, they have always believed that we need a big man. And even up until 3 or 4 days ago, they were worried. And so I came into the game last night saying, okay, let me see if Steve Kerr can figure out a lineup that is going to beat teams that are bigger than him. And boy, hats off to Steve Kerr last night. I hope this is a sign that he says, forget everybody that talks about we need a big man. We need a big man. I'm going to put this stuff to sleep and show you that I have a formula for that. So if that's any indication of last night, they were much bigger than us, and we seem to handle them well. So that's any indication of how we're going to go forward and play teams that are bigger than us. I'm encouraged. And I hope it continues.
Good call, Lee.
Warriors had 15 offensive rebounds.
Man, Guy Santos he came up big in that category too. But I'll say this real quick, Stoney, to Leroy's point. And Ja was incredible. But when I look at a team like Memphis, and I'm enjoying the win, I am, they don't have an adult in the room. They don't have that Chris Paul type of guy when stuff is, when it's go time to keep everybody in order. You know who has that? The Lakers. I think that they're smarter than Memphis. But yet we still got the dub. But, if a better team ran with a smarter or a more button-up group maybe when you're down forward 338, they close that out. So it's give and take. But I look at Memphis like they're missing that grown up in the room, man.
Yeah, it looked like that last night, and that's been the part of the Memphis Grizzlies that has held them back over the years. They just don't do enough consistently against good teams to ever win most of those games. And we had the stat yesterday. They haven't won a game against a team over 500 in 2 months.
Man.
So that's a team that looked like it was kind of a last-ditch effort. They've now lost 4 in a row, and now the Golden State Warriors have surpassed them in the standings.
Yeah, and don't forget Looney, 3 offensive rebounds, and Gee had 4, so 7 between the two, and Looney with another 3, Stoney. Watch out now.
888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, you got a lot to be excited about after this one. And also, where does this one rank for Steph? I mean, I know he's had too many for us to make a list, but this is one. This has got to be up there. I mean, he's 37 years old, and he had 52 points in the biggest game of the year, and one everybody was talking about. So that one belongs in Curry's top 30 games, probably?
Yeah,
it's probably one of his top 30.
I'm going 15 because
my point is he's had a million of them, so I don't know how many he's had.
But not with the stakes this big, because when they won the in 2022, they got up to that great start, so they kind of knew where they were going to be at. This is we're fighting for our lives, and when Durant was here, they never had to worry about the seeding because they knew they were better than everybody. This one was like there was a lot riding on it. And it's so funny, and rightfully so. We talked about Jimmy. What Jimmy are we going to get? And Curry comes out there and just goes off. 52, and then Jokic follows up that on the same night with 60-point triple-double. You can't ask for nothing better.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. 888-957-9570 is the number. Warrior fans, how encouraged are you after that game last night? And, listen, we all know my partner, and we all love our partner. And quite frankly, he's one of the best men I've ever met. He gets excited about this team. Watches a game like last night and says all things are possible. Anybody else watching that game last night? Being really excited about it, but a little concern anywhere? Was there any concern in that game? Even though it was probably the best game the Warriors played this season, how are we feeling, I guess, is my question to Golden State Warrior fans.
Let me ask you this.
Just one game, but it was a big one.
How did Memphis get back in that game? If somebody asked you that, how would you answer that?
They started playing harder than they did in the first quarter.
Start hitting shots, and Curry at the end, Stoney, I know he's going for the record, but going for the win most importantly. I was like, man, somebody's got to step up.
No, he said he was going for the record.
Oh,
yeah, till the fourth quarter, and then he missed 2, and then he said, okay, let's try to win.
Yeah. Clay got it.
He had it on his mind, but, that's the other thing. He gets it. He knew he had a bunch, and he figured, you know what, let me try to get a couple more early in the fourth. He missed them, and then he was like, okay, enough of that. Let's get back to business. 888-957-9570. Let's go to OG in the Meta. What's going on, OG? How you doing?
Good morning. It's great to hear from you guys. I'm great to take my call. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Kaminga.
Oh, no.
No. Time at this point. Yeah, we got to go. Yeah, it's the big elephant in the room.
Call it like you see it.
But he's not in the room.
He's
not in the room.
We do rats.
On you communicate to him.
All right.
So, yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. I'm messing.
He's done. It's this year, okay? He's going to be good someday, but it ain't fast enough for Steph. We should have traded him when we had the chance. We didn't. If it were fiscally possible to keep Wiggins instead of him, the team would be so much better. It wasn't because of contracts. I understand that. But it's not going to be like that forever. He doesn't fit. And you got to open your eyes and realize he's going to be good someday, not soon enough for Steph.
Thanks, OG. Appreciate it.
Oh, boy. Yeah, but Steph got about another maybe 5 years left. Now, do you keep this up? 37 doesn't look like he's slowing down, man.
Well,
today is not the day to fight me on that. That's all.
Exactly.
Right.
I'm a back off.
Yeah, no doubt, Priest. My man,
where's Priest been?
Man.
By the way, you know who was in his bag last night?
Kevin? No.
Kalena Azubuike.
They always are. Give me something.
I'll give you two things. He used a great term. It was like, I think, late in the third. Warriors got up 15 or 17. Memphis kept coming. Got to 4, back to 10, back to 3, back to 7. And he said, Warriors have done a great job tonight of stiff-arming the Memphis Grizzlies. Thought it was a great,
I get it.
Great analogy.
Go ahead, Kalena.
Like a football player, stiff-arm. They kept keeping them off.
We get it.
Do you? Well, then I don't know why you don't think it's as good a line as I do. And then he said something to me that also resonated.
Pods can dunk.
About Pods.
You guys, man.
And we can get into this a little bit.
What'd he say?
Pods took a charge, and Kalena goes, he's such a high IQ. And I was thinking, don't say player. Please don't say player. And he said, he's such a high IQ charge taker. And I was like, that's right. He is a high IQ charge taker. Very specific and absolutely on the money. What are you smiling about, Evan?
That's such a random thing.
I know, but it's so precise.
He's got it mastered.
I have to praise him for it.
Yeah, but that's like talking about all right, Steiny, you are a high IQ transitioner of radio.
Yeah. Well,
it's like the one thing that you're good at when there's about 85 other things you need to be responsible for on the air.
Well, I'm just saying that
he's smarter than I think you give him credit. That's the wrong word.
I don't think he's cerebral.
But he led the team last year, standing a plus minus. He's the point guard on this team. So where he gets in trouble to me is he tries to do too much individually.
Yeah, well, that's cerebral.
Young. But as far as getting the ball, passing, taking the charges.
Yeah, taking a charge to me is a skill, and he's got it down to a science. Yeah. But you know what? I do not think that Brandon Podziemski is a high IQ all-around player.
But you wouldn't say.
Just don't.
Are you all the way to low IQ? Because I'm not.
No.
You can't do what he does being low. You just said hi. I had to ask that.
Yeah, I mean, look.
I don't think Kalena thinks he is either. That's
correct.
why he was so specific.
That's right. I mean, I don't want to nitpick Pods, but since everybody thinks we nitpick Kaminga, I mean, Pods was not great last night. In fact, it's so funny because the play he makes, that's the play of the game.
Yeah.
People love that, but at least one other time in that game last night, he finds himself under the basket trying to get an offensive rebound. If he doesn't get it, it's a fast break at the other end because he's not back for defensive balance. So, he's got to pick his spots when he wants to go in there. It's great that he can go in there and get some defensive offensive rebounds. But he's also, his first thing is probably he's got to get back. And there was a play last night where he flew in just like the game winner. He didn't get it. He ends up by the stanchion, and Memphis comes back and has a fast break. So it's just stuff like that. But maybe
they'll be the younger guys collectively. Again, we pointed out because everybody deserves some love. But you talked about experience, and maybe this will bode well for them tomorrow. For the young guys too, Stoney, Thursday, Friday with the back-to-back with Denver, and then Sunday at home against the Rockets. So you got to start somewhere is what I'm saying.
Let's go to Scott in Pleasanton. What's going on, Scott? How you doing, man?
Good, Steiny. Thanks for having me on, Steiny and Guru. I think, Guru, we really got to get behind Moody, man. You put a lot of emphasis on Kaminga, but he showed up last night, and he was the reason and the anchor why we were able to stabilize and allow our superstars to come back from that game. You got a high-power offense in the Memphis Grizzlies. That's why they came back. And this is a team that usually pushes the Warriors around or pushes them to the brink. We were able to get Butler back to stabilize as well and allow us to get our footing underneath us and get the victory. I think without Moody, I think we lose by double digits in that game. And he's been time in, time again, showing up every game. And we've really got to recognize what he's bringing to this team. He brings defense. He brings the auxiliary things that we don't necessarily see on the score sheet that really emphasizes how strong this team can be as we make a push to the playoffs.
Now, hey, before you go, I'll say this, and Stoney can back me up. If you listen to the show, I've been a big fan of Moody, even before he kind of, had this breakout season. So, and I just gave him some love earlier. It's not missed by me what he brings, and everything he brings is not captured in the box score. But Steiny and I have had fights over what Moses Moody is, and he has solidified the spot on this team. So I have no qualms with what you're saying.
Yeah, I think some of the weight just needs to be pushed more towards his way, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the guys that are on the court and make sure that they get the proper air versus maybe those guys that aren't yet on the court yet. And I think the other thing before we close, we got to figure out where Buddy Hield puts his places on this team. The challenge I see is we need him to give points if he's on the court. I see him passing, and Steiny and Goo, I know you watch a lot of tape. He passes up a lot of open shots, and I'm still scratching my head. What's his place on the team if he's not going to shoot the ball?
Yeah, I mean, I got you with Buddy Hield. We can talk about Buddy on the other side.
But see, I feel like they get in the zone, Steiny, and take the shot away. That's what I've been noticing, and Memphis, outside of Steph, defended the three line pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, he got 7 threes up and not a lot of playing time. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Matt Nahigian, our boss, put together a little montage of Steph Curry's 12 three-pointers last night. Enjoy.
Curry weaving in traffic, turns, fires, splash! Number 30 with a three. Spins it out to Draymond. Back to Curry. It's a relocation three, and it's good on the left wing. Curry backs up, shoots a deep three over Edie and hit it. Oh, my goodness. Curry left sideline and shoots a three right in front of the Grizzly bench and hits it. He is on fire right now. Butler in deep, draws a crowd. Back to Draymond. Handoff Curry. Off the screen. It's a three, and it's good. Curry knocks down another one. His fifth three. He's got a 19-point first quarter. Curry at midcourt, guarded by Aldama, takes a deep three right on the logo. Aldama didn't know what to do, so he backed away. And Curry said, thank you very much. Pass over to Curry. Curry in the corner, takes it away from Wells and hits a three. Steph Curry, 29-point first half. Curry, though, takes a quick three and hit it from the right sideline. He's got a 32-point half. What the heck? You don't need a 2-for-1 when you've got Curry. My goodness. Draymond sets a screen for Curry, who takes a three. It's up and good. What a smart play by Draymond Green. Curry takes a left side triple. It's good. He's got 38 now. Curry takes it down the middle of the floor, stops, and shoots another three. It's good. Straight on. His 11th three. Back over to Draymond, to Curry. Left corner, lets it fly. Three ball, left corner pocket. Warriors take the lead, 121-120. Curry's got a 50-point game. That was ridiculous.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are facing
starts and ends with the chef and Dre.
Jimmy Buckets.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
On Wisconsin.
Everything.
Yes, sir. All right, Warriors win last night, 134-125. Woo! What a game. What a game. This from the text line. Wow, Steiny never ceases to amaze me.
Well,
Pajemski has a skill for taking charges? ? Taking a charge is not a basketball play. I coached high school and AAU for 25 years and never once taught a player to stand with arms folded and try to get them to run into them. We taught them to stop the ball. Taking a charge is absolutely a basketball play if the defender realizes the offensive player is out of control. And Pods has a knack for doing that.
And it's a brave act, too, because everybody ain't doing that.
The other thing is, a lot of teams practice taking charges. And I agree, it's sometimes not a basketball play, especially when big men are sliding over. But, I mean, to not acknowledge that Pods is good at that, I mean, come on.
Yeah. Come on.
And you know what? Can I take a cheap shot?
You're the best.
Of course you didn't coach that. You coached AAU. That's a fundamental play. I get why you wouldn't teach it. I'm being mean-spirited.
Yeah.
But no, I do think it's a basketball play at times.
Hell yeah, it is, man. And it's a brave play. That's what I love about it. Everybody's not trying to do that. So it's like, remember you said you were having some fun. Rebounding wasn't defense. It is.
Okay.
But taking a charge is, yeah, man.
Right. So
you got to have guts.
Right. And just all I ever say about that is stay consistent. Then acknowledge that Russell Westbrook is an above-average defender because he averages 10 rebounds a game.
Oh, in his prime, he was.
Yeah. I mean, never mind that he got driven by 17 times in a game. As long as he got 10 rebounds, he can go into the locker room and say, I was great on defense today.
Had a really good contest on that last play.
That was wow. Well, people are hot, man. That would have been a perfect night. It still was a great
Worry
night.
about your own team.
Yeah, there you go. But you're looking at the NBA confirmed, Steiny, as you probably know, April 1st, 2025 was the first time in league history that multiple former MVPs scored 50 or more points on the same night.
You know, I don't want to be a jerk.
I'm sorry. But
no kidding. Like, no kidding. If two former MVPs have 50 and 60, of course it's going to be the first time it's ever happened on the same night. Like, Evan.
It's never happened.
That's what my point. Of course it hasn't. Of course it hasn't happened that on the same night, two former MVPs score over 50. Like, I get that.
What about that night, was it the last game of the season where David Robinson had 72 or something? Wasn't there another big scoring game that night?
It was David Thompson, I believe.
No, I want to say Shaq on his birthday.
But one of those must not have been an MVP.
Yeah, but Q's point is it's pretty rare.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah. I would expect it to be super duper rare.
Right, which captivates last night in totality, just in the association, that two guys did what they did. One getting a 60-point triple-double in Jokic, and then Steph going for 50.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, quietly, there's a lot of MVPs in the league right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying, when I heard that, my first thought was, yeah, that makes sense. On the same night, two particular players, that's all.
Really going to hurt when Shea gets that MVP, though.
It's almost like they got to just give it to somebody else.
By the way,
that was an incredible. You didn't ask, Donnie, I'm going to tell you. Because you kind of lighten up on Joker. You were on him early, like early Giannis. But everybody know that dude is incredible.
Good analysis.
If you want to just give him another MVP, go ahead. I would have no problem.
Yeah, I got to give it to Shea this year because they're the best team, and he's by far the best player on that team.
Yeah.
Evan, it was another historic night by Curry last night.
I mean, when is it not?
Well, this is
at 37.
Listen, this is how I want to set up this segment. Then we'll get to some calls. Do you know offhand all the things that he did last night? Or at least a couple of them, because something else happened last night. He also received another honor that I don't know if you're aware of, but tell me the ones you're aware of.
I got it.
I forget the other player, but he's I think the only guy to have like 50, 10, 9, and then with the 5 steals.
Yeah.
He got his 15th 50-point game, which passes Rick Barry for second all-time in franchise history. Wilt's got 105, but that's neither here nor there. He passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for most 40-point games in NBA history.
Yes. There's
now
one
top
more.
10 all-time. And he passed Klay Thompson for most games with 12 or more three-pointers in NBA history because he has 4.
Right. And then there was some with Jerry West.
He passed him for
And he
all-time.
passed him for all-time points. 25th.
There you go.
Career.
The logo.
But of all those things,
where are you going?
He received another honor last night from Matt Steinmetz. And this is the way I look at it, Goo.
That jersey working.
I can't speak to Wilt Chamberlain. But I have a list, a lineup, if you will, of the greatest players I've seen in my lifetime.
Wow, okay.
The greatest
How many
players.
are on this list?
I have 6 now. I have a starting 5 and a 6th man.
Oh, this ought to
and
be
then
good.
I'll have to figure out
This ought to be
who
great.
fills out the
Okay.
roster.
Let's do it.
The greatest players in my lifetime. Kareem, Bird, Magic, Jordan, LeBron, Curry.
In that order?
No. The order has also been changed. I'm going to field the greatest team in my lifetime. And so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start Curry at 1.
All right.
I'm sorry. I'm going to start Magic at 1. I'm going to play Curry at 2. Jordan at 3. Bird at 4. Abdul-Jabbar at 5. And I'm bringing LeBron off the bench because if you bring him off the bench, he can sub for anybody. He could sub for any of those guys. There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
You're feeling the Curry, and it's rightfully so. I mean, I got him as my number 1 point guard. You didn't ask, but I'm not mad at that list.
So
he's incredible, and he's still going.
Those are the 6 greatest players I've ever seen.
Wow.
And then followed up by, I'll put Kobe in there, Duncan in there, Akeem in there, but that's where I kind of ran out.
This is how we know that you were once a fan.
Of?
You got Bird over LeBron?
Yes.
I'll let you take that.
Absolutely.
In your starting 5?
Yes. Absolutely.
Woo.
Because
but you understand how you could get some blowback for that.
That's fine.
Yeah.
And it's blowback. I'll bet it's blowback from people that have never seen Bird. It's simple. And by the way, if you've never seen Bird, I advise you to watch Celtics Town.
Oh, dude, I got it on deck.
It's pretty good.
Propaganda.
Pretty good.
He's just trying to mess with you.
That's fine.
Hey, something real quick's happened because you do this all the time. So Evan left the control room. Carter Chickering over the loudspeaker said, Steiny, check your phone.
Yeah.
Left me out. And I got to tell you, I'm just kind of curious as to what was on your phone. Because this is what you would do and ask. What was it?
I'll tell you.
Yeah. You should be able to remember.
I'll tell you, Nose.
Yeah.
He texted me this. The league's probe will also look into a gesture by Warriors guard Buddy Hield.
Oh, he has no priors. Buddy, you'll be fine. What is Ja doing?
No, what are you doing? Now address Carter's text. Yeah, I felt left out. Well, now you know.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate you being honest.
Okay. Yeah. Jealousy doesn't become anyone. Caleb in Livermore.
Our man.
What's up, Caleb? I'll bet you they didn't teach you charges when you were playing AAU.
And he's never scored 50 either, Caleb, I got to believe.
Steiny, back at it again, man. You just want to get me riled up, huh? That's what we're doing?
Nah, we're having a fun day today. Why not?
Hey, there you go. But, Guru, man, Steiny, are we on cloud 10 or 11 or 12 today after that win? How you feeling?
How am I feeling?
Yeah.
I feel like that's the one they had to have. I thought it was a high-level game. It was a great game. They deserved it. They got contributions from everybody they needed to. It was a best win of the year. Best win of the year, but it's only 1 out of 4, so now we move on.
And Caleb, for me, this is what it has to look like. Jimmy Butler is not the one. He's the 1A, and that's fine. Steph Curry, we go as far as Steph takes us, and he showed me one night, Caleb, that he still can do it, and I'm excited, and I don't think a lot of teams want to face the Warriors and the problems they possess in a series. So I'm standing on that.
There you go. We need Guru's the chef. We need that sound. Look, two little things before I go into my thing. It'll be quick. You guys need to get off Russ, man. Come on.
We love Russ. We love Russ.
Man, y'all clouded Russ. Hey, look, it was bad, but come on. He's first ballot, man.
Let me ask you, Caleb, let me ask you this.
Why did he shoot
Which was worse, going for the layup and missing or fouling at the buzzer?
Nah, fouling at the buzzer is kind of nuts. I'm not going to lie.
Wow, man.
But, and then lastly, Steiny, you guys were talking about a top 5 with Bird, LeBron, all this stuff. Kobe? No, where's Kobe?
Nope.
Yeah, he's tripping.
I don't have him.
Wow.
Well, all right. Well, you know what? Well, we won't get into that. But all right, to my topic. Look, if the Warriors were to win this championship, let's just play hypothetical. Where would this Jimmy Butler trade go all time in Bay Area lore?
I think it would be number 1, Caleb. I think it may be that now. It really may just be that now if they get swept in the first round.
About Hunter Pence.
But they weren't dead.
What about Christian McCaffrey?
But they had already...
They hadn't won the title, though.
But they had built something. They were a good team, and they'd been to a Super Bowl without McCaffrey.
But
this team was
has
dead.
Jimmy Butler ever once mentioned champion blood?
Well, he's shown it. What you mean mentioned
it? Pence said it.
Oh.
So... Win 2 titles with Jimmy, Caleb.
Hey, Caleb, we get your drift. I get what you're putting down. Stouty, I think this is a one-off, man. This came at the most. And Steve Kerr said it. He saved our season. Like, that's all you can say. He saved our season. That's a lot right there. And he's telling no lies. And as much as we're just going, call me Josh because I'm giddy over Curry's night, Stouty, we hadn't even talked about the 5 steals. Like, damn.
He gambled a lot last night.
Then he came and he won.
888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation, let's talk to Abe in Napa. Hey, Abe, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm just so elated about the game last night. And even if they had lost, it was such a good game. That was the best game of the year, in my opinion, as far as the Warriors are concerned. But I'm glad you brought the subject up regarding Steph because he is like the most phenomenal person in my lifetime that I've been able to enjoy, and he's in the Bay Area. He's a Bay Area athlete. He's a diplomat. He's just an amazing person. What just a person. So he has fans all over the country because of his personality, and he's just like calmly, passively the best, most phenomenal player I've ever seen in my life. And I think people who don't, if you have the opportunity to go to a Warriors game, make it. Go to that Warriors game. Because if you go to that Warriors game, if you don't, it would be like if you had an opportunity to see Elvis and you didn't go see Elvis and you live in Memphis. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. This guy is so beautiful. He's just a beautiful human being, the likes of which I've never seen. Prior to the game, Kerr says, all we want to do is see, all Steph wants is meaningful. He just wants to play meaningful basketball. After the game, Steph says, all I wanted to do was play meaningful basketball. And when Jimmy came to the game, that's when we started playing meaningful basketball. And so this whole thing, I mean, I can't even believe how happy I am to see what I'm witnessing right now because it's just like it's a miracle to me. It's so beautiful, and I hope that I'm not being effusively emotional.
We love it.
I just love these guys. I love this team, and I love what Kerr. I love what Curry has done and what Kerr is doing to make this probably be our 5th shot title. I think we can do it in spite of the horrible officiating.
What?
And even
what are you talking about?
Yeah, Fitzgerald and his
even Fitzgerald. I mean,
complaining about that.
We know that
they were complaining about that.
Stop. Thanks, Abe. Appreciate it.
I was listening to Evan. They were calling Evan last night complaining about the whistle.
I'm nipping this in the bud.
Fitz goes, that's what a foul looks like.
Save it.
Stop it.
You guys need to wake up.
That's stupid. Don't say that again.
So we're crying. We're crying because Steph Curry takes 20 3-pointers, and he still gets to the line 8 times. Meanwhile, on the other team,
what we got?
They have probably the best penetrating guard in the NBA.
He went 3 times.
And he goes to the line 3 times. Miss me.
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Thank you, Bob.
Curry's getting a whistle, the Jimmy Butler effect.
Thank you, Bob.
Yeah. He goes, that's what a foul looks like.
Yeah, okay.
That was classic.
Okay. Got to the line 8 times. 2/3 of his shots were threes. And the other guy who goes to the basket almost every shot, he didn't get fouled very much. But the Warriors' defense it's perfect, and the Grizzlies foul. Go ahead.
You're special.
What about the bruises on his arm?
It looked like
the amount
Jesus.
of times he was on the floor.
Let me tell you something. This is like players you want to get downhill. Okay, look, I got news for you.
They were using that last night.
Anybody at any position who's played any basketball,
the whelps,
they always have scratches and bruises on their arms.
Not Steph. Not
every player.
Not like Jesus, man.
I know what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
And I got a smile on my face.
It's gotten better. That's why I'm happy. It's gotten better since Jimmy. It has. Evan just gave us that nuggy nug.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the things I saw. It wasn't reported very much, but when the Warriors traded for Butler, the officials had a meeting and said, "Well, now let's get Steph to the line more."
Look out now!
And that's the way the league works. It's fixed. Big Smooth in Oakland.
You got to be juice.
Hey, Big Smooth, what's going on, man? Let's go.
Hey, guys. First of all, as always, I want to welcome back all the listeners who vowed they would never watch unless Draymond was traded. Welcome back, guys. Love to have you here. Hey, man. Was that last guy crying? Was he crying?
He was emotional. Smoothie, don't take Curry for granted, buddy.
I think he shed a tear, man. I felt him on that. But anyway,
he deserved it.
Brother was elated. But listen, great game last night, man.
Great game.
Goo, I'm out here juiced like I'm playing for the Colts out there in Union City.
Yeah, baby.
But listen, Podge, sometimes Podge, I used to pull my hair out with Podge earlier in the season. So I want to call back, man. I want to say, Podge, brother, you have won me over. You even through your bad shooting, brother, you went in there sticking his nose into places. And also, we got to have Goo Sanchez in that lineup, man. He is a relentless rebounder. His energy is felt. Hey, they'll find a place for Kaminga. I'm not going to hate on Kaminga,
right,
but Sanchez has to play. Sanchez must play, man. I'm loving where we are right now. It looks like that 4th spot is obtainable, but it doesn't matter. 4 or 5 is going to play. Looks like we're going head-to-head against the Lakers.
Man, I don't like that, Smoothie.
There's still some big games.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that because, listen, if the Lakers, we know that Luka's going to have the ball in his hands. We know it's LeBron, and we're going to make everybody else beat us. I don't think anybody wants to see us right now.
I'm with that.
Who we play.
I'm with you there.
I don't think anybody wants to see us because Steph is low. We are now loading nuclear Steph. And if Steph goes nuclear, which we know he will, and playoff Jimmy, and listen, I trademarked this, playoff Jimmy is a real thing, we're going to win this chip. And I'm not crazy, y'all. Have a blessed day.
Thanks, Big Smooth. Appreciate it.
Who is Sanchez?
He's there, a hustle guy, Guy Sanchez.
Guy Sanchez. We got to start jumping in and just give me Santos.
Guy Santos
I'm
is pretty
looking at
good, too.
like, when they call him up, Big Smoothie, we get you. But to the caller 2 callers ago, it's what I tell you, man. Say this at my funeral, Steiny. Goo told me tomorrow is not promised. Don't take Steph Curry for granted. Okay. And I've said this before this outburst.
I know.
He's 37.
You're out of material.
It ain't, oh my goodness. Steiny, it's just take a step back.
Okay, I'm going to take a step back and tell you. And
This dude
and
still
bring this
has
up.
it. Yeah.
Okay, so we've been doing this for an hour and 40.
Okay.
You've come out, and already I marked it down 3 times. You're like, Steiny, they can win a title.
We got to have
You mentioned that
Sanchez.
3 times. Fine. And you know what? I'm not going to rob you of that. But then when Smoothie goes, it looks like we may get the Lakers, and you go, oh, no, I don't like that. Like,
you have the least resistance.
You can't have it both ways.
I hear you.
Just
but
like
the refs are
Draymond
in the back pocket of LeBron and Luka.
Okay,
I'm not
giving that a voice. I'm not giving that crap.
So are you
a
saying
voice.
They don't get a whistle?
I'm saying that the reffing is fair as fair can be.
All right, Dibs.
You guys are the poorest winners I've ever dealt with. You're just like Draymond. You can't have it both ways.
But I'm a
In
champ.
the first half of that game, he gets called for a foul, and he starts complaining, and I'm thinking, okay, mouth, then go review it. Then go ask for the review. Twirl the finger, Draymond. But he didn't twirl the finger because he knew he fouled. So he gets to complain even though he knew he fouled the guy. That's all. It's a double standard. That's all. Just a little hypocrite.
12 assists for Dre. 10 rebounds.
He's triple-double.
Yeah.
Triple-double. Suzette.
Hey.
Hi, Suzette.
It's always fun game.
Yeah, I made it after the third call.
Sweet.
My phone, I guess, wasn't working, but thank you for taking my call. I really appreciate it. Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
Wow.
I love my Goo.
I love you
know
back.
What? The Warriors are like that this year, too. You know, I mean, I commend them for winning last night, and I was hoping they would take advantage of the Grizzlies because the Grizzlies played the Celtics the night before. And I was like, you know, in regards to Kaminga, I'm just like, you know, he's not here, so we just got to just move on. As far as Buddy Hield, he's an enigma. I can't figure the guy out, but he makes these shots when you need them, thank God, right? And the Warriors were like, you know, the Blues Brothers. They were on a mission from God.
Oh, nice. That's a 4.
With Steph Curry, you know, they poked the bear because the last time he played them, I don't think he even made a field goal.
Nice dunk.
A 6.
He came in
7.
And then I was waiting for him to spit his mouth guard out last night because when he was in Bane's face, he was ready to rumble. But he took the high ground. He walked away. And I just want to also commend Moody because you know what? He's not like Paz and he's not like Kaminga. He's not always complaining and throwing up his hands. He puts his head down. He does what he's supposed to do. He doesn't complain. And, you know, I pray that it's sustainable because I really don't want to see the Lakers either.
All right. Fair enough, Suzette. I appreciate the call, and so does Goo.
Man, you've never been called. You never will be called a box of chocolates.
888-957-9570. I'll make it. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today.
Oh, yeah. You know, things are heating up on the basketball court.
never know what you're going to get with Goo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
That made my day.
Yeah, great line on the text line. A lot of great lines on the YouTube chat.
We'll decide.
Guru's a box of chocolates. Steiny, a box of saltines.
Oh, boy.
You got to be able to laugh at yourself.
You big cracker guy?
What's that?
You big cracker guy? I eat it with my Hormel chili. Crunch all the crackers
Maybe with
up.
a piece of cheese, saltine, and a piece of maybe Gouda. Little Gouda.
I'm a big pepper jack guy. Yeah.
Oh, man. Look at those Warriors. Who would have thunk it 2.5 months ago? Boy,
Curry,
Steph was dying on the vine, begging for another Hall of Famer, and voila, he gets one.
It's funny because, dude, this thing was a disaster. So our guy Caleb, you're right. This is, Evan, can you crack the mic? And you do. But I understand the Niners getting McCaffrey, but they already had been to a Super Bowl and were Billy Badass, and they needed him. This was different. This looked like an 11th seed that was going the wrong way.
Well, to be fair, I think the Niners were 3-4 or 3-5 when they traded for McCaffrey, and they didn't lose until Brock Purdy broke his elbow in the NFC Championship game.
Oh, boy.
No, but my point is their identity. They were bad. The Warriors are coming off a season that didn't culminate in a berth in the playoffs, and then they were 11th seed. We were like, is it over? People were saying, trade Steph so he could go win somewhere else. And he comes out with that haircut and fresh tape.
Tell you what, before you're saying it's one of the greatest trades in history, why don't just let him win a playoff game? One game. Just, how about that? Can we wait till they win one playoff
that's
game?
That's imminent, right? You know that.
I don't know that.
I can taste it.
And you know what? This is what bothers me sometimes. Not
Me
about
being
you.
happy?
No. We talked about how important this game was, and it was a very important, big win, but we still know what's ahead, and you're not allowing for the fact that I got two tough ones.
Oh, no, stop, Stoney.
No.
I totally am allowing for that. But
it doesn't sound like it if you're saying it's the greatest trade in history.
But it's like the guy that got emotional calling about Curry. Let's enjoy last night.
Right. So why are you jumping ahead to saying it's a championship? We're going to win a title. Hey, we like where we're at right now.
No, somebody
Let's
asked
stop
me
right
something.
there. Just stop right there.
I am Captain Appropriate Fear. Tomorrow's huge, man. It is. I just TNT.
You know what? I took a cheap shot at Fitz, so I'm going to come back and say, see, this is where he gets it. This is the biggest game of the year until Thursday.
There's nothing.
Until Friday.
Right. And go ahead. What's the next one after that?
Sunday.
Yeah.
And then you know what? Don't sleep on the 4 after that. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Goo. Can we get to the bottom of why Steiny's in such a good mood, you think?
Oh, this is good. This is going to take me by surprise.
It's really like this is all. I've had some Steiny questions, but this one has really stumped me.
It wasn't.
Oh, you guys are in cahoots
for the Golden State
You're
Warriors.
in cahoots. Yep. Wasn't a Let me try to figure it out.
There was one more game that was played after the Warriors and the Grizzlies.
Come on, Steiny, you know it.
Was it a full moon last night, Steiny?
Oh, you know what? Let that be a lesson to you. I didn't even know what you were talking about.
The wolves were howling.
And you got a pep in your step.
That's because, you know what?
Had they lost that game, we would have had cranky Steiny.
Mouth. Let me tell you something. I walked up, by the way.
Thank God for Russ.
Man, that's what I thought. Tomorrow's awesome.
So I'll bring in my partner, Susan. I'm watching the Warriors last night in the first quarter in my man cave, and she brings my dinner down, and she looks at the TV, and it shows Curry, and the first thing she said,
"Give it to me."
Oh, he's been out in the sun golfing.
Wow,
he's got that farmer's tan.
I can't believe.
And I was like, "What?" She's like, "Oh yeah, he's been golfing," and I'm like.
So she noticed it. Yeah.
And then sure enough, Kerr, after the game, says he played 2 rounds.
Man.
So that was the one thing. And then let me tell you the other thing.
The haircut was the other.
So then the Warriors win the game. I go upstairs and she goes, how'd it go? I said, it was a great game. The Warriors won, and I am so happy for myself and the station.
Team player.
Thank you very much. Let's go to Antonio in Oakland. I mean, I got to believe he thinks it's the best trade. Forget Babe Ruth from the Red Sox. Antonio, what's up, buddy?
Oh, man, if they win, it'll go down as the best Bay Area trade. But right now, it's kind of, on a McCaffrey level with the 49ers. But
see,
I didn't even think
I like that.
It's good with us.
I like that, Antonio. Yeah. Not too much hyperbole, but a good, solid analysis.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. But yeah, as far as like right now, I wouldn't mind facing the Lakers. I wouldn't mind facing somebody else. But if we do, we already beat LeBrick James in 3 finals in his prime, and we already beat Luka in the conference finals. So it's like those ball dominant guys, they can't guard us, man. I'm ready for them if necessary, just like we are tomorrow. As far as Steph goes, greatest point guard of all time. Man, that guy's special to watch. We are lucky to have him in the Bay. You know? And when I'm at Warrior games, I love when people say, "Hey, man, you look like Steph. Aren't you supposed to be in the game?" So that makes me happy too, man. Double wise.
Evan kind of looked. He does look like Steph. Yeah,
he does actually.
Yeah,
he does.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Thank you guys. But yeah, we're gonna beat the Lakers tomorrow by at least 20. Yes, sir.
Now, the one thing, and thanks, Antonio, for the call. I appreciate it. We appreciate it.
I'm not there yet.
I will say this, though, Antonio, and just a reminder in case you don't know, Luka and LeBron are now on the same team. They're on the same team.
Yeah.
So,
888 whistles.
957-9570 is the number. And Warriors with just a terrific win last night. You know what? Sometimes you watch the post-game show and you're like, cool. Mullen's saying everything I was thinking. That was a high-level game.
All of them. Yeah, it was.
He was talking about right off the bat. He's like, look, that was a high-level game, da-da-da-da-da. And I'm looking at when I put it. Oh, here we go.
What time?
When did Looney make the 3?
I want to say third quarter.
Yeah, that's in the third quarter. I said, my notes, what a game. Just a terrific game. That is some serious basketball being played at a high level. That was midway. That was a little. Oh, and then midway through the third, I wrote, I don't trust Aldama.
Well, you don't have to.
No, I don't.
Because we're here in Golden State.
I don't have to trust.
Get off my guy.
I don't have to trust.
He ain't been the same since Bang.
Salty Aldama.
Man.
The 1-3 he made, Kevin brought it up. The 1-3 he made, he lost track of the shot clock.
It went in, though. How do you guys know that?
Nothing but net.
He hoisted it. He hit it bottoms. But if you're, I appreciate you writing that down, putting pen to paper about this in Chris Mullen. This is high-level basketball.
Yeah.
We're going to get it tomorrow. We're going to get it right after Friday. We're going to get it Sunday. And Steiny, I'm not jinxing. Just imagine when the playoffs roll around.
If they're in it.
Like, I'm drunk off that idea.
Yeah, Mully was on point after the game last night, I thought.
That's my guy.
Yeah.
But he got a haircut, Mully.
He gets a haircut every 6 days.
But you don't go for 50, 52. That dude was in.
Steph gets a haircut.
Yeah. No, Mullen stays fresh.
Mullen.
Yeah, he stays fresh.
I think he's had the same haircut since, birth?
Well, he's got a flat top.
No, it's good.
And he keeps it.
He's clean.
Keeps it trim.
Yeah.
Let's go to Joseph in Vallejo. Hey, Joseph, how you doing, my man?
Just fine, Steiny. Thank you guys for having me.
Sure.
Steiny, I just want to tell you, you generally don't take to any of my takes, and we can't always be at odds. But I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle. You are hard because this Bay Area fan base sometimes can be so soft. They can't bite nothing hard. They make excuses for everything. Kalina and Fitz, I'm not even going to go there. But I'm thankful that you balance this base. You keep them where they need to be because they just get caught up, particularly you, Goo.
I knew that was coming.
You just get out there, and Steiny have to bring y'all back down. And I thank you for being that peanut brittle for this group. And people forget, before Jimmy Butler came, Steph was playing kind of bitter.
No, wow.
He said he's not going to be bitter against younger players like the old heads. The mere fact you make a statement like that shows that you're bitter against. He said,
God, hey.
Wow.
Hey,
don't invite him to the party.
Hey,
he eat peanut brittle.
When a guy's on a roll like that.
Pro Steiny. Good Lord. I knew I was taking one.
No, that was Vermeil. Wasn't me.
Man.
Actually, I have heard the few people have texted this in the latest from the 510. You know, when you're saying, is it the greatest trade of all time with the Warriors, whatever. A lot of people have brought up the Bogut trade.
Oh, that's a good one.
Now, it didn't result in a title right away, but
started a dynasty?
Yeah,
exactly. You can make that point.
925, Steiny, what's your opinion on Carmelo Anthony being a first ballot Hall of Famer?
Well, that's correct.
Yeah, sure. That's fine.
Melo.
There was a stat line
Nice
that popped
player.
up the other night. I think it was the anniversary of
Melo.
He had a 62-point game with 0 assists, 0 rebounds, 0 steals, and 0 blocks. That's unbelievable.
My man was a scorer, man. Wow. 62 started not one assist.
That's unreal.
Well, you're forgetting that he locked down his man, too. So he couldn't rebound or pass because he was so absorbed defensively with his man.
What do you think our last caller was getting at?
Our last caller was getting at sometimes.
Like, we're all excited
sometimes
today.
on hometown radio.
Oh, stop.
Some find it hard to be totally objective, and it sounds to me like I'm a breath of fresh air.
For that
is what
guy,
it sounds like.
for that guy. But he's still thinking about the bad Warriors pre-Jimmy. I'm the guy on the station that we got cuts. It's on Steph and Dre. So don't tell me I don't call guys out.
Yeah.
I keep it 50-50.
Right, it was on Steph and Dre, and they couldn't get it done, and so they went and got a Hall of Famer. Good for Mike Dunleavy.
Evan,
that's the guy we should be talking about.
He's the man.
MDJ. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
When am I going to get my victory lap for my astute assessment of how important that game was last night? You guys always want to make fun of me when I mess up or say something wrong. 48 seconds left. Kerr puts Curry and Dre back in the game. And I text Devon like, that's how important this one is.
Yeah, I hope they're not tired now Thursday.
Well, dude,
they lose to the Lakers, then you got a question.
That was an important game, and they got through it, man.
It was important. Now you
got to handle.
Now you're
business.
ahead of Memphis.
Yeah,
that's what it meant.
You think they're going the other way? You said, but you could see 8 in their future.
I don't know, Good. What do you think?
I think losing to Boston and playing the Warriors in the way that you played them with Jackson in foul trouble and Curry going off. You should be practicing. You shouldn't be embarrassed. I know you've been losing, but damn, that's a good team.
They're not
connected,
buttoned up nearly enough. Yeah. And I think, by the way, can I
take your time?
First of all, 888-957-9570 is the number. In case you're just joining us, Warriors 134-125 win over Memphis. Curry with 52 regular season classic. That's what last night was. If you didn't watch that game, go back and watch it.
We tried to.
Start to finish.
It's incredible.
Start to finish. It was the best game of the year. Absolutely, positively the best game of the year. As far as I'm concerned.
No, you are right.
So, what do I want to say? Oh, all right. You want to know why I don't think the Memphis Grizzlies can win it?
Give it to me.
I want to take you through a couple sequences last night that I noticed about the opposing team. There was a play in the first quarter where John Morant drove into the lane and threw a pretty tricky pass to concrete hand Zach Edey.
The worst hands in the business.
All right, so he throws a pass, and it was should Edey have caught it? Yeah, probably.
Yes. Okay.
But he fumbled it out of bounds, like most 7'4" guys do. And the camera catches John Morant, and he's got that rolling of the eyes body language.
This guy.
Absolutely unmistakable. Unmistakable. Like, my guy.
And he ran down looking at the bench with that stank face.
So that happens.
Yeah.
All right. Fast forward to a minute and 11 left in the game after Pods hits the tip-in.
Okay.
Biggest possession for Memphis. They're down 5. Ja Morant drives into the lane.
Beautiful.
Leaves his feet. Has nowhere to go. And you know what he tried to do? Throw a pass to Zach Edey, the same guy he's rolling his eyes at in the first quarter. And he gets it stolen. And Jimmy Butler says, give me that.
Yeah, he snapped
give me that. And so Ja Morant, with a minute to go, turns the ball over. Okay. And then he does the thing with the gesture.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, man.
And you're losing the game at that.
Come on.
But we've seen Dre and Butler.
Never seen Dre do that.
No, just call out. If they go blow an assignment, he shows something.
What does that have to do with what Ja Morant did last night?
That wasn't after that, but I thought the Ja thing happened after they made a bucket and they were going the other way.
I mean,
it was a timeout. He was going towards the bench and he did the...
Yeah, so in other words, he rolls his eyes at his center.
Oh, well, yeah.
He does some stupid gesture that shows everybody how immature he is.
Yeah, he's getting
suspended. And then on the court, the biggest possession of the game, he turns it over, trying to throw the ball to the same guy that we all know he doesn't trust because he's rolling his eyes at him when the guy turns it over early. You can't... It's tough to win with a guy like that.
That's not a leader.
Let's go to Noel in Fremont. Hey, Noel, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Hey.
Doing great.
Hey, so just wanted to make a comment on the game yesterday. I always believe that even though we don't have Payton or Kaminga, that we still have the talent to compete, of course, right? And I think as long as, I know it's basic, but as long as we don't give away the first period and have a third period slow start, I think we can beat any team. And then also just wanted to ask you guys too, because it always gets talked about. Would you trade Kaminga for Klay Thompson one-on-one without any attachments to it? Are you guys open to that if that happens?
I would politely say no. Steiny?
Yeah, I got to tell you, Nolan, thanks for the call. I like you to disconnect before I, say something like that didn't cross my mind once. Klay Thompson coming back, but hey, maybe you never know. What's Klay make? 16?
Well, Kevin Durant said he'd be willing to sign a vet minimum contract to come back to Golden State.
Yeah, I bet. That's been a nightmare for him since he's left.
The tough loss last night.
Phoenix?
Yeah.
See what the Bucks did?
Yeah, they beat the Suns.
They couldn't stop Giannis.
You see what they shot? They shot like 69% from the field.
Nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. This from the, where's this one coming from? 650. Steph Curry is something beneath Jesus.
That's my line.
Stop.
That's my line.
He's better than Jesus.
Oh, look, man. That's old school. Saturday afternoon, goo.
See Jesus throw in 12 3-pointers.
At 37.
This is one of those. Curry's having a better year than Jesus.
You're going to get struck by lightning.
Yeah.
And I'm going to laugh.
Jesus wouldn't be the one to strike me with lightning because he's Jesus.
Says it like
he's the presentation of God as a man. If lightning were to strike me, it would be by God. It's the Holy Trinity. The Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
And there's a messenger.
The Son was Jesus Christ. He was immortal, so he wouldn't be able to strike me down. God, the Father, who's up there,
I hope no
he
one's
could.
Listening.
And I'm not really sure what the Holy Spirit's role is and what the capabilities are of the Spirit.
Hey, real quick, what'd you have for dinner? Because the way you describe how Susan brought it to your dungeon.
And pork loin and little rice. Not a lot of rice.
Huh?
No vegetables?
White or brown? Rice.
Actually, you know what? It wasn't rice. What was it? It's a really good sauce. Oh, macaroni cheese.
That's not rice.
Mac and cheese. Mac and cheese and a little pork loin.
Evan, how do you...
Right in your face. Yep. What are you laughing at?
Because you said rice.
It wasn't rice. It was macaroni and cheese.
That's a far cry from
let's
rice.
do this real quick. Evan, what'd you have for dinner last night?
I had chicken, rice, and vegetables.
See? It takes you a minute to remember.
Ask me what I had.
What'd you have?
Benihana.
Right, because you were thinking about it before I was going to ask.
Well, I just wanted to share that.
Yeah, that's cool.
A little broccoli.
I love broccoli.
Very little broccoli.
With grated cheese on it. Oh! And hot sauce.
Well, that just dismisses the point of the broccoli.
Little cheese ain't going to hurt anybody. Hey, abundant life.
Some are saying Jesus had no left.
I don't like that material when we start talking about people above.
Look, I'm a firm believer in that if God, Jesus, or the Holy Spirit are all they're cracked up to be, then they have a sense of humor.
Yeah.
And if they don't, you know what? I don't want to be in their club anyway then.
You've clearly never read the Old Testament.
No, I would never read the Old Testament.
Why is there a New Testament?
Okay.
That's what bothers me.
Okay, do you know? Okay.
No, I
That's
get
where
it,
Jesus
but
comes in.
Yeah. Jesus comes in at intermission. He didn't even play the first half.
He's Jimmy Butler.
He was like Steph Curry that game in Portland.
Be careful,
where they sat him the whole first half, and then they said, "Now let's go get him in the third quarter."
Like the New Testament. Hold on.
So just FYI,
I know.
The post-Durant era.
Let's get off it.
Mr. Jones in Atlanta.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something about Atlanta. It's a place I could see myself after I retire. What's up, Mr. Jones? How you doing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Must have been
that
Jesus.
was him. That was on him. You don't know
that
what it's like.
That was not on
seriously,
me.
Snotty,
that was straight out of Dick Vermeil's playbook.
You don't know what it's like, seriously,
What?
to
What do you
stop your life, your
Okay.
daily life, and break off a call to a sports show. Like I got written up for it, but people are doing things that maybe they shouldn't be doing. Where's them bonds? So take it easy on mishaps. That sounded like a mishap.
Fair enough.
Oh, I'm going to watch it. Believe me, I really love the.
We got to check on him. It's Easter, man. Check on old Dick.
Hey, Brian Geltzeiler coming up at 1 o'clock.
Man.
Host on Sirius XM NBA Radio, contributor at NBA TV. Let me see. I got so much written down. I'll just throw something.
This.
Oh,
okay.
but real quick.
Yeah. Take
By
your
the
time.
way,
Dick said they load managed Dick Jesus. That's not good,
He didn't
man.
play on Sunday.
They load managed Tim's. That's a 10.
By the way, Looney's three-pointer. That was the shortest celebrated three-pointer in history. He makes the three-pointer. They do a tight shot on him. And they go back to the other end, and there's already a three falling through by Memphis.
It was
Memphis hit a three about 3 seconds after Looney hit his.
Incredible. Can you let mine breathe for a minute? Damn.
Looney is stretch 5 now?
I mean, the dude used to have an offensive catalog.
I actually think he can make the corner three. I swear to God. Like, when he shot it, I was like, that has no chance. Like, I think Looney's better from out there than the 16, 17-footer. All right, I see Mac, Mike, Dennis, Skinny, Bob. We'll get to you all on the other side. Golden State Warriors. It is absolutely, positively a feel-good Wednesday. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. And relaxing days and stunning sunsets every day is magical in Bodega Bay. The Inn at the Tide special midweek rates start at just $199, and that is going through May 1st. It also includes breakfast and a bottle of wine upon arrival. Book your stay right now at inatthetides.com.
Steiny, 2025 is my year.
But I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I got to tell you, that sounded like my uncle. That was the one I wanted, and it was for you. Because that was a real dude. That was a real one. I just wondered what he was talking about.
And that's what life's about.
That's great.
Brian Geltzeiler coming up at 1 o'clock.
DG.
Sirius XM NBA Radio, also a contributor on NBA TV, and we will get deep into the Warriors with him.
Yeah.
Quite frankly, he's probably among the, top 3 people I enjoy talking basketball with.
Is he in your starting 6?
No. Oh, you mean media members I love talking basketball with? Yes, he's replaced KC Johnson.
Man, that relationship.
Remind me, I got to tell KC that he's been.
I think I got it here. So
let's welcome in KC Johnson, writes for the Chicago Tribune, also works for NBC Sports Chicago. What's up, KC? How you doing?
Steiny, I left the Tribune 6 years ago.
Oh, man.
Wow. And there was more, Evan. You
Thank
were out.
God, he's a good friend of mine.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. I just kind of stick it to you a little bit.
That's fun. That's kind of harmless, right? But it's fun. People get, I like when people chuckle or laugh. And I don't care if it's at my expense. As long as it's good-natured.
That's what the great Michael Irvin said. You got to laugh at yourself.
I can take good-natured ribbing. It's when the mean-spirited stuff starts that I get off the train. Yeah. Warriors with just a terrific win last night. No other way to put it. 134-125. They beat the Memphis Grizzlies. Steph Curry, another one for the books. 52 points, 12 for 20 from the line. Jimmy Butler bringing it home down the stretch. Draymond Green, triple-double. Pod's a big tip-in. Moody, the dagger 3.
Yeah.
Santos, big energy minutes. I mean, that's what it's going to take.
And 2 games, I think you could tell me this, Donnie. If I'm not being overzealous. The offense is clicking. 148, although against the Spurs. And then against Memphis, 134 in a big game.
Yeah.
Take some of that to L.A. now.
I mean, I feel like
that's,
I don't think the teams last night weren't playing defense.
No, it was a high-level game. I'm going to watch it again tonight.
Okay. I think I'm going to watch Celtics Town. Continue watching that.
How many episodes?
I think there's I'm on 4 or 5 now.
Well, who's narrating? Did they got one?
I don't know off the top of my head. They have a lot. Bill Simmons is in it. I think he was in on making it.
Oh, God.
Shocker.
Yeah.
Well, I got to tell you, it's.
What's up? Yeah.
So he's with it.
Because we don't have enough Boston Celtics documentaries out there.
God.
This one had a really different kind of perspective. You got to give Bill Simmons his credit. His dad was a Celtics season ticket holder in the 80s when he was, and Bill Simmons was a young boy, so he watched Bird when he was 10.
So he was 11. At that.
He was at all the games.
Johnny
Most.
I got close to most. Oh, boy.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to jump into the conversation. A lot of Warrior fans joining us today, and why not?
It's a party.
This is the high point of the season right now. It's the high point of the season. I don't think anybody can argue with that. Yep. This team is now in 5th in the Western Conference, and they have the Lakers on Thursday. So this week's only going to get better. Excited.
How soon, because we know we think differently, how soon, is it after the 4th game against Houston Sunday, Steiny, regardless of what they end up, will you come in here and just share with us where you think the ship is headed? We know where you're kind of, it could go, but let's just say they they go 4-0. Would you then be and honest with us, I kind of see those people out there thinking Western Conference Finals, it could happen.
Goo, I don't know how I'm going to think on Monday.
3 games.
I don't know, and that's the beauty.
Yeah.
For as great as we feel now, on Monday we may be downtrodden.
Right. You all right?
Let's go to Mac in Lafayette. Hey, Mac, how you doing, buddy?
Good. Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. You got me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, first, I don't know if you guys talked about this already, but I want to talk about this kid, Quentin Post.
Sure.
Just from the way he celebrates when he makes a three to his interview last night at halftime, it was the highlight of the game for me. He comes off the court, he puts on the headset. He's got this, "Are you kidding me?" look on his face. And he says, "Why are you interviewing me? Curry's got 40 points."
We saw it.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. He's got a great attitude. He's such a good addition to the team. It was the highlight. I laughed for like 10 minutes after that, and I replayed it several times. But it was the highlight of the game for me. Quentin Post interview at halftime.
Yeah, he's a real one. I've heard him now a few times. He's clever.
We had him on, too.
Yeah. I mean, he's also 25. Yeah, he's 25. He's been around a little bit.
He's got a jumper, baby.
He's too old.
Three of what? Three of 9
that,
last night, or 6.
See, and then...
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Raiders.
Now, this is one of those where I got to, like, Evan, what would you think? Like, help me be a better person. All right?
I try every day.
Okay. And I know this is... God, this is so pedantic, as they say. Why does my brain work like this? So Goose says, Quentin Post, he's got a nice jumper. And my first thought is, it's more of a set shot. Why do I, what? Help me.
Well, Goo, maybe you can help him more because it's like 20 hours of therapy a week for you sometimes.
No, man. No, because he's known for his three ball, right? So Rick Fox or not, Clay Thompson
you're just a literal person.
Yeah,
exactly.
And he doesn't really jump.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. By the way, let me tell you, he might not be able to jump, but he can get shots off.
Man.
Posty can get shots off.
He knows what he's doing.
You know what? This is really hard to explain, but there's certain guys that come into the league and like Moody, for example.
Yeah.
He comes into the league and he doesn't really know what his strengths are and whatever.
Yeah.
He does a little this, does a little that. And then there are other guys that come into the league and somebody clearly gets to him and says something like, look, the only reason you're even here is because you can make threes and you're 7 foot. So don't you dare not do that. You have to do that. And so he's come in and been he lets him fly.
But he was doing that with the C-Dubs, Evan. He was he was big man on campus.
Right. But now he's playing with Steph Curry and Draymond Green.
But to his credit, his what word am I looking for, Evan? His attack or his thought process on if I get it, I'm letting it go. That's why he's been a godsend. He hasn't forgot that.
Well, do you guys think it's because he's an older player and he's played more basketball than a lot of guys that are his age, as rookies at least, of the rookie class? And so he comes in and...
See, I wouldn't know how
the direction is basically, you're useless to us unless you take a ton of threes. That's the whole point.
I think you're exactly right. For example, and this is where I think people may take exception, but yeah, Post came in, you're a stretch 5, shoot your threes, try to do other stuff as well as you can.
Yeah.
But shoot the 3. Brandon Pajemski. Okay. Listen, you got a nose for the ball. You're one of the best rebounders at 6'5" in the league.
All right.
You take some charges and you can connect lineups. Okay, just do that.
Yeah.
And
he did
every game, he pretty much will do that. Kaminga and Moody, earlier in their career, they don't have, and Moody's not really a part of this anymore, but
he's broken out.
I do think one of the reasons those guys have played as much as they have is because they can do a few things very well. And that's why he likes Peyton, because Peyton can defend really well. And that's what I think the challenge was for Moody before, this run, and I still think that's that's a challenge for Jonathan Kaminga.
Like if I asked you right now just about Pods taking care of the ball, Steiny, how many turnovers do you think he had yesterday?
Well, I don't know, but not a lot.
Not zero.
Right.
Yeah.
And nobody had a lot. Who
Only
had the most?
team 11. Draymond went three.
Draymond had 3, but that's not terrible in 33 minutes in a game like that. Not bad at all. Fair question. Fair question, 925. But how's he going to do in the postseason? Yep.
Well, that's what the excitement is all about. And Moody, for that matter, Pods, all of them.
And here's the other thing I like. I feel like when you say postseason, that includes the play-in because it's post-regular season. But I think playoffs are the playoffs. The postseason includes the play-in.
But also pressure.
So
because the postseason the play-in could end your season.
Right, but what I'm saying is that when he says postseason, he's not assuming playoffs. He's assuming postseason. See, that assumes 7 through 10. If he said playoffs, that would assume they get into the playoffs. So I love the preciseness there out of the 925. I just love it, dude.
I'm not mad.
No,
I'm not trying to steal your thunder.
No reason to be mad, really.
The play-in to me and Raymond Ritter, we tried to find the stats and we couldn't on the play-in game. Yeah. I hate that. But the bottom line, to your boy, that's the playoff.
Right. And that's why I use the word postseason.
Get him. Evan, where you out on this?
Again, how literal you are.
Dude.
What do you mean?
These games are important. Like, for example, the last regular game of the season is against the Clippers.
Man.
If it comes down to a 1-in scenario where you get the 6 or the 7, I know it's not the postseason, but that's a pressure-filled game.
No doubt.
Just like last night, I believe was, because you would have went sliding.
Sure.
And that,
right. And overall, they struggled. Their young players struggled.
Right, gotcha.
Okay,
on the road.
Right.
On the road.
Right.
Yeah. Which will be here tomorrow.
Right, and they're going to have plenty more chances. But, like, that was the closest game to a postseason game.
No doubt.
And the results, to me, were mixed.
Yeah.
I don't think they played great. But when the big moments came, they had 2 young players make plays that won them the game or that they don't win the game if they don't make.
And did you have one more point than the other team is all that really, when it's all said and done, Steiny. And they did.
All right, let me get to a little sound here. A little sound. Who do you want to hear from?
The chef.
About what?
His night.
Well, he doesn't like to talk about himself like that. How about, did it feel like a playoff game?
Give it to him.
Okay.
It did. Felt like one, and obviously the implications were huge. You know, now they got to beat us by 2 games here over the last 7 to catch us. So that's helpful for us, and we're obviously fighting it out with Minnesota, with the Clippers, and you never know what happens with anybody. So you got to handle your own business.
Oh no, that was Steve Kerr.
Yeah,
felt like a playoff game.
He'll be on with Willard and Dibbs at 5.
You're the man.
Yeah,
you are the man. Steve Kerr at 5 o'clock with Willard and Dibbs.
Gotta be in a great mood.
Brian Geltzeiler is at 1 o'clock, Sirius XM NBA.
That's how he says my name.
Radio.
Darryl. Yeah.
Who?
BG. He'd be like, Darryl. That was a good, yeah.
Whenever I hit him up, I always say, with Matt and Daryl.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that's what he calls you. He doesn't call you Steiny and Guru. He calls you Matt and Daryl.
I didn't notice the roll of the R's, though.
Yeah, check it out.
I'm going to listen for it today.
It's very precise. I'm sure you have an appreciation for it.
Because he's got an East Coast twang.
Yes, he does. Okay. Steph Curry.
The chef.
Now, he usually isn't the greatest quote in the world, let's be honest. But I'll play some of it.
My man.
How about, let's see. Well, okay. Steph Curry on Let It Fly.
The first 2 shots I took in the fourth quarter were a reflection of that. Yeah, I thought about it. And first touch shot it in transition and went ISO left wing, missed both of those, and then I kind of came to reality on let's get good possessions if I do it or whatever. But that was the ultimate E-checks, even though I just got back in the game.
You deserved it, Chef. You got to find out if you're still hot.
Selfish.
No, it's not. And I'll tell you why it's not.
Going for the record?
I'll tell you why it's not selfish.
Over the win?
And I just knew he had that damn record. I'm tired of Clay having it.
Get the drop ready. I remember having a conversation once with B.J. Armstrong, and he was talking about Tim Hardaway. Give me another one. Yeah, there you go. And he's talking about Tim Hardaway, and he was like, let me tell you something about Tim Hardaway. I just love. I don't know. I just love it. And he goes, that guy understands the game within a game. In other words, Tim Hardaway always knew who he was matched up against. He always knew what the undertone of the game was. He always knew what maybe the narrative was coming in.
See?
And
kept his ear to the street.
Like if he was going up against another great point guard, he would take a pound of flesh even in a loss. But he never really let that. And that's what Curry did.
Yeah.
Curry was like, there's a game within a game. He could have broken the record, gave it a shot, didn't get it done, back to business.
Yeah.
I mean, look, Brandon Pajemski took 2 bad heat check threes. Awful. If he can take 2, Curry can take 2, obviously.
He definitely earned it. But I just want you to prepare yourself, if it's not already before us, Donnie, at this age and these scoring outputs that I think are going to continue, not even just this season, next season until he's done, and what Jimmy Butler has meant to his longevity, Steph's playing at a high level in the space. Just get ready for him to basically rewrite the record book every damn night. I mean, that's where we're headed, Stoney. And NBC, Bonte, they put up a thing yesterday. Curry's got the most three-pointers made in a game for 3, 4, 5, 6. It was just ridiculous. Like, this dude's a walking legend, man. And if somehow they can pull this off.
What's this?
Get to the finals.
Get to the finals?
Yeah, get to the finals.
Yeah, that would be nice. That'd be a hell of a year.
I'm trying to win it all. This would be like,
now why do you have to go there already?
Ready. Get the 30 for 30 ready.
Sure.
Yeah.
And we have plenty of time to talk about that. In fact, we have so much time to talk about winning the finals. We could actually wait till they get to the finals and talk about.
Are you not going to air me out? I Jimmy Butler spiel. I thought he was done for the season. I text the Vine right away. Oh, no. And then he's up and play. NBA guys, they need to be in Hollywood.
Not all of them.
Paul Pierce was in a wheelchair.
All right.
They know how to the dramatics.
Thank you, though. This leads me to my PSA for Warrior fans.
Oh.
As it relates to Jimmy Butler.
Oh, my Jimmy.
If you see him go to the ground and appear injured, don't jump to the worst possible conclusion.
I did.
Please don't.
Oh.
This guy can milk time like nobody's business.
What does that mean?
The guy has been in the league 15 years, and when he hits the ground, he averages the most seconds on the ground of any player in NBA history.
Oh, man.
Because he's gathering. Wasn't hurt. But I'll tell you what.
Oh, boy.
He got a quick 90-second blow. He's a milker.
Yeah.
He milks time
and a
to
free
rest.
throw merchant, man.
And good luck. Good for him.
He loves soccer, and his favorite player is Neymar.
There you go.
Don't tell me that don't mean nothing.
So let's wait till we get the MRIs with Jimmy before we think he's hurt.
His ability, Donnie, real quick.
His ability to bait dumb players is unbelievable.
That too, and his ability to go make them. That's what's so, like, you were like, ooh, he wasn't really aggressive, but I added 6 more shots with the 12 free throw attempt. Steiny, he's got it down to a science. That's all I'm going to say. Man.
How incredible. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah. Harden, I thought, had it down. Jimmy's got it down.
How high? Okay, you get the scouting report on the Warriors, and they're going over the players individually. And they get to Jimmy Butler.
It starts and ends with the chef.
And you're looking at the opposing scouting report on Jimmy Butler.
Stay down.
I guarantee you it says, don't go for his head fakes.
Man. Easier said than done, partner.
Yes, sir. You're right about that.
He's got it.
You are right about that, my man. No doubt about it. It is hard, especially when you have a great pump fake. The last one was a really good pump fake.
What do you guys think is the opposing scouting report for the Warriors right now?
Sag off everybody not named Steph.
I do think we're going to see Draymond with
serious,
plenty more
Evan.
threes.
Like that game against, what was the one where he hit the first 5, but he ended up missing 6 of his last 7. I got to believe Toronto got on that bus like, we lost, but we'll take that all day, every day. It can never get to 14. And that's why, Stoney, I'm worried about what you said might be the kryptonite for the 2025 Warriors, as positive and happy we are today, the three-point shooting. But the last two, Steph, you take him out, then it was what? It wasn't nothing to write home about. But that's what scares me about this team. But if Moody and Pods hit and Buddy hits, it's watch out.
See, I think two things can be equally true. Shout out Ralph Barbieri.
Oh, man.
Like, Steph Curry was incredible last night. But I thought Memphis did a really bad job on him.
Why is that,
I'll tell you why. How many buckets did he get?
0-7.
Okay, there was a play last night where somebody's setting a screen, probably Draymond, for Curry. And as the screen is even being set, before Curry even takes a dribble into the screen, he looks at Zach Edey, who's starting to realize what's going on. But before he ever put it on the floor, he knew
you are right.
Edey couldn't get there.
You're right.
Because he wasn't going to shoot from right on the three-point line. He's going to shoot it from 4 feet behind the three-point line. And again, I give you this, Goo. You know, it's one of those things, it's easier said than done. But I see that happen on one possession. Okay. Then it's the next. So,
and you described it perfectly.
I don't understand why teams don't play. I just would never let my big man out there like that.
Yeah, but you called it years ago. It's the blender. That area is the.
So why don't you guard Draymond with a smaller guy?
Well, wow.
Why not guard Draymond with a smaller guy, or at least a forward with quickness? So then it's the next possession, and what happens on the very next possession is the Warriors take a shot and miss. They get an offensive rebound.
Yeah.
Okay, and the ball ends up in Curry's hands, and the guy who's defending him, Wells, did a nice job of staying with him, after the initial miss.
Okay.
And then Curry passes to Draymond. Wells turns his head, and as soon as he turns his head, Curry steps back and makes another three. I'm thinking to myself, I know that's a tough play, but there are players in the league who aren't rookies like Jalen Wells who understand you can't do that. And
that's real.
He makes every easy shot, so you got to expect him. He's going to make a bunch of tough ones, so you can't give him easy ones with little breakdowns. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into this conversation now, it'd be a great time because we got Brian Gelsiler coming up at 1 o'clock, Sirius XM NBA Radio. Warriors Wednesday is brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances in live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. This segment is sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different?
3, 2. Yo, this is John Spider Sally, 4-time NBA champion, and you are listening to Steiny and the Guru on 95.7 The Game.
John Sally. Let me tell you something. You put prime John Sally on this Warriors team, they would be an absolute nightmare to play.
Spider.
Not going to say they just win it, but boy, would he give them a dimension.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I had a surprise for you and Evan. And we'll get to it. We got Gelty coming up at 1.
Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM, NBA Radio, one of our favorites.
But I think, with all my flaws, character flaws that you guys see on a daily basis.
Sure.
And we still are family, and you guys have some too. But I like giving credit where credit is due. And I just, for a second, Steiny, I really want this answer from you. How good is Jokic? Could he be the greatest big man ever? He played 53 effing minutes yesterday, and Steiny, it was watching Picasso perform right after Steph. But just real quick, he might be replacing Shaq for me. This dude is incredible.
Well, I mean, he's a better player than Shaquille O'Neal. The way I look at basketball, but Shaq was more dominant. But he's absolutely, positively incredible.
And could be a first-round opponent in the playoffs.
I mean, I think he's the best player in the game right now.
Man. Like that, you get nothing from me. I don't think you get it from anybody.
I think his defense is a little underrated, too. He's just so damn big that he gets a little credit on defense just because of how big he is. But, yeah, Brian Geltzeiler coming up at 1 o'clock. And really been a fun show today. Warriors, they beat the Grizzlies 134-125. Steph Curry puts another one in the books. And just absolutely remarkable performance. 32 in the first half. And the Golden State Warriors get contributions from essentially every player on the roster helped them at one point last night. So the Golden State Warriors now play the LA Lakers tomorrow in LA. Game 2 of this tricky 4-game set.
Yeah.
They play the Lakers, then the Nuggets, then the Rockets.
Is anything happening tonight on the schedule, Steiny, that will affect
the Nuggets play another one. Now they are at home against the Spurs.
Who can be frisky. They weren't Sunday at home.
They stunk on Sunday.
Stein, don't give Stunk a bad. Don't
they
do Stunk
stunk.
like that. They didn't earn that.
They stunk on Sunday.
That was a no-show. NS.
Yeah. Hey, let's go to Dre and Lemoore.
Our guy.
Hey, Dre, how you doing, my man? Good to hear from you.
Thank you. It's good to talk to you fellas.
What's up, buddy?
Hell of a game last night.
Oh, it was incredible.
Was it fuego?
Yeah, no doubt.
Guru, I love you, man, but you can't be talking about the finals already, brother. I mean, we're just a couple losses away from being in the play.
You're right.
The Warriors blew way too many games that they should have won this year. Way too many. We should be comfortably looking at going into this next week. And with the schedule we got, the Lakers are real tough. I don't see us beating Denver. Denver's got our number.
Mm.
And then who do we play after that?
Probably OKC.
We'll see. Well, or is he talking about Friday? We got Houston after Denver.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got Houston. I see us beating Houston, but then that last game against the Clippers, I got a feeling that's going to be to not be in the play-in. That's going to be to make the playoffs. And the Clippers have been playing damn good ball, so our Warriors can do it. But please, brother, don't be talking about the finals right now. Let's talk about getting into the playoffs.
And Dre, I love you. Thank
you, Dre.
Yeah, he goes back with the style, and we did.
He sure does.
But I'll say this to that: it's the idea of the finals.
But why?
It's not.
How about the idea of the
I didn't
playoffs?
come in and say, Evan, they're going to the finals.
Well,
what are you like? They got a big three. Okay, and I'm betting on them.
Okay.
And Steph is showing you I'm not tired. I'm not old. Jimmy Butler has helped me find my space, and Jimmy's doing Jimmy things. So I get what I didn't come in and be so assertive. Oh, they're going to the finals. I'm just saying, watch out, Jack. This is a team that knows how to navigate in the postseason, and that's why they're 4-time champs. So I don't think as we get down the road, it's so far-fetched. And I'm not forgetting about the presence, but Steiny, I'm telling you, man, if you get that chef every other night, watch out.
What if you need it like 3 out of 4 nights? See, that's where I'm still at.
And I feel you on that. That's why I'm not saying they're automatically going.
Well,
but let's be honest with what could happen here.
See, this is where I think people have an underappreciation of the grind of the postseason. Like, I'm sorry. I'm kind of with Dre.
That hit me a little bit.
They are still a 5 seed. It's just, to me, it's so casual to sit here on this day and say, yeah, they could go knock off Denver, then knock off the Lakers, then knock off Oklahoma City, and then you know what? I think they could beat Boston. That
you got that. I'm giving that to you, Stoney.
Like, kind of, what are we doing? Like,
I'm gonna tell you.
Let's see them. Let's see them get up in the first round and say, man, they may win this series.
But in my warped special mind, you said they're the 5th seed, and you know what, Stoney? You told the truth because today that's what they are. But in my warped special mind, what if I told you they're probably playing like a 1 or 2 seed?
Can we wait till they play Jimmy Butler? Can we wait till they play the Grizzlies, the Lakers, the Nuggets, and the Rockets?
Because I'm petrified. I'll be honest.
So how can you be petrified? Because
dreaming is free, Steiny.
Yeah, but you're petrified.
Dreaming is free.
But at the same time, you're scared of everybody. You're saying we can go to the finals. So
all that together is exciting.
Right, it is. But you feel like, clearly you feel like if you really felt like they were the best team, I guess, why would you be worried? They're going to the finals.
Because they have flaws. And there are teams out there that we'll see 4 out of 7 nights exploit those flaws. But Steiny, I'm being real with you and Evan and the listeners in regard to how good are they since they got Jimmy? What are they playing like? And and again, that's not fair. I'm kind of cooking the books. But if you allow me to do that, or anybody, because you can't stop me, I mean, it's really not too far-fetched to say how far this Warrior team can get looking at it through that prism. And I don't want to, I hope I'm not disrespecting the offs or any other
You're totally
team.
disrespecting the playoffs. And I'll tell you why. Is because, again, I look at that game last night. Biggest win of the season. Tough game. High level. Curry played 38. Butler played 38. Draymond played 33. I'm looking at them at the end of the game, and I'm like, that was a hell of a game. Wow. Those guys played hard. They were into it. They were focused.
And could have lost it.
Can they do it Thursday? Can they do it Friday? I'm going to keep going for effect. After back-to-backs, can they do it Sunday? 3 games in 4 nights. Can they make the playoffs?
But even if you
can they beat Denver?
Even if you just take last night, Curry had 52. They were down 4 with 3 minutes left. If you lose that game in the playoffs, you blow a 50-burger from your best player, then you have to win 4 out of the next 6, and odds are you're not going to get another 50-point game. So, they had to win that game, and they closed it, but that was not just a gimme game.
And Evan, if I was grading, I'd give you 100%. But what I don't want to do before we get joined by Gelsiler here is fight you, Steiny.
Oh, no.
But there is one caveat to last night's game that just...
Oh, here we go. I know it
gets you so mad.
JK.
No, and GP too.
Okay.
Let's just for a second put some respect on those 2 guys. Maybe the Warriors... Hey, and you might have lost, but the bottom line is I look at it, those dudes as additions, and the Warriors were... And they didn't talk about it, and rightfully so. No excuses, Stoney, but I think, man, what if they would have had those 2?
Well, let me ask you this. Let's leave Peyton out.
All right.
You're watching that game last night, and it's up and down, and it's free-flowing, and the ball's moving.
A Kaminga-type game in regard to up and down. If you won't give them that, Stoney, that pace, that was a Kaminga type pace. Tell me.
That's not the game you want Kaminga holding the ball in the half court.
Oh, well, I was looking at it like he wouldn't because they'd be up and down.
First of all, they wouldn't have gotten out on the break as much because maybe Kaminga doesn't rebound like the guy who was in. I'm not doing this. He's not in this one today.
I got 60.
Brian Geltzeiler, 60 minutes, 60 seconds.
That's damn rather.
60 seconds. Brian Geltzeiler.
Yeah, good. It's fun to be excited.
He might have made him worse. He might have made him worse.
I said I'm not talking about him anymore.
No, I said it. Now, he maybe that doesn't mean he couldn't be a big reason why they win tomorrow.
I said I'm not. Guilty.
All right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's get to our main man, Brian Geltzeiler, host on Sirius XM NBA Radio, contributor at NBA TV. And I'll open with a softball. What'd you think of the Warrior game last night, Geltsy?
Holy Steph, right?
Yeah.
Unbelievable. It's so, listen, that stuff never gets boring, guys. It really doesn't. Like, if you love the game and you've enjoyed that player for all these years, how can you not love when that happened? Obviously, the Grizzly fans weren't loving it, but any fan of the game has to look at that and feel like, wow, that's incredible. Like, it just, for him to be able to go 12 or 20 from three, almost get a triple-double, like, it really just an unbelievable performance by Steph Curry last night. And really just, it's such a joy to be able to watch and amazing that at this stage of all of it, 4 titles in 9 years, this is the 10th year of all of it. With all of that, like, to still be able to do that and have this be relevant and have this be a contending team, it's very, very special, guys. And it's something that, as someone that covers the sport and is a huge fan of the game, I never, ever take for granted.
Wow, I love that, BG. Last time we had John, I needed counseling specifically in regard to Steph and the bilateral knee tendonitis, and all of a sudden Jimmy Butler has changed their fortune, and I know there's a lot to be determined. But when you look at the landscape of the West and the possibilities, BG, what word would you use on this Warrior team as they go into the playoffs? And I'm assuming they would get a 7-game series because I'm dreaming and fantasizing like, you might not want to see him, PG.
No, listen, I don't know that anybody wants to see the Warriors right now. Here's where I will issue a little bit of caution. I do have legit Warriors that are the Warriors big enough against some of the bigger teams, i.e. Denver, i.e. Oklahoma City, and Minnesota, really, are the 3 that I worry about in terms of size. I think the Clippers are very dangerous, but the Clippers aren't overwhelming you with size. As great year as Ivica Zubac has had, and he's been absolutely outstanding this year and is in the mix for most improved player in the league as far as I'm concerned. He's been that amazing. But I do worry about the Warriors against some of these bigger teams. Can they match up well? With all that said, listen, right now they're in line for a 4-5 series against the Lakers, which would be an absolute epic with the way the Lakers are rebuilt. Butler has changed their fortunes in so many ways. They're such a better offensive team, but they're better defensively too. But a night like last night, 12 for 12 from the free throw line. The ability to get to the free throw line and get those easy points was an element that the Warriors were missing, that they just didn't have. They have been, for the most part, since Kevin Durant left, a jump shooting team. And listen, when you have some of the best shooters the league's ever seen in history, you can get away with being a jump shooting team. But as time went on, there was more and more strain on Steph to have to carry all of that. And especially now in the absence of Klay Thompson and having the backcourt partner that at least created a little bit of space for you, Butler is an entirely different element that, frankly, the Warriors haven't had since Durant. And I think it really is been terrific for them. Obviously, the record of 18-5. And by the way, 3 of those losses were in the absence of either Curry or Butler in that 18-5 series. The Warriors have to be scary for, in spite of what I said about the size, they still have to be scary for anybody in the conference to come up against in a 7-game series.
Brian Geltzeiler joining us on 95.7 The Game, host on Sirius XM NBA Radio, contributor at NBA TV, and quite frankly, one of our favorites here at 95.7 The Game. Let me just ask you a question to let me know if I'll ask the next one. Like, how familiar are you with Jimmy Butler in the playoffs, particularly 2 years ago? Do you watch a lot of that?
Well, very familiar.
Okay.
Yeah, I watch all of it.
Perfect.
I always watch all of it.
Perfect. This is what I want to ask you. We hear all about playoff Jimmy, okay? And I'm looking at the numbers from 2020, when he got him to the finals, Miami. He was taking 21 shots a game in the postseason, okay? I'm looking at his numbers for the Warriors and to a lesser extent when he was with the Heat. Brian, he's taken 11 and a half shots per game since he's been a Warrior. So, is it that drastic? What happens with Butler in the playoffs? What exactly happens? Do things change dramatically because Jimmy's has the ball way more? And how do you think it looks if they get to the playoffs with Jimmy on the Warriors in that whole aspect?
It won't be 21 shots a game, man. It won't be. It won't be because Steph Curry's out there.
Right.
And, you got to remember with the Heat, it was Jimmy's bus. Everybody else was just riding in it. And so, that title run was in the absence of Tyler Hero, who would have been the only other creator that they had. Was not going to be Bam Adebayo. So it was either Jimmy had the ball or the guy that Jimmy wanted to have the ball had the ball. That was it. Here it's going to be different. Either Steph has the ball or the guy that Steph wants to have the ball will have it. And that will be Jimmy Butler on a frequent basis. And I don't think it's going to continue to be 11 shots a game. I think we're going to be more in the 15, 16 range when the playoffs begin, because I think when the game slows down and the Warriors are in the half court more, I think you're going to see Butler shine in that setting for them. And that's the version of playoff Jimmy that you will get. With all that said, I don't even think it's the field goal attempts that are going to be the most important thing for the Warriors. I think it's going to be the free throw attempts. And again, I go back to last night, 12 to 12 from the free throw line. Butler's ability to get to the free throw line is going to be a source of easy points for the Warriors. A source, again, I'll go back to it. They haven't really had it since Kevin Durant left. And I think that is such a key element here. Is Butler, he's an excellent free throw shooter. He's really good at drawing fouls. He's good with up fakes. He's good with ball fakes. He'll back you down. He'll beat you off the bounce. He's a good mid-range player. He goes to the rim strong. And more importantly, when you look to roll doubles to him, he is a good passer. One of the reasons the Warriors offense has been so incredibly effective is it doesn't have to be complicated now. You put him and Curry on the same side of the court, and they'll figure out an open look between the two of them. Or Butler gets to the free throw line. And that's the other way it works. So really, I kind of look at all of this and feel like couldn't have been a better player at the right time for this Warrior team in terms of how he's fit. It's just been seamless. And the other thing that you can't forget, guys, is that for the value and the quality of the player that Butler is, the trade was an absolute bargain, flat out. I mean, having to give up just this year's first-round pick along with Wiggins, come on. I mean, you look at what he's provided, it's an absolutely unbelievable deal.
Yeah, Brian Geltzeiler joining us on 95.7 The Game. Okay, so how about if I put it this way? Whatever... playoff Jimmy has earned that nickname because of the things he's done in the postseason. If he's playoff Jimmy for the Warriors, he may be playoff Jimmy, but it won't look like it did in Miami.
Well, but by the way, it shouldn't look like it looked in Miami.
Right.
Did Miami, and all due respect to Jimmy Butler, who was outstanding, did Miami ever win a title with him? They went to 2 finals, but they never won a title with him. You don't want it to look like it looked in Miami. Mm-hmm. You want him to be Steph's right-hand man on the offensive end of the floor, and you want him to be Draymond's right-hand man on the defense end of the floor. That's the role that he is in here. He's the number 2 guy on both ends of the floor. And in Miami, guess what? He was probably the number 1 guy on both ends of the floor. Maybe Bam Adebayo was a better defensive player at that point. But you don't want it to look like it looked in Miami, because in the end, they didn't have enough to get over the hump. And maybe the Warriors do, and maybe the Warriors don't. But Butler has given them their best chance to get Curry and Green another championship. And I think you ride that as long and as far as you can ride it.
BG, this is what I love about sports and life. You never know what the day is going to hold for you, right? And things change. And Draymond Green, I believe, is the heart and soul of this team. Had a triple-double last night, got Defensive Player of the Year for March. Wemby goes down, and now BG, he's the odds-on favorite of Defensive Player of the Year. Have you seen that from Dre, and where are you at? What are you seeing when you watch him on the defensive end?
He's had an awesome year. He's had an incredible year on the defensive end of the floor. He's played great basketball, and one of the reasons they have 44 wins is he's been in the lineup the majority of the time. I mean, people talked about last year with the Warriors, fade now. Well, how many games Draymond missed last year, guys? 30? Right, between suspensions and injuries? This year he's been on the floor most of the time. And you're seeing how vital he is on both ends, how he makes other guys better. Do I think he's Defensive Player of the Year this year in the league? I don't. I think Defensive Player of the Year is probably Lou Dort when you look at what he's done to perimeter guys and how great his numbers have been and the success OKC has had. I feel like Lou Dort is there, to me, has been the best defensive player in the league, but that's not a disrespect to Draymond Green, who has been absolutely outstanding.
You still there, Kelsey? May have dropped. All right, we'll get him back.
I hadn't had the Dort. I hadn't heard Dort. He plays D. It was Mobley, but Lou Dort.
Dort with Dyson Daniels. He's had a great defensive year.
He said it shouldn't look like Miami, Steiny. I like that.
It won't.
For the better, though.
Like he said, it can't, I don't see how it would be the same.
But I guess what I'm saying to you is the Warriors don't need him to get, you know what I mean? Keep doing what you're doing, maybe a tad bit, a little more pepper. But other than that, we don't need that model. So it gives me the confidence that it can work.
I think this is who he is. And I think I really do. And, again, I thought Jimmy Butler played very similar to the way he's played since he got here last night. I didn't see a greater sense of urgency. I didn't see less of a sense of urgency. I didn't see a noticeable difference in the amount of threes he was taking, the amount of drives he was making. I don't know.
I saw that just with every dribble.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, if you saw it when he was dribbling, I can't.
That's amazing.
I can't argue with that. Yeah. I can't argue with that. But
they'll take 27 from him every night.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. I guess I'd also, we got to find out what happens during a game when Butler like that doesn't get to the line.
Right.
Maybe
those are going to come.
Maybe then that's when he does bump his field goal attempts up there a little bit. But we're efforting Brian Geltzeiler. Lost a little bit of a connection with him, and we'll get him back. Yeah. I know we will. Let me see. I can just pick something out of my list of something to.
What would you recommend I do in this business before we get BG back on, Stouty? When it's a character flaw. I ask a question, but give my answer before the person that I'm at. It ain't about my answer.
No, it is. That's the way you set up your opinion. That's fine. You ask a question of me so that you can give your opinion. It's no different than when I go, let me tell you something.
Oh, man. You're pretty good.
I love it because you get to frame the question exactly how you want to answer it. It's genius.
Oh, boy.
It's flat out genius. Hey,
we got him back.
Okay. Let's head back to the River Islands guest line and welcome back Brian Geltzeiler, NBA, XM NBA radio, and also a contributor at NBA TV. All right, you back, buddy?
I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. Must got disconnected with you. So, listen, I was talking about how great Dort has been and what Dort has been able to do against the best perimeter players on other teams. The guy's been absolutely unbelievable. And listen, I'll say this about Draymond, and I'm not disrespecting what Draymond brings defensively because he is as good as there is, and he's had a super year. But I'll also say this. The presence of Jimmy Butler has helped him a lot. Butler being there has given him an extra weapon in front of him, and Draymond deploys it very well, and Jimmy's played great. But some of Draymond taking this to the next level has been because he's had Butler with him. And listen, there's nothing wrong with that. And it's okay. With all that said, when I look at Defensive Player of the Year, I do think that Dort has stood out head and shoulders above everybody else. I will say this, okay? Draymond and what he's done lately has put him probably in my top 3. I'm trying to figure out who gets left out. Obviously, Dort's not going to, but in the next 2 spots on my voting list, I'm trying to figure out who I leave out between Green, Evan Mobley, and Dyson Daniels. So that's something I got to take a look at, and I love Daniels, but it could end up being Daniels here. We'll see what happens. But I have Draymond right up there, certainly as one of the 3 or 4 best defenders in the league this year.
Brian Gelteiler joining us on 95.7 The Game, Sirius XM NBA Radio. Let me ask you this, and I'll just form it in the form of a conversation. Last night, the Warriors looked great, tons of optimism, but I am looking at that game, and I'm looking at Draymond, and I'm looking at Steph, and I'm looking at Butler, and they're playing hard, and they play 38, 37, 33 minutes respectively, and I'm looking at just this week, and I'm like, boy, can they do it against the Lakers? Then can they come back the next night and do it against Denver? Houston's up next, so on, so forth. To the playoffs, game, day off, round 1, round 2, round 3. That's what would scare me as a Warrior fan, just how long this grind is and the unimagined toll that will come with the games they play from this point on.
It's a fair concern, and part of the issue is, let's face it, how stacked the West is. You don't want to be in the play-in in the West. You don't want to be in a situation where you're 1 and done or 2 and done, and you're in trouble there. You want to be out of the play-in and get to a 7-game series. The Warriors right now are only 1 game in a loss column on being up and being in a play-in tournament, which means every single one of these games matters. So you're playing playoff games right now in the top of April. That's where you're at, and that's a tough road. But that's the road the Warriors have. Here's what I will say that maybe will comfort some Warriors fans in this situation. Kaminga being there, and I know he didn't play last night. I know he's got a pelvic contusion. Should be back relatively soon from that. He's missed plenty of time. He's got some young, fresh legs. That's a guy that you're going to have to ride a little bit here. And when you look at the minutes distribution last night, listen, they played 8. 2 of them were Post and Santos coming off the bench. And, Post comes in there to shoot and defend a little bit. They do need, Looney only played 9 minutes, but it was really an 8-man rotation. With Peyton out, they need Jonathan Kaminga in the worst way. They have to lengthen this rotation by 1. They need him to take some minutes off of everybody's plate, including Butler's, including a little bit of Green's. They can't tax those guys so much. And Kaminga is not the same kind of defensive player that either of those guys are. Let's face it. But he's such a good athlete and such a good offensive player. Because it's not only about minutes, guys. It's also about usage. And Kaminga will come in and take some shots. We don't want to worry just about spotting some of Jimmy and Steph's minutes. You want to make sure that the minutes that they do play aren't as labor intensive, that they don't have to try to get their own shots as much. And Kaminga creates space, and he is a guy that can go get his own shot. So I do think the Warriors' fortunes this year, listen, as tight as it all is right now, the Warriors' fortunes are absolutely tied to Kaminga staying in this lineup, fitting in well, which I think we've seen enough of him when he came back from injury this year to believe that he definitely can do that.
Yeah, I'm with you, BG. Let me ask you this one, because you kind of touched on it with the Lakers in Denver, and there's a lot to be determined. We know that, right? But the players, the coaches for the Warriors, BG, will not ever come out and say who they would want. But if you're a part of that organization, who would you want between Denver and the Lakers if you had to pick your poison? Who do you think they match up better against?
The Lakers, and I don't hesitate. Just because, listen, for Denver's a problem when you have Jokic at 7'1", Gordon at 6'10", and Porter at 6'10" across that front line. That's pretty much, outside of Quentin Post, that's bigger than everybody in the Warriors rotation. And you got 3 guys on that front line that way. The Warriors will struggle at the rim. Everybody struggles with Jokic. You saw what he did last night. But the Warriors will struggle at the rim. They will struggle in the paint with Jokic. And ultimately, they're going to have to, listen, most teams that play Denver are going to have to employ the kind of philosophy Minnesota did last night, which is we'll live with Jokic getting 50, or in that case last night getting 61, with the ability to contain other guys around him and with the thought that he's less dangerous as a scorer than he is a passer. With all that said, I don't think you want to court that kind of size. And to me, with the Lakers, listen, the Lakers have been very good since they made the Luka trade. I do think that Luka is not at his peak right now. Some of it's conditioning. Some of it's the fact that it's hard to get your legs underneath you in the right way when you get traded in this kind of way mid-season. And I do like this Laker team a lot. They're exciting. They're dynamic. But I also think that as good as they've played defensively, they'll have a lot of trouble containing a team like the Warriors. And I actually think the Warriors and the way they're built will match up with the Lakers much better. I mean, you can guard LeBron and Luka with Draymond and Jimmy Butler, and you don't have to worry about matching up on a big. Like, you can put Post out there and not have to worry about him hurting you in space defensively. Like, that's a big bonus for the Warriors against the Lakers. So just based on the size thing alone, I'd rather see the Lakers than see Denver.
Brian Geltzeiler joining us on 95.7 The Game, Sirius XM NBA host. All right, so right now the Warriors leapfrogged the Memphis Grizzlies. They're in fifth. But as you know, they've got the Lakers tomorrow, Denver on a back-to-back, and then they play Houston on Sunday. Then in their last 4 games, they still have a game at Phoenix and then one against the Clippers. So it's not an easy home stretch for the Warriors.
Not at all.
So where do you think, knowing Minnesota's schedule, knowing where the Clippers are, knowing Memphis is struggling a little, knowing where Lakers, where would you put your money on the Warriors finishing?
Probably right around 6. But listen, it's tough because you look at Minnesota's schedule. Minnesota's schedule, all right, after having Denver last night, at Brooklyn, at Philly, at Milwaukee with no Lillard or Portis, at Memphis, who we saw that Memphis, who played the Warriors tough last night, but Memphis is not good against good competition, then home to the Nets and home to the Jazz.
Wow.
That's a pretty easy schedule. So I think you have to figure the Timberwolves get one of those spots. You know, it's a tougher schedule here for the Clippers, who have the Pelicans at home tonight, then the Mavericks twice in a row at home. The Mavericks playing for that last playing spot with Anthony Davis back. The Spurs, the Rockets, at the Kings, at the Warriors. That's a little tougher. Mm-hmm. You know, I still think the Warriors probably settle in 6. I think Minnesota with that schedule can rise to 5. And I think the 6 and 7 is going to come down between the Warriors and the Clippers. Now, again, 7 is not a death knell for anybody. And I say this in this way. If you're 7, you just got to win a game against the 8. And the 8, to me, is likely to be Memphis. And Memphis, at this stage, the way they're built, the way they've performed with this change in coach, they're not beating a good team. I have 100% confidence they're not beating a good team. So if it means you got to win one at home to move to the next round, it's not a death knell for the Warriors. Because, listen, I think the Rockets are going to land in the 2. And I know you asked me about the Nuggets and the Lakers. I'd rather draw the Rockets than any of them. And I love the Rockets. But I'd rather draw the Rockets than any of them because the Rockets have 2 issues that make things tough in the playoffs. Number 1, they're young. They've never been there before. The lack of experience is going to make things difficult. Number 2, who do you go to in a big spot if you're the Rockets, right? Jalen Green's been that guy here. Şengün may be the best player on the team. They have some crazy 38-17 record with Van Vliet in the lineup. He's very important to them. But my point being, there's no real alpha guy there, which when you have a young team does become an issue in the playoffs. So to me, if you fall in the 7, yeah, it wouldn't be ideal, obviously. Right. But if you fall into the 7 and have to play a playing game, afterwards you get the least experienced team in the Western Conference in the Houston Rockets that you would play in the first round. And I do think that the Warriors are capable of beating the Rockets in a first-round 7-game series.
Geltzy, you're the best, man. Thank you so much.
Always my pleasure, gentlemen. Let's do it again soon.
Yes, sir. Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio, contributor at NBA TV. And if you listen to him, you know he's a man with a clue.
Yeah. He's big on, I don't want to, not Tom Hanks big, but he's big on Kaminga. He's saying he still needs to come back when he does, Donnie, and get that role that he, what word am I looking for, solidified to where he was, coming off and giving them some punch.
I think there is a role for Kaminga, and part of it may be, can he play minutes to give some big boys more rest and not hurt you?
Well, that's it right
and
there.
Not hurt you. And then if he can do that, then can he start helping you? Because I do think right now he's got to figure it out in a hurry.
No doubt.
And
hopefully he's available to do that. But every game that goes by that he misses doesn't help.
Yeah, the bus is key. It's got to keep rolling.
I know we got our short segment coming up, Stoney, before the guys come in, but I need your help on the next side, on the other side, with something that I was going to ask BG about that's going on around the league, but it's really bothering me, and I just want you to kind of critique if it's valid or not.
I'd be happy to do that for you.
Yeah.
What do you got today?
I got to go straight home.
Why?
Because that's where I live. Now I got to go straight home.
Come on, man.
No, I got to get to the gym. Seriously, man.
Yeah. Okay, so just so you know,
we got Friday.
Right,
I went hard last Friday. Let's be honest. I went hard.
Just so you know, this is the same as what I did Friday when I didn't stay an hour. Oh, you got to get home? Oh, come on,
dude. A lot of people didn't like that.
Yeah, well, you know what?
Myers text about it.
I don't like you. I don't like you going home today. You don't have anything to do. What do you have to do?
You can't network more than once in a week.
Dude, the way that he networks.
Hey, shh. I got it. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Curry weaving in traffic, turns, fires, splash!
ask you about what's going on in the nation's capital, Sacramento.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, if you're just joining us, we just got done, some people are talking to Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio. We got a bunch of texts today saying, who was that again? I'd like to give him a follow. Yes, Brian Geltzeiler, Sirius XM NBA Radio. He's terrific.
Yes, he is.
Also, Steve Kerr is coming up with Willard and Dibbs today at 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock, Steve Kerr on with the boys, and that should be a good one. That should be a good one. Lastly, Goo, you had a question for me.
I think you know me, and it's a random one. I was going to just, we always fire off one to BG, one around the league. But this is just super hashtag random. I know it's short, Stoney. But look, I'm about being fair. I understand that we're in the business of critique with these professional athletes, right or wrong. And I'm going to just say and end this. I love me some Kevin Durant. But damn it, I think he's getting the biggest pass in the world. Brooklyn was a mess, and you played with two future Hall of Famers, and whatever's going on in Phoenix, and you can tell me they don't have a damn point guard, but Stoney, they got Kevin Durant. That's got to fall. His legacy has to take somewhat of a hit, or he has to be responsible for maybe not being the leader or whatnot. But good God, when I look at Phoenix and what they have, and what he and how good he is, I feel like nobody's coming down his road at all.
What do they have?
Bradley Beal and a future
he's
Hall of
overrated. He's not the player he was at all.
And Devin Booker?
Yes.
A future Hall of Famer.
Easy.
Well, come on.
Easy,
come on,
big fella.
Evan, what's my guy?
Easy.
If Draymond's going with
He's halfway through his career.
He's been in the league for like 12 years.
Yes, he has. Baby Kobe. I'm playing, but Kobe was his dude. But just
Devin Booker's a Hall of Famer right now.
It's about Durant, not Booker.
Just, you know what? Why don't you reassess the way you think of players?
So he has no blood on his hands at all, Durant?
Okay, I'm not. Durant, Beal, Booker. Who else do they have?
That should be enough, is my point.
Who else do they have?
Pods, the Moody's of the world.
Exactly. You're making my point. We don't know. We don't even know who they're playing with. So they have three
Tyus
scorers.
Jones.
Okay, there you go. Yeah. A good backup.
Yeah, what's my other dude that shoots the threes?
Exactly. But you're not sure. That's one of the okay. One of the reasons is because you can't name, and I can't name either, 4 through 12. But 2, I've told you this for a million years. Durant, Booker, Beal.
That's a lot.
A lot of scoring and scoring only. They're trying to play 3 scorers together, none of whom excel on defense, none of whom excel at any other aspect of the game. I shouldn't say excel, but they're all scorers. That's who they are. That's the bottom line. That's their reputation. They score. Okay? FYI, there's other stuff to do on the court.
Yeah, a la Jimmy Butler.
But your initial point, go rip. You can criticize Durant.
And that's the word I'm looking for.
Go ahead.
I'm just not hearing a lot of it.
Yeah? But how do you on that one? What do you think on that one?
Why is he not catching hell?
Yeah.
Because he's a great player. He's probably going to be, I don't know, 3rd-team All-NBA, maybe?
Yeah, he's just answering your question.
No, and I'm just, but
if it was in the East, maybe, but I mean, Goose, seriously, the top 8 teams in the Western Conference all have a shot to win 50 games. That means you got to be really good. And all 8 of those teams are better than the Suns.
And my question, and I get that, and I love that, but this is last year too. Kevin Durant is what you said, if not greater. So I'm wondering where that greatness, why that's not rubbing off on the others that might not be as talented as Durant. But when I go to Booker and Beal, that's not NBA trash by any stretch. So the ball's got to stop somewhere. It can't just be the coaches. So Durant's just a scorer. He's one of the greatest to ever do it.
Do you believe Durant makes teammates better?
I thought I did, but now I don't.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think he does.
And then maybe that's what I'm just I got to the bottom of it. He's a scorer, one of the best to ever do it. But to Evan's point, Evan, you can't even get me in the 10th position? And last year we got swept.
Did you ask the same question about Curry this summer?
Curry this summer.
They were a 10 seed. They got bounced in the first game of the play-in by 30 points.
But
no one would ever say Steph should be catching hell for the season.
But he was 2 years removed from a title without the help of a Kevin Durant, so that buys you some time.
No, it doesn't.
Steph Curry winning that chip in 2022, basically solo dolo with no Durant. I guess there was no 1 year of not making the playoffs, Evan, my point is not enough to constitute what I'm feeling about Durant.
Well, they were a game below 500 this year before Jimmy got here.
James Harden and Kyrie Irving. You guys haven't talked about that. What was up there? You put that team together, and it failed.
So
when you say, you put 3 scores,
right.
Well, you had 2 different type of future Hall of Famers in Jersey and Brooklyn.
2.
They were never on the court at the same time, though.
But when they were, it was minimal, and they had a good record. But
Booker, Beal, Durant. Booker, Beal, Durant.
I'm talking about Brooklyn.
Okay, but Booker, Beal, Durant.
Right.
Oklahoma City. Holmgren, Williams, SGA. They're better. Denver, Gordon, Murray, Jokic. That's better. LA, Doncic, LeBron, Austin Reeves. That's better. Minnesota, Naz Reid, Anthony Edwards, McDaniels, Gobert. That's better. Golden State, Butler, Curry, Draymond. That's better. Like the 17, and I get it. Like Memphis is Memphis, but Jaren Jackson Jr., Ja Morant, Desmond Bane. That might be just as good. So, to my way of thinking, everybody in the West might have a better big 3 than Beal's a drop-off, I think. But, I think there's about 7 or 8 teams that might have better threesomes than the, don't do that. Don't grow up.
What happened?
I saw the look when I said threesomes.
A look is different
anyway.
Speaking of great ones, hey, Goo, what if he goes to San Antonio next year?
Who?
I got excited.
KD.
Oh, my gosh.
Well, I heard he said he's going if they get Cooper Flag.
Which they're trying very hard to do.
He just said he wants to come back to Phoenix. Maybe they'll get a cover. I just had a thought, and I'm not saying what you guys are saying is wrong.
No, it's not.
But your thing doesn't fly when you allow me to go to Brooklyn when he had a point guard, basically 2 point guards and a scorer in Harden. That thing never got
4
off
years
the ground.
ago.
Yeah, but it happened, and they broke up. And they did
What
nothing.
does that have to do with you thinking Phoenix should be better?
No, it was Durant is the one thing that I'm looking at.
415.
That's on his ledger.
Oh, you know what? This may help you. 415. Tell Guru basketball is a team sport, and you need good role players, and a solid bench will help.
Well, okay. So Phoenix is not disappointing.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Phoenix is not disappointing. Forget how you brought it up.
You knew the answer to the question.
It's just Durant is a scorer. Right. He's not a guy, and that's why I'm going to start appreciating Steph, LeBron more, guys that make others better. But I guess in the grand scheme of things, I will.
You'll forget.
I already do.
You'll forget coming in tomorrow.
Kevin Durant's a scorer.
And
I shouldn't get mad that he's not bringing guys a connector.
Yeah.
Because I hear what you're saying about Phoenix ain't got, dude, name 2 other dudes. They got some okay. This is not satisfactory at all.
They don't have some okay.
It's 94 minutes. You had a center in Nurkic. You robbed him of all his confidence. Come on now.
Goo.
What's my boy's name from Duke?
Exactly. This is my, you don't even know.
Grayson Allen. Gray Allen, but yeah, Grayson Allen.
Grayson Allen is a starter on that team. That's not good. God, I love Plumlee, but he can't carry you. Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. This segment is sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles.
Goo, I love you. You're like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get with Goo.
But I got to tell you, you are the man. You are a box of peanut brittle.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
The crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Let's welcome in Dan Dibley, Mark Willard. It's the crossover. Man, that was a great game last night, gents.
Oh, boy. I mean, phenomenal. And we talked about it in our little Warriors Live, the pregame. And Mark said, I like Steph over 28.5.
Oh, I missed that.
And I said, I like that. And I said, I like Jimmy Butler over 19.5. And then,
bang.
I mean, they both were like Ottoman picks. And then Draymond with a triple-double. And, the others, the Jags, as you would call them, just a guy, they were, like, not great. Moses was fantastic.
They get your beat, Dibs.
But late in the game, a little tip in from Pods. Like, Pods, you got no business going to the cup and making that play, but he does. Yeah. And Moses, a big three, and next thing you know, you give up $124.
Yeah.
And you win.
Yeah. And I'll say this, and Willard, I'm looking dead right at you. I told Steiny and the listeners, I really mean what I'm about to say. I'm still on a high from last night. Don't take Stephen Curry. He wasn't by himself. But what he's doing at age 37 and the reminder, the Michael Jackson at Apollo is what it kind of felt Olympic-like. Like they needed every one of those buckets and to come out frisky with the fresh haircut. Like that one day is going to come to an end. Just don't take it for granted.
I'd like to ask just a wink question. Is he still a declining player?
Not over here.
And I don't mean that. Like, no, I'm not trying to come down anyone's road.
No, you are.
No,
and so,
I'm really not. Listen,
I mean, go Beyonce to the left, to the left.
I tweeted this last night, and I know it's been said about him 1,000 times.
Incredible, man.
But I'm like, this is not a human being. I don't know how to make sense of this anymore. That doesn't make any sense. And it was nice of you, Dibs, to make my pick sound even better than it was. His number was only 25.5.
Whatever.
He had covered that thing halfway through the second quarter.
I thought it was 45.5.
Whatever it was, right? Like there's no way.
Wow, man.
There's no way at that size you can do that in that moment against those people. I don't get it. But is he still a declining player?
How can you say yes?
Or is he?
Well, because he's 37.
Right. But
that's why.
I mean, yes.
But your point is well taken. Well taken.
Well, thanks.
The Willer's point.
Oh boy.
Damn.
No.
We had it for a minute.
Sometimes people say, well, who does Kerr remind you of? And
nobody. Tom Brady.
Well, one of the answers I've had is he's actually a combination of two players. Curly Neal and Meadowlark Lemon.
That's nice.
That's who he's a combination of.
I ain't mad at that.
Yeah.
Well, the half-court shot.
Yes.
Like Meadowlark used to throw up the hook.
Yeah.
And how he would make like 7 of 10 or whatever it was. Like he would throw up the hook from half court and it would just go in every time. So, yeah, that's the Steph part. And then the dribbling, the dribble.
It's incredible, man.
It's incredible.
Fundamental.
I mean, the only thing you're missing is like the sound effects. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Totally.
I'm glad you brought up Globetrotters, though, because he is a traveling circus.
It's incredible.
And it doesn't matter what arena he's in. The sound that he makes in the crowd when he does something is unique to him.
And he's got the showmanship now, man.
And I say that in the history of, for me, watching sports. And that's why if we want to actually give an actual answer to who does he remind you of? Nobody.
But you didn't like the Brady comp at 40, huh?
I do not like any comp to Steph Curry of any kind. I've never experienced anything like that in sports with anyone in any sport ever, period. There's no comp to this. You can find other greats, but you cannot, in my opinion, find the effect that he has on an audience.
How far can this go? Led by a 37-year-old. I think he could go all the shocker.
Oh, do you mean Warriors?
Yeah, the Warriors.
I mean,
Jimmy Butler has changed something specifically for him. If it's more than just space, just like he's done for Dre on defense.
They're good. They're very good. But
he was ready.
I mean, listen, I'm not going to be the Nelly of the group by any stretch, but I'm not mad at somebody who wakes up today and goes, Steph, Jimmy, and Draymond all went off.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they're down by 2 with 3 minutes to go.
Well,
so,
yeah.
Right? Like
4 with 3:38
So are you
left.
going to do that every night to win playoff series?
He alluded to
4
that.
rounds?
Yeah.
They're good. They're good. But
So at 6:07 last night, so that puts the game late second quarter,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
I texted Evan. Listen, people have to, well, I said, there will never be another Steph Curry. Certainly never in my lifetime. There's no way. It will take generations to comprehend what he's doing. 30 years from now, however, they're going to say he was playing against tech guys and businessmen.
Huh.
Yeah. The last part was tongue in cheek, but like there's not going to be another Curry.
No.
Not like in 5, 10. Like there can't be.
Well, I mean,
and I'm dead serious.
Oh, dude.
It's interesting because as we get older, then athletes are also older. And I'm thinking about the comps of Steph Curry. And I look at Jerry Rice, who I'm looking at it now. He had 343 catches after he turned 37. So Jerry Rice was a guy in the early 00s, for you kids who are not old enough to remember. Even when he turned 37, he played until he was 42. And he still was very, very good. And the other comp is Barry Bonds, which, we can put aside the fact that, he did things to allow himself to still be good. And if he hadn't, maybe he wouldn't be as good. So maybe that's not a good comp.
Why not the Brady?
Tom Brady. I was thinking about here in the Bay, though.
Okay, gotcha.
And, Jerry eventually was an Oakland Raider, remember? And he went to the Super Bowl with the Raiders, and he was amazing. And I'm just looking at his career, and when he was 38, he had 90 catches, 75 catches, then 83, then 92. He had 92 catches as a 40-year-old in the NFL. So, I mean, Steph has a comp outside of basketball, but you're talking about the real GOAT in Jerry Rice.
Well, and I see, but here's how I look at it. And I get where you guys are coming from if you're starting to think about greatness in sports and then who we love as Bay Area fans. I think the only way you can comp this is to ask yourself if you have ever been activated by the idea of buying a ticket solely to watch somebody who's coming in from out of town, and that's actually what you want to see, and you want to wear that jersey, and you want to scream when that person succeeds, even against your own team. I've never experienced anything like that. I've never had the desire to do that in my life in any sport. So that's kind of what I'm talking about. I have never seen an athlete have an effect on the audience like this person. And I'm with you, Steiny. This is why I think people act that way, is no matter your age, you're going on the premise that you're never going to see this again.
Man.
I mean, even if some kid grows up and spends twice as much time practicing as Steph, doesn't mean he's going to be like, I mean, the thing that I've said, what is this, 16th year? 15th year, whatever it is.
Oh, my, just
been watching this guy since 2009, and I'm watching my 1500th Steph Curry game, or it feels like that, and I'm like saying to myself in my man cave, you got to be kidding me. This guy, I can't believe it. 15 years it's been, and he's still making shots where I'm like,
you got to be kidding me.
I can't believe it.
Right. Catch and shoot from 33.
And bottoms.
And leaning left in somebody's face, whatever it is. Like last night was a great example where he comes out and you mentioned it earlier about Memphis and their defense. Like, you gotta figure out how to defend him.
What was the
I don't
goal?
know. And you guys were talking about the scouting report. Like, if I'm scouting against the Warriors, my scouting report is you follow him.
Yes.
Off the bus, in the locker
Nick
room,
Nurse.
during warm-ups, whatever it is, you get him. And the fact that, Zach Edey in the screen roll, he's like shuffle. He's not like coming up to trap. Like, what are you doing, Memphis? And they are, and Mark made this point in our thread that, they're plummeting. They're likely an 8 seed, and they're kind of broken.
Yeah.
But, I mean, at least defensively, okay, you're going to face the Warriors. What are you going to do defensively? Well, we need to stay close to Pods when he dribbles, and, we need to contain Draymond.
Man, terrible.
Like, Steph Curry, don't let him beat you. You hold Steph to 15, and you win. That's it.
Yeah. Best three-pointer of the night might have been, and this I think illustrates what you guys are talking about, and I forget who the defender was. It's the young kid with the big hair.
Wells?
Yes, Wells.
A rookie.
That's everybody.
Yeah. So he's standing next to Steph. And Draymond is bringing the ball up, okay? And he kind of takes an outside position on Steph. In other words, I'm going to cover his right hand, but we're out deep on the perimeter, on the wing, on the left wing. So he's on Steph's right side, in other words, wants to push him left, which is kind of where the hoop is. So Draymond dribbles the ball down and just curls around and stands right in front of Wells and hands Curry the ball, who takes one dribble, and he's like, I've got the whole left side of the court to myself.
Man.
3 deuces were going the other way. And it's just like, that's the beauty of these 3 guys.
Man.
Like, I know that their bodies may not hold up, but they are so much smarter than Memphis. Holy hell. They're so much smarter than Memphis.
I mean, I went through some of the bad plays Memphis made. I forgot about this one. Moody makes the 3. Then Morant comes down and makes a 3 to cut it to 5. 36 seconds left. Okay. Still got life. They trap Curry in the backcourt. They trap him, and they make him give it up to Pods. And they let Pods dribble, no foul, passes to Butler, foul. It's like, what are you doing?
Right.
What are you doing?
Yeah, they're missing a
Foul,
what did I call it? Leadership.
Yeah.
Problem.
They need Chris Paul in his prime.
Leadership problem.
No doubt.
And obviously,
they might go to 8 too. You're right.
The quintessential look at leadership problem is you get to the end of a game like that and you're losing. And
throw it to Jaren Jackson Jr. Here's an idea. Quit shooting threes, big fella.
This doofus decides, let's do the guns up toward the Warriors sideline.
He's getting suspended.
And laugh as we walk off the floor. Like, dude.
And you're losing.
Y'all just told me everything I need to know about your entire organization. And if you're a Warrior fan, I hope it makes you triply and quadruply thankful for who's leading your team.
Well, but Steve's rotations, Mark. I'm concerned about Steve's rotations.
Thank you.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. I also brought up a play where maybe, if you guys were watching, you might have noticed. It was early first quarter. Ja got into the lane and tried to shovel a pass to Edey. Edey fumbled it out of bounds. Tough catch. Yeah, great big man catches it. And they catch Ja, and he's got that roll of the eyes body language.
Oh, boy.
Just like, this guy.
Yep.
And I'm like, okay, we've all, every point guard's had that frustration. I get it. But first, you can't do that. You just can't. And then secondly, then what happens? Later in the game, 1 minute left, he gets caught in the air, and he tries to throw a pass to the guy that we all know he doesn't trust, and he turns it over. Well, if you didn't trust him, why should you even thought about making a play for him? It's like, it's just not smart.
And Ja, go look in the mirror and ask if people trust you.
Exactly.
Your organization doesn't trust you, and they shouldn't. They shouldn't trust him. So
he's going to get suspended for that.
Well,
he's got priors.
Yeah, probably. But to me, it's just even a bigger issue.
You haven't learned anything.
He's Memphis's problem, so I'm not really worried about it. I just don't enjoy basketball players or athletes like that. I really don't like it. It's very, very, got a very narcissistic feel. Yeah. It's all about them, and they are classically the players
front runners
who people will say, "Oh, that's an NBA one," and I will be like, "No, they're not." I don't care what their numbers are, their talent is, their name value. That dude's not going to win. Yeah. Not as a one.
Almost threw his career away, man.
Yeah, because of all of those things. All of those things that we just mentioned.
I'll say this, at least not now. I give the kid a chance to grow up.
He's got to grow up.
Yeah.
But he's been through some hellified stuff, Stoney, to where if you didn't get it from this message in the suspension and you damn near went every viral, when will you get it, Dibs?
Yeah, maybe never. And, I'm not going to make the personality comp to Dame Lillard, but I will make the basketball comp there where, Dame reminds me a lot of Ja. When Dame was in Portland, he was a bucket getter. He could score at will, but even with McCollum, they were never good enough to really get that deep. I know they made the Western Finals once, but beyond that, like Dame is a one. He's a one-ish. And for me, if Ja is your second best player, you're really, really good. Yeah. If he's your one, especially at this level of maturity, like Mark, your point is well taken. And I'm looking at all his turnovers from last night, NBA.com. You can click on any box and you can see like isolated all this stuff. He had 4 turns in the fourth quarter. 4 of his 6 were in the fourth quarter. So, yeah, if you really are a one at home in a big game for the 5 seed, you handle your business. And I just looked at the play you talked about where he jumps and it's like, oh, here's Zach.
Yeah.
And like,
help me out.
Butler's like, what do you, give me it.
Yeah.
Give me that. I'll take that. Yeah, exactly.
I mean, it's another feather in the cap of Curry. As you guys are sitting here talking, I'm thinking to myself, through the history of the league, how many like NBA ones who are like, that's a championship one, have been below 6'5"? How many of them can you even think of?
Well,
do I go Iverson? Just
they didn't win
Philly
it,
there.
but yeah.
They didn't win it.
He
but
got him there all by himself.
It's not a bad,
okay.
You know what I mean?
But other than that, I'm waiting.
Like
Isaiah Thomas.
Okay.
They went back to back.
They did.
They were the bad boys.
I mean,
even Joe Dumars, though, was only like 6'3", right?
Right.
But so, I think Isaiah deserves to be there.
Yeah.
Oh,
probably.
I mean,
no problem.
But Travis Schlenk, the former GM of the Hawks and now works for the Wizards, he always said to me that there's no player who walks onto the court with more of a physical disadvantage and been as great as Steph Curry. In other words, there's nobody his size or smaller that's ever made an impact on the game
under
like
the
he
rim.
has.
Yeah.
Like it's
incredible. That's why I don't take it for granted.
I mean, there have been great guards. There have been great guards, but he's a level above.
Man.
He absolutely is.
And I don't know where.
Like last night, like here's the other thing. I was like, well, add that to the list of his great games. And I was thinking, well, how long is that list? And I said, I don't know, put it in the top 30, 40, and he was like, how about 15? And I was like, that's fine too.
Because
the point is there's so many of them.
But when Durant, they were second to none. They didn't make the playoffs last year before the play-in. So I said, okay, what's at stake? And it was the seeding like it had never been when they were good. So that's why this one was, and all we talked about, and rightfully so, how's Jimmy going to do? And I want to see more, and I thought he was more aggressive for me. We'll get to that. But to see Curry just come remind me of, relax, I got this, and I'm about to show y'all I'm still a bad dude.
Where's it ranked this year? Is that the best one?
It's got to be the best one.
Just because it was the biggest game.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. I mean, the 56 in Orlando.
Well, and the other thing,
but
and
yeah,
this is
probably, and they needed every one of those.
Yeah. And this is the beauty of basketball. It's one of the things that made me fall in love with it, and it's this.
Let's see if I agree.
Steph Curry, one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah,
one of the greatest. Even he needed help.
Oh no,
Michael, you know what I'm saying?
Needed help.
Thank you.
Yeah,
thank you.
I don't know why you didn't.
Well, because. When you ask, how come the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant...
Oh, no, I'm sorry. You missed it. You came in on the tail end.
Yeah.
The hashtag random, but he brought it up. I want a 30 for 30 on one of the greatest scorers to ever play, who I just think, I'm not mad at him, I'm disappointed in what happened in Brooklyn, where you had 2 future Hall of Famers in Harden and Kyrie, okay, COVID and yada, yada, yada. Then you come here in Phoenix, it's not working, but they believed in you, and I thought you were a connector, and I just think Kevin Durant's getting somewhat of a pass as to, as great as you are, I now, Willard, put you over in the category of, you're just a scorer. One of the greatest to ever do it, but you're not a Steph or a LeBron, because Phoenix, even though the West is thick, with Devin Booker and Beal, whatever you think of him, is not chopped liver.
Well,
like, what's going on, Durant? You are that good, but I feel like it's
I think there's space in between. You're just a scorer, and then you're not Steph or LeBron. You're not Steph or LeBron, and nobody in the last generation has been. Like those two to me are on such an island. The Phoenix thing
says space.
Yeah, there's space in between there. I don't think he's just a scorer, but you're right. He's not Steph or LeBron. Like he's not that great. Now, I can't speak on Brooklyn, the situation there. I have no idea what's going on.
The Phoenix here, you kind of give him a pass.
Phoenix is.
But how much does he deserve criticism?
He can speak on Phoenix.
Not all of it. Not all of it. But the coach has just been an absolute swing and a miss. And everybody is on a different page there.
But the other thing is the Brooklyn Nets.
Oh, yeah?
James Harden, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant. 3 guys that need the ball.
Yep, fair.
Kyrie Irving was ball dominant then. James Harden is ball dominant, and Durant's less so, but you got to get him the ball. It doesn't work. That doesn't work. I'm sorry.
Signed up for
That's right. And it didn't.
The team together.
Right, and it doesn't work.
I'm looking at the 2020-2021 season in the playoffs where they took Milwaukee to 7 games.
Never forget.
And Milwaukee won the title. And in Game 7, KD had 48 and 9 and 6. They didn't have Kyrie yet. They had James Harden and Blake Griffin. And KD had 48. And, you lost. Milwaukee, 115-111. Giannis with 40 and 13. And
that was Toegate when his toe was on the line.
It's also why it's easy for people to say, oh, my God, how could Oklahoma City get rid of Harden? They had Harden, Westbrook, Durant. I'm like, yeah, you're answering your own question. Harden, ball dominant. Westbrook, more ball dominant.
And we'll get into
Durant's
Westbrook later.
your 30-point scorer. It's like,
we got it. I brought it up here,
this guy's champing at the bit.
He texted me. I got it last night.
And Steiny,
that was a choice.
How many players have run from Russell Westbrook? And I was talking to Joe, our great associate employee in the kitchen earlier, and he was talking about, Westbrook. Do you see Westbrook? And I thought about it like, how many different teams has he been on, and how many different players have absolutely run from him? Like, you go to OKC, and Harden couldn't wait to leave, and KD left, and then Russ went to wherever else.
But it was like 8 years, no dibs, but I hear you.
No, but if you are that good of a player, then you're not on 16.
Look, last night, the Knight was pitching a perfect game. And I don't know how many of you know that. I left here a foot above the ground.
Warrior fans turned into Denver fans.
I was just this is so, what a great night. Like the rain was gone. We're heading home. The Giants and Warriors are hitting at the same time. I'm pulling the downstairs TV upstairs. I'm letting the kids eat on the couch. We spread everything out. I hit every bet that I played last night.
Boy.
The Warriors win. The Giants win. This whole thing is cruising.
Rolling.
Now put people to bed and sit with a glass of I don't know what and watch Jokic score 60-something points in a double overtime. And it all comes down to 30 seconds of Russell Westbrook being one of the most brainless basketball players I've ever seen in my life.
Why did he try to score?
I don't know why he tried to score.
And then foul. Damn, that's a double.
I'm like, dude.
Well, it's a layup, dude. Make a layup.
Right, but he didn't. It's first, don't shoot it. And second of all, if you do, make the bunny.
Yeah.
He ruined, and I'm telling you now, don't act like that doesn't matter.
Jokic defended him, but I know that
he left Minnesota right on the Warriors' butt after a big win.
He did.
That would have been huge.
I will say,
perfect is what you called it. It
was a perfect night.
I think the one thing you do have to keep in mind is that if you know anything about Wolves, they travel in packs.
Here we go.
And they come out late at night.
Get his mic, Grant.
And that's when they start to howl.
It was a hell of a game. I hope everybody stayed up.
That was incredible.
That was an incredible basketball game.
A doubleheader of great, just
two regular season classics.
What a night.
All right, Steve Kerr coming up at 5. Don't go anywhere. Willard and Dibbs going to take you home on 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's big.
Dude.
That was big like Texas.
It was big.
That was big.
But it was like beyond how big it was, as big as it was even a little bit more fun. That was a fun game.
It was fun. It was fun.
And we talked about it yesterday, like, you know, hey, the over, I don't know what the number is, but it feels like 120 is going to be.
We asked for $120. Turns out we needed $130.
Right.
And they got it
Yep.
from 30. I mean, that was one of those two, and I think that's just a juice boost to any Warrior fan. When you see that guy,
dude,
start hitting the way he did, literally right out of the gate. But I'll tell you this, and this isn't anything negative at all. I hate it when they go up 17 in the first quarter. I can't stand it because I know it's going away.
Well,
I know that's the NBA. That's the NBA. There was no doubt in my mind that Memphis was going to chip away, and that this would be a stressful game. And so I'd almost just rather it be stressful the whole time, because then if you lose that thing, we get the whole like, you blew it. You had a 17-point lead, which means nothing that early. So that's kind of how I mean it. But I certainly don't mean it from the standpoint of like what Steph looked like in the first half of that basketball game. Just absolute the height of his powers. And I love Quentin Post at halftime. Why are you giving me a headset?
Right.
Like, what the hell did I do to be standing here right now? That was kind of what we were all thinking. Just beautiful stuff. And we've sat here for 16 years in this market talking about this man. There's nothing left to say. That's the only thing I have left to say is I don't get it. I don't even understand. I don't understand it. That's not a human being. That's AI, not Allen Iverson. Like the future AI. That's I can't believe what I'm seeing when I watch him play like that.
It reminds me, and I'm thinking about that in terms of what you're saying, like where you watch something and you're like, how is that possible? And my first thought was Barry Sanders. When you watch Barry Sanders run the football and he gets a little handoff and there's three guys in front of him and it's, jab step, jump cut, whatever, juke, spin, and he ends up getting 14 yards on a play that should have been -4. That might be the only one I can think about as a mental comp where you watch it and you go, wait, how? And Steph last night had 32 in the first half. He had 32 at the half. And I mean, if he didn't have 32, they might have been in some trouble because, Memphis was getting everything they wanted and more. That game was not about defense last night, and I don't want to dwell on the negative. We can ask Steve Kerr about it at 5 o'clock. Like, defensively, what are we doing? Because it's been a little bit lopsided, but Steph with 32 at the half, and, man, Jimmy stepped up, and Draymond was good, and everyone... Awesome. Yeah, the whole thing was like incredible and needed.
Yes, except for, as you were going to say, Steph was great, and Jimmy was great, and Draymond was great, and period. That's the end of that sentence.
Yes,
and that scares you a little bit. It's okay for that to scare you a little bit. Moses Moody, I thought, was solid. I thought he had a solid game, and then outside of that, there were a couple of moments. Pods with the putback there at the end.
Yep.
That was beautiful. Buddy Hield hit a big 3. Outside of that, Buddy made everybody yank all kinds of hair out of their head.
Always.
That was Buddy ball. No question about it. Whatever. Quentin Post hit a few threes. Kevon Looney hit a 3. So there were little moments here and there.
You can't guard him.
No, not from 3.
Right.
Why would you? That's not on the scouting report, but maybe it will be soon. Anyway, bottom line is phenomenal night for the Warriors. And I kind of threw this out there. I think this is a Kumo D-Day right here on 95.7 The Game. And I apologize for anybody who hasn't had their 40th birthday. or maybe even 50th. You might not even know who the hell that is. Granny, do you know, you've heard of Kool Moe Dee?
I actually don't know.
You don't even know who. Okay,
he's a rapper from the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, from when rap was really getting started, man. Okay, when it was really becoming a thing. And one of his classic beats is "How You Like Me Now," and that's the question that I want to ask Golden State Warrior fans, which is, how do you like them now? And I actually, the reason I want to throw that out there, 888-957-9570. Yes, Steve Kerr joins us at 5, and it's nothing but you until then. So how you like them now? I think there are a bunch of fair answers there. Last night was wonderful. It was convincing. It was a relief. It was a performance for the ages. There are a number of things you can say there. It has unfortunately solidified nothing. It has solidified nothing. But in this 4-game stretch, we all agreed had to have that one, and they got it. So now we start getting ready for tomorrow night, where they will play 3 of the top 4 seeds in the West in 4 nights and have to do some plane travel along the way, a back-to-back tomorrow and Friday night against past champions. It's all still really hard, and Russell Westbrook did not help late last night. And so this thing remains really, really tight. But you take last night for what it was. What a phenomenal performance. What a great night. And so what does it mean? What does that add up to how you like them now?
Yeah, you like them a lot. You like them a lot more than you did if they would have lost that game. And yeah, they were up 17, and you knew Memphis would make a run, and eventually Memphis got the lead in the fourth quarter, and you thought, oh boy, how can you do this? Like, Steph's going to go for more than 50, and you're going to lose at Memphis, like with Jaren Jackson Jr. in foul trouble the whole way, and things were very physical, and you thought that Steph was so good that you can't possibly lose this game, and yet there you were down late in the fourth quarter, and you pulled it out. So how do you like them now? You like them a lot. And, maybe tomorrow as we take a second look back at last night, you start to think a little bit about, the defense and the matchups and this and that, because there was a lot of things last night that were head-scratching, but right now you just bask in the win.
Well, give me some. What was head-scratching last night?
The inability to guard the screen roll and the lob. Zach Edey had a couple of easy lobs, and Ja Morant, as much as he is a flawed player, as a leader, as a one, I do think that what he did with the basketball, some of the buckets he made, especially early in the game, it's like they have a problem guarding really quick, athletic guards.
Well, I mean, who doesn't have a problem guarding Ja Morant? That's like saying Memphis has a problem guarding Steph Curry.
Well, their problem was their approach.
But they're very hard to guard.
They are.
Even listening to the conversation when you guys were kind of talking about Memphis, how kind of dumb are you with the way you approach Steph Curry? Well, it's very hard. It's very hard. For 16 years, people have been trying to devise a plan to slow down Steph Curry, and so far they've come up with bubkus.
Well,
so it's hard.
It is hard, but different teams have different levels of success, and I do think that, if I'm coaching against the Warriors and Steph Curry, I'm going to make sure that I send 2 guys his way every single time, and you can, top block him, and you could deny him the ball, and you could make things a lot harder than Memphis did. Memphis kind of let him go about his business as if he was Seth Curry. No disrespect. Seth is a good player, but you're dealing with one of the best players in the history of the game, and a guy who he's going to shoot a 3 from 23 to 43 or beyond.
And he got off to such a start that you would think, hey, maybe an adjustment at some point might be in order. But again, I thought, here's what I loved most about last night. We went into this thing and we pointed at, I think, what the Warrior advantage was in this game, and it's exactly what they utilized. They utilized their advantage. Because you can say, well, the Warriors stars went off. Well, so did the Grizzlies stars. They went off too.
Yep.
Ja went off. Jaren had a great game. Aldama had his moments. The Grizzlies did fine. But what's the Warriors' advantage? Their brains and their leadership. And so therefore their approach. And I thought that's what won the basketball game in the end.
Yeah, and also 3 being better than 2. And, when you have Steph Curry making 12 threes in a game, that's a recipe for disaster if you're the opponent. And if you take out Steph's 12 for 20, the Warriors were 10 of 36.
36. Yeah, not good.
Not good. 28%.
No, there were moments in the game, I thought, where if you're a Warrior fan and you're super tapped in and you watch all the games, the thing you worried about was happening. Like late third quarter, early fourth quarter, good looks were being created for Pods and Moody, Draymond, and they weren't falling. And you have that thought go through your head, which so often does throughout the year. Can somebody else please make a shot? And with Steph out of the game early in the fourth quarter, that's when Memphis really kind of grabbed it and looked like they might win the game. And I can tell you, my little guy's looking at me. He's like, Dad, they got to put him back in the game. I'm like, well, they can't play him 48 minutes.
Right.
Somebody else has got to hit a shot. So he goes, hey, there's 8.5 minutes left to go. When are they going to put him back in? I said, probably about 6 or 7 minutes left. That's usually what they're shooting for.
Yep.
They're going to bring him back in. And thankfully they did. And once he's there were a couple of shots, namely the Moody three, that get knocked down, and it calms you down a little bit. But some of the things that you worry about as a Warrior fan, I think, are still there.
For sure.
Yeah.
And, you're on the road and, role players on the road, as we've talked about. And Steph actually played the last 8 minutes of the game, 7:58. He comes in. And even at that, Steph in the fourth quarter wasn't good. Yeah. He was 2 of 8 and 1 of 5 from 3.
Well, he went record hunting. He admitted it.
Yeah, early.
His first 2 threes. Yeah, he went record hunting.
And I love that. Go ahead. But, go ahead and hunt the record. And, it was a game that wasn't yet in the balance. But after he missed those 2, he's like, okay, now it's basketball. Now I have to go out there and actually play. But the team, 3 of 14 from 3 in the fourth quarter. So even though you had the lead and you ended up outscoring them by 9 in the fourth quarter, it took a little bit more than just, Steph being hot and the team being hot to win.
Well, I thought when you watched that fourth quarter, you got shades. I mean, everyone's like, ooh, playoff atmosphere. And I was like, and playoff performance. You watch that game and you can see in the fourth quarter, go back if you're a Warrior fan to Game 7 Warriors and Cavs when both teams are just going back and forth, bricking threes, and they're all short. Nobody could get the legs to get the ball there because it gets overwhelming in that kind of an atmosphere. I would think it gets exhausting.
Yep.
The moment is very big. You're on the road. And so we saw a lot of that, I thought, from both teams where there was a period of time where it was just empty possession after empty possession because it was a playoff game.
Yeah.
It's too much.
And the big difference, though, was you had Jimmy Butler get to the line and go 6 of 6 in that fourth quarter. That's kind of the difference. Yep. Exactly. So when Steph's not hot, you have a guy now who can get to the charity stripe and get you points for free.
All right, so how you like him now? Did this calm all the fears? Does this send the confidence through the roof? Are you still skeptical? We're going to play with this all afternoon long. Steve Kerr joins us at 5. 888-957-9570. We're taking your Warrior phone calls right now. 888-957-9570. It is a Warrior Wednesday, obviously, and it is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also sponsored by Life Source Water Systems. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Pass backwards to Curry. Curry for three. No. Tipped up and in. Podziemski tipped it in with the right hand. Timeout Memphis, and the Warrior bench explodes. And Greece Podziemski, who has an unbelievable tip, came down the lane. Nobody put a body on him. And he tipped it in. With 71 seconds to go, the Warriors lead 127-122.
Bay Area, it's Brandon Podziemski. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
PODZ IEM
Ski
SKI.
Ski. Yeah.
Podziemski.
Yeah.
I think Bobby Fitz last night went with the nickname AirPods on that tip in, which the kids really enjoyed.
Yeah.
They really enjoyed that.
I like it too. I would save that for when Pods dunks, if he ever.
I don't know if that's ever going to happen.
Right, but the tip in was so like vintage Pods where he has no business being in there. It's like a kid swimming during Adult Swim. It's like, you don't belong here.
That's right. Yeah. Don't come in here.
No, but he like, he finds like the exact little nook and the timing and just, I'm going to throw my little hand up there and scoot.
Yep.
And by the way,
angles are his game. Yeah.
Brandon's dad, John, co-signed the AirPods nickname.
AirPods nickname. Okay. Oh, good. It's always good to have dad's approval.
Of course.
That's important.
Yeah.
Maybe before we take some calls and go any deeper into this, it might be fun to relive all of this a little bit. Grandy, did you put together a little something here about Steph Curry's three-pointers?
Yeah, you want me to play it?
Well, either way, go ahead.
Right.
So 12 three-pointers last night.
Right.
This is a montage of all of them.
Curry weaving in traffic, stops on a dime with a dribble, runs through a Draymond pick, turns, fires, splash! Spins it out to Draymond, back to Curry. It's a relocation three, and it's good on the left wing. Curry backs up, shoots a deep three over Edey and hit it! Curry left sideline, stops and shoots a three right in front of the Grizzly bench and hits it. He is on fire right now. Butler in deep, draws a crowd, back to Draymond, handoff Curry, off the screen, it's a three, and it's good. Curry knocks out another one. His fifth three. He's got a 19-point first quarter. Curry at midcourt, guarded by Aldama, takes a deep three right on the logo. Aldama didn't know what to do, so he backed away, and Curry said, "Thank you very much." Draymond leads the break. Draymond bounce past Butler. Pass over to Curry. Curry in the corner takes it away from Wells and hits a three. And the Warriors can go 2 for 1 here. Curry, though, takes a quick three and hit it from the right sideline. He's got a 32-point half. What the heck? You don't need a 2 for 1 when you've got Curry. My goodness. That was ridiculous. Draymond sets the screen for Curry, who takes a three. It's up and good. What a smart play by Draymond Green. Frees up Curry just like that. Butler throws to Draymond. Handoff Curry. Curry takes a left side triple. It's good. He's got 38 now. Curry takes it down the middle of the floor. Stops and shoots another three. It's good. Straight on. His 11th three. Curry off a screen by Draymond. Lost his handle, gets it to Moody. Now to Podziemski. Back over to Draymond, to Curry. Left corner, lets it fly. Three ball, left corner pocket. Warriors take the lead, 121-120. Curry's got a 50-point game.
And best of the game is next.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
You want to do it tomorrow?
If it feels like that, then yeah.
Shoot your shot. It's actually all they've got. And the last one, Mark, hits me where he hits his 12th three, and it gave him a 1-point lead.
Right.
121-120.
There's something about those kind of games, like the 50-burger games are not blowouts because you don't need that. Like you don't need that kind of a performance from a guy unless the other team is staying right there with you. And so, yeah, just chalk it up as another completely special one. For anybody who was just listening to that was 2 straight minutes. Just shy of 2 minutes. That's how long it took just to play the three-pointers.
Wow.
Just to play the three-pointers. And like at 12 of them, quick math, that means that Steph Curry scored 16 points outside of the three-point line. He had a good, solid NBA game without the three-point line.
So funny you put it that way.
36 points just from behind the arc.
Yeah, and 8 from the line. So he made 4 other baskets, I'm being told. And of the 4 baskets he made, I would dare you to remember any of the 4.
I do remember a drive and a kiss.
Thank you.
Off of
Bill
the glass.
Raftery.
Yeah, late in the game. Fourth quarter. Final 4 minutes for sure. Maybe even final 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I think it was an answer to a jaw drive. Steph went down. But other than that, I can't remember many.
Yeah.
Can't remember many two-pointers.
No, I mean, and the team in totality, 28 of 28 from the stripe.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Dude, 100%.
Of all of the stats of last night, go back to the beginning of the year when this was the worst free throw shooting team in the entire NBA. 28 of 28 last night from the line.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
It is incredible. And I do want to give a quick 30-second shout out to Daryl on BART. I was in a BART. It was kind of a nightmare. Full train.
This today?
This is yesterday. And, I got on the train and it was a delay. There was a train stuck in the tube. And so everybody who was waiting for an earlier train, we all got put into one train. And I'm like holding the strap and I'm just, trying to fight through it. And I look over and there's a guy watching the game on his phone. And I look and so now I'm watching his phone with him. It's early first quarter, and now I'm clearly looking at his phone. And after 6 minutes or 7 minutes of this, he takes out his earbud. He goes, "Dude, love your show." And I was like, "Oh, So we do a little back and forth. His name's Daryl. So shout out Daryl, 19th Street Daryl. He got off in Oakland, and I said, "Don't go."
Don't go.
Please don't go.
Or if you do go, leave your phone.
Totally, dude. I'll mail it back to you. But shout out Daryl, 19th Street Daryl. And, we're watching the game, and it's like, man, this game is back and forth in first quarter. And it's like, oh, my God, the chef is he's already heating it up. And I'm thinking, man, I cannot wait to watch this game. And luckily, Daryl's got it on his phone, so I'm watching the game.
Yeah.
And I guess I could have watched it on my phone, but there were so many people on the train that, I'm holding on with 2 hands because I'm a little bit older and I get the bum knee. And so, I don't want to bring my phone out and do all that, but shout out Daryl.
You ever do that, on an airplane maybe or anything like that, where you're just I'm going to go ahead. It's kind of it's like cheating off of somebody else's test in high school.
Oh, yes.
But instead, it's content, maybe a streaming service that you don't have or something like that. Just a little over-the-shoulder peek. It can get a little bit uncomfortable.
It can.
Yeah.
Well, if you're on BART and you're on your phone and you're texting whomever, and, it's the phone is 8 inches from me, I'm going to read your text. I'm going to read it, and,
Don't do that. We'll get all up in other people's business.
Well, then put your phone away.
Watch a Warrior game. That's different.
Yeah.
Don't be reading the text he got from Anna the night before. Who knows what's going on there?
In.
Okay,
he was
good.
Locked in.
Good.
And I guess he didn't mind me looking because, eventually he's like, dude, love the show. I listen every day. So thank you, Daryl.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, appreciate you.
What up, Daryl?
Yeah.
What up, Tony? Let's go to the phones. How you like him now? What did this game do for you, Warrior fan? I want to answer that here in a little bit. But let's go to Tony in Concord. Hi, Tony. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Thank you for taking the call. So, I'm calling regarding the player called Drazen Petrovic.
Drazen Petrovic, yes.
You guys asked the question, which player today would look like Stephen Curry? Now, I just want to say that Drazen Petrovic's mom was Stephen Curry's babysitter. And Drazen Petrovic played with Stephen Curry's dad. So Stephen Curry modeled his game after Drazen Petrovic because they used to play on their backyard. If you look at Stephen Curry's game at the college or the early part stage in the NBA, you are seeing carbon copy of Drazen Petrovic. So now another thing is that quick release and penetration to the game and all that you look like you're seeing Drazen Petrovic. Another thing is he died on an accident in Europe.
Yep. At age 28,
and, and his career was short. I remember back home, he was Croatian, and we had a team where it was Drazen Petrovic, Toni Kukoc, Vlade Divac, Dino Raja, and we were talking at the time, can this team play against one team in the college? And the answer was no, because the game was played physical. And we were thinking there is no chance that today's NBA European players could come to U.S. and play. But Dražen Petrovic was the very first player that came to U.S., and he planted the seed. If anybody likes today's basketball, they should go and watch Dražen Petrovic. When he came here, he was playing against Michael Jordan. He was going with him neck and neck, which means if you put Michael Jordan and Stephen Curry today, I bet you Stephen Curry will go with Michael Jordan neck and neck as well.
Tony, thank you very much. Appreciate it. There's obviously, and you can hear it in Tony's voice, there is an unbelievable love for the player Dražen Petrovic was. And Dražen was a great player.
Amazing.
Very, very short period of time. For those of you who don't know who that is, he did die back in 1993 at age 28, tragically in a car accident. He was coming off of a season where he had averaged just over 22 points a game in the league. And yes, he had only played in the league for the better part of about 5 seasons. Maybe not even that, maybe more like 4. He played, I think, from about age 25 to age 28, had back-to-back seasons of scoring over 20 a game. He's a great player, and I have no doubt that maybe there was some inspiration involved in all of those lines, those bloodlines and whatnot that he just drew between Steph Curry and Dražen Petrovic. But I'm also going to speak for a lot of you who are listening to that, and that felt a little overdone to me. Dražen was great and was up and coming. To start putting him on the plane of Michael Jordan, I feel is not accurate, number one. And number two, the idea that Stephen Curry's game is modeled directly after Dražen's and therefore is a carbon copy, at a minimum, the only thing you could say is even if he modeled something after Dražen, he then took it to 8 new heights.
Sure.
Like, I mean, that's we're not talking about the same level of players. Great player.
We're not. I do think that if he would have stayed alive and continued to play in the NBA for 10 more years, he would be top 50 of all time.
Great player.
He was, I mean, for me, just watching him play a little bit, he was a phenomenal player, one of the greatest players to ever come over from Europe at that time. And I'm looking at the 1992 Olympics, the Dream Team, and Croatia got the silver, the team that he was talking about. And they lost to the U.S. by 30 each time, by 30 in the group stage and by 32 in the gold medal game, which no shame in that, where it's, you know, maybe the best team in the history of basketball, the Dream Team itself. But Dražen was going to be that guy. He was going to be, you know, one of the greatest players, I think, ever to come from Europe. But when you talk about who Steph modeled his game after, look at his dad. And a lot of us don't remember his dad. Younger people don't remember Del Curry. Del Curry was one of the first early on 3-point snipers. He was a guy who was an absolute bucket from the outside.
But see, when I hear that, I always get a little, not uncomfortable, like everybody's allowed to have their opinion, but I get very, very firmly against anything that sort of calls Steph Curry just a great shooter. He's a great shooter. And you know, so if we're going to bring up any of these names, including Del Curry, and say this is who Steph modeled the game after, maybe at its beginning, but then you have to give the acknowledgement that maybe Steph started to perfect other things that even he at the beginning of his career didn't know he could do. What Steph Curry does inside of the three-point arc, I find incredibly, incredibly significant. His creation around the rim to be able to finish in front of people who are twice his size is incredible. Look at the rest of his box score last night with his rebounding and assists and his steals. This is a true all-around player who has clearly, to me, worked on his game in ways that very few do. And I do think found some things that he could do that maybe even as a young player he didn't realize he could do. So I'll buy all of these names as far as inspiration, but he has flown by them, galaxies beyond them at this point in his career.
He has, but at the end of it, when you look at his career to date, 47% of his field goals have been threes.
Sure.
So, I mean, he is more than just a shooter because he's able to do things inside the arc, absolutely. But what sets him apart from every other player ever, and maybe going forward for 20 or 30 years, who knows? And I was looking at the all-time list of three-point shooters, and I don't know if there's a player currently playing who can catch him. Harden is right now about 900 behind him, and Harden probably won't play more than a year or two beyond Steph, even if he does. So I don't think he'll catch him. And you could talk about Trae Young, who is way behind him in threes. I don't know if there's a player currently playing who's going to get to 5,000 threes, because I think that's where Steph ultimately will land. If he plays 3 more years, we did this before, 3 more years, he could probably get to 5,000 threes. And I don't know if anybody else currently playing can get there. And maybe the league will change their rules, or maybe they won't. And we do know that the 3 ball is going to be shot more now than ever before.
For sure.
And so, yeah, he's more than just a 3-point shooter, but that is the one thing that sets him apart from every other player ever.
Right, but I also think there's art to the way that like which 3-pointer do you pick up? There are a lot of guys in the NBA who can stand in a certain spot, and as the ball moves, it gets to them and they shoot a 3 and they do it at a high level. Nobody can create a 3-point shot in front of the defense, put people on skates, find open space, quick release, not even Clay. So this isn't about like some sort of a, Golden State Warriors thing. Nobody creates a 3 with a 6'8", 6'10" guy standing in front of him the way 6'2" Steph Curry does. And that is a big part of what makes him special. I just think that, it's kind of like going back to the crossover and what you guys were talking about with Memphis. There are all kinds of analytics in sports, defensive coordinators, defensive stoppers, big guys, small guys. Teams have been in the lab for 15 years trying to figure out how to defend this guy. Can't do it. And he's 6'2". Don't believe the bio.
Right.
He's 6'2".
I got him at 6'2" in the bio, actually.
Good.
Yeah,
I thought the bio might say 6'3". He is 6'2".
Well, and as we all get older, we all shrink a little bit.
Now
so
he's 6'1".
He might be by next year. It doesn't matter. And what you're saying is, to me, the most remarkable part about it. And just watching last night, he made 12 threes, and he did it in 12 different ways. There were a couple of 38-footers, catch and shoot, dribble this, off the pick, all the rest of it. The way he's able to do it, you're right. It's not just, and I don't want to diminish Ray Allen and what he was as a shooter, but a lot of it was just catch and shoot.
Yep.
And, I'm Ray Allen. You give me the ball, and even if you're on me, I'm going to make it. His shot form was so pure, just boom, catch it, over the head, and I'm going to make it. And Steph does it in so many different ways.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at on it, and that's why last night was probably the best example so far of this year of where I think 2 thoughts come to mind. It's the thing we always do when Steph has one of these kinds of performances. You just throw your hands up, you smile, you end the night both excited, grateful, amazed. I'm walking the dog this morning, and one of my neighbors, a buddy of mine, is out and about, and he that's what he kind of called down from his driveway. Hey, what's going on? Hey, how are you? And within moments, he's like, hey man, I want to know if there's ever been anything like Steph Curry and what that's like on the road and what it's like at home. And that's kind of what the conversation with him that ensued. And I think that's where most Warrior fans are today, where you just look at this and you're like, there isn't. So what's the comp to Curry? Drazen, Petrovic, or anyone in between? There's none. For me, the answer is none. And I'm not telling you he's the greatest basketball player ever. I'm telling you, I've never seen an athlete and an audience have this behavior before. Not in my lifetime.
Yeah, not mine either.
Never seen it.
Well, and I'm thinking about other athletes who have made me feel this way, And I was not around for Wilt in his heyday, but when Wilt Chamberlain came in, you had never seen a big man able to do what he did, and he averaged 50 a game, and he played every minute that season. He did, actually, there was one game he didn't play all 48, but he averaged more than 48 minutes, and at the time, you didn't have Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. You had Bill Russell, great defender, but you had never seen a big man that athletic and that skilled as Wilt, and I don't remember that because I wasn't yet born. And then I think about Michael Jordan, and even Jordan, you could look at him and go, well, there was Dominique, who was a lot like Jordan, not as good, but athletic and able to score at all three levels.
Yeah,
exactly. And so beyond that, even in like the baseball part of it, Mark McGwire, when he was doing what he was doing, well, he's just a big dude who hits home runs. Right. And, Babe Ruth did that in the 20s. And so you could close your eyes and imagine, McGwire's just a big dude who hits home runs. And I mentioned Barry Sanders as maybe the biggest comp I could make, because as a running back, what he was doing with the speed and the footwork, I had never seen that before in football. But you skip ahead to this, and the way he goes about making 12 threes in 12 different ways, 40-footers, catch and shoot, fade away, off the dribble, in transition. He does it so many different ways. Even like Reggie Miller, when he was like on a heater, a lot of it was, kind of the same way. Yeah. Like, Reggie off the dribble or off a pick and whatnot. And Steph Curry's made the 40-foot shot makeable for everyone.
Yeah. It's absolutely absurd what he sees. Yeah, what he sees as his range. All right, 888-957-9570. I'd love to dive in kind of to our own question, which is, all right, how you like him now?
How you like me now?
Well, here's some of the emotions that come out of last night. The first one is excitement, but it is combined with relief. Like that's what I find last night's game to be, relieving. Because now I go, all right, I can tell that you're on the level. You're on the level that we really were hoping that you were on. They are now officially, I think, 18-2 when Jimmy Butler and Steph Curry both play.
Wow.
They're 18-2.
12-0 with that starting lineup.
Yeah, exactly. So you're on the level. However, I still want to see what happens the rest of this week before I believe they are above the level that they're going to need to be to really kind of do the stuff that we're hoping that they'll do over the next couple of months.
If they go 3-1, you have to paint your face.
That's correct.
On Monday.
That's correct.
If they win tomorrow, will you go to Michael's and buy the face paint?
Absolutely. Well, Friday's a busy day. But over the weekend,
okay, all right.
Yes.
Okay, if they get to 2-0,
I think they're going to win Sunday. I think they're going to win Sunday against Houston.
Yeah.
So if they win one of these next two, I think I'm painting my face.
All right.
But anyway, let's get into it. What did last night do for you? What were the emotions? Where does it take your thought about where this Warrior season is going? They've clinched nothing. Minnesota right on their heels. Same with the Clippers. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We're taking your calls for the next 2 hours, and then Steve Kerr joins us on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, is my...
Money in the bank. 130 to 122 Warriors. It's a 9-0 one for Golden State.
Dub Nation is Moses Moody. Catch my head coach Steve Kerr with Willard and Dibs each and every week right here on 95.7 The Game.
That's right. This is where you get to talk Warrior basketball today after the win of the year. Okay, this is where you get to do it. So let's do it right now. 888-957-957. And Steve Kerr does join us in exactly 2 hours. And Steve will probably be in his happy place. Big win. He's in L.A. right now. Probably gets to go see family. So I'm expecting happy Kerr today.
I would expect the same thing. Yeah. And also reflective Kerr and appreciative Kerr because of all the things he's gotten to see in his life as an NBA player, an executive, an assistant coach, and now a coach. He gets to watch Steph Curry. He gets a front row seat. And I don't know how many times you've been front row in an NBA game. I think I've got 1, maybe 2 in my whole life. And Steph Curry was not playing when I got front row. This was back when the Warriors were terrible. And I was working at another radio station that had the Warriors on their air. And it was, hey, nobody can use the corporate seats. You want them? Right. Yeah. I mean, Al Harrington's going to be out, but, Beatrice is playing. And so, you go front row and it's like, oh my God, this is incredible. It's an incredible experience, let alone when you get to watch this dude and you're Steve Kerr and you get to be literally on the floor and you get to coach him. And it's like the appreciation for coaching this level of greatness for this long, it's not lost on him.
Well, no, definitely not. Let me throw this at you. And let's put this out there for everybody to chew on a little bit. 888-957-9570. And the question is did the starters have to do too much? And I ask that from a place of where I think the answer is no. I thought last night was great. In general, I do not have any level of concern that there was no role player who really stepped up and did anything amazing. I thought Moody was solid. Moody had 10 points and obviously hit a huge 3 right there at the end of the game. He was largely in charge of guarding Ja, did a nice job defensively, even though I know Ja kind of went off. I thought Moses played a pretty good game. But outside of that, the thing that we worry about with Warrior basketball was still on display. It was still there. Can somebody not name Steph make a freaking shot? And it was on display.
Yep.
But here's why I think last night was actually perfect. The Warriors played last night like a playoff game. And you can look at this one of two ways, I think. You can either look at it and go, well, yeah, they're going to be exhausted if you have to do that. And he's not going to be that on fire every single time in the playoffs. That's true. What I wanted to see, though, between Steph Curry and Jimmy Butler and Draymond Green, that if you really do that, if you lock in, dial in, play the number of minutes that you think you're going to play, go on the road against an activated opponent that really needs the game too, what's that going to look like? Is it going to look like it flows together? And the answer was unequivocally yes. You're not going to win all of your road playoff games against good teams. You're not going to win all of them, but you need to win some of them, a small handful of them. I don't think you need 52 points every time from Steph, but you need those 3 at this point in the season to show that mix works in that environment. And I thought last night the answer was yes, and that's the answer they've been looking for.
That's right. And, Jimmy with 27, and he played 38 minutes, which is kind of close to what playoff Jimmy is. And, I don't want to say the man's name because we've gone an hour and 7 minutes without mentioning him.
Don't say it.
I won't.
Then don't.
I'm not going to. He didn't play last night.
Somebody just texted it, and I'm like, I ain't reading that.
I'm not.
Bay Area. It's Jonathan Kaminga.
Don't say it.
Well, he said his own name, and I don't want to disparage him, but I'm just going to point out the fact that playoff Jimmy or Himmy Butler, he played 38 minutes. And, he could probably play 40 or 42, or he could play all the damn minutes if he wants, because that's what playoff Jimmy is. He had 27. Draymond Green, 13, 12, and 10. That's a triple-double. Now, it's not 61, which is, I think the Joker had
Oh,
61.
God.
Or
He was just...
And we can get to that.
He was intense last night.
Like, if anyone's going to break Wilt's record, it might be him.
Oh.
And he might go for 120 and 20 because the dude is that good at all three phases, but you talked about the big three, Steph with 52 and 10 and 8, by the way. Phenomenal. Draymond triple-double and Jimmy 27. If you get those three to do that, well, then maybe we are talking about June basketball.
Can we just talk a quick aside there on Nikola Jokic?
I love a quick aside.
Listen to this. 61 points, 10 rebounds, 10 assists, and I can give you a different number that'll wow you more than any of those three.
11 steals?
Nope.
13 turnovers?
Nope.
8 fouls?
He played 53 minutes.
That's all the minutes.
53 minutes in that game last night.
Was that game double OT?
Double OT.
Oh, so not all the minutes.
Double up.
He played 53 of 58.
Correct.
53 minutes.
58. He played 53 minutes. By the way, so did...
How'd they do?
They lost.
I mean...
Thanks, Russ.
It's just...
Thanks, Russ.
I mean, either don't shoot a layup or make the layup. And the thing about that layup, that thing was like bottom of the basket.
Well,
it wasn't even close.
Here's no.
And you have a fifth grader, and I've reffed fourth and fifth grade for 35 years. It looked like a fourth grade layup. Like, you're open, you have a layup. Oh,
dude, he hit the bottom of the rim.
The bottom of the basket.
He hit the bottom of the rim with a layup.
With a layup.
He is the oddest basketball player I've ever watched play. Like, it was on display when they came in here and beat the Warriors a week and a half ago.
Dude.
That guy will nail a three, and then on the next trip down, he'll like step back from 18 feet and shoot it 12. I've never seen air balls like this man throws up.
Right.
It's absolutely bananas. Here's where last night's Denver Nuggets loss has a silver lining for the Warriors. Did you know that the Nuggets play again tonight?
Tonight?
And then they play on Friday night here. Did you know that outside, if Russell Westbrook is their sixth man, and he is, and he played 38 minutes in that game last night, off of the bench, all of the starters had, inflated minutes. 4 of them had at least 45 or more. One starter, Jalen Pickett, had 32 minutes. Russ had 38. Outside of that, other Nuggets got 21 total minutes.
That's it?
That's it.
21 total.
That team is going to be exhausted. Exhausted. They've got to play again tonight. Double overtime, 53 minutes of basketball for Jokic, 61, 10, and 10.
And in a loss.
In a loss.
In a loss. And I just... The way he plays, like, he almost defies fitness, the way he kind of, like...
I know.
Lopes up and down. And if you watched him and didn't know, like, what the score was or what the stats were, if you just watched him with your eyes, you'd think, this guy's kind of a joke.
Totally.
61, 10, and 10.
Yeah.
Multiple MVPs, and he probably, I don't know if he should win it this year because Shea is going to be awesome on a team that's going to win 70, maybe.
They're 16 and a half games ahead of the Nuggets.
I get it. But, like, the Joker could win the MVP every single year.
Of course. Yeah.
He's that good.
Yeah. They were just, in the overtime periods, they would just give him the ball and then let him back down, boom, boom, boom,
Totally.
boom. And then he just does that awkward kind of turnaround, whatever, one-hander. And it was just going in, at least most of the time. So, anyway, just an unbelievable night of basketball last night, led by Steph Curry and Nikola Jokic, but the Warriors get the win and the Nuggets do not, and the whole thing is still a big old mess of a bucket right there in the Western Conference. The Nuggets in the 3 seed are a half game ahead of the Lakers in the 4 seed, which is 2 games ahead of the Warriors in the 5 seed, which is a half game ahead of the Grizzlies in the 6 seed. And Minnesota is tied with Memphis for the 7 seed, and another half game back goes to the Clippers at the 8 seed. So all of that energy goes into last night. We live it, we breathe it, we can't get enough of it. The Warriors get a win. You relax the shoulders a little bit, and you realize there's still a game out of the 8 seed. 1 game.
Right.
And the Clippers play a joke of a game tonight, and they're going to win it, and they're going to move even closer again.
number 1.
There you go.
Yeah, it feels like it might all come down to that last game where
it might.
You're the 6 and they're the 7, or maybe you're the 5 and they're the 6, and so it won't really matter, but it could come down to that last Clipper game.
Warrior Wednesday is brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. Okay. 888-957-9570. What did that Warrior victory do for you? Whether it's your confidence, how you like them now, does this change the way you're looking at the remainder of the season? We can take those calls for sure. I've been holding this as long as I can. I can't hold it anymore. There is something I need to get off of my chest about last night's game. And it is Steph Curry related. And we will do that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
play. Bane picks up the dribble over to Morant. Morant drives on Butler. Pass inside to Edey. He dunks it over Moody and post. It's a 2-point game. 63-61.
I hate referee dibs.
Dub Nation, it's the voice of the Warriors, Tim Roy. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Thank you, Tim. And I just want to let the audience know right now we're about to fight. There's no way around this. Listen, I'm going to hold this as long as I possibly can. You did great. If I was the type of person to throw a remote, I would have right on that play that, Grandy, you just played. Because Tim could have said it like this. Curry drives left, fouled by Morant. Still drives left, fouled by Morant again. Now he dribbles over to the corner, fouled by Morant. Oh, picks up the ball, fouled by Morant. Now we're heading the other way for a dunk. Now, you weren't here. This is the day that you were, the second day that you were in Vegas a couple weeks ago.
Man, feels like a long time ago. I was there for 2 days.
It might have been 3.
I didn't call in, did I?
No, don't worry.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I meant to call in, and then...
Nope, you didn't.
I woke up, and I checked my call log, and I was like, 888-957-9570? I must have got hacked.
Yeah, no, don't worry. Don't worry.
Okay.
No, nothing happened.
Whew.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So anyway, this was the day after that. That was the next day. Grandy and I were here, and we had gone together to the Raptors-Warriors game. Not like hand in hand, but we sat next to each other at the Warriors-Raptors game. And Steph Curry got thrown to the floor like a damn rag doll, and he had a pelvic contusion.
Yep.
He landed on his butt, and it hurt really bad, and he missed 2 basketball games. And what I took from it, once we get past the, oh crap, Steph's hurt, I hope it's not bad, which is the lead. Once we got past that, yeah, your butt hurts. Yeah. I pointed to the fact, did anybody notice there's no foul called on the play? Thrown to the floor like a flipping rag doll. No foul.
Yeah.
Now,
I don't know if he was thrown to the floor.
Thrown to the floor.
Okay. On the pass, by the way, he was...
I don't care what he was doing.
I'm just saying.
He was absolutely given a body shiver to the ground.
Should have been a foul.
And
yeah.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
So the nature of my point was not, I'm a Warrior fan and I want my guy to get my fouls and I hate refs. That was not the nature of my point. The nature of my point was, NBA, I don't understand what you're doing. You are an entertainment industry. This is not about fairness. I don't even really want to go down the road of a foul is a foul and a foul is a foul. I get it. It's hard. It's hard to be a ref. It's hard to be a basketball player. It's hard to do all of these things. But what did the NFL do? Once quarterbacks kept getting snapped in half, what did they do? They went, you know what? We probably shouldn't worry so much about fairness anymore. And they called a meeting with everyone who plays defense. And they said, hey, defense, guess what? Life's going to suck from here on out. All the rules are going to be against you. And you're going to deal with it because you're paid a lot of money and we make a lot of money. And the way we make a lot of money is we have our quarterbacks healthy and in the game. But here we are again. Here we are again after a game in Memphis where the guy is the national story because he put on a show unlike any other, yet he's still subjected to this crap and got into a shoving match with Desmond Bane at the end of the game. And I have no doubt that had very little to do with Desmond Bane. It has to do with the fact that a human being can only take so much. And at his size, he gets thrown around and shoved and body shivered and slapped all night long. And because of his size, in my opinion, he can't get a damn whistle. Now, he even spoke about this after the game on NBC Sports Bay Area.
It's my reality. I've been in this situation for a long time. It's like a playoff game. Like, you have to adjust to what how the game's being called. You can have a reaction, but you don't want to let it distract you from, what the task is. So I think trying to stay as even keel as possible. That doesn't mean you're passive or giving into it. You're kind of fighting through it and not looking to get bailed out, even though, you feel like it's not going your way.
Okay, so that's his take on it, and he is elite with regard to how he handles it, which was kind of the point, I think, that both Fitz and Kalena were trying to make in bringing that up with him. But I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, to me, when I see those shoving matches at the end of playoff-level atmosphere, I look to the refs. And it's not because it's like, oh, you got to call everything right. It's because you set a poor tone in an intense game, because you are letting people get shoved around and you're not helping your stars get through that, and it leads to this kind of stuff. And I honestly think it's dangerous.
Well, I do think that the shoving match is totally different from the fact that he didn't get a lot of calls in the game. And I'm just watching it back now, and what Steph was doing after the whistle was trying to shoot a three, like a practice three, and Desmond Bane just was right next to him, and he swatted the ball away. And I don't know what the protocol is officially about shooting the ball after the whistle. There was a timeout, and so timeout Warriors, and Steph wanted to shoot a three because he had the ball, and Desmond Bane was right next to him, and he didn't want him to shoot a three.
Right, but my point is I don't think that kind of an act leads to anything if frustration has not already been built for a 2.5 hour period. That's my point.
I get your point, but for me, in that moment, he was frustrated because the whole game, and it's Memphis, and Memphis is going to try to physically jostle him, like every team is going to try to physically bump him off and, get him out of his rhythm, because you mentioned it before. How are you going to guard this guy? You can't guard him one-on-one because he's too fast and he shoots too quickly, and he's a very difficult guy to guard. So if you're Desmond Bane and you get to this point in the game, you're going to do whatever you can to try to get under his skin. And in this moment, he got to Steph because Steph wanted to shoot a three, a practice three, and Bane smacked the ball out of his hands. And yeah, was the game overly physical? Absolutely.
Yep.
Does Steph need to get more calls? Yes, he does. And this is where I have a little bit of an issue over where he is in his career. And, we had a very spirited back and forth, all of us on the show thread last night.
Not all of us. Grandy sat it out. I didn't know why. But anyway, go ahead.
I mean,
were you asleep or something? What were you doing last night?
Yeah, I was asleep.
Okay.
And I'm not looking for anybody to engage. My only point on the thread, and I'll make it here, is Steph Curry needs to do more to get more. And it's not to say that he has to go into full flop mode, but if you look at other players like him in history, and the ones you threw out KD and Kobe, and I don't think that those for me are the comps. I was thinking this morning, all morning, about this, like who's the best way to look at it in terms of Steph Curry, and I came up with Allen Iverson and Trae Young, players like Steph, players who play like Steph. And what are the free throw rates of these guys? Now, AI did not shoot the three nearly as often because the three wasn't the three when he played. So he drove to the hoop a lot more. Yep. Iverson, for his career, 9 free throw attempts a game. And he made 7 of the 9, 78%. Great. Trae Young, modern equivalent of Steph. He's not as good as Steph, but he plays a lot like Steph, and he gets 7.6 free throws a game. Steph Curry, for his career, 4.3 free throws a game. Mm-hmm. So does Steph drive less than Trae Young? No.
I think actually so.
But a little bit.
But go ahead.
But,
yeah.
I mean, my point is, if I'm Steph, and I've played 16 years now in the association, and I'm still not getting a call, I would go about things in a different manner. And you look at Trae Young, and he is one of the biggest complainers in the association. James Harden shoots more free throws than almost anybody. Well, he complains.
Right. He doesn't just complain. He's literally playing a different brand of basketball, which is, I find, to be terribly unwatchable. I find it to also just be, I'm not going to say that it's like underhanded, but the bottom line is, as I've said in the past, James Harden, Chris Paul, guys like this, they play a game of let's get the ref to think something that didn't happen happened. That's the game they're playing. I do not want Steph Curry to get denigrated into that area.
I don't either.
At all. Like, not even a tiny bit.
I agree with that part of it. But what I want Steph to do is be more animated and be more of a squeaky wheel, because if you are somebody who is going to be an agitator, if you're going to complain more, if you're going to advocate for yourself, you're going to get more calls. And, going on with Fitz and Buki in the postgame and being vague about how mad you really are, that doesn't work. You have to be more aggressive. You have to get at Mark Davis, for example. Last night, Mark Davis, by the way, who always gives the Warriors a bad whistle, I do think that Steph Curry would do himself a big favor if he was more animated in moments like last night.
Here's the problem I have with your point, and you can weigh in on this. 888-957-9570 is the point. I feel like that's just a huge cop-out for the refs. Why should he have to act different for them to do what they're supposed to do? Like, if I were to take your comp, like, I understand where you're coming from. Would Steph get more calls if he was a bigger jerk on the court? Maybe. I don't want him to be a jerk. One of the things we love about Steph Curry is the way he plays. And I think that is of the long list of things that he does so well that has made the audience react to him in a way that they've never reacted before in the history of the league, is because he doesn't get into this crap. Like, we literally sit here and watch the NBA and go, flop, that guy's a flop. No one's ever said it about Steph. No one. I've heard Warrior fans who used to really struggle to watch Jordan Poole because every drive he'd end up under the damn basket on the ground and the other team's going the other way and he's talking to a ref. And we've talked about Luka, who won't stop talking to the refs when he's supposed to be playing defense. And LeBron James is over here at 6'8", 1,000 pounds, and apparently can fall down if you're 150 pounds and you touch him. I don't want Steph to do any of that. And to suggest that he should do that so that the referees will do what they should already be doing anyway, I just think is a very, very bad precedent. It's kind of like telling a kid, it's like if you want dinner, don't do your homework, misbehave. In fact, don't do your homework, smear crayons all over the wall, and then we'll realize that you need our attention, and we'll come over and go, do you need some attention? Well, yeah, I want a snack. I'm going to give you a snack. No. It's snack time. Give the kid a snack while they're sitting there doing their math. Steph's doing it right, and the refs and the league are doing it wrong.
But it's year 16.
It's not that hard to see. We can see it.
Fine.
They're getting thrown to the floor. Blow the damn whistle.
It's year 16, and they aren't blowing the damn whistle. That's
their fault.
Well, okay.
I'm going to call them out, not him.
Fine. And I'm not going to disagree with you that it's, quote, their fault. I don't think that he gets the calls that he deserves. But when you're 16 years in and you look at the list this year of who has shot the most free throws in the association, Giannis is number one. Fine. He's unguardable. You have to foul him. Shea is number two. Does Shea complain a lot? He complains some.
It's not even just complaining. It's flopping. He's a flopper.
James Harden is 3.
Flopper.
Trae Young is 4.
Flopper.
Anthony Edwards is 5.
Right.
Devin Booker is 6.
And how many titles have all of them won?
That's not the point of this conversation. The point is,
it doesn't work.
If you want the whistle, you have to advocate in a different way, and he doesn't do that.
I disagree. I don't want him to change his game.
I think the numbers don't disagree.
No, the numbers don't.
I'm not saying you have to flop. I'm saying that if you're Steph Curry, it's okay in spots to take the mouthpiece out and get after a referee and say, you got to be kidding me, instead of just like shrug.
I think he does do that.
I don't think he does it enough.
I think he in Brooklyn, they came out with such, you remember the game, they fell down 27-5. And the Nets were being so absurd and so over the top with the way that they were hounding him and the way that they were whacking him on the arm and shoving him around, and nobody would whistle him, to the point where Steph Curry did it in the way that Steph does it, which is he took an inbounds pass underneath his own hoop, and as they tried to pick him up full court, he gave a full shoulder shove into the defender, knocking him down, getting an offensive foul called, so that he could turn to the ref and go, do you understand the point that I'm trying to make? And then what happened? Poof, Warriors come back, win the game. Steph has a nice night. But it shouldn't have to even be that way. I understand your point.
I agree with you on that point.
You have data. But I have what I believe is the emotionally correct side in terms of, I'm not bailing refs out by saying this is Steph's fault because he's not a squeaky wheel. That's the wrong way to go about it.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's his fault.
You know this. My cousin, may he rest in peace, was an NBA ref. And I'll never forget one of the things that he told me, because one night, years ago, he was doing a Warrior game and he was in town early, so he came over to the house. So probably, I don't know, 2 PM. He doesn't need to be at the arena yet. And we sit down and we're just talking shop. And as a kid and an NBA fan, one of the things that came up is like, okay, how do you prepare for a game? Because foul's a foul, right? How do you prepare for a game? And I'll never forget what he said to me. He goes, every game, as referees, we get together and we talk about the players that are in this particular game and what we need to do to officiate this correctly. And he looks at me and he goes, this is back when Manute Bol was a Warrior.
Yeah.
He goes, tonight, one of the things we will sit down and talk about is the fact that Manute, he likes to just stand underneath the hoop because he likes to wait and block all the shots because he's 7'6". But you're not allowed to do that. You can't just stand there and play zone defense.
Defensive 3 in the king.
Exactly.
Yep.
So we talk about that so that we're prepared for the specific players that we're about to officiate. Why can't you do that for Steph? He is the smallest of all the people we're talking about. Go over your list. Your list is largely going to be people who are bigger and therefore are afforded the ability to play a more physical brand of basketball.
Trae Young is 6'1".
Yes, I understand that.
That for me is the best comp in all this. And Iverson was 6 foot. And as I mentioned, AI was much more to the basket
Exactly.
because the mid-range and driving to the hoop is what you did back in his day. Trae Young is playing now, and Trae Young is number 4 in free throw attempts. Does Trae Young drive more than Steph? I don't know if he does.
He does, and he's got the ball in his hands even more than Steph. Steph, of course, to borrow Steiny's great line, not a true point guard. I mean, he doesn't bring the ball over the timeline all the time. The Warriors run their offense, which does not call for Steph to just grab the ball and penetrate and kick in his own way. That's ball stopping. That's Atlanta Hawks ball. That's why you got more L's than W's.
No doubt.
Right? So, like, again, I hear where you're coming from. I don't want Steph to be the one that has to change. Like, that's just wrong. He should not have to be the one who makes the change.
I get it.
They should.
You're not wrong, but I look at 16 years of NBA basketball, and Steph Curry is shooting more threes than ever before. And if you look at Steph just this year, and I'm looking at the numbers right now, 707 threes he's taken, 1,128 total shots, which tells me 707 threes, 421 twos.
Yep.
So we'll put aside him being fouled on the 3 for a moment because the majority of what people want is when he goes to the basket, right? That's where...
I mean, to a degree, that thing that Grandy just played, Steph never went inside the 3-point line. I can show you a video. It's all over social media today.
Right.
Ja fouls him 4 times just on the left wing alone.
No call.
No call.
And that game was very physical. They called 45 fouls in totality, 23 and 22 respectively. And so... You know, I don't want to defend the refs because it's a bad look. And in this case, I agree with you about Steph not getting the whistle that he deserves. I do think, though, that Steph Curry needs to take a different approach. If you're 16 years into the league and you've never gotten a fair whistle, he's only shooting 4 free throws a game for his career. And in fact, his free throws are down year over year from last year and the year before. So if you are 16 years in and you're still not getting the whistle that you feel like you deserve, take a different approach. I'm not saying you got to go full flop or full Harden or full Iguodala with the palms up, but you got to do something else. Maybe one game when you're playing Charlotte at home, not in Charlotte, because I know it's a family game. Maybe you just straight blow up and you get thrown out. Or maybe you go in the post game and you get a $50,000 fine.
But who
do
wants
something
that? Why?
else.
But who wants those things?
Do you want free throws?
Yes.
Then do something else.
No, they should do something else.
But they're not going to.
But they should.
But they haven't. So how long do you want to repeat this cycle? It's insanity,
Yeah,
Mark.
except for the fact that it's like if we're sitting here and we're all agreeing that somebody needs to make a move, I don't know why you're suggesting that has to be Steph. The NFL yesterday sat down, and with all going on with the Warriors, we didn't even talk about it. You know what they came out with? Bunch of new rules. They sat down and went, you know what? That was stupid. Let's do this differently. Why can't the NBA do that? And even if it's just for Steph, I don't even think that's crazy. Augusta National changed their golf course for Tiger.
Yep.
This is the face of your league and the audience's favorite thing that's ever happened to your league since Michael Jordan. And you won't adjust to protect him from busting his tailbone in half before the playoffs start? You won't do that? You can't make a call. We talk about this all the time in the NBA. Ooh, the bat phone rang. We need the Lakers to get by Portland in 7 games so that we can get them to the NBA Finals so people can watch. You won't make that call? You're not going to make that call so that Memphis, Tennessee doesn't end up advancing in the NBA playoffs over Steph because you allowed a bunch of dudes who don't even have a head coach and don't even have an on-court leader. You allowed them to go out there, guns up at each other, shoving people all over the place, losing their minds, and you won't protect your biggest asset. That is bananas to me.
Well, if they didn't protect him, and that's what you're saying, he had 52. And
understood.
Even though you didn't protect him. And the thing about him bruising his tailbone, even if they call that foul, he still goes down and bruises his tailbone.
But the point is to your point, if there is going to be learned behavior, defenses will stop being so insanely physical with him if the officials will protect him. But they know they can do this. It's literally, I guarantee you, it's on the whiteboard in their locker room. Beat him up.
Right.
Beat him up. It's what the Pistons tried to do to Jordan for years until they finally said, you know what? We're not doing this anymore. Why can't the league do it? It did work. It did work. The bad boy Pistons,
beat up Jordan.
They couldn't keep the Jordan rules for his entire career. They couldn't do it.
Well, eventually Michael Jordan was able to play through that contact and beat Detroit, and then Detroit got old, and then Jordan started on his historic run. The idea of the officials, I'm not excusing them or discounting what you're saying.
I hear you.
It's clearly a thing, but I'm looking at 16 years of Steph Curry, and you've never gotten it. So if you're going to wait for the refs to adjust and finally give you a good whistle, that is one way you could go about it. I would advocate for Steph to say, you know what? There's going to be a point here where I'm just going to have to blow up and blow this whole thing up. If you truly are the global icon that you are, and he is, then maybe one of your post games, you just go off and you take the 50K or the 100K and you just run them down, because everything else you've done with all of your docile diplomacy, which is wonderful, and that's why we love him. Exactly. At some point, you got to try something else.
Yeah, but
you got to try something different.
Boy, if there's one human being in all of sports who I don't want doing anything different, it is Stephen Curry.
Well, then just be happy with his 4 free throws a game.
No, I don't think
because the refs won't change. They haven't changed, and they won't change.
Well, then you should be able to give Steph Curry that leeway too, that he shouldn't have to change. The rules are the rules, and right now they're not being followed at all. They're being followed by him. They're not being followed by the people who are there to actually put them into play. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. We're here for you. We're here for good. We're here for your calls. We see some of you. We're coming. Hex, Matt, Judy, here we go. 888-957-9570. We will not stop celebrating an unbelievable victory for the Warriors, but I think this is an interesting subplot. So we'll get to it, and Steve Kerr joins us in just over an hour on Willard and Dibs.
leans in, lost the ball, stolen by Draymond. Draymond leads the break. Draymond bounce past Butler. Pass over to Curry. Curry in the corner takes it away from Wells and hits a three. Steph Curry, 29-point first half. It's 68-63 Warriors with 1:38 to go. And a timeout by the Grizzlies. Most points in a half by a Grizzly opponent is Curry's 29 on the Warriors Radio Network.
Dub Nation, it's Draymond Green. My head coach Steve Kerr joins Willard and Dibbs today, right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, be here in just over an hour. And someone get Tim Roy a flight home. These guys, he sounds great. The Warriors look great. But they have been gone for what feels like a month.
It'll be 2 weeks at the end of it.
Jeez, so they're in L.A. now. We'll talk to Steve in an hour. And then they'll be in their beds all tucked in tomorrow night, circa 2 in the morning probably.
Yeah, it's about right.
Yeah, something like that.
And I wonder what they do to remember their room number in all these hotels because I know I was in Vegas, yes. I mentioned it. And even at that point, 1 hotel room, 2 nights, it's like, I better write this down.
Yeah.
And if you go 6 cities and 6 hotels, like I'm in 114, I'm in 219, 311, what is it every time? It's like, you got to kind of write that thing down.
I mean, yeah, unless you end up in Miami for 5 days where you needed laundry service. You actually might have put your clothes away in Miami.
Yeah.
Might have used those drawers inside the hotel room.
Seriously.
But outside of that, yeah, I have no idea. We could ask Steve this. When you open your eyes in the morning, whether it's an alarm or in the NBA life, do you just allow yourself to wake up? The first thing that goes through your head, is it like, where am I?
Yeah.
Where in God's name am I?
I actually had that yesterday where I woke up and I looked to my left with a squinty eye expecting the beach view that we had in the ocean.
Oh.
And it was just my bathroom.
And it was your wall. Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah, I was like, that's right. I'm no longer on vacation.
We got a lot of Warrior phone calls to get to after that conversation. We do want to mention that along with Steve Kerr in an hour, maybe some intermittent thoughts on the fact that the San Francisco Giants have just completed a 5-1 road trip to start the season. Off tomorrow, home opener on Friday, 6-3 in Houston today. Home runs for Flores, Matos, and Wade. Another extra base hit for Ramos. Landon Roop, the kid, did a nice job.
Roop, there it is.
Yep. The Roop is on fire. All those silly things.
Yep.
But dude, 5-1. 5-1. Call my message phone.
Right.
That's a hell of a start to the year, all on the road.
Yeah.
All on the road.
And only 8 games back of the Dodgers, who I'm being told are 22-0. So
that's right.
They keep chipping away, Giants.
Dodgers and Padres have played a sum total of 2 road games so far.
Okay.
And I think actually the 2 road games for the Dodgers were not even really road games. I think they were the games that were overseas, and they were just designated road games.
Gotcha.
I think. The Padres have not left home yet, and they've won all of their baseball games. But
fun stuff, 5-1. Great start.
They're pitching.
And they're catching.
Yes. No errors. There were some today. They have some official errors or just bad defense?
I don't know if those were officially errors.
Yeah, there's some weird stuff.
Little infield single.
Yeah.
That went about 87 feet in the air.
Wow, good Lord. I'm going to save that for Friday. Actually, technically, no. They did not commit an error again today.
Nice.
The Giants have not committed an error on the entire trip.
And on that inning where the Astros scored at least 2 of their 3 runs, there was also a ball that got past Casey Schmidt at first base, right under his glove.
Off the glove.
Yeah.
Chappie had one of those last night. An off the glove, probably could have. He'd tell you he should have called it kind of a thing. Not an error. But not an error. Not an error. It's a hard hit ball, Dibs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Casey Schmidt at first?
Yeah, that's going to be the deal.
Okay.
He's going to be like the right-handed hitting first baseman. I don't think anybody knew that, and then it just sort of happened.
Right.
And then last night they admitted it. They're like, yeah, we're going to do that. He's going to play some first base.
Sure.
Okay.
When you have Wilmer in the lineup every day, you got to find a different right-handed first baseman, right?
Yeah, Wilmer's just going to be your DH, and he's going to hit 162 home runs this year.
5-1, best start since?
Last year. No, just kidding.
2010, I would guess.
2014?
Yeah.
2014.
I knew it was a World Series year based on his exuberance.
2014. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was good.
I'm a Giants fan.
All right. Let's go to the phone. Let's go to the phones. 888 957-9570. Dibs says Steph Curry is just doing it all wrong. He's doing it all wrong.
Self-advocate. If what you're doing for 16 years is not netting the results you want, do something different.
Okay.
Throw a mouthpiece, get into a ref, get 2 texts and get ejected, go into the press conference afterward, and just go off on Petritis.
But the problem with that, even though at the core of what you're saying, it makes sense, in life, if you're not getting the result you want, do something different. You're asking for Steph to do things that are literally against the core of who he is. And I would argue, and this is my point, he shouldn't have to. Like, I'm just not a believer in bailing people out in life like that.
I
if you
agree
got
with that.
two
The second
sides,
part of it I agree with.
yeah.
He shouldn't have to.
He shouldn't have to. So
But he does.
But he shouldn't have to.
But he does.
But I'm not bailing the league out like that. It's just not right. If you have 2 people and one person's doing it wrong, you don't look at the person that's doing it right and say, adjust the way you're doing it so it fits with Johnny Stupid over here who's doing it wrong. Like, no. And what blows my mind about this subject matter is not even that, like, I mean, it's so easy to come down the road of refs. But if what we were talking about was, hey, for some reason, Moses Moody doesn't get any calls. Like, whatever. Them's the breaks, kids. You haven't made a name for yourself in this league yet. But we're talking about the face of the league.
Yeah.
We're talking about a guy that gets crowds on the road to cheer for him. Why would the league not go out of their way to get it right? When you're officiating, don't act like you don't watch the games after they're over, league. I know you do. You tell me you don't see this? It's flying all over the place, getting knocked all over the gym, and there's no whistle. And you telling me like, well, yeah, that's the way it is. What?
Right.
Dude, if somebody was sacking Tom Brady the wrong way every game, Roger Goodell would kick those people out of the league, let alone worry about, oh, Tom, just, adjust the way you're standing. Like, I just,
look at
I don't understand why
Mahomes
the league.
is a great comp. Like, you look at the playoffs this year.
There you go.
He got 2 15-yard flags on things that shouldn't have been 15-yard flags. Right. Yet, you look at Steph Curry, 16 years in the league, and he hasn't been the face of the league for 16 years, but he has been for a good 9 or so.
At least,
He's been one of the faces. He's a 4-time champ. He's all these things that are so wonderful, yet he doesn't get the whistle. So let's just go ahead and continue to be the baby-faced assassin and just, quietly grumble, passive-aggressive post-game commentary. You know what? That's not working. So what might work is you get up in somebody and you get after somebody because what? What you've done is not working. So
you'll get this answer right.
You can continue to do this over and over, but it's not working.
What's the one word that our first phone call before we started this show, what's the one word that I made both of us promise we would always be?
Authentic.
Correct.
Yeah, and I'm being authentic.
Yes, but you're asking Steph to be inauthentic.
No,
yes,
I'm really not.
No, you're asking, what you're suggesting is totally, you would agree, is against the core of who he is as a person.
I don't know him that well. I do know.
Well,
I know this.
Come on.
I know that he's a very competitive person, and I know that he's frustrated. Can he not, in his own eloquent way, come out and just say what he wants to say? That doesn't make him inauthentic.
Yeah,
I don't believe.
Well, that's not the way you pitched it a second ago. You pitched it a second ago as throw mouthpieces, get thrown out, get a tech, knock over a food spread at the press conference, or what?
I didn't go that far, but yes.
No, that's not. My God. The world would stop if Steph did that.
Well,
what the hell is going on?
Like, he's gotten texts before.
Yeah.
So when you're frustrated, it's okay to let the officials know. If you're frustrated with the calls you're not getting.
Well, I think he does.
And I don't think that makes him suddenly inauthentic. And,
I think if he freaked out at a press conference, that feels inauthentic to me.
Again,
that's not him.
He can do it in his own way.
Yeah.
All I'm asking him to do is, if you want to change a 16-year pattern, you need to do something differently. I'm not excusing the refs, and you're right about that. They need to be better about protecting him. But 16 years in, they haven't been. So ball's in your court, Steph.
Yeah, I see. I think it's in theirs. Just like, again, if you're wrong 100 times in a row, we as a society should not adjust to you because you're wrong 100 times in a row. 888-957-9570. Let's do it. Here we go, folks. Hex in Berkeley. Hi, Hex. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for putting me on.
Yeah.
Listen, first off, I want to say a couple. Just give me a minute for this. Willard, let me start off by saying fundamentally, it'd be nice if society changed for the way we thought it should be to do what's right. But I agree with Dibbs. If 16 years in a row, the same thing keeps happening. There's an old phrase, you keep doing what you did, you keep getting what you got. And so with respect to, if you're walking down the street and for 16 years you're wearing red and the same cop arrests you all the time and you find out that they don't arrest you if you're wearing blue, you can keep wearing red because it's not fair, or you stop wearing the red so that same cop doesn't arrest you. The thing is that, Dibbs, I disagree with you. I agree that you got to change what you're doing, but I also agree with Willard that he's right. You stay authentic and you don't change his brand. His brand is a babyface killer. He doesn't, complain that much, et cetera. So there is a middle ground, and that's what I don't understand. To me, what Curry needs to do is learn from Butler. In this league, there's a lot of grabbing and pulling and tugging, and we really see it with Curry, but the way you get the fouls is when you drive to the basket, you run right into somebody, and unless they're squared up like Pajemski's done a good job, you're going to get the fouls all day long, and Curry is a good enough athlete. When he goes in, he ends up avoiding some people that are somewhat sideways or moving. He ought to be throwing himself into people, and he doesn't do that, and he hasn't done it for 16 years, and that's why he doesn't get the fouls when he drives to the basket. These other guys have all learned to drive into people. That's why Kaminga's starting to get, he's been getting fouls. He's learned when he's going down. He's so fast, nobody can square up, so he gets a foul. Curry can do the same thing, and if Curry just started driving into people when he's going down the lane, he'd be getting fouls all day long. But if you notice when he goes, he's avoiding, he's sliding through because he's a great athlete, and he barely gets touched.
Hex, thanks. It's a good phone call. I'll say this, though. What it sounds to me like, and I feel this to a degree in talking to you about it, Dibbs, is that there's some sort of a suggestion that Steph Curry should change the way he plays basketball. And I'm like, oh my God, please, no. I don't want Steph Curry driving into the lane and forcing himself into the chest of the defender. That takes away the beauty of the way that Steph Curry finishes around the rim. It takes away, quite frankly, what Steph has worked so hard on is in his entire career, which is those creative finishes around the basket, how to use other people's body leverage against them. That's a beautiful thing to watch, and I do not want that to go away. And if that means a few fewer calls, I'm actually okay with that, and I bet he is too. I'm not even talking about a style that gets more calls. I'm really simply just talking about the calls that are right there.
Agreed.
Which for some damn reason he doesn't get.
Right. And what
is that?
Let's leave it there because what the caller is saying is something that I've said before, and it's partly the way he plays. I don't want him to change the way he plays, but a lot of times he doesn't get calls going to the basket because he does avoid contact. He doesn't go into the body. He's 6'2", as you mentioned. He might be $185. I haven't seen him on a scale lately, but he's not going to go in physically, draw contact, and finish. That's just not his game. So it's really the calls that should go his way that he's not getting. So let's just stay on that because you're right. Stylistically, I don't want him to change anything. For me, if you want to get the calls that you're not getting and you haven't gotten for 16 years, you have to figure out how you can go about getting those calls. And I don't think that, what he's doing obviously is not netting him the calls that he deserves.
But I don't think we've accessed the why yet. And hold that thought. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. It's interesting to me how we watch multiple brains have this conversation and take that premise and go two different ways. Like you ask, well, Steph, this isn't working, so why won't you do something different? My question is, no, why is it happening in the first place? Why is it happening in the first place? We all watch the NBA. We all have agreed on something that's been around since before any of us were born, and it's called star treatment. Star treatment. And in the NBA, and quite frankly in all sports, basically when all things are equal, lean into the star. And all of us have experienced that in watching sports. And then there's Steph. And you're like, for some damn reason, it goes the opposite way. And he's even speaking to it on the court after the game. Why on earth would Steph Curry not get star treatment? Why would the officials not call the fouls that are clearly there? Like, we need to access that question.
Right.
Or answer, I should say.
But for me, just being a longtime NBA aficionado and a guy who's refereed at lower levels, when you see Steph Curry and he gets contacted, a lot of times the contact is not as violent or severe as other players because he doesn't attack the rim and go into the body where it's an absolute collision that has to be called. A lot of times when Steph goes to the basket, he is getting to his spot, getting to his angle, and there's contact, but he's smaller. He is much more slight of frame, and so the contact is not so violent that it absolutely demands a whistle. Now, your point about star treatment is the one that I can't get into the head of a referee.
It's crazy.
It feels like a player of his stature should get a lot more of these ticky-tack touch calls like James Harden gets anytime you bump Harden, and he embellishes it, and Trae Young, and that's where...
I wish people could all see you. You just did.
I did
You just did the head snap.
Yeah, and I did it
in
so
the
I
middle
could
of
stay
conversation.
I had to stay on mic. You snap the head and you get right back on mic because you're a pro.
Yeah,
but
it was well executed.
None of us want him to turn into that. Trae Young and Harden and the rest of it, but I do wonder about...
I don't want him to be a screamer either. I don't want him to be Luka.
I don't want him to be a screamer, but
just stand there at the other end of the court and have a conversation with the ref while who you're supposed to be guarding is dunking at the other end.
Well, that's what Westbrook did last night.
Yes.
He smoked the layup, and he stood there, and then he ran back, and he fouled the three-point shooter.
Ruined that game 5 different ways and then got mad at a fan on the way out the door when the fan was like, what the hell are you doing?
He's a piece of work. I'm not saying I want Steph to turn into a full Draymond Green, but when you have a game like you have against Portland coming up that you're going to win most likely regardless, it's okay to lose your cool, to blow a stack, to send a message. You're not getting the star treatment you deserve 16 years in. So, just having a post-game moment like last night, that's not sending a message to anybody.
Yeah. where's the self-assessment? Like, we have this conversation and we're assessing the way Steph does it. Why can't the league assess the way they're doing it? Like, we all see this. You can't tell me the whole city is a bunch of homers. We all see this. Like, you got to be nuts if you watch the last couple of weeks of Steph Curry play basketball and tell me oh, yep, looks normal to me. Looks like every other star. Dude, that epic game between Denver and Minnesota last night, do you know how many free throws there were just in the last 15 minutes? They called every single time Jokic or Gordon or Edwards, every single time they went in there. If your arms get lifted up, that's a foul. Foul every single time. And it was a parade to the free throw line.
Denver shot 44 free throws. Minnesota shot 25.
Yeah.
And won.
Yes. Thanks to Russell Westbrook.
Well,
let's go to Judy in Oakland. Hi, Judy. Thanks for calling.
Hi there. So I'm super annoyed, I'm sorry, with this conversation and Dibs, you're tripping. And so I don't get how you are expecting Steph to be responsible for the fact that the refs are not giving him calls. And you keep saying 16 years. That just makes it that much more ridiculous that the refs have not gotten it together. This man has 4 chips. He's got MVPs. He deserves respect. It's not about him having to cut up on the floor and be Luka and Harden and all the ridiculousness. That stuff is annoying, and nobody likes watching those games. I hate it when Draymond is going bad on the refs every 5 minutes. It's annoying. It's not fun to watch. It's not who Steph is, and I don't want him to turn into that person. The refs just need to be doing their job equally and fairly. If you're calling it on one side, call it on the other. He stays bleeding with scratches and all the things. That isn't his fault. And I'm so annoyed that you're making it his fault that the refs have not given him the respect he deserves after all these years.
Well, Judy, thank you for the call. I'm not making it his fault. I'm just looking for Steph Curry to take action in his own way because, yes, he's not getting the calls and he stays bleeding and he is not getting the star treatment. And we are 16 years into it. So, yes, it's the refs who need to make the adjustment, but the refs have not made the adjustment. So if you have a neighbor and their dog craps on your lawn over and over and over, and you ask your neighbor politely to please, please, can you please tell Fido to stop it? And, oh, sorry, man. I'll get it. After 16 years, I'm taking a shovel and I'm putting that in your mailbox because enough is enough. I've asked you for 16 years, and now, guess what? Fido's 5-bagger is in your mailbox. Right. And when you go in there to get your PG&E bill.
But what did that achieve?
It achieved, I sent a message.
Yes, but did Fido show up again the next day? In other words, none of that adjudicates your neighbor for his ridiculous behavior. You should not need to build a wall around your front yard because your neighbor's a jerk. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
I'm with you, but at some point after 16 years, you've got to do something different other than, hey, Bill, can you have Fido crap somewhere else? Yeah, sure, Dibs, I'll work on it.
It's also, I do think, now we're getting into an area where I also think we're maybe presenting Steph in an inaccurate way. I don't think, Steph is not silent on the floor. Steph is not silent, and I don't think you're asking for him to go like crazy. Like, you're not asking for him to make a scene, are you?
No. I'm asking for him to self-advocate to a level. Well,
he talks to the refs.
Whatever he's doing.
Right. It's not working, which is the refs' fault.
Well, then let's send a firmly worded email to Adam Silver about how we feel like we're being mistreated.
This for me, this is my email. This show and this microphone and this conversation. I'm not expecting it to be different tomorrow night. Good Lord, they're playing the Lakers. It's probably going to be worse.
Exactly.
It's probably going to be worse. But this is my email. And yes, it'll be ignored just like an email.
Well, and his email was the cut, and you can play it on the other side that he said to Fitz and Buki, and it was completely passive aggressive. I want to see aggressive. Like, these mother jumpers aren't giving me blank. I mean,
don't you lose a little bit of what everybody loves about Steph then?
Temporarily.
Like that's, I don't know, man. That's what's so special is you've never even seen it for a minute. You've never seen it.
Right.
The list of days where Steph was like, ooh, that was a bad look is still blank. It's totally blank in 16 years.
I threw a mouthpiece once.
Yeah. I didn't find that to be a thing. We're sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. A lot of you are lined up, okay? Stay right where you are. Kevin and Joe and Brian and T.Y. and Larry. Here we come. 888-957-9570 and Steve Kerr at 5, Willard and Dibs.
Curry, though, takes a quick three and hit it from the right sideline. He's got a 32-point half. What the heck? You don't need a 2-for-1 when you've got Curry. My goodness. That was ridiculous.
Now back to Willard. Now back to Willard and Dibbs. Take it away, Mark.
All right. Thank you, Chef. Now go yell at a ref tomorrow night, because all those whistles are going to be going LeBron's way. You won't need to look very far to see what star treatment looks like.
Yeah, and they got 2 of them.
They got 2 of them.
Who get that treatment.
Yep. Steve Kerr is going to join us in 40 minutes. That ought to be active. I'm looking forward to this conversation. The Warriors are really in a spot. Really, really good one after last night's victory. And they are now 44-31. But don't look behind you, because they're right there. Minnesota is right there, and Memphis is right there, and the Clippers are right there. And I do believe, in fact, the Clippers have action tonight at home against the Pelicans. So the Clippers are a game out. Clippers are a half game out, because they're going to win that basketball game later on tonight in Los Angeles. So last night, great start to the big 4-game week, but by no stretch did you shake free of anything that you were worried about. They had to have it, and they got it, but still a lot of work. A lot of work ahead.
Yeah, and you've got Houston still to come, and they're in action at the top of the hour. I'm not saying that you can catch them. You're 4.5 back, and they only have 6 games left to go. But as far as like general seeding goes, Rockets could, fall back, and Denver can jump them. There's a lot of things that can still be done here in the top 6 or the top 8 even.
Just got a piece of breaking news, and this one is not surprising at all in this Spurs-Nuggets game that's going to start in a little bit over an hour and a half. What do you think I'm about to say? Spurs and Nuggets are playing tonight after last night. What do you think I'm about to say?
Nikola Jokic has been hospitalized with general exhaustion.
Something near that. Nikola Jokic will not play tonight.
Right.
Nikola Jokic will not play tonight. He will save himself for Friday night at Chase Center.
Which makes a lot of sense.
Sure.
When you play 53 minutes and you go 61, 10, and 10, and you lose, I'm surprised he didn't just retire from basketball.
I mean,
you know what? I'm out.
Yeah,
I've about had it.
That was a lot.
61, 10, and 10, and your teammate can't make a layup that he shouldn't have taken, and then just bumbles into a guy shooting a 3. Like, if you're Jokic, you're thinking, I can only do so much here, my friends. 61, 10, and 10.
Dude.
It's an L. And before we go back to the phones, I was running through all the Steph Curry 50-point games. He's had 15 of them in the regular season. What do you think the Warriors' record is when Steph gets 50 or more points? Of 15 games.
15 games. What's the record when he scores 50 or more?
Yeah.
I bet that they are, just memory serves that they're pretty good, but not undefeated.
Yep.
I go 10-5.
Dude, look at the big brain on Brett.
Yep.
Exactly.
10-5.
10-5.
Boom.
5-5 on the road, 5-0 at home.
At home.
Yeah. And, the Knicks was his first one, 54 in a loss, and he had 57 against Dallas in a loss, and I could run through all of them. But the other thing that I found fascinating is in his 50-point games, from 3 in those games, 59.7%. 59.
That's stupid.
0.7.
That's absurd.
Because last night was 12 of 20.
Right.
The first game against the Knicks, 11 of 13. He is 148 for 248 from 3 when he scores 50 points, nearly 60%, my brother.
That's a lot.
That's
a lot.
Bananas.
Yeah, that's a lot. All right, 888-957-9570. Spirited conversation with regard to Steph Curry and the whistle. Let's go to Kevin in Palo Alto. Hi, Kevin. Thanks for calling.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Thank you.
And I wanted to actually have 2 points to make, and I'll take the answer off the air. The discussion about the fouls and non-calls reminded me of something that Jeremy Lin, who was a Warrior, as you know, 8 years ago, there was a compilation of these flagrant non-calls that a lot of the fans have put together. And he was also 6'3", and I think you have something about diminutive or smaller NBA players who, depending on their style or their position or the way they're built, don't get the calls, and it's really frustrating as a fan, because I saw that same thing you had referred to, Mark, where he was fouled 4 times. And it went the other way. And I was telling my wife was like, Steph doesn't get calls. So it has become a accepted thing for Warriors fans, is that Steph is just not going to get breathed on like LeBron and get to the foul line. And so that was my first thing, is I think there is something about the diminutive stature of the players that you have discussed. And my second point is there something where Coach Kerr or the owner, Joe, anybody could just, take a fine from the NBA, but just and say, look, this is not how we treat star players in this league. But you can show. We have all the AI to demonstrate this is a number of times he has gotten calls, and this is not healthy for the league's players and their health moving forward.
Well, it's an interesting question,
Thanks,
Kevin. I'm sure that they have sent things to the league. Teams do that all the time. But I sort of put your last point there in the same bucket as Dibs, what you're saying, which is why should Steve Kerr have to go take a fine? Why? I agree with him that I think that this is like the why in terms of why he's officiated this way. I think it's a combination of his size and his style. His style is got this sort of like wispy nature to it. It makes it look very, very finesse. But to me, that's still no excuse. We're all watching the game, and we can see when the guy gets knocked around. We can see. Here's what really bothers me, because like non-calls, whatever, it happens in life. What bothers me is that I can sit down and watch a game, and I can actually see that is the opponent's game plan. And it's encouraged by the referee response.
Well, it's not discouraged.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
It is encouraged. Like the other team, you can tell that it's their game plan, is to go out there and beat them up, and the referees largely do not make them pay for that. That's what gets me. But it's not on Steph to scream or Steve to have a weird press conference. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be, in my opinion.
Right, and I agree with that part of it, but here we are in year 16, and this has been a narrative ever since he was a rookie in 2009, and that's about 7 jobs ago for me. Multiple firings, multiple shows, multiple day parts, multiple radio stations, and here we are, and it's the same story, it's the same narrative. He's been playing longer than this station has been on the air, and even since then, 2009, this has been a thing. So I get your point, and you're not wrong. It shouldn't be on Steve Kerr or Steph Curry to do something about this, but nothing has been done about this. So at this point, 16 years in, face of the league, 37 years old, 2-time MVP, 4-time champ, and you still aren't getting the whistle? Well, now it's time to get to a different level of trying to make something happen, a different level of change. That's for me. Yeah. And again, it's not on him. And you know what? Don't say anything and watch it all continue. Or say something, do something, and maybe it won't change either, but at least you would have attempted to try something different other than being incredibly classy and quiet, right, and just basically taking it.
Yeah, but see, to me, that's calling for the incorrect behavior for all parties. Like, one of the things I love, and here it is again from Steph after the game on NBC Sports Bay Area. Listen to how he answers this.
It's my reality. I've been in this situation for a long time. It's like a playoff game. Like, you have to adjust to what how the game's being called. You can have a reaction, but you don't want to let it distract you from what the task is. So I think trying to stay as even keel as possible. That doesn't mean you're passive or giving into it. You're kind of fighting through it and not looking to get bailed out, even though you feel like it's not going your way.
It's literally exactly what we tell people to do when they're faced with challenges in life. Like, do you want to scream about it, or do you want to put your head down, find a different way so that you can still have success? Because let's not act like this is stopping Steph from having his success. Look at his career, right? Yep, and 52 points last night. Like, he can handle it. And we don't like whiners. We don't like complainers. All of these things that you're suggesting, I get where you're coming from. The core of your point is, well, what you're doing doesn't work, so do it different. But my God, one thing I would never say to Steph Curry is do it different. Like, I love every single thing about the way he handles everything, including this. When a challenge is presented in life, you need to work through it and around it and all of that. You need to handle it. And screaming and kicking and complaining is not the way. You have to find your way to success, and he's done that. But then, sort of like once the day is done, you can assess from a larger scale, well, what is causing these inequities? And then maybe work on those at like a higher level. And that's what I would love to see. That's, to me, why it's on the league. It's on the league to have these conversations.
Right. But again, I will revert back to the reality of where we are 16 years into it. And I wonder why coaches and even players yell at referees. Why do you yell at a referee? It's because you want to influence the next call.
Or because it's your personality.
Perhaps. But
you know what I mean?
Like Steve Kerr, it's not his personality, but he will get after a ref.
I think he's tried to tell us. Steve does a good job. I think Steve's a more fiery person than it seems like if you talk to him.
No doubt. All you have to do is see the competitiveness.
Yeah.
But the reason why basketball players and coaches at almost every level, the reason why you yell at the referee is because you're trying to influence the next decision. And you know what? It actually works from a referee standpoint. When a coach gets after you over a call that maybe wasn't the right one, and if they do it the right way and you hear it, then you're thinking, okay, they may have a point there. So the next close one, it's going to go your way. And he doesn't do that.
Or it gets you teed up and fined. Like, I mean, I watched Phil Jackson.
You can afford it.
Phil Jackson, but it doesn't matter. They shouldn't have to.
But he has to. I'm with you on he shouldn't have to, but he has to.
There are different ways to do it. Phil Jackson used to affect the way the officials called games, and he did not do it by screaming in their face. He did it by this like passive-aggressive press conference mental approach thing where he would kind of get things going in a certain direction, but he'd do it in a very, very calm way. Again, I don't think Steph Curry is not talking to the refs. I think he is. But I do not want him to do it in a different way just because at this point, we're not getting what we feel is sort of an equitable result in these games. Joe in Castro Valley is next. Hi, Joe. Thanks for calling.
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. I'm with you on this, Willard. But I think the problem is, we just have human bias out there, and you're going to have. We're looking to get fair calls for, and I'm with you on this. I think you're going to have to. We need to have no humans officiating things. That really is the bottom line. You start using tech or something like. We have the tech out there. We can make this happen, and then you get rid of all the bias out there because. If we need to stop having unequitable calls, you got to complain. We shouldn't be condoning bullying mentality out there. That's not the whole point. So I'll take my call off the air. Thanks, guys.
All right, Joe.
Yeah.
Joe, thanks.
And I wonder about that. Like, if you go to, I guess it would be AI officiating. So every single action that would be, I guess, objectively a foul, you're going to be looking at 60 fouls a game.
Yeah,
and the game becomes an unwatchable whistle fest because one of the beauties of the NBA or the NFL, baseball is a little different because a pitch is thrown, striker ball, another pitch will be thrown. It doesn't change the flow of the game. But in the NFL, if you wanted to have like robots call the game, every play is holding. And so now it's going to be, I mean, what are we doing?
I'm not there yet, not even close. And by the way, I want to make this point. I'm not asking for perfection at all.
You're looking for a little bit more equity.
I'm not asking for perfection. I don't think that exists in life. Like, I don't have any problem with human beings being out there, and I don't have a problem with mistakes. But what I'm looking at is twofold. One, I see a player that's getting it on the wrong side of the fence more often than others. And then I'm struggling to understand that approach. Again, I actually, if I'm calling for something, I actually am calling for an inequity in the other direction. Like I'm calling for the league to officiate Steph Curry in a different way than they officiate other players. I'm fine with that. I don't think the world needs to be all super fair and all that. Like, I don't think that. Different players get officiated different ways. Different players get coached different ways. Different kids get parented different ways. And Steph Curry has earned every single thing that you could possibly earn in the way of respect and understanding his importance to the league. I wonder how the league office will feel if one of these hard fouls leads to something awful. How would you feel? That would be brutal for the league.
Well, you already had the case where he had a pelvic contusion on a contact that was not called, and that happened. And even if they called a foul, he still would have landed hard on the small of his back, and he still would have had a pelvic contusion. But he should have had a foul called there. And I'm looking at all of his actions last night, and there was a couple that I'm just looking at him right now that they should have been called, but they aren't. And so why doesn't he get the calls that other people get? I do think a lot of it is his stature, the fact that he is a lot smaller and a lot more slight. It's not to excuse the officials, but I look at where we are in his career, and he is a superstar. And if you still aren't getting the star treatment, well, it might be time to try a different approach to get that star treatment, because what he has done and what Steve Kerr has done or not done, it hasn't led to more free throw attempts.
888-957-9570. Steve Kerr in 25 minutes. Let's go to Brian in Hayward. Hey, Brian, what's up?
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I'm sorry, I got interrupted. Thanks
That's
for taking my call.
Yeah. Fire away.
Shout out to all Bay Area sports fans, right? And shout out to all Bay Area sportscasters. But if you guys really think Steph Curry needs to change his game, then maybe you need a new job.
Don't do him like, why are you doing like that?
I'm just doing what he did.
Don't make fun of his laugh. I thought he had an infectious laugh.
And I just simply mimicked it. Was there mockery in my tone?
Absolutely.
You're damn right there was.
Absolutely.
And
yes.
Again.
And I can see your face, and there was even more mockery in that.
Good Lord.
The rest of the crowd can't see your face.
Yeah,
Hi, YouTube.
YouTube, 95.7 The Game.
Yeah.
And, again, I'm not looking for him to change his game. I'm looking for him to change his approach to coaxing or encouraging more calls to go his way, because the baby-faced assassin, aw shucks demeanor has led to 4 free throws a game. And Trae Young, a guy who is very similar to him, shoots more than 2 free throws per game more than he does, and he plays largely the same kind of basketball.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think you're overstating what Steph does on the court. I don't think there's an aw shucks demeanor. I don't feel that way when I watch him play basketball.
However
do
you
you feel like Trae Young and Steph Curry have a different sort of demeanor approach to the game? You do?
Trae Young, every single time he gets contacted, is either going down or throwing his head back.
Right. Correct.
It nets more free throw attempts.
But it's not good. It does not net more wins. It does not net more stats. Like he's
not the same player that Steph Curry is.
No, he's a much lesser player.
Of course.
So I think that's at the core of what we're getting at here. What you're suggesting to me makes Steph a lesser player than what he is right now.
Disagree. What I'm suggesting is
that the histrionics and the flopping and the carrying on and the head snapping and the screaming at refs.
None of that.
That makes him a lesser player.
What I'm advocating is for him to become more of an advocate for himself when it comes to getting calls.
And I think he does that.
Well,
I think he does that.
I don't think that he does it to the point where it actually nets more free throw attempts, because you look at his stats over the course of even the last 3 years, and he's shooting fewer free throws than he did last year and fewer than he did the year before. So he's trending in the wrong direction. And, it's mostly fans who want him to get more whistles. Steph doesn't really ever come out and say, yeah, I'm not getting the calls that I need to get. And that's part of why we love him, because he takes the high road.
Not a complainer, yes.
It might be time to go low road one time.
Yeah. It's fun. Like, I can't even wrap my head around it. It's just not who he is. It's not who he is, and I would never ask him to do that. I don't think that it would be a good look, and I don't think that it would even work. Let's go to Ty on Hayward Bridge. What's going on, Ty? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Hi.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. First-time caller, long-time listener.
Thank you.
I used to listen to one of the most amazing shows in the morning. It had a man named Dibs on it, and then they were smart enough to add a man named Willard to the show later. So I really appreciate the combination there. But anyway, what I really want to say is that I agree slightly with a lot that's been said, but I just want Dibs to finish his sentence that I believe that if Curry doesn't approach the way that fouls are not being called on him, it would be a stagnation.
Sensation.
Yeah, there it is.
Thank you. Oh, my gosh. I wanted to hear that.
It's very good.
Thank you, brother.
Appreciate you. Thank you for listening.
Ty,
been riding with us for a long time, Ty. I appreciate that.
Oh, gosh.
It just, he doesn't have to change the way he goes about it, but the way he's gone about it with such class and aplomb and restraint has not netted the results that fans want.
Can I share the sentence that you texted that started all this last night?
You sure can.
Okay.
Because it got hot.
Well, yeah, and it should have.
Yeah. You hit me with a dog, and you actually hit me with another thing too. Like,
wait a minute. Yeah,
go ahead, and I'll read what you wrote.
I called you a dog. I did. Yeah,
dog,
dude.
Because that's when you get frustrated.
This is gonna be a no for me, dog.
Yeah.
Like,
D-A-W-G.
you started this. Like, I sent the thread that clip that we keep playing, which is Steph being like, "Yeah, this is my reality, and I got to work through it," and all that stuff. And you replied with, "He's costing his team points." Do you believe that?
To the extent that he could get more free throws,
Steph Curry is costing his team points.
In that, and this was shorthand, it was a short response.
We're in the shadow of a 52-point road victory. Steph Curry is costing his team points.
He could get to the foul line more. And if he gets to the foul line, he's going to make it. So to that extent, yes. I mean, if you want to talk about how he's not getting calls, and I agree with that, he deserves to get more calls, but he doesn't get more calls. And when he goes on the post game and says what you played before, which is basically a passive-aggressive way of saying, I'm out here getting mauled and I'm getting screwed, and night after night, these three zebras with whistles are blowing it. They need to give me...
Not blowing it enough.
Right. They need to give me my just desserts. They need to blow the damn whistle.
Well,
Instead, it's my reality, and, I fight through it, and I admire that, but get to the line.
I know, but at the core of our entire conversation, I think it's this, is the phraseology that you chose there. Steph Curry is costing his team points. See, I would say the officials are costing the Warriors points. That's what I would say. Do you see the difference?
I do.
Yeah.
And you're not wrong, but like, why does James Harden shoot 9 free throws a game?
I don't know.
Because he embellishes, he hunts, he flops.
Why doesn't James Harden ever get to the finals?
I did once.
You did?
OKC.
Oh, yeah.
Off the bench.
Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live work and vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Here for more of your calls. Stay right where you are. We're coming and Steve Kerr in 18 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
Somebody other than Curry's got to come along for the ride tonight for the Warriors to win this. Bain stops, squeezes in, pass stolen by Curry. Curry takes it down the middle of the floor, stops, and shoots another three. It's good! Straight on! His 11th three of the night.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Jonathan Kaminga.
Wait, I thought we agreed. We
Bay Area
agreed.
is Jonathan Kaminga.
Yes.
No, we did.
We agreed.
We agreed.
It was going to be a Kaminga free show.
It is.
You just said it.
But I don't have an opinion to share.
You just said his name.
Right, because I have a fact to share.
Okay, great. First name Jonathan, last name Kaminga. Yeah. Granny
Bay Area is Jonathan Kaminga.
It is. It's Jonathan Kaminga. Has been listed as questionable for tomorrow night's game against the Los Angeles Lakers.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah, just wanted to pass that along.
Nice pass.
LeBron James, probable.
Right. Yeah.
Which is the stupidest tag in sports. I don't know why they use that.
Right.
When you're probable, you play.
Basically.
And when you're doubtful, you don't.
Oh, that's the NFL thing for sure.
There's doubtful in the NBA too. I think Cade Cunningham was listed as doubtful for tonight for the Detroit Pistons. He's not playing.
He's not playing. Yeah.
Just put him out.
Well, in the
Just out.
NFL, if you're doubtful, you play, I think, 0.1% of the time. And when you're probable, you play about 99% of the time. So you're right. It's either you're questionable or you're playing or you're out.
Well, it's almost as if they're like, look, he's in, but you never know what could happen, which is like, well, that's true for people who are in. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like you could wake up and have slept on your back wrong and you can't walk. You were in, you're not now.
Exactly.
So now we're taking you out. So you're allowed to do that. So I don't know why probable and doubtful exist. Everything in life is probable or doubtful.
Exactly.
Nothing is certain.
Well,
I can't tell you 100% that we're going to be here to do the show tomorrow. It's probable.
It's probable.
It's very, very probable.
Yes. And I mean, everything essentially is questionable, right? Like you could wake up tomorrow and be gung-ho to do the show, and you could get on the Golden Gate Bridge, and the Golden Gate Bridge can be shut down for 7 hours, and you could just be stuck there.
See, by the way, that's the way my mom lives her life. She literally lives her life that way. Like if you said, Mom, the flight leaves at 5 and we live about 30 minutes from the airport, what time should we leave?
Now.
Like at 9 in the morning?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Because there could be a problem.
I love your mom more and more. That's
what we're
me.
going to get. Yeah.
That's me.
I'm like, oh my
Different
God.
traveling with a 2-year-old, but if I have a flight at, let's say, noon, if I can get there at 9:30, I'm going to get there at 9:30.
Okay.
That way everything's good. I'm through security. I'm going to get to the gate, read a book.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Have a pop, do whatever I need to do. I'm within 100 yards of the gate and I got an hour and a half. I'm happy.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that. Now, if you got there the night before.
A little extreme. And Monday was a little dicey because I was flying home for the show.
That was very out of character for you.
Wildly.
Why did you even plan it that way?
Because I wanted that extra night. We wanted that last night. I wanted a full Sunday and then a night. And then with a 2-year-old, and you got to return the rental car in San Diego. The rental car drop-off is like 11 miles away.
You set up a day that to me sounds like hell. You're like, we're going to get an extra night there. But when we wake up, we're going to be in San Diego, even though I've got work in San Francisco at about 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
We've got a 2-year-old with us. We've got to go to the airport.
Car seat, stroller, and 3 bags.
We got to drop off a rental car. Then we got to take a shuttle. We got to get to the airport. Then we got to not only check bags, but we got to check odd size bags. Got to make sure that the flight's on time. And then if the flight's on time, once we land, then we've got to handle again baggage and odd size baggage.
And a 2-year-old still in tow.
And we got to get to wherever our car is. And once we get to our car, we'll drive that car to a BART station so that I can have already packed for work 5 days in advance and go straight to the office and talk to that annoying Willard guy.
That's enough for me, dog.
Jesus, that sounds like the worst day of my life.
A little busy. And after 3 days with a 2-year-old, I couldn't wait to talk to that annoying guy. Instead of, I don't like it. for 3 straight days.
Well, when the Warriors lose road games to the Hawks, she's not wrong.
No, she didn't yike that.
I don't yike it either.
She did not yike that.
Yeah.
But happy to be back
Anyway.
and talk to you. But yes, I get Ellen Willard, and she and I are cut.
We've got to go now, Tom. Anyway,
Tom.
It's unbelievable. Oh,
Can you help me with my boarding pass?
Seriously. She's like, the July 4th picnic is on the 3rd this year. We've got to leave now. Can you help me fix my phone? It's like, relax. It's okay. Anyway, how about Steve Kerr here, 5 minutes. Let's go to Larry in the city. Hi, Larry. Thanks for the call.
Hey, fellas, I am going to fall on the Dib side of the fence. I think that
no, go ahead, Larry. Sorry.
And I'm going to take a Dave Chappelle statement. Sometimes you got to be a lion in order to be the lamb that you truly are. And Steph, like, we're not going to change our opinion of who he is, his character. You can get on the refs one time. We're not saying be Luka or anyone else where you're constantly on the refs, but when this is as egregious as it was last night, and I watched too, like, yeah, come to the media and say, you know what? They got to be better. They have to be better. You can stay in the Steph voice or the Steph tone or whatever you all like, but the pressure it causes on the refs in the league to say, hey, we don't want this thing to become a thing like the Patrick Mahomes thing came and all of a sudden you're in the Super Bowl not getting anything, right? And so put the pressure on them. Get on them. You know, like, you can advocate for yourself. You taught that from the first time you hit kindergarten.
Right,
advocate for yourself.
But Larry,
Don't
he
let people run.
does. But he does, Larry. Like, that's the one thing that I struggle with here in fully understanding your point is I do think at times in this conversation Steph has been mischaracterized. Don't you? Do you think he doesn't advocate for himself out there?
Well, I'm not saying that he doesn't. I'm saying that the force in which you do it, it doesn't change who you are. And if you do it every now and again, we're going to say this. Wow, Steph is really on the ref. It must have been really, really bad because that's not who he is. And so to say, stay in this box where you are. No, you can step out the box a little bit. It doesn't change your nature and who you are. It just doesn't. We've watched 16 years of this guy. So if he gets on the ref a little bit, we can say, you know what? About time. It's been 16 years of shocks. Gee, come on, guys, let's be better. Till you say, give him a Jordan moment where do your effing job.
Right. Larry, thanks.
You, Larry.
I hear you. I actually think that what's being suggested here would be more jarring to y'all than maybe you think. Do you know what I mean? Like, one of the things that I appreciate about Steph Curry, maybe more than all of the characteristics we talk about, is his consistency. Dude, he's unbreakable. He's absolutely unbreakable. You cannot, so it seems. I don't want to act like I know him. But when you're at this level of stardom for this long and you don't have a traffic ticket that we know about, do you know what I mean? Like nothing. 16 years in the league, a decade at the top of his profession, the face of the league, an international superstar, and the list of transgressions, the list of things about which we could criticize him, is blank. It's blank. He doesn't even have he waltzed over to Stephen A. Smith in the middle of the game and started yelling at him. He doesn't even have that. So for him to suddenly become this squeaky wheel on the court, I hear what you're all saying. I just think it's a bigger reach for him than maybe you're giving it credit for.
I don't think it's as big of a reach as you're describing. It doesn't mean that if he goes off one time that suddenly now we no longer admire him for the humanitarian and the person that he is. And I just was Googling Steph Curry and ejections, and he's actually been ejected from the basketball game 3 times. And I'm looking at the one most recent in 2023 when he threw the mouthpiece. Jordan Poole takes a shot. Steph Curry's clapping for the ball. Poole goes ahead and shoots it. Curry runs down the court and just throws his mouthpiece, and it goes in the crowd, and it hits somebody, and so it's boop, rip, and you're gone. And that was a moment where he lost his cool. He threw the mouthpiece. but none of us have ever thought differently about him.
I don't even understand throwing somebody out for throwing a mouthpiece.
Well, you can't throw a mouthpiece into the crowd and hit a fan. I mean, that's
a mouth. I mean, it's a little gross.
Right.
But, like, I don't know, dude. I mean, that's
I get what you're saying.
That's kind of a funny thing to throw someone out of a game for.
It is, but it's garden variety. If you throw the ball in the stands, you get ejected. If you throw your mouthpiece into the stands and it hits somebody, then you get ejected. No big deal. My point is that nobody thinks about that incident and thinks, oh boy, Steph, I can no longer let my kids wear the 30 jersey because Steph Curry got ejected. If he goes off on a ref and maybe he gets 2 techs and he gets ejected, no one's going to think, oh boy, we got to burn the Curry jersey.
No,
That's it.
not that. I don't think his brand goes away. I just think you're asking, like, he literally would need to step out of who he is to do that. And that's a net negative. Big time. Big time. Like, the mental space that you need to get into, I would think, to perform in these games is significant. And these guys know exactly who they are and where they need to be, and that mindset and all of those things, the approach, for him to suddenly become someone who's going to stop what he's doing out there so that he can really, as you say, get into a ref. And this too technical thing, like, my God, that's not, it's not that it's not okay, oh my God, his brand would fall, but think of the way Steph handles load management. Hell, he goes into the stands, starts taking pictures with people, signing things. Like, he does not want to get kicked out of a game. By the way, the Warriors stink when he's not out there. So we don't want Steph doing that. I don't want him doing any of that stuff. So anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. And now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, let's go to Jan in Mountain View. Hi, Jan. Steve Kerr in Moments. Hi, Jan. What's going on?
Well, I just wanted to bring up a point. Is why does Steph not get called, but SGA, he'll go all over the court and slip and slide and do flopping, and he gets a call like right away and doesn't get ejected or nothing. Why?
Yeah, Dibs.
Well, if you want,
why?
And thank you, Jan, for calling.
Thank you, Jan.
It's not 6 to 10 a.m., so I was a little surprised to hear from Jan. She's a roaster, diehard roaster.
She's a 95.7 The Gamer.
And I love that about Jan, but if you want to look at SGA and technical fouls, he's actually among the top 7 in techs, so he does get a lot of techs, and Anthony Edwards actually leads the league, and he's been fined a bunch, and he leads the league in techs, and he's somebody who... he sure complains a lot, that Anthony Edwards, and you look at free throws, and he's number 5. And SGA is number 2. So I do believe there's a correlation, and it's a correlation sensation, Mark, is what it is, between complaining, technicals, and free throw attempts.
Yeah, I wondered. The SGA thing, I wonder if it's more about complaining or if it's more about the actual physical way you go about making it look like you're drawing contact on the court. All right, let's hop in. He's ready to go. Every week, Great Clips sponsors our conversation with Coach Steve Kerr, and they've got a special gift for one lucky listener. Immediately following the conversation with the coach, we're giving away one $125 gift card to Great Clips. So with that, let's head out to the River Islands guest line. It is time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips in Sports. Success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Also brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners, and the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. All right, here we go. Coach Kerr, big win last night. How you doing, Coach? Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks for having me, guys. How are you?
We're great, and obviously there's 1,000 things that we want to get to with the game, but I actually was thinking just about your team, your trip, where you are now, and kind of obviously the story of your home and the disaster there earlier this year. And I was thinking that you're back in LA and wanted to start there and check in on your travels and how that's all going there.
Oh, I appreciate you asking. Yeah, I'm going to go have dinner with my mom tonight, and it's good to be back in LA. It's a beautiful day here, but strange to not be going to my mom's house for dinner. You know, that's been my routine forever since I've been in the NBA. Every time to come to LA. I just Uber up to her house and we eat there. So we'll be at a restaurant tonight. It's her new life. She's handling it really well, but you just kind of gotta roll with it, and it, it is what it is.
Yeah, and it just is heartbreaking, and I'm glad to know that your mom is safe and healthy and you're able to spend time with her. And Mark and I were talking earlier about this road trip. 6 games, yeah, but it's going to be 2 weeks by the time you make it home. Do you have a hard time sometimes realizing where you are and which room you're in?
Yeah, it's brutal. Yeah, every once in a while, I will go to the wrong room, and I'll go to the previous hotel's room number. So that does happen occasionally. This has been a particularly long trip. It's so strange to have so many days off on a road trip. You really want to just kind of play every other day and get home. But we've had a lot of days off on this trip, and nice that it's finally coming to an end tomorrow night. It'll be great to get back to the Bay.
Yeah, as we said, there's so much to celebrate about last night. We want to get to all of it. I do, though, on that subject, want to ask you, how do you think the team is handling it, and what is the level of preparation to handle what's coming next, which is 2 tough opponents back-to-back with a trip home in between? Like, what's their readiness for this?
Oh, we're in full playoff mode right now. The game plans are much more detailed and specific. We look at every game now as a playoff game because we want to avoid that 7-8 slot. And everybody we're playing, it seems like, is in a similar spot, and so these games are really intense. So I've been sitting in my room watching Laker tape the last couple hours. So. This is what it's about right now. It's fun.
Ian, before we get too much into the Lakers tomorrow, let's talk about Memphis last night and Steph Curry, and maybe the Grizzlies didn't game plan for him as much as they should have. 52 points for the chef and 12 threes. You got to see another one of these unbelievable performances from Steph. I'm not going to ask you if it ever gets old, because it doesn't, but watching him last night in that spot, what did you think about that first half especially?
He was just spectacular. We've seen Steph do it so many times that it never surprises us, and especially when it's needed the most. In a crucial game, he was just electric from the start, and he took it upon himself to take away some of the what teams have been doing with just swarming him, trying to pick him up full, getting on top of him. So he was very specific, getting the ball early. We tried to give him screens early to free him up, and he was just brilliant. I mean, he's 37 years old and still moving like that and preparing like that, shooting like that. It's just incredible to watch.
Steve, was that the most gratifying win of the year?
It's right up there for sure. We've had a handful of them that have been very gratifying, but that was as good as it gets. On the road against a team that's really good but struggling a little bit and desperate, knowing they were going to come out and play with a lot of force. That was a big time win, and now we got to get right back at it tomorrow against a team again that we're right next to in the standings and could face in the playoffs. You got to be ready for all of these games now.
I'm fascinated by what you said. Well, like, we're in playoff mode, and therefore the game planning is more detailed. Take us through that, and does that mean that you lean on the stars a little bit more minutes, more points, all of those things?
Yeah, like last night, for example, we brought Steph and Draymond back in for the last 40 seconds of the first quarter to close. That's normally a time when they rest, and like a playoff game, that 2-for-1 at the end of the quarter is a really big deal, and it's time to do that. I don't think you do that for 82 games or you burn these guys out, and but they know when it's time, and it's time right now. And so a few extra minutes, a little more situational substitutions, and then more than anything, game plan specific. You're going to throw a lot at the other team. more than you would in the middle of the season, just because you've got to. You got to get every edge you possibly can. And again, in the 82-game season, if you tried to approach every game like that, you would just wear your guys out. So you kind of have to get through the season, navigate it, and turn it up when you can.
And it is time to turn it up. And, you look at the minutes, and Jimmy played 38 or more, and Steph played a bunch. And one thing we've been talking about, Coach, is the idea of Steph Curry and calls and getting free throws. And Mark and I have had a fierce debate about how to go about it. I want to ask you, with the way Steph gets so much physicality and he doesn't seem to get the whistle that other stars get, how do you as a coach and Steph as a player go about trying to get more calls that he probably deserves?
Well, I heard you guys talking when I first came on about, if does complaining work? Trust me, it does not, because I've been trying that for 10 years. And, it has not helped at all. I just think Steph is a very different player than all the other stars in the league. He's the only star who plays off the ball as much as he does. And he's the only guy who faces, the kind of face guarding, and we call it top locking defense. And I think what happens sometimes is the officials just aren't used to making that call where he's being held and grabbed away from the basket. To me, those should be automatic fouls. That's, the league makes a point of talking about freedom of movement. But let's face it, most of the league plays pick and roll. And so they're used to guarding pick and roll or calling pick and roll fouls and seeing that kind of action. I don't think our officials are as used to seeing off-ball stuff, and that's honestly my biggest complaint when I'm talking to the refs or when we send clips into the league. It's almost always about off-ball holding of Steph, because that's supposed to be a foul.
Okay, wait. So, Coach, if complaining doesn't work, then why do so many people do it?
Because we're human, and we're competitive, and I think you have to try to work the officials a little bit. You do it in a somewhat dignified manner, hopefully, in a civil manner at least. And I was pretty animated last night, but kept it together, and didn't get any technicals, which was important. But it's just, this is the highest level of competition in the world, and we're all desperate to win. And those guys have a brutal job, those refs. So it's not an easy situation for anybody.
What's your experience with working officials as a coach versus as a player? In other words, I would imagine referees are sort of expecting it from the coach, but maybe not necessarily from each player. So does it work better from one position or the other?
I think it's more the coach's job to lobby. The players are going to complain a lot, but they've got to move on to the next play. I wasn't good enough to complain to the refs when I was a player, honestly. The only time I ever complained was if somebody hit me on the hand when I took a jump shot, because that was how I made my living, and that's what I told the refs. I said, if you guys let these guys foul me on the jump shot, then I won't have a job. And that was about the only thing I could say to them, though.
Nice, pulling on the heartstrings right there.
That's right.
Playing the unemployment card. Guys, if I can't get that call, what am I even doing out here? Steph admitted that he was kind of hunting that three-point record in the fourth quarter when he came back in, and he said the first couple were heat check threes. Were you aware of it? And, what did you say to him when he came back to the bench?
Nothing. I wasn't aware of the record. I'm never aware of that stuff. I'm just watching the game and focused on everything else. I'm used to Steph, hunting shots. That's so it didn't. I didn't bat an eye when he took those two shots. I know he talked about them afterwards, but Steph has free reign, free license to shoot any shot he wants, and that's the way it's always going to be, and that means he's going to take some bad ones, and I'm okay with that, because in the totality of it, that's part of what makes him who he is: the audacity, the aggressiveness, the ability to get hot with one shot. So he's going to take a few bad ones, and I don't mind at all.
Steve Kerr with us, as he is every week. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. How's Jonathan Kaminga doing?
I think he's doing okay. We had a day off today, so we'll find out from our training staff tomorrow whether he's ready to go or not.
It sounded like you said, you like from what you said pregame last night, it sounded like you're leaning toward expecting him to play. Is that true?
Well, I'm hopeful, but I don't know at this point. It's really day to day.
And when he does come back, are we going to be expecting to see kind of what we did last night, which is a shortened rotation? You ended up only playing 8.5 guys. Looney got just about 10 minutes. Is Kaminga going to be back in there full on when he comes back? And would you expect your rotation to start to shrink down a little bit as we play these pseudo playoff games?
Well, remember we were without J.K. and Gary last night, and so those are two guys who are used to playing 20 plus minutes. So it was perfectly normal for the rotation to shrink last night. And what I've learned is every game is different, and you just take it game by game. And the good thing right now is that everybody on our team is really playing their roles well. They're just they're competing like crazy. I thought we won so many battles last night. When I say that, what I mean is, who's going to scrap out the loose ball? Who's going to get the long rebound? We won the possession battle by a big margin last night. I think we had 7 more offensive boards than they did, 6 fewer turnovers. That's where a guy like Keith Santos is so important. You look at the box score and it doesn't look like much, but I think he had 4 assists last night. He had 3 or 4 offensive boards. Every time he catches the ball, he's looking for Steph Curry or looking to set a screen for him. The game has just clicked, with our guys lately. That's why we're winning games, and everyone's just doing whatever it takes to win, whatever it takes to for the team to function well. And I think Jimmy's presence has allowed for those roles to really clarify. And that's why so many guys are playing well individually right now, like Moses and like BP and Guy and Quentin. And that's what's been fun, to watch over the last 6 weeks since we traded for Jimmy.
Oh, Coach, you can tell everyone's playing their role, especially Kevon Looney, your new corner spot-up three-point shooter. The fact that he now has 2 games in a row with a 3, I can only imagine you've spent the day drawing up plays for him.
Exactly. That was so great last night. He hit the corner one against San Antonio we drew up just for fun. I mean, he practices his 3 all the time, and it was a game where we had some separation, and so we drew it up. But, you just never know when you need to make a 3, and it just happened the very next night. He's got an important one, and he knocks it down. But typical Loon, he just finds ways to help us win. He's just an amazing role player, and he has been for 10 years. Pretty fun to watch. Just a shot clock buzzer beater. He drifts out, he drills the 3, and you appeared to turn to the bench and yell something. What did you yell to the team there, Steve? I just slapped him. I slapped 5 with Loon, and I just yelled, "Hell yeah!" That was fun to watch. So, and then they threw it down, and Kennard hit a 3 right like 2 seconds later. So the celebration was kind of muted.
You give and you take, and you move on. Yeah.
Steve Kerr with us here, Willard and Dibbs. Coach, I like my sense is, right, you guys have such a healthy belief in yourself. I think for a lot of fans, they looked at this week with all the Western Conference playoff teams on the schedule as a measuring stick. Did anything get like sort of proven to you last night?
I think that was validation of how we've been playing and how we feel about ourselves, to go on the road and win a tough game like that. But the beauty of this time of year, as you head into the playoffs, is you have to do it night after night, and that's what the best teams do. So I'm excited about, the last 7 games, with so much on the line, just to see if, can we keep this up? Can we keep playing at a high level? Shots are going to go, shots maybe won't go, and that changes from night to night. But, can we play with that kind of energy? Can we win those battles? Can we take care of the ball? Can we, get all the loose balls and play with energy, play together? That's what makes it really fun as a basketball coach, when you see your team functioning in that manner, and that's what has me so excited about these guys right now.
Well, I'm just going to ask you the question you just asked, and that's, can you tomorrow against the Lakers? Can you go into L.A. after 2 weeks on the road, game 6 of a road trip against Luka and LeBron, and summon the energy and the effort? What about tomorrow concerns you the most about taking on the Lakers?
Well, of course we can. I mean, you're talking about a group of guys, some of whom have 4 championships. So they can beat anybody on any night. And as good as the Lakers are, I think we're going into tomorrow with a lot of confidence, a lot of belief. Lakers are loaded. I think JJ has done an amazing job. They're really well put together. The roster makes sense. I think the moves they made in the middle of the season, obviously getting Luka was a steal, but Finney Smith, just a huge addition to their team, and watching them on tape, they're tough. They're really good, but it sets up to be a great matchup, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, what is the scouting report there? Because it feels like in recent years, Anthony Davis has been a real struggle for you guys to match up with on the interior, and now it's Luka, which is obviously no picnic, but is the matchup different for you guys now?
It is. It's definitely different. But, the constants, are LeBron and Austin Reeves, been there for a few years now, and great player in his own right. So, it's a different team now, but it's a really, really successful team, well put together, well coached, as I said, and they've got a formula, they've got a style that's different than the one they had with Davis, but like I said, very effective. So we got to be prepared and ready.
Without Gary and maybe without JK, although hopefully he is able to return defensively, how do you match up to try to slow LeBron and Luka Doncic?
Well, you lean on your guys who are used to covering those type of players. So one of the things I'm really pleased about with Moses in this year is especially since the trade is he's taken on that role. He's doing what Wiggs did for us for many years. He's guarding the toughest guy. So sure he'll be on Luka and LeBron some tomorrow night, and you lean on Jimmy and Draymond because they are physical and capable of standing up to those guys, and then you mix and match. Maybe you change up your coverages, you try to keep them off balance a little bit, and it's definitely going to be a night where we got to be ready to throw a lot of things at them because these guys are so good.
Coach, you said something a couple answers ago about like certain nights shots will fall, certain nights they won't. We've got all these stats here that say, especially role players, they have a harder time in road games, especially down the stretch of a season. And because you were an outside shooting role player, what is it? Like what is it, the home versus road thing in your experience, especially for role players?
I wish I knew. I mean, I don't know. Is there actually data that shows that to be the case?
Well, I think especially in your case right now, we've got some numbers over the last handful of weeks that the Moody's and the Pods and the Gees and the Quentin Posts of the world, yeah, their numbers are much more effective from the outside at home. And I just also feel like I see that around the league too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely kind of been a thing for years in the NBA. Especially playoff games, it seems like, the role players at home just seem to be a little more comfortable. I think when you go on the road, everything's going against you. The emotion of the crowd, all that stuff, the pressure, and that's when your stars really tend to take over. Saw that last night with Steph and Jimmy and Draymond. So it might be more related to just the fact that the stars are dominating and really taking over, and they're taking on more ownership than it is, the role players struggling.
Hate to do it, Steve, but my producer, the director of sports, Lucas Alexander, wrote it on our question sheet. What did you and Mike Dunleavy bet on the Arizona Duke game where, checks notes, I do believe that Duke came out on top. What's the payoff? Is it you having to dress as the Blue Devil mascot? What did you end up losing to Mike in that tough loss?
Yeah, I'm not losing my dignity, guys. I'm just losing dinner. That's it.
Okay.
Yeah, we just bet dinner, which is that's an easy one. We like each other a lot, so having dinner together is fun. And I kind of knew I was going to buy, but that's all right. I owe Mike for everything he's done for this team this year and what the job he's done. If buying dinner based on the Arizona Duke game is my payment to him for the roster he's put together, I think that's a small price to pay.
Yeah, he got you Butler, Coach. Come on.
Hell yeah, he did. He drafted Pods and he drafted QP.
Yep.
And I mean, this guy is big time at his job, and it's been really fun. I was so blessed with Bob Myers all those years. We had an amazing partnership, and so I feel the same way about Mike. Mike is just not only great at his job, but an awesome partner. And I look forward to my conversations with him just to talk about our team every single day. So he's been fantastic.
What does he like to eat? Where are you taking him?
I don't know. We'll see. We haven't made that decision, but wives are included, so this is going to be more of a date night, couples night.
Okay,
nice.
Okay.
And based on what he's done in the draft and at the deadline, probably soup and salad for the Dunleavys.
Oh yeah, they get anything they want at this dinner for sure.
Well, Coach, I'm sure you guys are done living out of the suitcase and everything. Do you have any feelings about when this huge road trip ends? That you have to turn right around and play the Denver Nuggets the very next night.
Yeah, not ideal, but this is the NBA. I mean, last night. Memphis, we were in Memphis the night before resting. They had to play the Celtics, and granted the travel wasn't as bad, but, every team's got these schedule quirks that are tricky, and some nights it works in your favor, some nights it doesn't. So I'm not complaining. It is what it is, and we'll be ready to go.
Yeah, and I don't know if you heard, but Jokic will not play tonight after his 61, 10, and 10 last night. He's trying to rest up for you guys, Steve, just as an FYI.
Well, he deserves a rest. We watched the end of that game on the plane, and man, what a performance. You know what I was thinking, guys, watching Steph last night, watching Jokic, if these types of games had happened 10 years ago, honestly, I think NBA fans would have been absolutely losing their minds. And I think what's happened is the players have gotten so skilled and they're doing such amazing things. And I think our game is being taken for granted right now. What these guys are doing is so spectacular. I never could have survived the NBA. If I were playing today, I couldn't have survived. These guys are so talented. They're so good. And it's like, I don't know, you read these articles like, yeah, the NBA product isn't that great. Are you kidding me? You looking at these guys, they're just spectacular, and they've never been more skilled. And I'm just blown away by what I see night after night.
Well, Steve, if it makes you feel any better, in the second quarter last night, I went to Twitter, and I know you're not there, so you didn't see it, but I wrote, Steph Curry is not a human being. There's just there's no way. So there is some appreciation out there for these performances, which to me, on some level, they don't even make any sense.
No, they don't. And Jokic, same way. Luka, same way. LeBron's 40 years old. I mean, I watched him. I was watching their game against Houston from 2 nights ago, to prepare. And there was like 2 seconds on the shot clock, and he shot a 35-foot runner, just nonchalantly from the left wing, just off 1 foot switch. And I'm like, are you kidding me? Like what? Like I mean. And we don't even bat an eye anymore because this is just commonplace. These guys are so skilled, so talented. They're doing it every night. And like I said, I think everybody's kind of taking it for granted. It's just incredible what's happening.
Did you see the end of that Bulls-Lakers game last Thursday night?
I sure did. Those last 20 seconds were maybe the craziest I've ever seen in a basketball game.
It's incredible. All right, Coach. Good luck tomorrow night, and man, we really look forward to lighting up Chase Center on Friday night with you guys back in town.
It's gonna be fun.
Okay, Coach. Thanks so much.
All right.
See
you later.
Yep, definitely. There it is. That was Coach Kerr, brought to you by Rafael Lumber and Building Supply, serving contractors, homeowners in the community in Marin for over 50 years. Visit their showroom today. Also, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. So with that, here we go. Caller number 5 right now to our contest line, which is 415-523-4652. Hit that contest line right now, 415-523-4652. Caller 5 is going to get a $125 gift card to Great Clips. Caller number 5 right now, 415-523-4652. Good luck, y'all, because you're looking shaggy out there.
Yeah, you could use a trim. You could use a cut, and we got you covered here. Absolutely on Willard and Dibbs. And I'm glad that Steve jumped in with his own take on the association because he's right. And I do think that we, as a general audience, kind of take it for granted. And you could look at last night where 127 for the Blazers. The Bucks put up a $133 and only won by 10. Right. Double overtime, the Joker scores 61. The Bulls hung 137 on Toronto. The Warriors needed all of their 134 to get by the Grizzlies. The level of skill, and you could look at all 30 teams, and you could find a player or two or three who are phenomenal. And I don't know if Steve's right about what he said about his own career. Like if he was Steve Kerr coming out now out of Arizona, could he play in the league? It'd be a lot harder. He'd be shooting a lot more threes.
I tell you what. We give Steve Kerr a lot of compliments on this show. That's because we're big fans of Steve Kerr. He's a phenomenal coach. And for what we know, I don't want to act like we're best friends, but a phenomenal human being. And that's my belief about Steve Kerr. And so you all can take your rotations and throw them in the trash. I think that some of the takes get a little ridiculous. But this is a new one. Let me say this.
Okay.
So what you just pointed out, this is on the same day where Stephen A. Smith started his show this morning by saying an NBA Hall of Famer told me that Steph Curry would not have been able to function in the league 20 to 30 years ago because, quote, we would have hurt him, which is, by the way, a ridiculous take right there in and of itself because that's not a compliment. Like, oh, you're a great basketball player because you can go hurt somebody and take him out of the league. I love the old guy takes about how tough things were back in the day, and everybody's so fluffy and easy now. There's so much of that. We get bombarded by people who used to do something, who are telling you they don't make them like they used to, and today is soft. We're bombarded by this. And it's crazy. I find it ridiculous. I find it's not endearing at all. But it sure is from Steve Kerr, who does the opposite. He literally, so there's two levels to this. One, he's not going to buy in to the old guy narrative, but he actually then takes it in the opposite direction. I couldn't do this. I couldn't do what these guys are doing now. And in general, that is how life works. We don't get weaker and shorter.
Right.
We get bigger and stronger and faster.
Right.
So these people who played in 1989 who think Steph Curry wouldn't have been able to function, you're wrong. You're factually wrong, and you're unendearing. So I love that Steve Kerr said that. Absolutely love it.
And he's absolutely right. And for the old guy to tell Stephen A. that is just nonsensical because I think about a player who played 30, 40 years ago now, Isaiah Thomas, who went 6'1", and just for, some relevance and to try to put it into perspective, you look at his career and he played 81, 82, 81, 81, 81, 80 games, 81 games, and they didn't hurt him.
Right.
And they probably tried to hurt him. And you telling me that Steph Curry was a little bit bigger than Isaiah, and now he's a little bit stronger because, as you mentioned, everybody now is stronger, and we have sports medicine, and we all work out, and we do the whole thing 12 months a year. You telling me Steph couldn't have survived 40 years ago the way Isaiah Thomas did, who is smaller and equally skilled as a ball handler, a great scorer, a champion player, an elite guy and a Hall of Famer. Steph Curry couldn't have done what Isaiah did.
I mean, I'm not going to say
I
don't want to come down the road of old greats, but like just ask yourself, what happens? Okay, call it a back alley or a basketball court. What happens if Moses Malone and Nikola Jokic end up together in there? Who comes out?
Well, it depends on what we're talking about.
Okay.
Like if Moses is guarding Jokic and Jokic is going to take him out on the perimeter, and Moses is going to have a hard time. And
I think he'd have a hard time inside as well.
Well, that I disagree with because Moses was a ferocious defender and a great post player and a big dude. So, but the way the game is played now, when you're Jokic and you're 6'11", 270, but you play like a two guard, well, that didn't happen back then.
Right.
So could Moses play in modern basketball? Well, he couldn't do it the way he did back then because now everybody's shooting the three.
And here's the one point that I will give, the old guy brigade. You started to bring it up there when you're listing how many games Isaiah Thomas played.
Yep.
Obviously, guys now are pampered in a different way. You can call it analytics, whatever, but they play fewer games. Nobody's flying coach. Right? They've got all the extra stuff. They've got a lot of luxuries that who came before them did not have. And so that's a fair response to the whole thing. But at the same time, it ends up heading down the road of what we're talking about in the other direction, which is what they eat and the way they work out and the way they take care of their body and the analytics that go into all of this. So to suggest that this brand of athlete couldn't play back then, like I could just as easily say, like, oh, you would have hurt Steph Curry? You wouldn't have caught Steph Curry. He runs so much, you would have fallen over and hyperventilated trying to guard him because that didn't happen back then either, when all you needed to do was score 88 points to win a basketball game. It's just different. It's different. You're never going to get to the end. It's kind of like the Tootsie Roll Pop. Like you're never going to get to the center of that thing unless you bite it. You're just not. So you're never going to get to a final analysis on this. You can't compare eras. So in general, what I love, one of the things I love about Steve and others like him is can you just enjoy it? Can you just look at some of the amazing things that are happening
right.
as opposed to going down the road of everything was great back then and everything sucks now. It's just, I'm like, who wants that take?
I certainly don't.
Yeah.
And I remember watching Moses Malone, especially when he was a 76er and they won the title, and that team with Andrew Toney and Mo Cheeks and Dr. J and the rest of it.
I love that squad.
Bobby Jones, ultimate six man. They played basketball, obviously, in a different way 40-something years ago. So could Moses Malone play in this day and age? Absolutely. He was a great scorer. He led the league in rebounding 6 different times. He was a 3-time MVP. His game would be different now than it was then because the game is different. And if Steph Curry would have played in the 70s when there wasn't a three-point shot, he would be a very good player, but he would be a different player.
Yeah.
He'd be much more of a traditional point guard because the one thing he does better than anyone ever, it didn't count back then.
Right.
You know?
Right.
It was a long two, and it was frowned upon.
So last night, Steph only scored 40 if it were back in the 80s.
Right.
Yeah, he only scored 40.
Well, and if
Andy actually would have gotten taken out because his coach would have been like, what the hell are you doing shooting from out there?
Dude.
It's a terrible shot.
We don't do that here, Curry. We go to we dribble in, we have a jump stop and a firm bounce pass.
That's right. And a mic and drill during breaks.
That's right.
I love that he said that. But and he's not wrong. I hope for every Warrior fan, I know that, everybody's got busy lives and you've all got stuff going on, and it's not easy to just like plop in front of the TV for 5.5 hours. But I hope for every Warrior fan that you treated yourself last night to what I thought was the most important win of the year. And then the after party was watching the double overtime Timberwolves Nuggets game. God. And the only thing that was a bummer about it for the Warriors was the outcome and Russell Westbrook's antics in the final 30 seconds of the game. But outside of that, like, it was just an unbelievable. Heavyweight, shot after shot. Every time somebody did something great, they went right down to the other end and answered. There was one moment where the Nuggets went down by 6 with just under a minute to go. This was in the first overtime, but you could feel it in the building. I'm like, nah, they're not done yet. And it was just three-pointer, rebound, three-pointer, bang, game's tied, and you're right back to level again. But Timberwolves had the shot making too. And that's why it was kind of a bummer to end with a missed layup. And then a silly foul where, for those of you who didn't see it,
I'm watching it right now.
Minnesota ends up on the free throw line, down 1 with 3 free throws with 0.1 seconds left to go. Not the sexiest way to end what was a really, really sexy game.
Denver's up 1 with 14 seconds to go, and Westbrook gets a steal. Right. You're up by 1, and now you are in possession of the basketball.
Dude, get in the fetal position.
They instead go 2-on-1 fast break. He gives it up. He gets it back. He goes to shoot a layup. No good.
And hits the bottom of the rim. And by the way, you've all watched Russell Westbrook play. This wasn't just a go make a layup. This was full speed, as if there was 3 seconds left on the clock. Run as fast as you can to shoot a shot. I'm like, dog, just stand there.
Corner. Yeah.
Just hold the ball.
So he misses it, and he lands in the baseline, and he immediately turns around, and he starts to gesture like, either I got fouled or what to do. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves are going the other way. Now we've got 6 to go. We've got 5. There's 4. Where's Westbrook? Oh, there he is with 3, with 2. 3-point shot.
Flies at the offensive shooter.
He mauls him.
And whacks him into the stands.
Correct. Into the first row.
0.1 seconds left.
And the 3 was missed, but ladies and gentlemen, there's been a foul.
It's incredible.
Make the free throw. Night. Yeah. Russell Westbrook. So you're right. The night was perfect up until Russell Westbrook.
Comic relief. Did you see what happened on the missed free throw? So he makes 2, so the game's essentially over. And then I think he purposefully misses the next one.
Well,
and you're not allowed to shoot a shot with less than 0.3. Yep. You can only do a tip. So the ball just bounces off the rim and hits no one. And it bounces to the right side of the court. Nikola Jokic turns around knowing that he can't grab and shoot, and he just swings his right arm as if it was like a bat, and it just tries to whack the ball
87
feet. It only went 12. Unfortunately, it was not good, but that gave me a good chuckle on my way to bed after watching Russell Westbrook ruin a game. So anyway. All right, let's react to some more of what Steve Kerr had to say. He was phenomenal as always. It's Warrior Wednesday, and it's brought to you by Freeman's Appliance. Come see their full selection of in-stock luxury appliances and live working vignettes. Visit Freeman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill today. This is Willard and Dibbs.
Butler dribbles to his right. Down in deep for Draymond. Left corner over to Moses Moody. It's a three, and it's money in the bank. 130 to 122 Warriors. It's a 9-0 run for Golden State.
Bay Area, it's Moses Moody. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
A pretty good night for Moses last night.
Yeah, no doubt.
He was the only double-digit scorer not named Big Three.
Yep.
So yeah, he's doing it on both ends of the floor, and I love what we're seeing from him. Might be a new role player back on the floor tomorrow night. His name's Jonathan.
Yep.
Not allowed to say his last name.
You can. You already broke the seal on Kaminga.
Well, no opinions. No opinions.
Right. And
I don't have any opinions. He didn't play basketball last night.
Well, the opinion, the hot take, which I'm sure will surface tomorrow at some point, is the old Warriors better without Kaminga.
Well, if they lose to the Lakers and he plays 25 minutes and doesn't look good, you're damn right you're going to hear that.
Yeah.
And it's not fair.
It's not.
It's not fair. It's not like accurate yet. However, I mean, the one thing I will give some credence to, because it's a fact, there's like no way around this. This is not an opinion. I was really struck by that conversation we had at the beginning of the week with Dalton Johnson, who covers the team for NBC Sports Bay Area. Many of you know who Dalton is. And, he said the analytics behind the scenes with the Warriors are very clear. Jimmy Butler and Jonathan Kaminga, they don't work well together. And I'm like, ooh, that's a concern.
Yes.
That's not a good little factoid. I don't want to hear that.
Especially when you look at playoff Jimmy activating.
Yeah.
And last night was 38 minutes.
More minutes, exactly.
More minutes for Jimmy. And so if you believe the premise that they can't coexist together on the floor and Jimmy plays 38 minutes and 9 seconds, well, that leaves 9 minutes and 51 seconds for Jonathan Kaminga. And I don't know if that's going to work. That's going to be a small little dollop.
It's going to be a no from him, dog.
I believe that would be a no from him. And that's why I was, asking about the rotation and shrinking it down. And he's right. No GP2, no Kaminga last night. You played basically 8.5 guys. Kevon played 10 minutes and hit that big three. So, which I believe is now the 12th of his career. We can rightly add him up. But, when JK comes back, hopefully GP2 can come back for the playoffs when they get there. Then it becomes interesting about the rotation.
I'm chuckling because I just saw something come across that's off the subject that we're talking about. You ready for this?
Yeah, of course.
Remember the breaking news I gave you about 45 minutes ago about the Nuggets and Nikola Jokic?
Yep.
And you guessed it without me even having to say it. I go, what do you think's going to happen? He's, he's not playing.
Yep.
Yeah, he's not. So I just reloaded with at the bottom of every hour, every half hour, the NBA comes out with a fresh injury report. Nuggets are tipping off hosting the Spurs here in just about 20 minutes or so.
Ooh, the Spurs.
The Spurs.
Yeah.
The Spurs. The tanking Spurs.
Yep.
All right. So the Nuggets' full injury report is now out. Would you like to hear it?
How long do you have? I mean, can you squeeze it in before the end of the show? Seems like there's going to be 4 or 5 names on there. And I'm getting the feeling that Russell Westbrook is going to be forced to play.
Russell Westbrook, I think, is going to be the only one to play.
Okay, who else?
Michael Porter, out. Jamal Murray, out. Nikola Jokic, out. Christian Brown, out. Aaron Gordon, out. They gave the Nuggets the night off, but they have a game.
Oh, yeah. That's so.
They gave the whole team the night off.
Right. Aaron Gordon played 47 minutes last night.
Out.
What's the injury?
Oh, no.
They're not listed?
Just exhausted. No, they're listed. Aaron Gordon's got a right calf injury management.
Okay. The Joker played 53 minutes.
Yeah, left ankle impingement.
Christian Braun played 53 minutes.
Left foot strain.
Aaron Gordon, you already mentioned, 47 minutes.
Yeah, Michael Porter is personal reasons. I don't think he played
didn't play last night. No,
and Jamal Murray did not play last night. He's got right hamstring inflammation, and you know what that is.
It's an inflammation sensation. Cha-ching!
That's it.
Let me take this a step further. So with that injury report, do you guys want to play a game of Guess That Line?
Well,
what do you think the spread is?
Unfortunately.
Did you already look at it?
Well, it's not. No, here's what happened. This was actually an hour ago. An hour ago, I refreshed just the NBA scoreboard. And the scoreboard in 2025, because everybody's comfy with it now, has the spreads on it. And I had seen that prior to the Jokic news, it was hovering around 10.
Oh, wow.
The spread, right? But then the Jokic news came out, and the spread was 2. And I went, hold the phone. I go, he's a former MVP. He ain't worth 8 points.
That's a lot.
Because you know what my reaction was? I'm going to go put the college fund on the Nuggets. They're playing the Spurs. The Spurs aren't playing basketball anymore.
They'd rather not.
And the game's in Denver. I go, they're still going to cover a 2. So then, Spidey senses. I went, wait a minute.
They were tingling?
It's going to be more than Jokic, isn't it? So I waited. I waited for the 5:30 injury report.
Smart.
And that's when we found out, there's no Nuggets tonight. Like, I think they called some people out of the crowd and gave them a jersey. They're going to be in there against the Spurs tonight. And they're still favored.
Yeah, spread's still 2.
It's still favored. Yeah. Still favored. But, yeah, that's when I knew. I go, this is going to be more than just Jokic. This is going to be the whole team.
Right. I mean, it might be more PT for DeAndre Jordan, who actually played last night.
Yeah.
And Dario Saric might be able to get off the bench and get in there. But you're right, Mark. You're going to have to dust off all kinds of Nuggets. Maybe Kiki Vandeweghe and Dan Issel. Alex English, if they're available.
Nuggets. Yeah. Russell Westbrook is actually going to rebirth the character he had when he won MVP in the league, which is just him.
Yeah, triple-double.
4 people who you have no idea who they are. And it'll be Russ running as fast as he can at the hoop every time. And sometimes it'll swish, and sometimes it'll go over the backboard.
I know you're not a fan of his in the least bit. He's probably in your bottom 5.
For sure.
But this might be a good night for an underdog play for those of you out there.
I wonder what do you think? There's your game show music, Randy.
What would Russell Westbrook's PRA, points, rebounds, and assists? And this is coming off a night where he had 12, 7, and 6. He did play 38 minutes, which... Russell Westbrook, you can say what you want about him as a basketball player. Yeah. He's one of the fittest athletes in the association.
Still very fast.
So he had a 25-point PRA last night. Points, rebounds, and assists.
Okay.
No other Nugget is interested in playing basketball tonight.
Nope.
So do you have the number in front of you?
I have acquired